The daughter of a conglomerate tycoon was bullied at school and driven to suicide. When her father learned the truth, he instead forgave the perpetrators. But he was secretly preparing a revenge plan far crueler than death. He adopted a girl. He intended to use his adopted daughter to take revenge on every person who had abused his biological daughter. Just how horrifying that revenge would be. Let's watch. The story begins with a girl crying. She is standing on top of a high-rise building. She looks down below, thinking about her life. Tears stream down her face, and she sobs, "Dad, I'm sorry. I've been a bad daughter. I am sorry, Dad." After saying that through tears, she jumps straight down without the slightest hesitation. That very day, the Korean news reported it. Recently, a female student was driven to make an extreme choice. The horrific crimes of the perpetrators are causing public outrage. The attackers had tied a dog chain around the victim's neck and forced her to swallow burning cigarette butts, and silenced her with nude photos of the victim, among other things. Once these acts of violence were exposed, they sent shockwaves through the public. Meanwhile, the victim's father, known as Vice Chairman Lim Jun of the Hyundai Group, sparked another wave of controversy regarding the students who bullied and tormented his daughter. Vice Chairman Lim Jun said he would make an official statement. Lee Mi-Yoon said, "As for the students who bullied my daughter, I will forgive them. Of course, as a father, I am truly heartbroken that my daughter made such an extreme choice. But those students are still very young, so I believe that as an adult who has lived in society, I should show them mercy. So, Your Honor, I ask that you be lenient with those children. That is all. Thank you, everyone, for listening." But when the reporters heard Lim Jun's words, they were completely stunned. As he was about to leave, countless voices rang out. "Vice Chairman Lim Jun, did you discuss this with your family? This crime seems far too serious to overlook just because they're young. Do you really think that was the best choice for your daughter? The whole country is outraged by what those criminals did. Are you really that child's father?" The vice chairman will not be answering any more questions. Please answer the question, sir. What kind of cover-up is this? Shouldn't they receive the proper judgment of the law? What did your daughter ever do to deserve this? As a result, Lim Jun's words enraged the public toward the father and made them pity the daughter even more. Rumors spread that the victim was not Vice Chairman Lim Jun's biological daughter, that she was an abandoned child, but no one could even guess what the real truth was. At that moment, Lim Jun was boiling with rage inside. He crushed the wine glass in his hand. No one could understand how he felt right then. He was in immense pain. "I forgave them not to reduce their punishment. I have no intention of applying such soft laws to those juveniles. My poor daughter, I only realized everything when it was already too late. Why couldn't you tell me the truth about being bullied? Why did you carry everything alone? You were always the kind of child who thought of others first. And that truth drives me mad with regret. I should have raised you to be a more selfish child. But this useless father promises you one thing. Those trashy children who drove you to this, I will repay them exactly for what they did to you." Just then, someone came in and said, "Vice Chairman, I brought the child you mentioned." Lim Jun replied, "All right." After answering him, he turned to the girl and asked, "Have you gotten used to life in Korea yet, Garam?" The girl named Garam smiled and answered, "How can I not have I now? Thanks to my stepfather's careful care, I'm living very comfortably. Fortunately, everything seems fine. Now then, Garam, it's time to prepare for school." Lim Jun's words shocked the assistant, while Garam looked delighted. Smiling, Garam asked, "In Korea, someone like me can go to school too?" At the same time, the assistant hurriedly said, "You can't do that, Vice Chairman. And why not? Isn't this a free, democratic country? No matter what you say, I'll do whatever it takes to make sure this child can attend school. I think the preparations will take about a year. Garam, you'll come live here soon as well. Shouldn't you make some friends?" After hearing Lim Jun, Garam smiled and replied, "Stop beating around the bush and say it directly. Not friends. You mean toys, right, father?" In the blink of an eye, a year passed. At the end of May the following year, at an RO high school, laughter and chatter filled one classroom. "Cute little GNG, you should eat the snack your big sister gave you. Why aren't you hurrying up and finishing it? This is special milk with lots of protein and all that." I know. You must be acting like this because you're lacking protein, right? Song Eun-jin is seriously insane. What do you mean insane? Hurry up and eat it. I told you it's delicious. J'ai stammer de fearfully brut. It expired over a month ago. And inside the milk, there are dead flies in the carton, and my cut hair is in there too. She immediately started gagging and retching. Seeing that, Song Eun-jin coolly said, "You haven't even drunk it yet, and you're already like this? What are we supposed to do? Please, Song Eun-jin, you can't do this. I won't drink that milk." "What do you mean spoiled milk? Don't you know how cheese is made? It's not rotten, it's matured. I just wanted to treat you to something delicious. This is my heartfelt sincerity. When will my little Jeonji finally understand my feelings? If I cut it with scissors, would you be able to tell?" "I understand. Song Eun-jin, I'll drink it." The moment she finished speaking, Song Eun-jin's scissors lunged forward, and Jeonji's scream rang out. The classmates who heard her scream said in alarm, "They've seriously gone crazy. Shouldn't we tell teacher?" "Hey, you can't do that. Don't you know about Song Eun-jin? She killed a chaebol's daughter and still wasn't punished." Song Eun-jin, age 15. One of the perpetrators in the school violence case involving Vice Chairman Lim I-jun's daughter, charged with aggravated assault. This is insane. Can you believe it? If you can't, ask the kids from Seho Middle School. You still didn't know about that? No, I only knew that she leans on her older brother's power and acts arrogant. What is Song Eun-jin doing? What do you mean, daughter of a lawmaker? It's best not to get involved. Song Eun-jin's voice echoed through the classroom. You can eat it. Oh my God, she's really eating it. Is she crazy? Why is she actually eating it? At that moment, one girl finally couldn't take it anymore and stood up. She was the class president. At the same time, another voice rang out. "You kids, the moment there's no teacher, you all go wild, huh? I could hear your racket all the way to the staff room. Hurry and sit down. I have something to tell you." When they saw the homeroom teacher, Song Eun-jin's group exchanged confused looks. "What? Why did the teacher come so early today? Hide the milk." Song Eun-jin turned to Jeonji and said, "If you let this slip in front of the teacher, your nude photos will be spread everywhere." Meanwhile, the homeroom teacher continued, "Everyone, sit down quickly. Today our class has a new transfer student. She's from North Korea, so I want you all to take good care of her, understand? All right, transfer student, please introduce yourself." Garam introduced herself right away. "Hello, everyone. My name is Ian Garam, and I'm from North Korea. I hope we'll get along from now on." Scene change. Earlier, the assistant anxiously said to Lim I-jun, "It's still not too late, sir. Please think it over one more time. Bringing a child back from a North Korean juvenile detention center. Honestly, for a child to joke like that. If you make someone like her your daughter, there'll be all kinds of problems." Hearing that, Lim I-jun replied, "Director bitch, in your eyes, it looks like I adopted a daughter, doesn't it?" "Yes, sir. I didn't adopt her. I only took in an abandoned dog." Hearing that, Director bitch was stunned, then let out a sigh. Ian Garam. In 2018, she defected alone from North Korea at the age of 13 and was discovered by a patrol team at the mouth of the Han River. After biological experiments conducted by the North Korean regime, abnormalities were observed in her sensory regulation functions. According to expert evaluations, the girl is mentally unstable. She is a special case. She does not feel anguish or shame. Although the bloodstains on the clothes she wore while escaping North Korea were highly suspicious, the legal hypnotic investigation concluded that during her defection, she killed other people. The total number of murders reached 13. DNA testing on the bloodstains on her shirt found matching DNA from several victims. According to the legal report, because she was still a juvenile offender, she was not held criminally responsible. And after 2 years, transfer from the juvenile detention center was considered. That girl is extremely violent, and her nature is savage. She is beyond ordinary people's understanding, combined with her extraordinary physical abilities. For those reasons, the Seoul Juvenile Protection Evaluation Committee issued a surveillance and protection order for Ian Garam at the request of the Ministry of Justice, even after her release. Back in the classroom, Song Eun-jin was smiling as she said, "This sounds interesting." She and the others looked at Ian Garam, wanting to make a new toy out of her. Many voices rose at once. "I heard North Korean girls are really pretty. Let's go take a look." They were immediately chased off by the teacher. "What are you all doing outside the girls' classroom? You boys are at it again. Why are you acting so shameless?" "Right, Garam." "Garam, when you introduced yourself, you didn't have a North Korean accent at all." "Exactly. The defectors from North Korea I've seen on YouTube all had really obvious accents." "Did you practice speaking like South Koreans?" I watched Korean dramas and practiced really hard. No wonder." "Garam, can you say something in a North Korean accent for us once?" At that question, Garam immediately put on the accent. A second later, she smiled and said, "Very pleased to meet my South Korean classmates. I am Ian Garam from North Korea." Garam is so cute. She's funny too. Sitting next to Garam, Jeonji thought sadly, "The transfer student beside me is so lively. But with the atmosphere like this, maybe this break period will be easier to breathe through. I'm so jealous of her. If only I could laugh like that without worrying about anything. No, if I were pretty and popular like the transfer student, then... Before she could finish the thought, Song Un-jin came over and coldly said, "Hey, what are you all talking about so happily? I want to laugh with you too. Hello, you're Garam, right? Welcome to Korea. But wow, you're really handsome looking. You feel just like a lovely, pretty boy. I really want to be friends with you, Garam. Do you want to join our group?" When Song Un-jin said that, Garam smiled and replied, "Your group? That's right. Our group is really fun." Seeing this, Ji thought in fear, "Oh no, the new transfer student is being targeted by the bullying group. From here on out, every day is only going to get worse. Why did it have to be that sick psycho Song Un-jin? The transfer student looks so innocent too. Will she really be okay?" Meanwhile, Garam kept looking at them without answering. Then she recalled Director Bitch's words. Song Un-jin, eldest daughter of the chairman of Nungun Trading Company. This child is Garam's first target. Just thinking about it makes Song Un-jin seem truly vile. Did I say something wrong? What's with that look on your face? All right, let's continue. Speaking of Song Un-jin's past among the targets, Hyena was the one most frequently assaulted. In particular, she was often kicked in the stomach. This was recorded in her diary. And there's one thing to note. Song Un-jin was the one who came up with the dog chain bullying. Though among the bullies her level of direct abuse may have been the lightest, she was definitely the most enthusiastic participant in the bullying. The school Song Un-jin currently attends is Anro High School. Of the 4 schools Garam will transfer to, this is the only one located in Seoul. Thanks to that, the paperwork was completed easily. I arranged for Garam to be placed in the same class as Song Un-jin. She's usually the curious type. I think she'll definitely approach Garam once she transfers in. Hearing Director Bitch say that, Garam smiled and said, "I get the general idea. So if she approaches me, blood and bruises. You're telling me to scribble all over Song Un-jin's body, right?" When Garam said that, Lim Iam-jun replied, "No, you're wrong. Before that, there's something very important you must do. Listen carefully, Garam. If Song Un-jin approaches you, the action you must take is..." Back in the present, Garam smiled and answered Song Un-jin, "Sounds great. Let's get closer. Then let's all go to the gathering together." I'll join." "That's great, Garam. We'll become good friends." Seeing this, one of Song Un-jin's friends said, "This is insane. Song Un-jin is pretending to be cute again." "What? I just like Garam so much." "But Garam, Ji sits next to you. Have you gotten to know her yet?" When asked that, Garam replied, "We've only exchanged a few greetings." "Oh, I see. Then become friends with Ji too. Okay? Do you want to play a fun game?" As soon as Song Un-jin said that, she snapped her fingers. Immediately, 2 of her friends came over and stood behind Ji. They instantly pulled a black plastic bag over Ji's head. Seeing that, Garam asked Song Un-jin, "What are you doing?" "This? You could call it volunteer work for a disabled friend, maybe? Our Ji can barely see out of one eye, so she has trouble seeing things far away. Hey, because of that she already crashed into my desk and could have dropped my precious phone, you know? Luckily, my phone isn't cracked or anything. But for Ji's safety, we have to prevent that from happening again, right? So I came up with an idea. What if we completely cover both her eyes and train her to avoid desks? Ji, you can do it, right? I even gave you that special milk so you could try harder. You don't need to sit at a desk. Just walk to the end over there. It's easy, right? But every time you bump into a desk, you'll get hit once." After saying that, Song Un-jin shoved Ji forward. Inside Ji's mind, everything was pitch black. She staggered forward slowly. Unable to see where she was going, Ji's thigh hit a desk. Immediately, Song Un-jin rushed over and kicked her hard in the back. That sent Ji flying forward, only for her to crash into another desk. Without hesitation, Song Un-jin ran up and kicked her straight in the face. Ji cried out in pain, sobbing, while the others took out their phones to film and laughed. The way Ji falls is freaking hilarious. After a while, Song Un-jin's voice rang out again. "Hey, Ji, why did you stop crying? Just now, when you fell, your body slammed into the desk. But how many times have you hit desks already? Hey, did you get the part where she was convulsing? Yeah, it was hilarious. Garam, you should try it too. You and I could do it together." Ji has improved her spatial awareness now. And at the next lunch break, put the bag back on again, okay? Weren't you saying we should try sending her into the boys' restroom? Just then, the class president overheard them and quickly stood up. "Hey, is that true?" She was about to speak when another voice told them to stop. It was Garam. She was trying to stop Song Un-jin. "Stop it. What are you doing to a girl who can't even fight back?" Even a 5-year-old knows you shouldn't bully your friends. Is this really something a grown person would do? Take your hand off her right now. Can you hear me? Let go of her and apologize to Ji. Hurry up and apologize to her right now. Garam's voice plunged the whole classroom into silence. Song Eun-jin froze too, because she had never experienced anything like this before. A moment later, she stammered, "What the hell is this? You trying to rebel?" She immediately shoved Ji aside and walked over to Garam. Standing in front of Garam, Song Eun-jin growled, "Are North Koreans always this clueless? Or do they just not have bullies in North Korea? Since you've already seen something this disgusting, I'll give you 2 choices. Join our group or get lost. Or maybe I should just beat you up?" Hearing that, Garam coldly replied, "If you keep this up, I'll call a teacher." The moment she said that, Song Eun-jin burst out laughing. "Call the homeroom teacher? In North Korea, if you don't listen to your teacher, do they shoot you dead? But our Garam here, this is South Korea, got it?" Song Eun-jin immediately lifted her leg and kicked Garam hard in the stomach. Garam was caught off guard by the kick. At that moment, she remembered Lim Iam-jun's words. "You must never strike first." "Why can't I strike first, stepfather? I'm going to kill them all and turn them into corpses anyway. So does it matter whether I hit first or last? It's not about whether it matters. If you win the game with 1 blow, then there's no meaning to it." The core of this plan is to create an environment where Song Eun-jin will be tortured forever. That place has already been prepared. All that remains is a reason to send Song Eun-jin there. That's why, Garam, you have to become the victim of school violence. When Song Eun-jin approaches, greet her innocently and kindly. When something unexpected happens, oppose it non-violently. Don't forget that justice will always be on our side. "But I hated sweet potatoes in North Korea too. That means I'll have to wait a long time, stepfather. If I want to hit them so badly that I can't hold back, what should I do?" Seeing Garam ask that, Lim Iam-jun coldly said, "Then just hit them once first, in front of everyone." Back in the present, Garam was getting back up after Song Eun-jin's kick. Song Eun-jin was watching Garam closely. After getting up, Garam smiled and said, "Then I'll do as you said, father." Hearing that, Song Eun-jin called her crazy. But right then, a teacher came running in and announced, "Class 6, hurry and change into your gym clothes. Mr. Minayang's teaching schedule has changed, so the timetable has changed too. Hurry and get ready." At the announcement, Song Eun-jin's group cursed. "Damn it, but sir, today is the physical test. How do you teachers even arrange the timetable?" Garam didn't care. She was still remembering Lim Iam-jun's words. But Garam, violence is something that happens only after enduring for at least a week. The key to this plan is that outsiders must see you as the victim. If you ruin everything because of your own impulsiveness, I won't forgive you. Still, I believe this won't be difficult for you. After all, with your physical condition, pain means nothing to you. Back in the present, Garam angrily thought, "I'm feeling stifled by my stepfather." Meanwhile, Song Eun-jin smiled and said to Garam, "See you next break. I'll do my best to make you look really cute." A little later, Song Eun-jin held chopsticks in one hand and smoked as she laughed. Sure enough, cigarettes taste best when you sneak one during PE class. Rik Yoon. At that moment, Ji was carrying Song Eun-jin on her back. Then Song Eun-jin's fake, sanctimonious voice rang out again. "Sorry I accidentally kicked you today. Did it hurt a lot? Still, I'm letting you smoke for free like this. So let's call that compensation for your broken glasses, okay?" Hearing that, Song Eun-jin's 2 friends nearby laughed too. "Come on, it's not just that. It's not just cigarette butts now. It's fresh cigarettes too. Ji owes you for that." "Sehia, you think so too?" "Actually, I do. But I think I hear someone coming. They're coming this way. What the hell? We've really been caught. Hey, put out the cigarette first." A moment later, that person walked over to Song Eun-jin's group. Seeing who it was, Song Eun-jin laughed. "What? Scare me for a second. So it's just the class president." The class president's face was ice cold. She said to Song Eun-jin, "You guys should know when to stop." Meanwhile, Ji was crying and calling out for the class president to save her. Song Eun-jin said, "Hey, class president, did you come here to throw your authority around?" Seeing that, Ji cried to herself, "No, don't do this, class president. Don't get involved because of someone as useless as me." Just then, the class president picked up the cigarette, took a drag, and said, "You lot are rotten to the core." At the sight of that, Song Eun-jin's group laughed. I heard Mun Eg-jin quit smoking. Looking at you, who would believe you guys quit? You idiots need to be a little more careful. It hasn't even been a year since we drove a kid to death, you damn brats. Mun E.G. Jean, 16 years old. In the school violence case involving Vice Chairman Lim Ium-jun's daughter, she was named as a perpetrator and accused of aggravated assault. Hey, Mun E.G. Jean, why bring that up? Bad luck. That rumor's already spread through the class. Seriously? Which bitch spread it? I'll rip her mouth apart. Are you stupid? Didn't you hear what I just said? I told you we have to be careful now, didn't I? But what are you all doing? What's with that look on your face? Want me to sew your mouth shut first? The girl, frightened by Mun E.G. Jean's words, quickly answered, I'm sorry. Then Song Un-jin asked Mun E.G. Jean, why are you making the mood so tense? Mun E.G. Jean snapped back. Listen carefully, idiots. We're in high school now, damn it. Don't you want to go to college? Stop acting like brainless morons. Don't think you can keep doing reckless things forever. Not everyone in this world is as stupid as your little lapdog. So when you pull ridiculous crap, don't splash the dirty water on me too, got it? Hearing Mun E.G. Jean's words, Song Un-jin angrily thought, damn it, if you're done preaching, then go die. So what? Now that we're in high school, you can pretend you never did anything? Even if Mun E.G. Jean acts all righteous, she was exactly the same back in middle school. She sat in the back and acted all noble just to protect her own image. I'm the only one who gets to be the obvious villain. That bitch really is nasty. And when no one's around, she's even worse than me. No matter how you look at it, she's disgusting. I can't stand that girl. Just then, Mun E.G. Jean suddenly called out to Song Un-jin. What the hell were you yapping about, bitch? Hearing that, Song Un-jin stammered. When did I say that? I was wrong, Mun E.G. Jean. Then do better, understand? Don't think that because I've been going easy on you lately, you can cross the line. And you little pests hanging around and egging that girl on are getting on my nerves too. Hey, you know suicide is taboo too, right? G, what am I supposed to do with you? Life is suffering to begin with, isn't it? It's just a little school violence, so why make such a big deal out of it? If you interfere with my school life, I'll kill you. Got that, G. After saying that, Mun E.G. Jean stepped hard on G.'s hand. The pain made G cry out, Class President, your foot, please. I'll never bother you again. I'll never report this to the school violence committee. Please. Hearing that, Mun E.G. Jean removed her foot. As a result, G bent down to clutch her aching hand. That caused Song Un-jin to fall off G.'s back. Furious, Song Un-jin kicked G straight in the face. At the same time, loud laughter rang out. It was Mun E.G. Jean. She said to Song Un-jin, what the hell are you doing? You idiot, always doing sick things. That's enough, you morons. Go back. Hurry to the PE field. It's your turn for the test. Don't go out right after me. Wait a little and come out later. You don't even know how to handle that much. Hey, Song Un-jin, be careful. Take your time killing the transfer student. That arrogant look on her face annoys me a little. Elsewhere, the PE teacher said, what? You just transferred here, so you don't have gym clothes? You should have borrowed some from students in another class. Then again, you're new here, so who would you know? It's okay, sir. I can just wear my school uniform. Then I'll take that into consideration. Thank you, sir. All right, if the previous student is done, bring the ball back to its place. You wait for your next turn. Just then, one of the students walked over holding a ball and said, Garam, fighting. The ball was set down in front of Garam. Seeing her standing there in front of it, everyone started murmuring, she's really doing it in her uniform. Is that okay? What should we do? Standing in front of the ball like that. She looks like some handsome guy. Hearing the others laugh, Song Un-jin, who was sitting nearby, sneered. What's with that damn smile? The female student quickly replied, sorry, Song Un-jin. Meanwhile, Song Un-jin watched Garam and smiled to herself. So what if Mun E.G. Jean hates her without meaning to? I've already prepared a new toy right here. I'm tired of playing with G. If I keep dragging her around, maybe my status will drop. If you raise a dog, you need a little bite in it to tame it. Look at her. She's absolutely perfect. She's got just the right amount of defiance. She's a North Korean defector, so she has no one backing her, and she's extremely sensitive. Just then, Garam lifted her leg and kicked the ball. Her shot was powerful, flying straight toward the goal. It shot past the girl standing in front of the goal so fast that everyone there was stunned. Song Un-jin was stunned too. The students started whispering among themselves. Did you hear that? What was that sound? It was so loud, like the kind of kick boys make. On the other side, Garam gave a slight shudder. Then she immediately started kicking the remaining balls at the goal one after another. The teacher and all the students watched in shock. Garam took a deep breath, then swung her leg and kicked another ball. This one flew straight toward the goal too, but this time it slammed into the goalpost. The ball bounced off and shot past Song Eun-jin's group. Seeing that, one of Song Eun-jin's friends angrily shouted, "You crazy bitch, that almost hit me in the face." But a second later, she was horrified when she saw Garam's expression. Garam was smiling at her with a murderous grin, which made her even more afraid. The girl wanted to say something to Song Eun-jin, but Song Eun-jin was already screaming. That bitch is giving me attitude, isn't she? She's showing me up, isn't she? After PE is over, I'm going to find her." After PE class ended, Song Eun-jin angrily walked over to Garam and said, "Hey, you little spy bitch. Want to kick a ball around a little? Your body must be itching for it, right? You think I'm going to be scared just because you showed off your strength like that? Try your best not to get beaten. Do you even know who my brother is? You don't belong here, you North Korean defector. Where are you looking, bitch? Show me that kick like you did in PE." Hearing that, Garam smiled and replied, "I can't do that." As she spoke, she pointed to her own head. "The ball isn't here, so how could I kick it like a ball?" That answer horrified Song Eun-jin. Meanwhile, Garam stepped toward them and continued, "Anyway, you look frightened, like a bunch of insects clinging to a tail. Aren't you curious about this side of me? The way you're trying so hard to pretend you're calm is really adorable." Song Eun-jin couldn't take it anymore. She rushed forward, raising her hand to hit Garam, shouting, "Shut your mouth, bitch." But as she charged at Garam, something struck her in the face. It was Garam's fist, smashing straight into Song Eun-jin's face. The blow instantly made Song Eun-jin's nose start bleeding. Everyone there was shocked. Even Mun Eg-jin, who was standing there, looked furious. Song Eun-jin dropped to her knees in front of Garam after taking that punch. Amid the chaos in the class, Garam smiled to herself. "This game is so much fun. I am sorry. Step for there." Song Eun-jin trembled as she tried to stand after being punched. A second later, she collapsed to the ground. Her friends panicked and shouted, "She can't keep her balance. Someone call a teacher." Meanwhile, Garam kept walking forward, thinking, "This is just my nature, so what can I do? For now on, I'll do things my own way." As soon as she finished thinking that, she raised her foot with a smile and said, "Now the ball's on the ground, right?" As soon as Garam said that, she stepped on Song Eun-jin's head. While grinding her foot down, she laughed and said, "You did tell me to kick like I did with the ball, didn't you? I heard that punching and kicking people is proper etiquette in South Korea, so I won't refuse your suggestion. So how should I kick you? Should I kick really hard? Should I kick you in the back of the neck? I've decided. You look a little slow, so I guess I'll have to go with a simple straight kick." At that moment, one of Song Eun-jin's friends swung a chair at Garam, but Garam ducked to avoid it. The girl realized she had struck first, and then she saw a foot flying at her. Right after dodging the chair, Garam swung her leg and kicked the girl square in the body. After kicking her, Garam laughed and said, "What are you doing? Practicing ballet? That kind of loyalty is nice, but there's an order to everything. I'll give each of you my love one by one, so why be in such a hurry? It looks like you want to go before her. Then I'll do as you wish." A second later, the girl's scream rang out. "What are you trying to do to me? I told you it hurts." But the other students in the classroom were all trembling, only able to stand there and watch. The girl they called a princess recoiled in fear and said, What? I didn't do anything to you. You didn't do anything? Do you think I'm blind? I saw that annoyed look on your face behind my back. So stop pissing me off and get over here. You don't want to come? Then don't. I'll come to you myself." Seeing Garam coming toward her, the girl backed away and stammered, "I told you not to come over here." She kept retreating, and, in the process, she fell to the floor. Seeing her fall, Garam laughed and said, "Why are South Korean girls so weak? That orange-haired girl fell flat on her face earlier too. You're not getting away on legs that shaky." The girl on the floor grabbed a box cutter and screamed, "Don't come any closer. If you get any closer, I'll stab you with this." "Damn it, I'm not joking. I really will stab you. I'll do it, you hear me?" Hearing that, Garam smiled and replied, "Really? Then try it. Go ahead." When Garam said that, the girl started trembling nonstop, unable to actually rush in and stab her. Seeing that, Garam kept laughing and said, "As expected, you're all talk." The moment those words ended, the girl holding the knife hit her limit. She immediately charged at Garam with the blade, but Garam dodged it. Still refusing to give up, she kept slashing wildly at Garam. A moment later, she put her full force into it and thrust the box cutter straight at Garam, but Garam dodged again. Taking that chance, Garam caught her wrist. Grabbing hold of her arm, Garam slammed her whole body to the ground. The moment she hit the floor, the pain forced her to let go of the knife. She lay there on the ground in agony. Just then, Garam grabbed her by the hand and yanked hard. Lifting the girl's head, Garam laughed and said, "Why do you all make such a big deal out of everything? With just this much, she won't die. So don't worry. I've tried killing people before, so I know very well humans don't die that easily. So stop pretending to be the victim and keep playing with me. We have to finish the game, right?" The moment Garam finished speaking, she swung her leg and kicked the girl hard in the back. The kick sent her flying straight into the storage box in front of her. A moment later, she came trembling out from it. But then Garam kicked her again, this time straight in the head, smashing her face back into the storage box. After those 2 kicks, she completely lost consciousness. Only then did the whole class start screaming, "Call 119. Where are the teachers coming? Didn't the class president say she was going to get them? How did things end up like this? Isn't she mentally ill? She just transferred here, and she's already doing this stuff. It's seriously creepy." Hearing them say that, Garam shouted at them to shut up. "Now then, my dear classmates, I didn't do all this because I wanted praise, but how can I not feel upset? Look over there. That girl in her rebellious phase was ruining the whole atmosphere of the class. Didn't I put aside my own fear and take care of everything for your sake? So shouldn't weak little kids like you be grateful to me? Isn't that right? Hey, Song Eun-jin, how long are you planning to play dead? Found someone to save you yet? If you've got any conscience, get up already. So many people get beaten because they keep causing trouble, but how can anyone be stupid enough to just lie there and take it? Since ancient times, the boss has led the underlings. If you lose a fight, then you take responsibility for it and accept the punishment, right? Huh, what's this? Where did Song Eun-jin go? Just then, Song Eun-jin's voice rang out. "Appa, Appa, I have to call my brother. That crazy bitch has lost it. Appa, that psycho is trying to kill me. Save me, Appa." At that moment, Song Eun-jin couldn't get the door open, so she shouted, "P is already over, so why is the back door still locked?" Right then, Garam rushed towards Song Eun-jin at incredible speed. Garam immediately stomped hard on Song Eun-jin's back, blasting the door open. It was such a perfect kick that everyone nearby was stunned. Then Garam grabbed Song Eun-jin by the collar and said, "Hey, Song Eun-jin, you asked me if I fight, right? What kind of person do I look like to you? Answer me after you get hit." As soon as she said that, Garam punched Song Eun-jin right in the face. Blood splattered immediately. Garam kept punching like mad as she said, "Can I hit you a little? Like this. Why aren't you answering me, Song Eun-jin? I'm asking you. Say something, idiot." Garam laughed crazily as she beat her all down the hallway. The scene shifts back to the day Lim Iam-jun was reading Ian Garam's medical records during the classification of psychiatric patients. Her symptoms corresponded to explosive psychosis, similar to other psychopathic murderers. She showed interest in red blood and intense screams. By nature, she tended to derive pleasure from stimulation. And among those stimuli, what she liked most was the human face when it lost consciousness. Back in the present, Garam smiled in delight as she looked at Song Eun-jin's face. "Song Eun-jin, you look really pretty right now." A little later, over in Lim Iam-jun's office, Manager Beck burst in a room in alarm and said, "Vice Chairman." Seeing him rush in, Lim Iam-jun calmly said, "You came in without knocking. It seems Garam has caused some kind of trouble." Grinding his teeth, Manager Beck said, "A week." Even though she couldn't stand it, Garam still pretended to be the victim for a whole week. "You said that was the first step of the plan, didn't you? I mean, honestly, forget a week. I didn't think even 2 days was realistic. But it hasn't even been 2 days, not even 2 class periods, and the school has already contacted me. What are we supposed to do next? If we decided to do this, then we have to follow the plan. If it's already gone like this from the start, that's a problem. Honestly, even you knew it would turn out this way, didn't you, Vice Chairman? What on earth are you thinking?" Just then, Lim Iam-jun's voice was heard. "It seems I'm deeply worried, too. Those children are struggling in pain. I want to see them within the hour. My conscience cannot endure this. What has already happened, so, Manager Beck, focus on the present now. First, confirm exactly what the situation is." Back at the school, the teachers and the school nurse were pulling Garam outside. Even while being dragged out, Garam was still smiling, and she looked toward Mun Ejijin. Mun Ejijin glared back at her in anger. The two stared each other down like they wanted to devour one another alive. A little later, Song Eun-jin's mother arrived at the school and shouted, "Where's the homeroom teacher? Get out here." "Where is the homeroom teacher?" Hearing that, the PE teacher came out and said, "Ms. Minia went to training today, So for now, before he could finish, Song Eun-jin's mother snapped, "Useless idiots. I'm only talking to the homeroom teacher. So, this little bitch is the one who beat up my Song Eun-jin? Good lord, just look at that vicious look in her eyes. She thinks she did something great. What is Song Eun-jin supposed to do with a face like that now? If she can't get married because of you, can you take responsibility for that?" Hearing this, Garam smiled and replied, "Song Eun-jin's mother, your words are awfully arrogant. If Song Eun-jin has trouble with her future in-laws, that would be because of her personality. What did you say, you little? You really are insane. Even if you apologize to us, it won't be enough." Just then, the PE teacher stepped in to calm her. "Mrs. Song Eun-jin, please calm down first." "Calm down? What do you mean calm down? What were all of you doing while my daughter was put in that situation? You little brat. It seems you have no idea how scary this world is, huh? Do you know who my husband is? He's the director of Nungu Trading Group. My husband and this school's principal are practically like blood brothers. I'll make sure you learn your place. Vice principal, call her parents right now." While the vice principal was making the call, sniffling could suddenly be heard. It was coming from Garam. Seeing that, Song Eun-jin's mother asked, "What's this? Are you crying?" At that moment, Garam burst into loud sobs and said, "You're all being so cruel. I'm the real victim here. I was only defending myself. So why are you treating me like this? What nonsense are you talking about? If you don't believe me, then look at this." Garam pulled her clothes aside and said, "This is what Song Eun-jin did during her little welcome ceremony for the new transfer student." When they saw the wounds on Garam's body, all the teachers standing there were horrified. One of them said, "Those are cigarette burns, aren't they? My God, they did this to a girl's body? She has so many injuries." Hearing everyone say that, Song Eun-jin immediately protested, "I didn't do that." Meanwhile, Garam looked at everyone and smiled to herself. "So how does it feel? It must be chaotic, Song Eun-jin. You don't know what this is, do you? I made a few marks on the way to school, but I didn't expect them to work this perfectly. It was a bit difficult sneaking cigarettes from the manager, though. But did you see that, stepfather? This is how you deal with people like them. What were you planning to do by making me wait weeks? Anyway, my body doesn't feel pain, so all I have to do is threaten them and hurt myself." At the same time, Song Eun-jin was shocked by the scene in front of her and had no idea how to deal with it. Then her mother spoke up and asked Song Eun-jin, "Didn't you say you quit smoking? Were you lying to me?" "Mom, that's not what matters right now. She's just trying to intimidate us. You're the one intimidating me. You had your underlings hold me down and beat me. What bullshit are you spouting, you bitch? Then do you know what kind of cigarettes I smoke? Guess. What brand is it? Essie Light or Marlboro? You don't know, do you? You can't answer because you don't know, right?" Hearing that, Garam replied at once, "I don't know the names of South Korean cigarettes." That left Song Eun-jin speechless. At the same time, Song Eun-jin's mother angrily continued, "No matter what, hitting a girl in the face like that is unacceptable. The same goes for Sei-hai and Zun from her class. I heard one of them had to stay in the emergency room for stitches. As the president of the Parents Association, I absolutely cannot overlook this. Even if we have to open a disciplinary committee, I'll make sure she is punished properly. Vice Principal, when are you going to get through to her parents?" "Yes, ma'am. The call just connected. You can speak with them now." The moment Song Eun-jin's mother took the phone, she shouted, "Hello." The person on the other end immediately replied, "It's a pleasure to speak with you. Are you Song Eun-jin's mother?" "That's right. I'm Song Eun-jin's mother. Do you even know the state my daughter is in right now? Come here immediately. Get here on your knees and beg me." "I'm sorry, but that seems rather difficult." "What?" "Because I'm a very busy man. I don't think I'll be able to come to the school today. I would like to meet with you privately and discuss the matters related to compensation. I'll inform you of the date, time, and location. I'll hang up now." After Lim Iam Jun hung up, Song Eun-jin's mother kept shouting, "Hello? Hello." Unbelievable. He hung up without even waiting. With a bastard for a father, no wonder the daughter's trash too. "Hey, Garam, you just wait. I didn't know you had such a wonderful father. I'll make sure you can never hold your head up in society for the rest of your life." After saying that, she took her daughter and left. The teachers in the room all let out sighs of relief when she left. Meanwhile, Garam thought to herself, "Just as I expected, stepfather must be very angry. He didn't give any instructions over the phone. But, stepfather, your way is far too roundabout. I'll find a better way than yours. A way to make Song Eun-jin get mocked to my heart's content." A little later, back in the classroom, Mun Eg-jin sat deep in thought. "No matter how I think about it, Garam is strange. At first, she tried to stop Song Eun-jin. I thought it was just simple righteous courage. But now that things have gone this far, it feels like from the beginning, she never actually wanted to fight Song Eun-jin. And yet she used Song Eun-jin as an excuse like that. Eun seems to have a very strange obsession with justice. From what I heard, she said she punished the students in class who were bullying others, so everyone should be grateful to her. It's strange, like someone from outside unlawfully forced a switch of identities onto her. Eun, a North Korean defector with an unclear background. Though still a minor, she has exceptional fighting ability. When provoked, she commits severe violence. So what exactly is her true identity? Was Eun beating Song Eun-jin today really just a coincidence? Just then, Song Eun-jin opened the door and entered the classroom. Seeing her, Mun Iji-jin asked, "What? You didn't go home early, Song Eun-jin?" Hearing that, Song Eun-jin angrily asked, "How exactly did you go get the teacher that it took so damn long? At that point, you should have brought a whole truckload of teachers." "Well then, let's see. Too bad I don't have a large vehicle license, so I couldn't bring one, Song Eun-jin. Anyway, is that really what matters? Damn it, let me guess. Why did you deliberately come late? You were scared. You were afraid the things you've done would be exposed, weren't you? If Eun saw you bringing the teachers, she would have come after you too. That wouldn't suit your personality at all. If that happened, your bookworm act would let all the students know it was fake. You were scared of that, so you just left me there to get beaten, didn't you?" Right then, Mun Iji-jin spoke. Sonya-jin, what?" A second later, a book flew straight into Song Eun-jin's face. That was followed by a kick straight to the stomach. Song Eun-jin went flying several meters back at once. Song Eun-jin had just been beaten already, and now she got hit again and started crying. Mun Iji-jin then took off her glasses and said, "Damn it, you're such a nuisance. So what if I came late on purpose? What could a tiny little ant like you possibly do to me?" Hearing those words, Song Eun-jin said resentfully, "Are you crazy? My mom was just in the teacher's office." "Oh yeah? Then bring your mother back and let me see. What do you think is going to happen next? Our dear little Song Eun-jin. Don't think you're some queen. It seems you've forgotten something. You're nothing but trash. Your family, your protection, even your looks, none of it is truly yours. You're just a pretty little lapdog. That's all, idiot. If I were you, I wouldn't be trembling here right now. I'd start whining to my older brother, the most famous guy in school. In fact, that's exactly what I'm planning to do. That mutt you raised, talking like a pack of lunatics. I was an idiot to even think of being friends with you." After Song Eun-jin left, Mun Iji-jin thought again. That's right, and Lim Young-jun too. His daughter died, yet he's being far too merciful, letting everything slide. If Lim Young-jun really is the one behind Eun, then his actions through Song Eun-jin's brother today should make things clearer. For now, I'll just watch and figure out how to deal with it. It's not too late to think further after seeing how things develop. A little later, a young man laughed and said, "Mom, you look ugly as hell. Look at how swollen your face is. Is that a face or some kind of abstract painting? Hey, your little sister got beaten up like that, and you can still laugh? What now, bitch? Why the hell are you screaming? You're hurting my ears. This is the third year's classroom, you useless trash. Appa, do you still not get what's going on? She hit me, which means she's challenging your authority. You're not exactly wrong. How should I put it? I'm a little motivated now. Hey, what motivation are you talking about? So she really beat you up that badly? But is she pretty?" At that moment, Song Eun-jin took out her phone and showed her brother a picture of Garam. "So, do you feel motivated now?" The pervert suddenly started laughing like a madman and said, "Look, your brother's drooling." Song Ji-won, 18 years old. In the school violence case involving Vice Chairman Lim Iam-jun's daughter, he was suspect C. He was accused of illegal filming and group sexual assault. Seeing her brother's expression, Song Eun-jin smiled to herself. "Garam, you're finished. So many people got bullied by this bastard and couldn't do a thing. How dare you lay a hand on me? Just wait, I and Garam. I'll beat you and make you regret it." After school, Song Ji-won's group stared at Garam and laughed. Just then, Song Ji-won walked up and said with a grin, "The real thing looks even cooler. Even that cheap expression of yours is pretty. I and Garam, the famous girl from North Korea. To celebrate your coming South Korea, us big brothers are going to make you feel real comfortable." Song Eun-jin chimed in too. "Hey Spy, are you scared now? Who do you think you dare touch? You're scared now, right, idiot? You messed with the wrong person, Spy." Just then, Song Ji-won stepped up to Garam and said with a grin, "What is this? Are you glaring at me? That just makes me like you more. It's way more exciting than the girls who only know how to sob. Lee Hyun-ae was like that too. I did so much to her, and then she went and left this world. What an idiot. Hey, don't mind the guys behind you. They're just there to make sure you can't run away. Though these screens are packed in pretty tight, I made sure to spread them out like that on purpose. Anyway, you're not getting away. How about we stop testing each other now?" Well then, I guess you've already heard the rough outline. Let's officially begin. My artistic activity. Take her shirt off. The moment he spoke, his lackeys rushed forward. At that moment, Garam was thinking to herself, can a female student really take on a whole group of male students barehanded? Female students and male students. The difference in physical ability between the sexes is beyond imagination. The battle of the sexes began in the 90s. An undefeated female combat athlete, considered the strongest ever, had won 4 gold medals in world competitions. On the men's side was an unknown champion in the same class, inferior in height, build, career, everything. It was a rare match event, and the result was a crushing victory for the male competitor. He won in just 2 rounds. He wasn't an opponent she could beat. It was all because he was a man. He one-sidedly overwhelmed the female fighter once called invincible. Women's strength is only about 70 of that of men of the same weight. Even when accounting for the average weight difference between men and women, women's strength is usually less than 60 of men's. In other words, no matter how skilled a female fighter is, being pinned down by a group of men is almost unavoidable. But if it was Garam, she could do it. How is that possible? Ian Garam's first ability was hysterical strength. Psychologists had identified this physiological state long ago. It is caused by a surge in adrenaline, which also increases strength. Garam's lower thighs have been deformed by the North Korean regime's biological experiments on living humans. Her body could freely increase its adrenaline. In this state, Garam could throw her strongest punches, equivalent to the punch of a heavyweight man. Over here, Garam had only punched 1 or 2 of them, and the rest were already staring in horror and saying, "What the hell? What was that sound?" Like a watermelon exploding inside her fist. Minchin, damn it, he got sent flying. Is this for real? Forget avenging Song Ji-won's sister. Shouldn't we just go home? When Song Ji-won heard his lackeys saying that, he roared, "You spineless idiots! Are you a whole pack of useless cowards? If you all surround her, that's enough. Surround her." Now Garam was being surrounded by them, but she calmly scanned the area. Then she suddenly ran off somewhere. She ran up onto a wall, lowered her body, and launched herself into the air. A guy was right in front of her, and a second later, she drove her knee straight into his face. She didn't stop there. She grabbed his hair and slammed his head directly into the iron railing beside them. That sight terrified many of the others, and one of them started trembling uncontrollably. He rushed at her at once and shouted, "You bitch, stop right there." At that moment, Director Beck was still reporting Garam's second ability. It was visual adjustment, enough to make other people appear slow, corresponding to superhuman reaction speed. Garam had been forced to endure stimulant drugs many times, and the cellular structures responsible for motor nerves and time perception had developed abnormally. That meant the ordinary punches of normal people could never touch Garam. In reality, Garam kept dodging the blows from the boys around her. Then, moving at incredible speed, she punched each of 2 boys once in the face, and both of them dropped like felled trees. There was still one guy left rushing in while trembling. Garam swung her leg and kicked him straight in the face. Director Beck continued his report. The reaction speed we measure for Garam was around 27 milliseconds. Her reaction speed is comparable to that of a cat, 10 times faster than an ordinary person. Just then, one of the guys charged in and grabbed Garam, shouting, "I got her, you bitch! Get up, you idiots! I can't take her on alone." One of the guys who had been kicked in the face was slowly getting back up. Gritting his teeth, he charged in and said, "You're nothing but a dog chasing after my ass." He threw a punch too, but Garam dodged it. Then she raised her leg and kicked him straight in the stomach. The guy collapsed from the pain on the spot. Another guy was still holding on to Garam's neck. Garam reached her hand behind her and grabbed his penis hard. That made him scream in agony, "Bastard, my balls." Even though he was in pain, she still didn't let go. He babbled, "I was wrong. Please spare me. Please let me go." Garam's face stayed ice cold, and then she squeezed even harder. The guy who had been kicked in the side froze in horror at the sight. His face twisted, and a second later he turned and ran in fear, shouting, "Damn it, there aren't even words to describe a psycho like her. Song Ji-won, I'm out of here." Seeing him flee, Garam instantly got up and charged after him, kicking him square in the back. The guy flew forward from the kick and slammed into a nearby car. Raising his hand, he cried, "Please spare me." A second later, Garam brought her fist straight down on his head. After taking care of them, Garam smiled and said, "Now only the blonde big brother is left, right? Why is everyone standing there stunned? Didn't you all say you'd make me feel better?" I really hate people who only know how to talk big. This is only just getting started, so don't let things get so awkward and cold. Stop standing there blankly and come on already. Hearing every word Garam said, Song Eun-jin was terrified. She immediately shoved Song Ji-won forward and shouted, "Damn it, Appa, do something! You're the king of this school." Song Ji-won heard his sister and stared in disbelief, thinking, what the hell is this crazy bitch saying? Is this really the time to care about who's king of the school? She want me to deal with that thing? Run. There's no other way out now except running. Seeing him stand there thinking, Garam smiled and said, planning to run away? If you're gonna run, then hurry up, big brother. Unlike the others, I really like people who try to run. But do you really think a useless guy who can't fight would be good at escaping? Don't you think that's a little too optimistic? I'm a defector from North Korea. So even if you and that little girl run off to North Korea or down into hell, I will chase you to the very end. After hearing those words, Song Ji-won threw a punch and shouted, "You fucking bitch. Don't piss me off, you brat." Seeing his fist coming, Garam stepped back and dodged. She kept backing away, continuously dodging Song Ji-won's punches. Then Song Ji-won swung another punch, and this one landed on Garam. The blow sent her flying backward. After landing a hit on her, Song Ji-won panted and said, "Damn it, I'm not that stupid." Over here, Garam had taken a punch on her arm, and it instantly bruised. But she still smiled and said, "I guess since you're a boxer, your punches are strong. Good. Then now I have to handle this like a difficult boxing match." As soon as she said that, Song Ji-won flew into a rage and rushed at her. "You bitch, stop spouting nonsense. Take my punches." Song Ji-won kept throwing punches, but Garam dodged everyone. In the middle of it, Garam also counterattacked. Song Ji-won thought he had the upper hand and threw another punch, but Garam ducked under it. Seeing her duck, Song Ji-won was horrified and thought, if this lands, I'm screwed. I have to stop it. A second later, Garam's fist slammed into Song Ji-won's side. After taking the hit, he immediately opened the distance between them. Even then, Garam smiled and said, "You blocked that punch? No wonder you're the king of the school." Song Ji-won stood in his guard and thought, damn it, what kind of monstrous power was that? Even though I blocked it, I'm exhausted. Still, it's only this much. After thinking that, he suddenly burst out laughing. Garam saw it and asked, why are you laughing like a lunatic? Laughing? I'm laughing because this is turning out to be more worth it than I thought. I decided from the start of the semester that I was going to become the boss of this school, and I once fought the king of the neighboring school. Did you know that? That bastard was 185 centimeters tall and weighed 115 kilos. He was built like a tank, so I was at a real disadvantage. In a fight, he was a little stronger than you two, but I still beat him. I don't know what to do with someone who's my equal, but I still admit he was good, even if I didn't want to. So with the strength of someone like you, do you really think you're stronger than that fat pig? I don't think so. At that moment, Song Ji-won kept charging in and punching at Garam, but Garam dodged them all. After a while, though, he could feel that he was starting to land hits on her. Seeing that, he thought in surprise, looks like her dodging speed is slowing down. She's exhausted. This isn't that hard after all. She must have burned through all her strength in the earlier fight, so of course she's tired now. The way to deal with an exhausted opponent is to keep hitting without mercy. Keep attacking nonstop. Sooner or later, things will naturally fall into place. She'll show an opening once the fatigue sets in. As Garam was being driven back, her foot caught on an electric treadmill. Seeing that, Song Ji-won thought, this is it. Put everything into this one. He immediately threw a full power punch straight at Garam, but then he exclaimed in shock, "What did she go? No, what the hell is this? How could she dodge that?" Elsewhere, Director Beck was reporting to Lim Iam-jun. Garam's third physical trait is her jumping ability combined with the power of her lower body. Through stress-induced disorder, Garam can unleash the strength of a heavyweight fighter, as I mentioned before. With a body weighing only 48 kilograms, she once recorded a 250 kilogram lift. If this small girl, who weighs less than 50 kilos, can squat 250 kilos, then what do you think would happen? Garam's opponent would have to think about that. In reality, Song Eun-jin was crying and saying, "Appa, wake up. If you die, what are we supposed to do? Hey, you damn idiot, you're the king of this school district, aren't you? So how can the king of this area lose to some snot-nosed little girl like that? Stop spacing out, Appa. Get up and fight properly." Enraged, Song Ji-won cursed at Song Eun-jin. "Damn it, why don't you try fighting her yourself?" Just then Garam's voice rang out. "Even after getting beaten that badly, you can still stand up? A person's toughness doesn't show on the outside. It's been a long time since I fought someone with such good stamina, so this is exciting. Get up and keep playing with me, big brother Song Eun-jin." Hearing those words, Song Ji-won thought, I'm pissed, but I have to admit she's won. I can't beat her with my own strength alone. Still, in this world, no one should be able to have power that insane, whether I know it or not. First, I'm 183 centimeters tall and weigh 92 kilos, so I overwhelmingly outclass that girl. I can only win if I create a situation where I can impose my weight on her. And I still don't fully know why this situation happened, but based on the flow of the fight so far, she uses long-range striking. It's not right to say she's preparing her attacks, because her center of gravity is too high. The answer lies in this ground. I'm not an expert in this field, but while training I learned some basic approach techniques from the older guys. I need to pretend I'm using feints like in boxing sparring. I'll beat you with a takedown technique. Seeing him charge in, Garam smiled and said, "You're trying to attack me again without any plan? Don't you know that reckless, undisciplined fighting like that never works on me?" Elsewhere, Lim Iam-jun was speaking with Director Beck. "You know Garam's abilities well too, Director Beck. But if he gets inside on her, wouldn't that be too dangerous for Garam? When someone is clinging to her and pinning her on the ground, her vision will be affected much more severely than when she's just being struck. If a heavyweight target like Song Ji-won gets her to the floor, even her strength would be restricted, and he'd overwhelm her too. In a situation like that, even if it's Garam, wouldn't it be hard for her to win?" Over here, Song Ji-won was pressing down on Garam and saying, "Got you now, bitch. Now there's no way in hell you're escaping." Vice Chairman, up to now, do you know what Garam felt when she trained in martial arts? Other than her special physique, everything else about her was normal. But there was one martial art in which she possessed what could only be called innate talent. At that moment, Garam lowered her body beneath Song Ji-won. That caused his punch to miss. Garam grabbed hold of his leg. She started wrapping herself around one of Song Ji-won's legs. Then she twisted it, and by natural bodily reaction, Song Ji-won's body was turned over as well. Realizing he was now underneath, Song Ji-won cried out in fear, "What the fuck? How is this even possible?" Garam quickly seized Song Ji-won's arm as well. Director Beck's voice continued. "As I said before, Garam has reaction speed like a cat's. From the beginning, it was impossible for an ordinary person to take Garam down. And even if someone somehow succeeded in using a takedown on Garam, it would only make things more enjoyable for her." Right now, Garam was smiling as she spoke. "There are times when I get tired of boxing too. You get tired of it too, don't you? It's a long story if I tell it all. I had to go through a lot of difficult phases. So now, are you ready to face any challenge?" Then, "Big brother Song Ji-won, I'm going to snap it now, okay?" As soon as Garam said that, she immediately twisted Song Ji-won's arm. That made Song Ji-won scream in agony. Meanwhile, Song Eun-jin's group watched the scene in terror. Terrified, Song Eun-jin turned and ran. "Hurry up and call the police." Seeing Song Eun-jin run off, Song Ji-won shouted angrily, "Hey, you selfish bitches, are you really leaving me behind here? Hurry up and get the cops here, got it?" On Garam's side, she just laughed and said, "Don't bother calling her Appa. Sonya-jin, she doesn't have anything like loyalty. But what kind of real brother calls his little sister a dog? Even if you've only got one arm left, there's still something fun ahead, because I just thought of a really interesting idea. Listen to this fun idea I just came up with. I'll break your 2 remaining arms and legs too, and then I'll make you into a 4-legged human." Hearing that, Song Ji-won said in fear, "Wait, think this through. If you only break one arm, this can still be settled. But making me into some 4-legged human, do you really have the guts for that? Are you going to take responsibility for my life? Take responsibility? I don't understand difficult things like that. I only know that I've been longing to hear your screams for a very, very long time." After saying that, Garam immediately snapped Song Ji-won's leg as well. Song Ji-won's screams echoed through the street. A little while later, all of Song Ji-won's limbs had been broken. Seeing that, Garam still stood there smiling. "Now your whole body can't move, just like a newborn baby." Even after Garam said that, Song Ji-won lay on the ground cursing at her, calling her a crazy whore and a filthy bitch. The moment he finished, Garam stomped directly on the area between his legs. She said, "Whether they're from South Korea or North Korea, men with something wrong with them really are messed up. I heard you've done a lot of depraved things to girls lately. I heard one of them even killed herself. Damn it. So what are you planning to do, huh? Are those sluts your relatives? Or something? Why are you so stupid, Appa? I just defected here. How could they possibly be my relatives? I'm only doing this to satisfy my own curiosity. I've been very curious about this for a long time. Do males like you really care that much about this thing? Why do men become so weak the moment someone touches it? I even looked it up on South Korean wiki sites before. The male penis is the organ equivalent to a woman's ovaries. So, basically, the pain of kicking a man in the testicles is supposed to be like stomping on a woman's ovaries. It causes pain through the penis. So after hearing that, I wanted to learn even more about it. When Song Ji-won heard Garam say that, he began crying and begged her not to do it. But Garam paid no attention to his words. Smiling, she told him, "Go ahead and cry your heart out, Song Eun-jin's appa." After saying that, Garam grabbed Song Ji-won's penis directly. That single squeeze made Song Ji-won's nerves go numb. He screamed in agony, as if it were worse than death itself. Over on the other side, Song Eun-jin's group heard it too. Panicking, they ran from the street. At that moment, one of them stopped and said, "She's not chasing us, is she?" Appa Song Ji-won's screaming stopped. "So everything should be fine, right?" "I don't know. Actually, I think that's a bad sign. But it's probably okay. Why are there so few people around here? If there were anyone here, we could ask them for help." Hearing that, Song Eun-jin replied, "When you guys are doing those things to the girls, you put up warning signs to keep other people from coming near, so until we get out of this street, we won't run into anyone. Why do you even do things like that? It's such a pain. Seriously, you useless perverted bastards deserve to die. Anyway, since she hasn't chased us this whole time, I guess we'll be okay, right? But we haven't seen Garam anywhere this whole time." Hearing that, Song Eun-jin turned back in fear and thought, "We haven't seen Garam anywhere on this wide road, with everyone still here, and Garam is nowhere in sight?" One of them found it strange and asked Song Eun-jin, "What is it? Did something happen? Run. Hurry up and run." "What? Let's rest for a sec. Shut up and run right now, you idiot. Why are we suddenly running? Is someone coming? Think about it. We've been running for about 3 minutes now, and we haven't seen a single soul. That means in that short amount of time, that crazy girl disappeared without leaving a trace. I don't know what's going on, but I've got a really bad feeling about this. So keep looking straight ahead and just run." At that exact moment, Garam blocked their path with a mini electric cart. She rammed straight into Song Eun-jin's legs, sending her rolling onto the ground, screaming in pain. Now Garam stood in front of the cart with Sehai and Jaeyeon before her. She began smiling and said, well, so our Song Eun-jin says one thing and does another, huh? Why were you running while looking behind you instead of looking ahead?" At that moment, Sehai asked in confusion, "What? How is Garam in front of us? How should I put it? Your appa brought an electric cart, and there's another road too. I just took the way around from the back to the front, and thanks to this cart, it's probably gone way over the speed limit. And in English they call that tuning, right? Anyway, I think everyone's probably calmed down now, right? Though judging by the way you're talking, I guess not. This won't do. I think you all need to be properly educated again. It's review time now, my cute little classmates." Hearing that, Sehai panicked and ran off, saying, "I don't want to." Seeing her run, Garam let out a sigh. Then she twisted the throttle on the cart and said, "Are you trying to make this more troublesome for me?" A second later, Garam sped towards Sehai. Sehai kept running while glancing back in terror. The next second, Garam grabbed her by the hair. She dragged Sehai back by the hair to where the other two girls were. Then Garam slowly smiled again and said, "Look at this idiot. Don't you know a vehicle moves faster than 2 legs? If any of you want your skin exfoliated on the asphalt, just say so. I'll strip it off for you so you can feel nice and cool." A little while later, all 3 girls were kneeling on the ground together. At that point, Garam said to the 3 of them, "Now then, say it. What were you planning to do after stripping me?" "Why? Not answering." "Hey, Sonya-jin, give me your phone." "What? Why should I give you my phone?" As soon as Garam heard that, she kicked Song Eun-jin directly in the knee. Song Eun-jin screamed, "My knee. I said give it to me. Can't you hand it over right away?" Song Eun-jin immediately handed over her phone. Garam took it and smiled. "Let's see, should I open Song Eun-jin's photo album? Isn't this a nude photo of Jiyeon from our class? Why do you have so many photos like this on your phone? It's like a modeling portfolio." "Song Eun-jin, are you running some kind of prostitution ring? That's none of your damn business, bitch." The moment Song Eun-jin said that, she got another kick to the knee. Garam asked again, "How is it none of my business? If I let my guard down even a little, you'd take nude photos of me too, right? After taking my picture, you'd use it to hold me hostage and control me, right? That's right, you got it right. So get your foot off me." At that point, Garam took her foot off Song Eun-jin's thigh and thought, even though I told him earlier that I felt uncomfortable, the truth is I don't really understand why everyone makes such a big deal out of nudity. What's so bad about being naked? According to Father, my brain lost the nerves for shame because of a drug overdose. Could the fact that I don't feel ashamed about nudity be connected to that? Forget it. Anyway, for normal people, having nude photos exposed is something truly horrifying. That's right, no need to overthink it. I've come up with something to replace father's plan. After thinking that, Garam handed the phone back to Song Eun-jin. Song Eun-jin stared blankly and said, "You're just giving it back to me like that? Tish." Before Song Eun-jin could finish speaking, Garam smashed the phone. Seeing that, Song Eun-jin cried out, "My phone." Song Eun-jin, I had a dream just now. What the hell kind of dream, you bitch? Starting today, I'm going to become a photographer. When I looked through your photo album earlier, I saw hundreds of pictures of pitiful girls. You took all those photos for money, and yet you never even took proper photos for them. What does taking photos even mean anyway? Didn't some kids say this kind of thing is fun too? I'll give you two choices. 1. Take your clothes off yourselves and cooperate with my photo shoot. 2. I knock you unconscious and strip you myself. When Sehai heard that, she clasped her hands together and begged Garam. Garam, we were wrong. Please spare us just this once. I'll do whatever you say. Just please don't take nude pictures of me. Hearing that, Garam kicked her straight in the face and said, "Okay, then you choose number 2. Go unconscious. Now you other two choose. If you can't choose, I can choose for you." Song Eun-jin and Ji-yeon were utterly terrified when they heard that. The scene shifted to Lee Myung-jun's office. Outside, Director Beck was standing there. He was thinking to himself, I said that kid Garam was going to do something like this. She ruined the plan the vice chairman had painstakingly prepared. Garam's role had been very simple. First, using her inability to feel pain or shame, she would endure the bullying from Song Eun-jin's group for 2 or 3 weeks. Then that would be used as grounds to convene a disciplinary committee over school violence during summer break. At that point, the vice chairman would pull strings with a juvenile court judge, who would sentence Song Eun-jin to community service as punishment. Then the juvenile judge would send her to a social volunteer facility, a welfare center for the disabled on a remote island. In truth, it was a hellish place that would psychologically torture Song Eun-jin's whole family. In an isolated space cut off from the outside world, they would have to endure 200 hours of torment. That was the revenge plan the vice chairman and I had prepared. And if the ferry returning from that island happened to sink and become an accident, silencing them would be even easier. But Garam destroyed that plan. Because she couldn't control her emotions for even a moment, everything was ruined. To be honest, from beginning to end, it had only ever been an impossible plan anyway. And it depended on a mentally unstable child who couldn't control her emotions. Its failure had always been anticipated, and now there was no other choice left. Just then, Garam walked in from outside. She was humming cheerfully as she came. Seeing that, Director Beck was shocked. When Garam saw Director Beck, she smiled and said, "Hello, Director. Did you come out to greet me?" Hearing that, Director Beck said angrily, "I am Garam. Are you making a mockery of us? I was just playing." For the vice chairman, this was revenge for his poor daughter. It was the revenge of a father who lost his only daughter. But from the very beginning, you turned everything into a mess. Honestly, Director, whenever I see you, I always feel like you're not flexible at all. I and Garam came up with a much better plan. What did you say, you little? At that moment, Lee Myung-jun's voice came from inside the office. Director Beck, let the girl in. Yes, sir. Before you go in, I want to say this. Behave yourself. A moment later, Garam opened the door and walked inside with a smile. Father, Garam is back. The moment she said that, 4 men leaped out from the shadows. Lee Myung-jun sat in his chair and replied coldly, Yes, Garam. So something happened on your first day at school. Father, do you really think it isn't excessive to have these bespectacled bodyguards pin down a delicate girl like me? Let's see. To me, I and Garam, you're closer to a monster than to my daughter. Even so, I once considered you my stepdaughter. Your father is very disappointed in you. Well, maybe you had your reasons. A reasonable explanation for why you acted that way. And someone like that deserves a bullet, just as you once said. I said I would not forgive those who let emotion control them and cause consequences. So let's try speaking for a while as father and daughter. When Garam heard him say that, she fell silent. A moment later, she spoke. Of course. What do you want to say, father? You speak first. Director Beck's plan was garbage. Didn't you tell me with absolute certainty on the very first day we met that I should recreate exactly what he and A went through? Just as you said, but I can guarantee this too. If we followed your original plan exactly, that would be the limit. It wouldn't go any farther. You still don't understand. Even if she were tortured for 200 hours by a psychopath like you, do you think that alone would be enough revenge for he and A? With your fake personality, you're not trying to dress up your failure to meet my expectations with some sophistry, are you? Maybe, but I'm not talking about the degree of torture. I'm talking about the type of torture. The type of torture? That's right. Father, listen carefully. There's no humiliation in Director Beck's revenge plan at all. Think about what was written in Hyena's diary, the one you read every morning like a Bible. What did Song Ji-won do to Hyena? He put a dog leash around her neck in front of the whole school, and she had to crawl into the boys' bathroom, didn't she? That humiliation is the debt Song Ji-won owes Hyena. The physical pain I inflicted on them is only interest on the principal. But do you know what? That sense of humiliation only fully manifests when many people are there to witness it. Just like the humiliation Hyena felt. It's not just shame in front of a crowd, but also the helplessness of not knowing how to fight back. But why lock Song Ji-won away on some nameless distant island and have him tortured there for a long time? Father, I'm disappointed in you. You planned all of this, and this is all you came up with. You think you can do anything for the sake of avenging your child. But in truth, you chose the easier method because you were afraid of other people's eyes. The meaning of your revenge can't just be something half done like that, can it? Or what? Father, have you already lost your confidence? Hearing Garam's words, Director Beck said angrily, Garam, do you even know what you're saying? There's nothing more to discuss, Vice Chairman. Please don't misunderstand. That girl is just talking nonsense. If she had really thought this through, she would have told us before carrying it out. You shouldn't let yourself be fooled by such absurd words. Enough. Let me ask her one thing first. Garam, your frontal lobe was damaged. I heard you no longer have the nerves for shame. Then what can you possibly do? Can you read humiliation in other people? I don't have that kind of ability. I'm just enjoying it. What do you mean by that? You really don't know anything, do you? How deeply Hyena felt humiliation, pain, and disgust. Even if I don't know Song Ji-won's feelings, I can understand the flavor that attracted Song Ji-won. It works on the same principle. Everyone's twisted expressions are absolutely wonderful. Believe me, I'm the one who knows best what it feels like to be bullied. The taste of taking revenge on Song Ji-won has to be savored right there at school. What you said may be a little unrealistic, but it is persuasive. But Garam, Director Beck, and I chose that island as the place for revenge, not to carry out half-heartedly. On the contrary, Song Ji-won must be dealt with perfectly. I'll take care of the rest myself. So if you don't want to die, stop running your mouth. Tell me, in a situation where everything is in chaos, what would you do to take revenge? Garam immediately lifted her face and smiled as she spoke to Lim Ium-jun, while Director Beck looked on in shock and confusion. A moment later, Lim Ium-jun spoke up. Director Beck, what do you think of Garam's plan? Director Beck answered at once. Rather than calling it a plan, it feels more like dealing with an accident, but it does seem to be the best option under the current circumstances. Then we should carry it out quickly. If what Garam said is true, we need to handle it right now. Yes, sir. I'll contact Song Ji-won's nanny right away. No, Director Beck, don't say it here. Everyone, please step outside for a moment. I have something private to discuss with Garam. When Director Beck heard Lim Ium-jun say that, he answered in alarm. That won't do, Vice Chairman. If we leave you alone with Garam, it could be very dangerous. It's fine. Everyone go outside. Hearing him say that, Director Beck signaled the bodyguards to leave. A moment later, everyone had left the room, leaving only Garam and Lim Ium-jun behind. Garam stood up and said with a smile, Father, the men in this house are so heartless. How could they pin down such a delicate girl so roughly? Garam, do you know why I let you off this time without any punishment at all? Or shall I offer a better alternative punishment for you? Father? No need. You're in my house, and I'm the one who understands the nature of my revenge best. I felt something when I heard you speak. An expert's perspective matters too when it comes to harming others. Starting today, the right to draft a revenge plan will be yours, Garam. But the kind of chaos we had today must never happen again, understand? When Garam heard that, she answered at once, Thank you, Father, for giving me a chance to make up for my mistake. I'll do my best to meet your expectations. Good, and you'll carry out exactly what you're assigned, right? Of course, stepfather. I recorded this for you, Father. I recorded everything in this recorder about how what Song Ji-won did today will be made public. You work faster than I expected. We already have the sound we wanted recorded. Garam suggested, you should listen to recording number 6, sir. In that file, Song Ji-won's older brother is screaming his lungs out. It's very entertaining. I'll try it. Go outside and get some rest. I'll take my leave, stepfather. Before Garam had even reached the door, Lim Ium-jun had already started playing the 6th recording. From inside came Song Ji-won's desperate screams. Hearing that, Garam smiled and said, You didn't get to see it with your own eyes, after all. You got a bit of a hidden, perverted side too, don't you, Father? Meanwhile, Lim Ium-jun was both crying and laughing as he listened to the recording. Elsewhere, Song Ji-won was crying out, Mom. His mother was also crying when she saw that all 4 of his limbs had been broken and his penis had been crushed, probably beyond repair. Elsewhere, Song Ji-won's father was angrily talking to someone. Prepare the lawsuit and file it immediately for me. Why does my son look crippled like this? Are other matters more important than my son right now? I don't care how much it costs to hire lawyers. Gather the best legal team for assault cases and report back to me immediately, understood? After saying that, he hung up at once. As soon as he turned around, he said in shock, "Oh, my daughter, look at the face of our one and only princess." Princess, are you hurt anywhere else besides your face? Nothing worse happened, right? When Song Eun-jin heard those words, she began to cry as she recalled what Garam had said. Behave yourself, Sonya-jin. From today on, you'll be my puppet. Don't forget, not even for a minute, that your weakness is in my hands. In the present, Song Eun-jin was crying as she said, "I'm not hurt anywhere else, Dad." Just then, Song Eun-jin's father received a phone call. He immediately answered it. He barked angrily, "What? You're the guardian of that little demon? What'd that matter? Fine, I'll do that." A little later, the two of them arrived at some company. As soon as they got there, the mother asked in surprise, "Honey, this is really using power to intimidate people. He doesn't care at all? He wants to settle this here instead of at the school? I'm sure he'll just be sitting there talking nonsense like before about his adopted daughter." He walked in and said, "I'm Song Jin-taek from Non-Group. Let me see just how capable you are. You dare propose settlement terms without even mentioning the price to be paid? And this could lead to a lawsuit that would be nothing short of a war between both sides." But as soon as Song Jin-taek opened the door and entered, his face turned pale in shock. Because sitting in front of him was Lim Iam-jun. Seeing him, Lim Iam-jun said, "It's been a long time, father of Song Eun-jin. I am Garam's stepfather." Meanwhile, Song Jin-taek and his wife were both stunned. In his head, he was thinking, Vice Chairman of Hyundai Group, Lim Iam-jun? Why is he here? So that's what this was after all. Vice Chairman Lee Uim-yunya. Although our family caused your child a lot of trouble before, what you've done this time is still wrong, isn't it? No matter how I look at it, I can only think that you're trying to take revenge on us. Am I wrong? Hearing that, Lim Iam-jun said, "You misunderstand, father of Song Eun-jin. As I said at last year's press conference, I would forgive all the children. If I already said that, why would I go through the trouble of taking revenge? That would be unacceptable." When Song Jin-taek heard this, he angrily said, "Don't joke with us. Who do you take for a fool? If you claim this wasn't revenge against us, then you'd better offer compensation that makes sense. If you can't, the whole nation will find out that the next head of a major conglomerate used his adopted daughter to take revenge for a personal grievance." After hearing him out, Lim Iam-jun said, "Fine. From now on, I'll explain the compensation plan to you clearly, step by step. First of all, father of Song Eun-jin. Recently, you've been running non-tech, and I heard you want to expand into the Southeast Asian market. Therefore, our company, Hyundai Electronics, as a major conglomerate, will strongly support your company's market expansion." Hearing that, Song Jin-taek thought, a conglomerate like Lim Iam-jun's is going to support my private business? Lee Mi-Uim-yun kept speaking. "And as for Song Eun-jin's mother, I heard you're very interested in the luxury brand stores in our group's department stores, aren't you? If you accept our proposal, I will upgrade your membership card to VIP immediately. I guarantee that you will receive priority access to every benefit we can offer." After hearing that, she smiled and said, "Do you think I would agree to those conditions? Do you think I betray my husband and children? That's not all. I also heard that both sides of your family have a history of cancer. In particular, Song Eun-jin's grandmother recently underwent a very dangerous colon cancer surgery, didn't she? But cancer always carries the risk of recurrence. The cancer center at our group's medical institute is famous for having the most advanced cancer treatment technology in the country. You too, both of your parents, Song Eun-jin and Song Ji-won as well. If any of you ever wish to receive treatment free of charge should cancer be detected, I promise to provide lifelong medical benefits for all of you. Naturally, that includes your son's lower body as well. I'll take responsibility for his reproductive health, so he won't have any further problems. And as for the recovery of both his arms and both his legs, we will cover all expenses in full. And I think I should also present you with the settlement itself." Seeing so much money laid out before him, Song Jin-taek said in shock, "How much money is even here? Compared to the injuries my adopted daughter inflicted on your two children, how much is this worth? But after taxes, I will give you about 2 billion won. In addition to this sum, I'm also considering buying an apartment in Gangnam worth around 5 billion won to be registered under one of your names. And what I've mentioned above, is it enough compensation for your family?" After hearing Lim Iam-jun's words, Song Jin-taek laughed like a madman. A second later, he clasped his hands together and said eagerly, "Vice Chairman, I never thought there could be someone like you in this world." As for Song Ji-won's lower body, it's already completely ruined. He's always been such a violent brat that I was constantly anxious, wondering when he'd go out and cause trouble again. And now even that part of him is basically tied off for good. At that moment, when his wife heard Song Jin-taek say that, she whispered into his ear, "Honey, listen to me first. Think carefully, please. Something about this feels strange to me, the way they're offering us this much compensation. At the very least, ask them to give us until tomorrow morning to think it over." "Wife, I don't see it that way. I've already thought it through carefully, so just listen to me." After saying that to his wife, Song Jin-taek turned back and smiled. "So what do we need to do next, Vice Chairman? We can sign the contract right here immediately, can't we? As the one offering compensation, I'm sorry, but there are two conditions attached to this settlement." "What conditions are they, Vice Chairman?" "First, the incident of school violence must be kept absolutely confidential. I'm currently under pressure from many directions, so if rumors spread, I'll lose a great deal. I thought it would be something difficult. Of course I'll keep it secret. Then what is your other condition?" Hearing them say that, Lim Iam-jun fell silent for a long moment. After a while, he finally spoke. "Garam, Kumin." When Garam heard that, she stepped in from outside before the horrified expressions of the two of them. "The second condition is this child. Please support her in participating in charitable activities. Through volunteer work, my adopted daughter Garam still hasn't fully adjusted to life in South Korea. So in order for her to adapt here, she needs friends by her side to help her. I hope your daughter Song Eun-jin can help Garam with that. Father of Song Eun-jin, I heard you are very close to Chairman EOM of Rio Go. So regarding the second condition, may I understand that you will do your utmost to help us?" At that very moment, Garam also spoke up. "Father of Song Eun-jin, I sincerely apologize for what I did to Song Eun-jin and to Song Ji-won. Because I had a conflict with my classmates, I failed to control my behavior at that time. If you two give me a chance to make amends, I will do my best to correct my mistakes. Mother of Song Eun-jin, I also apologize for speaking rudely to you that day in the teacher's office. My apology may not be enough for you to forgive that disrespect, but I hope that Song Eun-jin and I can become close friends in the future. I will do my very best to make up for my mistakes so that I can hear your praise and write it down in my diary." When Song Eun-jin's mother heard Garam's words, she was startled and thought, if the agreement includes helping this girl adjust to life here, then our Song Eun-jin will receive support for the college entrance exam too, right? Garam kept speaking. "Yes, father of Song Eun-jin. If my friendship with Song Eun-jin can remain strong even after we graduate from high school, then cooperation between our two families could become an inseparable business alliance. So I hope you will forgive what I've done." Hearing Garam's words, Song Jin-taek laughed and said, "Yes, Garam, we'll support you from now on." They smiled brightly at Garam, forgetting how badly their children had just been beaten. After all, if getting beaten brings money, then even being hit is worth it. Elsewhere, Lim Iam-jun was smiling to himself. "Excellent. With just this move, I, Lim Iam-jun, have won the trust of Song Eun-jin's parents. No, more accurately, we have bought the legal right to bully Song Eun-jin. Don't be too excited, Director Song. That money deal won't be nearly as fair as you imagine. In the end, when you take that money, you'll receive double the pain in return." At the same time, Garam was smiling to herself too. Just look at their reaction. As expected, they have no idea that their daughter was also photographed naked. And now, I have one more weakness of Song Eun-jin in my hands, while my stepfather has earned the trust of her parents. And now the game is about to become even more interesting. Elsewhere, Song Eun-jin was smiling as she said, "Lee I and Garam must be kneeling in front of her parents right now, begging and crying. Does she even know who my father is? If it were my dad, he'd banish her to a haunted house or something. My father is close with Director Lim. If they have to pay treatment fees and bodyguard costs too, they'll probably go bankrupt. Her stepfather must be scolding her nonstop by now. In the end, I'm the one who gets to keep smiling until the very end." The scene shifts back to 1 year earlier. Hee-na was sitting on the ground crying. At that time, Song Eun-jin smiled and said, "Hee-na, hurry up and bark for me. Come on." Hee-na, with a leash fastened around her neck, could only cry. A second later, Song Eun-jin yanked the leash and jerked Hee-na by the neck. Song Eun-jin shouted angrily, "You damn bitch, can't you bark properly? Bark like a dog, you hear me?" The pull hurt so much that Hyuna cried and said woof woof. Hearing that, Song Eun-jin laughed again and said, now that you've barked, let's hear louder ones. Louder. Now yell for me. Hey, you dogs over there, get lost already. I know you need to pee so badly your bladder's about to burst. Just think how many bottles of water we've drunk since this morning. Our Hyuna isn't allowed outside until you wet yourself, okay? There's still a long lunch break ahead, so let's take it slow. Hyuna could only cry when she heard that. Just then, Lim Iam-jun woke from his dream after hearing Hyuna's crying. He sat up in shock and said, I had that nightmare again. What was written in Hyuna's diary torments me in my dreams every night. Even so, I have to remember every nightmare I see, because those nightmares are the only way my poor Hyuna can convey the injustice she suffered. Hyuna, your heart-rending cries of pain. Only now can Father finally hear them. Never forgive me, my child. Let me remain in this hell forever. Only then can I become a monster capable of taking revenge for you. Garam was standing on the balcony. When she saw Lim Iam-jun, she smiled and said, Stepfather, can't you sleep? And you? Why are you still awake at this hour? As for me, just thinking that I'll be able to play with Song Eun-jin from now on makes my heart pound so hard that I can't sleep. Really? Father, are you so excited that you woke right up too? Well, let's just say that's true. After thinking for a moment, Lim Iam-jun then said to Garam, you must destroy Song Eun-jin's life. Hearing those words, Garam smiled and replied, just trust me with it, stepfather. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning at school. At that moment, the students were frightened by something. Another girl, Song Eun-jin, was fuming as she thought, damn it, what the hell is going on? Why is that crazy bitch still able to come to school like nothing happened? Yesterday, no matter what I asked, Dad just said he didn't know. She recalled last night when her father said, you have to get close to Garam, okay? I already talked everything over with Garam's father. He's a very impressive man. If you get close to Garam, it'll be a huge help to our family in the future. Garam also said she'd treat you well, so don't worry too much. So for now on, be closer to Garam, understood? Back in the present, Song Eun-jin was still angrily thinking, damn it, who the hell is her father? Is she some Chaeble's daughter or something? No matter who her father is, there's no way I'm getting friendly with that damn brat. What the hell is Dad thinking? Just then, Garam stood up, looked towards Song Eun-jin, and gave a faint smile. Seeing Garam walking over, Song Eun-jin panicked. Oh God, she's coming over here. What is she going to do to me? As soon as Garam arrived, she smiled and said, Hey, Sonya-jin, bring the girls in your group and gather in front of the lockers. When Moon-jin heard that, she turned around to watch too. A little later, the three girls from Song Eun-jin's group were standing neatly by the lockers. Song Eun-jin forced a smile and said, Garam, why did you call us over here? Don't shake like that. Didn't you hear anything from your dad? From now on, let's build a really good friendship between us. Yeah, my dad already told me about that. That's why, to make peace with you girls, I prepared a really fun game. It's a game everyone loves. It's called Walking the Dog. The moment Song Eun-jin heard the name, she went pale. Meanwhile, Jaeon raised her hand and said, Hey, Garam, I just want to make sure. This isn't the kind of game we're thinking of, right? No, it's not the kind of game you're thinking of. Then what kind of game is it? It's a game where I tie a leash around your necks and walk you around. So, it is exactly the kind of game we were thinking of, you bitch. Hey, Leon Garam, are you insane? You're planning to do that at school? Since this game also involves some acting, I should assign you a few roles too, right? Sehai looks like a naughty little dog, so you'll be Beagle. Jaeon looks serious, so you'll be Doberman. And as for our cute Song Eun-jin, you'll be Chihuahua. When Song Eun-jin heard the nickname, her whole body started trembling. A second later, she angrily slapped Garam's hand away and shouted, Chihuahua my ass, bitch. The collar immediately fell to the floor. Seeing that, Garam coldly said, Hey, that was expensive. Shut your mouth, you slut. Is this how someone acts when they want to be my best friend? Or are you trying to pull something with my father too? I really do want to be friends with you, Eun-jin. Damn crazy bitch. Fine, I get it. If you hate me that much, then I won't try to be your friend anymore. Really? Yeah, I won't force you to do anything you don't want to do. But your behavior hurt my feelings. So I'll have to relieve myself by changing my mood. What do you mean, change your mood? I heard that when Gen Z kids get stressed, they post their status online. Especially when they're stressed, they post pictures they think are interesting, right? So, Eun-jin, I have a lot of memorable photos of you. I can post them, right? Hearing that, Eun-jin rushed at Garam, grabbed her phone, and said, Garam, please don't upload those pictures. Oh, look at her Eun-jin. A good friend shouldn't always oppose everything I want to do, you know? Even after all this, you still don't want to be friends with me? If you don't, then I won't yield to you anymore either. If you won't play with me, I'll upload those pictures online. Seeing Eun-jin burst into tears, Garam gave a faint smile. She walked over, picked up the collar, then came back to Unjin and said with a smile, "You'll play, right? Dog walking dog." Elsewhere, Unjin's parents were out playing golf. At that moment, an employee said with a smile, "Excellent shot, Chairman. That new club really does make a difference. What a beautiful swing. The better the item, the more expensive it is. Worth every penny, I'd say." His wife, still uneasy, said, "Honey, don't say strange things like that. That money the vice chairman gave us. It makes me uneasy all the time. I was dazzled by those things back then too, but no matter how much I think about it, it still feels strange. To be blunt, what did the vice chairman even see in us to offer such favorable terms? And on top of that, he gave us such a huge amount of money." While his wife was speaking, Song Jin-taek made a shot. Afterward, he said, "Honey, the school violence records of the other kids besides Unjin. You didn't read them back then, did you?" "Back then, well, I read all of them. I read them with a lawyer when the parents of the kids involved in school violence formed their own little alliance. Do you know what the first thing I thought was after reading them? What our Unjin did doesn't even amount to a fraction of what those kids did. Compared to them, what Unjin did was just teasing classmates. How can you call that bullying? I did worse things than that when I was in the military, you know? Especially that lawmaker's bastard son. His father's no human being. We're lucky the vice chairman only pinned it on Unjin as mere violence. I don't even know how he plans to take revenge on that lawmaker's son." "Honey, what exactly are you trying to say? You really don't know how to read people. The money the vice chairman gave us, it means he wants us to help him with some private business. Think about it carefully. The only target Lim Iam-jun could possibly be aiming at is that lawmaker's daughter. But still, isn't her father just an ordinary lawmaker? Even if it's Lim Iam-jun, he can't take on that lawmaker alone. So in a situation like this, why give us money? It means he wants us to help him get revenge. Isn't he trying to make us allies? We already have broad connections with the families of those bullies. So he probably thinks we're well suited to act as spies on his behalf. All we have to do is sit back and enjoy the benefits." "I see. So that's what this is. Do you already have a plan for everything?" "Of course. Have you ever seen me fail? Just wait and see. Things have probably already worked out by now. Unjin and Garam will become inseparable best friends." Elsewhere, Garam and Unjin really had become inseparable best friends. Garam was walking Unjin around the school. The students who saw it said, "Hey, are those girls insane? Seriously, there's never a quiet day at this school. She's doing that again." Garam told her to do it. "If it were you, would you dare go against her?" "That's true, but honestly, isn't she just messing with Song Unjin? That girl really is something. At this rate, she'll be meeting the king of hell one day." I knew this would happen the moment she trusted her brother Jawan, and now she's acting like a dog too. Hearing those words, Unjin angrily turned back and shouted, "You filthy bastards. I remember all your faces. Just wait until my brother gets better. When that happens, every last one of you." Before Unjin could finish, Garam yanked on her leash. That one pull sent Unjin sprawling to the ground. Seeing it, Garam smiled and said, "Unjin, what should happen when you disturb your friends while they're studying? Should I put a muzzle on you too? But say hi. What's with that expression? If filming this isn't fun for you, I can give you a sillier role instead." "No need. I'm just a little nervous. That's all." "Really? Are you sure? We're all classmates here, so don't misunderstand me. I'm just a North Korean defector taking part in a South Korean TikTok challenge. Everyone involved agreed to this performance, right, Unjin? Don't wander around. Now fly along, Chihuahua Unjin. We still have a long way to go. If you want to break on time, you have to make it to the boys' classrooms too, right? What the hell are you barking about? The boys' classrooms? I never said we were going there. What are you talking about now? If walking back and forth in front of the classroom like this counted as a walk, why would I bother dragging you around? It only counts as a walk if we go around someplace. But what is it, Unjin? This is still pretty mild, isn't it? Unlike some crazy bitch who dragged people into the boys' and girls' bathrooms." Hearing that, Unjin stammered in shock. "How do you know about that?" The moment she finished speaking, Garam kicked Unjin square in the butt and said, "Dogs don't ask questions, you know. Come along now, Chihuahua Unjin." As she was dragged away, Unjin cried, "I'm begging you, Garam, don't take me to the boys' side. Please, damn it." A little later, the boys in the classroom were baffled when they saw Garam leading Unjin past them. They stared in shock and said, "What the hell is this? What kind of hot concept are the girls doing now? What are you talking about, idiot? Can't you tell? It's school violence. Girls are seriously terrifying. So much for sisterhood." Hearing those voices, Unjin thought in tears, "Please stop looking at me. I'm begging you." Right then, someone walked over with a grin and said, "Damn, this is crazy. What's going on here?" Seeing him say that, Garam smiled too and replied, "Can't you tell just by looking? I'm taking my dog for a walk. Careful though, these dogs deserve a beating." Ajin, Selu. This is Park Min-yu, the first South Korean boy I made friends with after coming to South Korea. The moment she saw Park Min-yu, Eun-jin thought, Park Min-yu? If it's Park Min-yu, then he's a first-year boy. But why are these damn dogs smirking at me like that? Could be they're also with Garam? Then Park Min-yu's voice rang out. "Garam, can I walk the dog too?" Of course. Seeing that, Eun-jin blurted out in shock. "Garam, wait a second. You can't do this. Hey, what the hell are you? Damn it, take your filthy hand off me already. What the hell? Can dogs talk like humans now? Does that make any sense?" Seeing Park Min-yu displeased, Garam said, "Hey, Eun-jin, I hope you don't make me even more annoyed than I already am." At those words, Eun-jin cried in fear. A second later, Park Min-yu yanked her by the collar and dragged her away. As Eun-jin screamed in pain, Park Min-yu laughed and told her, "Now that sounds more like a dog. How dare you? Do you even know who my brother is?" "Of course I do. Your brother's a dog too. But damn, why do I get angrier the more I look at this bitch? You're your brother's left hand, right? You told your brother to discipline us, didn't you? Damn it. Just thinking about everything we had to suffer because of him makes me exhausted. Did we ever do anything wrong to you?" It wasn't like that. At that moment, Garam said to Eun-jin again, "Eun-jin, now isn't the time to make excuses. Do you see the line of people behind you? They're all people who trusted your brother and ended up suffering through awful things." "What do you mean, all of them? If you knew that, shouldn't you have behaved more carefully? I didn't think a walk could be this fun. I'm doing this to support the spirit of sharing in South Korea." "All right, line up now." One turn walking Eun-jin on the leash costs 1,001. Hey, move. Me first. Just thinking about how her brother made us suffer pisses me off all over again. Hearing them say that, Eun-jin didn't know what to say anymore. "Me first. Get out of the way. Can't you line up properly, damn it?" "Yes, I've received 1,001. Give me your hand, Eun-jin." "Ajin, Sibyl. I said bow already. Why won't you just die, you damn dog?" Sometime later, Garam returned to the classroom and said with a smile, "That was such a meaningful walk." "Right, our dear Eun-jin." At that moment, Eun-jin could only cry over her miserable fate. Then Garam noticed something and said, "Look, Eun-jin, even during break, the class president is studying diligently. She really is a model class president. We should learn from her example." "Eun-jin, they say if you stay in a village school for 3 years, even a dog learns to recite poetry. If you keep barking next to the class president, maybe you'll even learn the answers to the college entrance exam. Well then, start barking. And if your barking isn't good enough, your pictures will end up all over the internet." Hearing that, Eun-jin started barking loudly. As time passed, her barking only became more frantic. At first, Moon Ee-jin thought she could just calm herself and ignore it. But the louder and louder Eun-jin barked, the more she couldn't take it anymore. Moon Ee-jin snapped in anger, crushing her pen. Then she asked Garam, "Hey, what exactly are you doing?" When Garam heard her, she smiled and replied, "I'm just making a comparison. I'm asking what the hell you're doing right now. Just taking my dog for a walk. Don't worry so much, class president. My dog won't bite you. If Eun-jin goes to the bathroom, I'll clean it up so there won't be any problem. I'll even get her vaccinated for rabies soon. So don't mind us and just keep studying. A bunch of lunatics. I need to stay far away from them." Seeing Moon Ee-jin walk away, Garam secretly smiled to herself. Meanwhile, after Moon Ee-jin stepped outside, she thought, because of those bitches, I can't study. Garam's backing is Lee Myung-jun, and their next target is me. I need to come up with a countermeasure against them. The scene shifts to 1 year earlier. ENA was lying on the ground, crying. At that moment, a voice rang out. "You girls find it that fun to bully someone weaker than you? Try doing something more original. Isn't that right, our ENA? ENA, do you know this? In cigarettes, the lethal dose of nicotine is much lower than cyanide. That means the nicotine in the cigarette I'm smoking right now is even more dangerous than cyanide. Don't you think that's strange? Even though I smoke a lot, I'm still perfectly healthy. So is cyanide just some fake trash, or what? What are you trying to say?" What I'm saying is that it isn't fair to compare cigarettes with chemical waste just by using toxicity indexes. When nicotine is absorbed through smoking, only a tiny amount enters the body, and very slowly too. But what if it's absorbed while eating or drinking? Come on, don't look so scared. It's not like smoking kills you instantly. Nicotine works pretty mildly, so before you die, wouldn't it be enough to just vomit it all out? Of course, if you can't vomit, then you'll die, but still. Right then, another voice cut in. "Seriously, she talks like she knows everything. Getting into med school is hard, you know? Shut up, you uneducated bitches who don't know your place." PNA, there's a reason they got so mad they had to resort to dirty tricks like that. Knowledge that only stays in theory is useless, isn't it? So today, I'll run an experiment on a living subject. You. Hey, Song Eun-jin, hold her down so she can't move and shove the cigarette into her mouth. Put it in for real. Damn, you heartless bitch. Can't you see everyone's waiting for something fun? Move already before I shove it up your ass. At that moment, Hina's hands were being grabbed as she cried and begged them to spare her, but they still forced her mouth open. Meanwhile, Moon Ee-jin was still laughing as she said, Hina, open your mouth so I can put some nicotine in there. The scene shifts back to the present, where Director Beck says, Moon Ee-jin, the second daughter of the director of Taewon General Hospital, class president of Class 651. That girl is Garam's next target. Ee-jin was the one who bullied Hina the worst, forcing the young lady to eat toxic things like toilet paper, newspaper, and cigarettes. She may be very vicious, but she hides it very carefully. I heard she carries out her school violence in secret, away from the eyes of other students. So even now, very few people know that Moon Ee-jin committed school violence. To be precise, that is the truth, Director Beck. That's not careful, that's cowardly. I'm sorry, Chairman. I'll use the word careful instead. Ever since middle school, she wanted to pursue athletics, but her father wanted her to study medicine instead, so the pressure from her studies has been extremely severe. If we make use of that point, it will be a great help to our revenge. Since Garam has the right to plan the revenge right now, let's hear Garam's opinion first. Garam, speak now. If it's this girl, I have a unique educational method I'd like to try. Father, you let me do it, right? Back in the classroom, Garam was still staring at Ee-jin. She just sat there, smiling faintly at her. Seeing that, Moon Ee-jin angrily thought, it's already fourth period, damn it. What the hell is she planning to do during every break? At that moment, Moon Ee-jin slammed her hand on the desk and said, if you've got something to say, then say it. Can you stop irritating people already? When Moon Ee-jin asked, Garam said nothing and only sat there smiling. That made Moon Ee-jin think angrily, damn it, this crazy bitch. Then Garam smiled and said, Class President, did you notice that right now it's just the two of us in the classroom? Hearing Garam's words, Moon Ee-jin immediately turned to look around the classroom. Then she said, is it because you kept acting insane, so everyone got scared and ran off? That's too much, Class President. It's lunchtime, so everyone want to eat. But Class President, you're not eating? What do you want? When Garam heard her ask that, she pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, after killing someone, can you go right back to reading a book? Do you have some misunderstanding here? I've never killed anyone. Song Eun-jin just died on her own. So do you think suicide is indirect murder or a free act of one's own will? Shall we discuss this philosophical issue? As expected of the class president, you're like a sage. When Moon Ee-jin heard that, she stood up and said, think about it by yourself. As Moon Ee-jin was leaving, Garam continued, where are you going, class president? Discuss it with Garam. You also have to prepare for your direct interview for medical school, right? Moon Ee-jin ignored her and walked away. Lee and Garam's revenge was still continuing. Seeing Garam staring at Ee-jin again, everyone started whispering among themselves. Isn't Lee on Garam acting like she's keeping an eye on the class president? After every 5 classes, during break, she's always like this. Even during class, she only stares at the class president. Over here, Garam said, class president, if you only study, your eyesight will get worse. Garam is bored. Play with Garam. Moon Ee-jin thought to herself, ignore her. But just then, Garam picked up a pen, placed it on Moon Ee-jin's book, and started doodling all over it. Seeing that, Moon Ee-jin angrily snatched the book back and said, damn it, you crazy bitch, what do you want? After being cursed at, Garam immediately cried and said, I was just worried your hand would get tired, so I wanted to help a little. Why are you yelling like that? Class president, you're so mean. What the let go of me? You're so annoying. When Moon Ee-jin walked away, Garam said again, where are you going, class president? Garam will come with you. Stop this bullshit, you rabid bitch. Hey, class president. Damn it, she's clingy like a leech. Why does Lee on Garam keep tailing the class president like that? But look at her. The class president's angry face is so scary. A little later, somewhere in the school, Moon Ee-jin was shouting furiously and venting her anger on something. After kicking it several times, she panted in anger. Then she looked around and thought, she didn't follow me all the way here, did she? She's been following me around all day. Damn it. Because of her, I had to throw away my 80,001 reference book today. How could she unlock my locker as quietly as a cat? Even so, should I feel lucky that I didn't end up like Song Eun-jin? No, what the hell am I thinking right now? This is only the beginning. She's going to tighten her grip on me little by little, and in the end, she'll push me into a state even more miserable than Song Eun-jin. Right now, I have to stop Lee Eun-garam from digging into my past. But how? Song Eun-jin's gang was destroyed by that little bitch alone. How am I supposed to beat that monster? At that moment, Moon Ee-jin thought of something. She gave a sinister smile and said, "Why am I making this so complicated? It's been a long time since I exercised anyway. And if it's just a ridiculous rumor, who would believe it? I used to be an athlete. What are those rumors to me? That match in one of Lee Eun-garam's events was absurd. The 3 people from Eun-jin's gang weighed almost twice as much as Garam. Surely, with Lim Eum-jun backing her, his bodyguards must be protecting her, or else she hired some outside gang or mercenaries. They spread those baseless rumors to raise Lee Eun-garam's status in the school, and Song Eun-jin had her weakness seized too, so she couldn't deny the rumors either. That's right, I don't need to make this complicated. I just need to do what I did to Hyuna before. Use my strength and turn her weakness into leverage. And then I'll use Lee Eun-garam like a spy to gather all of Lim Eum-jun's information. At school, I'll use my strength to discipline that Lee Eun-garam brat. I could have done that from the start. Among all the high school girls in Korea, how many could truly be considered the best? The scene shifted elsewhere, where Lim Eum-jun was speaking. Director Beck, I read that Moon Ee-jin once wanted to pursue a career in sports. What event exactly was it? Vice Chairman, it was the Youth Taekwondo tournament held in Korea last year. The winner of that competition set an unprecedented record in the tournament. She won the gold medal with a perfect victory record. If she had not been under pressure from her family to inherit their large hospital, she would have been the next genius athlete representing the nation. Her most terrifying weapon is the frightening power of her kick. Meanwhile, Moon Ee-jin was still smiling as she thought, "Fine, just wait, Lee Eun-garam. Big sister here will slowly caress those little legs of yours." The scene shifted to Eun-jin. At that moment, Eun-jin was sitting in the bathroom crying. As she cried, she thought, "Damn it, because of that bitch Lee Eun-garam, I ended up like this. And now I'm hiding in the bathroom, crying like some bullied kid. Today I was actually dragged out for a walk like that, and even led around by that idiot CNGI or whatever. Those crazy idiots even dared to openly film me and mock me. Damn it. In the end, filming someone or filming that walk is the same thing. In terms of how irritating it is, it's all the same, isn't it? Should I tell my parents out of spite? No, I can't. She'll release my nude photos. I have to stop that no matter what. Besides, if Lee Eun-garam's adoptive father, Lim Eum-jun, finds out about it and tells my parents, the problem won't necessarily be solved. It'll only become even more complicated. Damn it, what am I supposed to do now? Lim Eum-jun is seriously being ridiculous. Does he think I killed his daughter or something? At this school, starting with Moon Ee-jin, Kang A-hyun has already gone back to Busan. Badu transferred to Gwangju, and even Cha Se-hyun only recently came back after going abroad. There are 4 devils in total, and I can't even compare myself to them. But why am I the only one being forced to play this walking game? This is fucking unacceptable. I didn't do anything wrong enough to deserve this. If they're gonna make trouble at school like this, then instead of me, it should be Moon Ee-jin. Just then, someone entered the bathroom. Their voices rang out immediately. "What's wrong with Yeol-garam's darling? See, didn't I tell you? She was so scared she hid in the bathroom. There must really be something wrong with our school. It's full of lunatics. I never thought I'd run into someone even crazier than Eun-jin at this school. But that crazy girl Garam is someone I used to have a crush on. Stop saying gross shit like that. She's not even your type, right? Ah, but Garam is cool. Honestly, I kind of enjoyed seeing Yeol-garam teach Song Eun-jin a lesson like that. Exactly. To be honest, I was a little scared at first, but after a while it just looked like they were messing around with each other, right? But whenever I think about Song Eun-jin feeling miserable, I feel better. But why does the class president keep getting harassed? Why keep bothering someone who's studying? Yeah, what did our classy class president ever do? Poor class president. People who are both that cool should be close, right? At that moment, Eun-jin flung the bathroom door open and angrily said, "What? Damn it, that class president is pitiful? Hearing you idiots say that makes me want to puke. What the hell do you know? That bitch Moon Ee-jin has done way worse things than I ever did. Even stuffing cigarettes into Hyuna's mouth was Moon Ee-jin's doing. Even bullying Sehai and Aeon was all Moon Ee-jin. If you don't believe me, go ask Seong-ju-jin. Damn it, I only did what she told me to do. Even putting a dog leash on Hyuna was Moon Ee-jin's idea. Why do you keep blaming everything on me?" After saying that, Eun-jin burst into tears and ran out of the room. The two girls stood there blankly after hearing Eun-jin say all that and leave. A second later, they looked at each other and said the same thing. Holy shit, this is amazing. Elsewhere, Moon Ejin was walking and thinking, that's right. First, I need to drag Yeol Garam into the science room when no one's there during cleaning duty. Then I'll lock the classroom door, torture her, and force all the information out of her. After that, I'll strip her and take nude photos of her, use that as leverage, and make her act as my spy against Lim Iam-jun. If I do that, I'll be free from Yeol Garam bothering me. At the same time, I'll also get rid of the risk of my past being exposed. After finishing her calculations, Moon Ejin opened the classroom door and immediately felt that something was strange. She saw everyone in class whispering about something. She immediately thought, what is this? Why is the atmosphere so weird? Just then, voices rang out. I told you she wasn't that innocent. I heard the class president is really fake too. With that stiff, cold face of hers, if she didn't mess with the tough kids, that would be strange. So it really all got exposed. Hey, the class president is standing right behind you. Hearing those words, Moon Ejin froze in confusion. Then she walked over to the two girls and said with a smile, oh my, what are you girls talking about? Why did you stop talking? Isn't it too much for the whole class to talk behind my back like this? Why are you saying things like that? Tell me. Let me hear it. What the hell, you little bastards? After saying those things, Moon Ejin thought again. Judging by these brats' reactions, I came a little too late. Who told them about what I did? Who dared to talk about my past? Was it Yeol Garam? No, it wasn't Yeol Garam. She hasn't been at Namhan long enough. There's no way they believe a brat like her. Besides, she wouldn't use my past to threaten me and in the game so easily. Then who was it? Elsewhere, Eun-jin was sitting there, trembling all over. Moon Ejin shot a furious glance in her direction and thought it was Song Eun-jin. A moment later, Eun-jin was kicked hard in the body. Moon Ejin's foot was pressing down on her neck. Moon Ejin said, Eun-jin, tell me something. The more you piss me off, the easier it'll be for you to end up eating dirt. But you didn't just piss me off. You also made me into a laughingstock, you filthy bitch. As Eun-jin was beaten, she cried out in pain, saying I was wrong. I am sorry. Hey, get yourself ready. It won't be long before it's Yeol Garam's turn, right? And after Yeol Garam, it'll be your turn, you bitch. As she spoke, Moon Ejin kicked Eun-jin straight in the stomach. That left Eun-jin in excruciating pain, her whole body going numb. Moon Ejin even spat in Eun-jin's face. After doing all that, she walked away thinking fine. The more I think about it, the root of everything is that bitch Yeol Garam. If it weren't for her, my life would have passed by peacefully. Yeol Garam, I'm going to kill you. A little later, the teacher's voice rang out. Everyone, start cleaning the area assigned to you. Elsewhere, Garam was walking together with Moon Ejin. As they walked, Garam smiled and asked Moon Ejin, class president, where are we going now? I told you already. Today we're cleaning the science room. That's strange. I don't remember hearing that we were assigned there. No one wants to bother explaining things like that to a crazy person who doesn't understand anything, right? Shut up and follow me to the science room. Hearing that, Garam said nothing, but she did notice that Moon Ejin was wearing long pants. A little later, the two of them arrived at the science room. As soon as they entered, Garam said, so this is the science room. It looks a lot like the place where I used to live. It even smells the same. Meanwhile, Moon Ejin had already locked the door to the room. Seeing Moon Ejin lock the door, Garam turned and asked, what are you doing, class president? When Garam asked, Moon Ejin said to her, first, put those boxes on the floor up onto the desk. I'll sort the chemicals on the shelves first. Okay, class president. At that moment, Moon Ejin was looking toward a certain bottle of chemicals. Then Garam asked again, but class president, which table should I put these boxes on? Garam turned to ask, just as Moon Ejin rushed at her with a chemical bottle in her hand. She flung the liquid from the bottle, but Garam dodged it. But Moon Ejin did not stop there. Moon Ejin immediately kicked Garam straight in the body. The bottles Garam was holding were knocked from her hands. Garam was driven backward by the kick. Then Moon Ejin's voice rang out with a laugh. I thought you'd only dodge the hydrochloric acid. I didn't think you'd dodge that kick too. You deliberately picked up that box to protect yourself, huh? How irritating. If I'm going to do this, I might as well do it properly. It's been a long time since I've done something like this. But I don't like it when things get boring. Come here, you bitch. Today, let's have some real fun together. When Garam heard Moon Ejin say that, she burst out laughing, leaving Moon Ejin confused. Moon Ejin snapped. What are you laughing at, you crazy bitch? This is more like it. The class president is finally willing to play with me. Why shouldn't I laugh? So now the class president is finally willing to look at me, right? Garam is really happy. Hearing that, Moon Ejin stared at her and thought that stance really is a boxer's. now that I think about it. On the first day she transferred here, she sent Song Eun-jin flying onto her back. She must definitely be good at boxing. I don't know how skilled she really is, but if she can't deal with my kicks, then I'll definitely win. After thinking that, Moon Ee-jin spoke up. Hey, what are you doing? Aren't you coming over here? I said come here. I'm happy to play with you, so don't act strong to my face, only to tremble in fear behind my back, right? If you're too scared, then you don't have to come here. I'll come to you instead. Moon Ee-jin immediately rushed forward and swung her leg up, but Garam blocked the kick. The reason people call Moon Ee-jin a monster is because, at that moment, Garam recalled what Director Beck had said. In terms of physical strength, she was no match for Song Ji-won, Song Eun-jin's older brother. But when it came to technique, Moon Ee-jin completely outclassed him. At that moment, Moon Ee-jin smiled and said, "What is it? You can't focus on fighting, can you? All you have to worry about is how to block, and yet you still look kind of cute." After saying that, she thought to herself, I'm only talking tough. But her reaction speed when dodging my kicks is way too good. Not a single kick is landing properly. If this keeps up, my stamina will drop. Maybe I should mix in a few punches too. Right then, Garam laughed and said, "You stupid mutt. What kind of idiot keeps cornering someone and attacking non-stop like that? Are you talking about yourself? Your kicks aren't as effective as I expected. Or are you scared?" Hearing that, Moon Ee-jin angrily snapped back. What kind of nonsense are you babbling about? But the moment she said that, she had to dodge a punch flying past her head. She was shocked. What was that? What did she get in front of me? Meanwhile, Garam laughed and said, "Class president, now it's my turn." As soon as Garam said that, she threw another punch. But Moon Ee-jin ducked and avoided it. The room instantly grew more tense than ever. Moon Ee-jin thought again, what was that just now? A cracking sound or something? No, the pressure from that punch even made the glass panes shake. The moment that thought crossed her mind, Moon Ee-jin immediately backed away to widen the distance from Garam. Then she continued thinking, she's way more dangerous than I thought. I need to pull back and rethink this. At the same time, Garam spoke up again. What are you looking at, class president? Hearing Garam's voice, Moon Ee-jin quickly turned to look. What she saw was Garam raising her fist and saying, "That's only my shadow." Moon Ee-jin was terrified as the fist came flying toward her. A second later, Garam's fist smashed straight into her face. Moon Ee-jin's body flew backward and slammed into the wall behind her. She cried out in pain now. Damn it. Then Director Beck's voice rang out, saying, but no matter how good Moon Ee-jin's technique may be, in the end, she's still just a tiny little pepper girl. As for stamina, it'll eventually be drained away, and then she'll have nothing left. In the present, Garam was grinning as she said, "Class president, even after I warned you, you still managed to block that. You're pretty good. And in that split second, you even kicked me to reduce the impact, so I'll take back what I said about you being a stupid dog." Hearing Garam say that, Moon Ee-jin thought, damn it, why is she so strong? No, she really is strong, but in that second attack, her footwork, even though I didn't blink, I still lost track of her punch. Her speed is practically lightning fast. How can she do that? Then Garam's voice rang out again. So, class president, now you're the one who's backed into a corner. Why pick such a cramped place to fight? Taekwondo specializes in long-range attacks, so you're at a disadvantage, aren't you? You're quite the odd one, class president. Moon Ee-jin thought fearfully, I failed. I underestimated her. So the rumors about Song Ji-won getting beaten senseless weren't nonsense after all. I need to calm down. No matter what, next time she'll be the one cornered. Don't waver just because you're trapped in a corner. There are obstacles on both sides, so Yoon Garam's attacks are restricted too. The only open line of attack is from the front. The fewer variables there are, the easier it is to react to attacks. But if I lose focus like before, I won't be able to counter. The moment I see even the slightest sign that she's about to attack, I need to strike back immediately. The moment Moon Ee-jin saw Garam's arm move, she leaped forward and slammed into Garam. Garam was forced back by the kick. Seeing that, Moon Ee-jin smiled to herself. Good, just as I thought, when forced into extended movement, we're both the same speed. How about the advantage here? On the other side, Garam was staring straight at Moon Ee-jin. The two of them stood there, watching each other carefully. A second later, Moon Ee-jin rushed forward and swung her leg, kicking Garam squarely in the body. Garam took the hit and grew angry. Seeing Garam get mad, Moon Ee-jin smirked to herself. If you can't get close to me, of course you'll fall behind. So what are you going to do now, young Garam? It's not like you can shove that marble lab table next to you at me. You'll get flattened while struggling with that 80-kilogram slab. But what if she steps on the table to attack me? All I have to do is hook her leg and make her fall. Well then, Yoon Garam, do you want to take control of this round? At this slow pace, I'll keep piling injuries on you. Just as Moon E-jin expected, Garam rushed in, using the table as cover. Garam was charging in from Moon E-jin's side. A second later, Moon E-jin quickly raised her arm to block the punch. After throwing it, Garam laughed and said, "Damn it, you're really a fucking idiot. Do you love showing off those long legs of yours that much? Are you trying to tickle me? Do you even know how to fight? You should work on building muscle, class president. You felt it just now, didn't you? My real punch. If you didn't have the strength to resist that punch, you'd be dead." Hearing those words from Garam, Moon E-jin thought in fear, she's not just boasting. If that punch had hit my throat earlier, I really would have died. I need to get away. The moment Moon E-jin turned to run, Garam grabbed her by the hair. Then Garam hurled Moon E-jin straight back into the room. After that, she walked to the door and laughed, saying, "Who was it that said she'd show me what she could do? After picking a fight, now you're the one running away first? Watch closely, class president. I'm going to show you something very interesting." As soon as she said that, Garam snapped off the room key. Seeing that, Moon E-jin thought in horror, that crazy bitch. She broke the door key with her bare hands? Meanwhile, Garam kept laughing and said, "Now no one can get in or out. And now the game officially begins. Where's my sweet, pretty class president? Ah, there you are. Finally found you. Get up, class president. I know you can still move. Struggle a little more for my entertainment." Moon E-jin began to think in terror. Damn it, I was wrong from the start. This isn't about whether I'm being overpowered anymore. Now it's a matter of life or death. If I want to get out of here alive, then no matter what it takes, I have to try everything. I can't give up. As soon as she thought that, she rushed toward a glass bottle, then immediately hurled it at Garam, but Garam dodged it. After dodging, Garam turned to look at Moon E-jin and saw her charging in while holding another glass bottle. Moon E-jin threw 2 more bottles, but Garam dodged both of them. At that moment, Moon E-jin started taking off her shirt. She wrapped it around her hand, then shouted and smashed the cabinet behind her. Garam had no idea what she was doing. Then Moon E-jin bundled the broken glass into her shirt, and a second later, she flung it at Garam. Garam immediately raised her arm to block it, but the shards of glass still sliced across her body. Following the glass came some kind of liquid, and Garam instantly dodged it. When the liquid hit the floor, it started corroding the surface. It was acid. At that moment, Moon E-jin said, "I'll struggle just the way you wanted." Moon E-jin immediately took a shard of broken glass and stabbed it into the tops of 2 acid bottles, then pointed them at Garam and shouted, "Just die." The acid instantly sprayed out of the bottles, and Garam hurried to avoid it, though some of it still splashed onto her shoulder. Garam grabbed a chair and raised it over her head to block. The chair was instantly corroded, and some of the acid splashed onto Garam's thigh. Garam's face twisted with fury. At the same time, the acid bottles Moon E-jin was holding ran dry, and Moon E-jin froze in fear. A second later, the chair in Garam's hand came flying at her. Garam laughed and said, "Why are you so rude? Done playing with your little water guns? I didn't think you were this filthy. Wait, can we talk this out? Huh? Go negotiate with your ancestors about your burial plot first. You filthy, cowardly bitch." Hearing that, Moon E-jin immediately kicked the chair at her feet forward. But Garam ducked just in time to avoid it. After dodging, Garam immediately raised her head, and what she saw was Moon E-jin charging at her while holding a chair. A second later, Moon E-jin slammed it down, but Garam dodged again. Then Moon E-jin kicked the chair straight at Garam again, and one of the chair legs stabbed into Garam's body. It caused an ulnar fracture, a hip joint injury, and broken ribs. Seeing that blow land on Garam, Moon E-jin smiled to herself. This is it. Once her ribs are broken, she won't be able to fight anymore. I win. But as she stood there thinking that, in a flash, Garam's fist flew in and smashed straight into her face. And Moon E-jin immediately clutched her nose in pain. After throwing that punch, Garam coldly said, "Why is my arm moving so weirdly? Punching doesn't feel very natural right now. Honestly, when I saw you swing that 180 kilogram stone slab at me, it felt like my ribs shattered into pieces. So how dare you put your hands on me? Wanted to break a few of your ribs too?" Hearing Garam say that, Moon E-jin thought in terror, this lunatic. She's got that many broken bones and can still throw punches like that. Doesn't that crazy bitch feel pain? So you're out of hydrochloric acid? Out of dirty tricks? Then that's too bad. Now it's my turn to send you to your grave. Don't come near me. I said don't come near me. Don't come here, damn it. Right then, a voice sounded from outside the door. Who's in there? You lazy brats hiding to avoid cleaning up? And you even locked the door? Open it right now. Hearing that, Moon E-jin thought, why is there a teacher here at this hour? It's teacher meeting time. Actually, that's even better. The important thing is escaping this monster first. As long as I wait until the teachers open the door, I can run out immediately. I was planning to play with you a bit longer, but I guess it can't be helped. Since it's come to this, I'll end it right here. What a hard decision. You talk as if you could end it whenever you want. That's right. If I want to stop, I stop. I'm serious. I'll end this game right here. I guess you don't believe me, do you? You make me feel gloomy and excited at the same time. You're bluffing, aren't you? Well, I guess walking away now would be too humiliating. Class president, that's not it. You're really not a master of boxing, are you? Listen carefully, class president. My special talent is kicks. The moment Garam finished saying that, she kicked at Moon E-Jean. After taking the kick, Moon E-Jean thought in surprise. What? Wasn't that kick terrible? Then Moon E-Jean smiled to herself. I'll use a kick catch to take you down. She locked onto Garam's ankle. But Garam used that very momentum to leap upward and swing her fist toward Moon E-Jean's face. Moon E-Jean thought in shock. Why did she jump? As if she'd been waiting for this the whole time. A second later, Garam grabbed her by the head, then punched her straight in the face. Moon E-Jean crumpled to the floor from the blow and passed out on the spot. Seeing that, Garam laughed and said, "That's a kick-catching technique used to draw your opponent in and break through their guard. I paid you back for that first hit you landed on me in my own way. Don't be too upset or dwell on it when you lose to me, class president." Meanwhile, the voice outside was still shouting, "Are you brats and they're going to open this door or not? Why is this door so damn solid? Mr. Chanyu, go get the key from the security office." Hearing the people outside say that, Garam smiled and said, "Come on in. You're taking longer to open the door than I thought. Then while we wait, how about we play a game of making the other person pass out, class president?" Sometime later, Moon E-Jean slowly regained consciousness after that blow. She thought in horror, what? I passed out? Yin Garam knocked me unconscious? But something feels strange. Is this really where I fell and blacked out? Where's Yin Garam now? At that moment, Garam's voice rang out from behind her. "Class president, you're awake?" Seeing Garam behind her, Moon E-Jean thought in fear, "What the hell? Why are you sitting on my back? My hands. Why are they tied up? Hey, you filthy bitch. Get off me. What kind of crazy shit are you trying now, you damn mutt? How are you still perfectly fine? Untie me right now. I really will kill you." Garam ignored everything she said and started lifting Moon E-Jean's shirt. Seeing that, Moon E-Jean's face turned crimson and she screamed at Garam, "What are you doing?" A second later, Garam scattered broken glass underneath her. But all of the glass shards fell onto Moon E-Jean's back. After doing that, Garam pulled her shirt back down, then pressed her knee straight down onto the glass. The pain was so intense that Moon E-Jean started crying. As Moon E-Jean screamed, Garam only drove her knee down harder. Moon E-Jean began shrieking curses at her. "You filthy mutt! How dare you! You insane fucking bitch! I'll kill you! Damn you, you dog!" At that moment, Garam grabbed Moon E-Jean by the head and shoved her face down to the floor. Lying on top of Moon E-Jean's back, Garam coldly said, "Class president, you're really an awful little girl. Even if you prayed and apologized 1,000 times, it still wouldn't be enough. Just lie there and wait to die. You were born into a family of doctors and grew up pretty, that's true, but it looks like you're lacking in basic survival instinct. I get it, so get off me and talk. Please." Outside, the people trying to enter were still angrily shouting, "Damn it, why is this door so tough? Mr. Kimmy, don't you have anything bigger?" The security office said this was the biggest one. How are we supposed to smash through a thick wooden door with just that? Kicking it down would be faster. Seeing that they still couldn't get in, Moon E-Jean angrily thought, those idiot teachers can't even manage to open one door. Then Garam laughed and said, "Did you hear what they said outside, class president? Looks like the teachers are having a hard time opening that door. It's only a matter of time before it opens now. If they discover this battlefield in here, we're both screwed. But for me, no matter how they punish this, it won't really matter. But for a model student like you, things would be different, right? What exactly are you trying to say?" What I'm trying to say is, it only takes one scar. What do you mean, you cute little class president? Ever since I first met you, I've thought one thing. The skin on your face is so soft, smooth, and pale, just like a sheet of white paper. But now that you're in my hands, I should be able to wipe away all the filth on this floor for good, right? Wait, damn it, you can't do this. Weren't you the one who sprayed chemicals on me? I was wrong, so please don't do this. Too late, sweetheart. Hurry up and die. Hearing the screams, someone outside cried out in panic. What is it? What's going on in there? Moon E-Jean immediately shouted at the top of her lungs. Teacher, please save me. This crazy bitch is trying to kill me, sir. Even if you're tattling to a teacher, you shouldn't lie, class president. I'm just cleaning up. After saying that, Garam grabbed Moon E-Jean's head and pushed it toward the acid. Terrified out of her mind, Moon E-Jean screamed hysterically. Just then, a male teacher outside kicked the door open and rushed in. He stared in shock at the scene in front of him. When Moon E-Jean saw the teacher enter, she shouted, "Teacher!" At that moment, the teacher lunged forward and shoved Garam off Moon E-Jean. He asked in confusion, "Leun Garam, was it you again?" "But sir, it's not what it looks like. What were you trying to do to your classmate just now?" "The class president slipped, so I was trying to help her up." "Don't lie. I heard her crying for help." "Good grief. Has another storm hit our school or something? How could two girls turn the science room into this kind of mess?" The science lab equipment was only newly installed less than a semester ago. Do you girls have any idea how much budget the school has left right now? You two are definitely going to be severely disciplined. What class are you in, and what's your name? When he asked, Moon E-Jean immediately gave her name and class. When he heard the name Moon E-Jean, the teacher looked startled, and another teacher beside him said, "Sir, she's the one who ranked first in the entire school on the March mock exam. Isn't she the student getting full support to enter medical school?" "Yes, that's her." "Then it's obvious Moon E-Jean is the victim here. And you over there, what's your name and class?" Garam didn't answer him and simply stared at him. Seeing that, the teacher said nervously, "Why does that girl look so familiar?" Only then did Garam speak. "We met in the faculty office before, sir. Don't you remember? I'm a transfer student, Garam." The moment he heard that name, the old teacher froze. A second later, he rushed over with a smile and said, "Garam, is your adoptive father doing well?" "Yes, the old man at home is doing fine. He still eats 4 bowls of rice in one sitting." When he said that, another teacher cut in. "Vice Principal, this is not the time to be asking about each other's health. First, we need to take these kids to the hospital and call both sets of parents right away." "Be quiet, Chan-Yu. You really have no eye for people. And Teacher Kim, why are you still standing there? Go control the students outside." "Yes, sir. You brats, what are you looking at? Who told you to gather here? Get back to your cleaning areas right now. Go on, clean up." After handling all that, the vice principal smiled and said to Garam, "Garam, it's good that you're getting used to your new school, but how did you end up causing all this? The class president and I were just fooling around a little, and things got a bit messy. At your age, that's understandable." It's fine, it's fine. "Vice Principal, what is it?" "Teacher Chan-Yu and Teacher Kim, you both need to keep this matter quiet, and make sure the kids who saw this keep their mouths shut too. As for Moon E-Jean, you should have been disciplined, but you're one of this school's talents, so I'll let it slide this time. But if you bully Garam again, you'll be punished twice as severely as this time. Understood?" "What the hell? What did you say?" "Yes, I understand." "Oh, and Chan-Yu, after school, come here and clean all this up." "Vice Principal, how can you do this? If you don't like it, then get out." "Garam, let's go. There are too many broken pieces here. It's dangerous." Watching the two of them laughing together, Teacher Chan-Yu shouted angrily, "Vice Principal," but they didn't even bother turning back. Seeing that, the teacher asked Moon E-Jean in shock, "E-Jean, have I gone insane?" "I think so, sir. Why'd I have to stick my nose in and get myself kicked out like that? Damn this shitty school. I'm never teaching here again." Meanwhile, the vice principal was walking and talking with Garam. Garam turned around and pointed in Moon E-Jean's direction. Then she drew a finger across her throat toward her. That terrified Moon E-Jean. She remained sitting there in that room. A little while later, back in the classroom, the female teacher stood at the podium and said, "Thanks for working hard to clean up, everyone. And class president, Garam, you two worked hard too. All right, class dismissed. Get home safely." As soon as she finished speaking, all the students got up to leave. But Moon E-Jean alone kept watching Garam. At that moment, GNG walked over and said to Garam, "Garam, thank you for helping me. Do you want to go eat tekbaki with me?" "My treat. Sorry, I can't go with you today." "Is that so? Do you already have plans with someone?" "Well, I wonder if anyone wants to eat with me after school." Hearing Garam say that, Moon E-Jean angrily thought, "Damn it, that crazy bitch. Is she planning to chase me to the bitter end?" No, even without Garam, there's still Lee Myung-jun's loyal followers and bodyguards, aren't there? Damn it, I still have to go to my math academy today, too. What if I get kidnapped on the way? Should I call my boyfriend? Am I really going to drag someone unrelated into this to bail me out? On the other side, Song Eun-jin was also thinking fearfully, damn it, The best thing would be to run home and hide. If she tries to do something to me on the way back from school, I'm finished. My parents are on a business trip in Southeast Asia, so I can't call them to come pick me up. If this keeps up, am I gonna end up like my older brother? Come to think of it, when they were cleaning up earlier, she seemed to beat the hell out of Moon Ee-jin. Could it be that today's target isn't me, but Moon Ee-jin? Moon Ee-jin and Song Eun-jin both clutched their bags on the way home, each thinking, please torment Moon Ee-jin on the way home. Please torment Song Eun-jin on the way home. Just then, Garam stood up and said with a smile, all right, I've decided who'll celebrate with me. It'll be Song Eun-jin. Mind if I borrow your group for a bit? Why are you all looking at me like that? Come on, follow me. You're all going home with me today. At that moment, Song Eun-jin raised her hand and said, hey, Garam, can I go home first? Why, Eun-jin? Are you upset because I didn't invite you? No, that's not it. Absolutely not. Then I'll get going first. Bye, everyone. Watching Eun-jin leave, Garam smiled and said, Eun-jin really has no sense of loyalty. She hasn't changed at all. Meanwhile, seeing that, Moon Ee-jin thought, what? Why did she choose them instead of Eun-jin? They have nothing to do with Lee Hyena, do they? Anyway, it's none of my business. This is my chance to slip away to cram school. Please, just spare me after school. Please. When Moon Ee-jin stood up to leave, Garam looked at her and smiled. How long are you two planning to cling to each other? Are you electrically charged or something? School's over, so let's go. I have a lot of things I want to ask you too. Hearing Garam say that, Sehai and Jun both trembled in fear and cried. A little later, the two of them were taken somewhere. Garam stood in front of them. Both of them were trembling all over. Then Garam spoke. Why are you two shaking so much? Did I do something to you? I only came with you two to ask a few questions. If you answer honestly, I'll let you go. What? You let us go? If we say even one thing wrong, are you going to kill us? No, just kidding. Anyway, I haven't actually killed you yet, right? Then what will you do to us if we answer wrong? This is so frustrating. Fine, we get it. We'll be honest. Then listen carefully. You two went to Seoul Middle School with Eun-jin, right? Yes, that's right. In that case, you know Lee Hyena too, right? You mean the girl who jumped off the building and killed herself last year? The Chable granddaughter? But what about that? From now on, don't you dare spout a single lie to me. Tell me honestly, did you two have anything to do with Hyena's death? What? We didn't even know Lee Hyena. That's right. We weren't even in the same class as her. I told you to answer honestly. It's true. We never once spoke to Hyena. Please, we're not lying. Don't torture us. That's right. No matter how you torture us, we don't know what to say. Then what's with that attitude? If Yoon doesn't know, then you, Asa, you were close with Eun-jin since your first year of middle school. And there was another culprit too, the one closest to Kong, Ahi. Are you really going to keep trying to fool me to the very end? No, seriously, who keeps spreading ridiculous rumors like that? It's true that Eun-jin and I used to be very close when we were younger, but after she joined Cha Seo-hyun's gang, we couldn't even exchange a word anymore. And Kang Ah-hee and I were never close at all. We were both from Busan, so we only greeted each other once. That was all. From the beginning, I was afraid of getting involved with those girls, so I never talked to them. They're like Moon Ee-jin, the kind of people everyone sees as the boss. Even if they weren't as smart as Moon Ee-jin, we still trembled whenever we saw them. How do we ever get close to them? If you keep acting like this, I'll repeat what happened last time. Please, spare us. I'm telling the truth. I was really scared of girls like Kang Ah-hee and Cha Seo-hyun's gang. I'm not one of them. Please believe me. Hearing that, Garam thought, it doesn't seem like they're lying. Since the chief's older brother helped gather their nude photos, they made me go back over everything I'd done, but the more I think about it, the less reason I see to bother reviewing it. What a shame. If the others had been involved too, this game would have gotten even more fun. At that moment, Ji-yoon raised her hand and said, Hey, Garam, could you please stop making that expression? It's scary as hell. What's wrong with my expression? You look like some deranged psycho being urged to kill someone. Jae-yoon, do you want to get hit? Okay, I got it. I'll shut up. Good. For now, I'll believe you. Really, Garam? But in return, you two have to help me with a little errand. An errand? Yeah, that's why I called you two here. From now on, I'll only bully the class president. And Eun-jin won't be bullied anymore, right? I can't stand seeing that. So I want to ask you two to bully Eun-jin for me. You understand what I mean, don't you? Don't you have some other task for us, Garam? Why are you protecting the one who abandoned you and ran away? You two seem to have forgotten those boiled chicken-looking nude photos of yours. Listen carefully. If you do the job I assigned properly this semester, then at the end of the term, I'll delete those pictures. The moment Garam said that, the two girls lit up and said excitedly, Trust me, Garam. Leave it to me. That's more like it. Oh, and one more thing. What I asked about Hyena, you two keep that secret. Hyena? Who's that? First time I've heard that name. Is she Greek or something? We don't know who that is. I'll send the details of what you need to do tonight, so wait for it and read it. I'm leaving now. After saying that, Garam turned and left. After leaving, she thought for now this will do. Well, my adoptive father asked of me. Garam, Hyena was always surrounded by people. Thanks to her easygoing and positive personality, even though she transferred in during the second semester of second year, she quickly became close with everyone. But after Hyena became those people's plaything, everyone gradually abandoned her. Living in that strange isolation, she was lonely to death. But Hyena absolutely never sought help from the outside to protect this worthless father from those monsters. And because of the Hyundo group she had chosen, she endured everything alone. It must have been unbearably lonely. I want to give Unjin a gift, the separation from the world that Hyena went through. That is loneliness. The very next morning, Unjin said in shock, "Hey, what is wrong with you guys all of a sudden? Why are you treating me like I'm invisible? Is it because I left you and ran off first yesterday? Hey, nothing even happened to you yesterday. I'll treat you all to food today, okay?" At that moment, Seihai slapped away Unjin's hand and said, "Your voice is disgusting. It makes me want to run away. Because of you, we got dragged into this mess and got beaten to hell too. You shameless bitch. If your brother wasn't backing you, do you think we'd ever have hung out with you? Seihai, are you being serious? From now on, don't act like you know us either. Just like how you ditched us and went home yesterday. From now on, let's all go our separate ways." Hearing that, Unjin shouted angrily, "You ungrateful backstabbing bitches. If you were me, you think you wouldn't have left me behind and gone home too? Just because I did it once, you don't want to be friends with me anymore? You're just as pathetic as I am. Well, I got dragged away, you abandoned me too, and just obeyed Garam. It's unbelievable. Fine then, I don't want to be friends with you either. Don't ever talk to me again." After shouting at them for a while, Unjin burst into tears and ran off. Seeing that scene, the classmates started laughing and whispering to one another. "Hey, that was insane. Did you hear that? Song Unjin just cut ties with them. Sisters my ass, friendship my ass. Poor Song Unjin. Should we be friends with her?" Meanwhile, Moon Ejin witnessed the whole thing too. She began to think, damn it, they finally did exactly what Garam told them to. They can't exactly drop out of school, after all. If I keep opposing her and her adoptive father, the hospital my family has built for generations will inevitably become Lee Myung-jun's battleground. If that happens, my family. Even if I offer myself up to Lee Myung-jun, I still won't be able to protect our hospital. That's right. He's the kind of man whose vicious nature can never change. Back when the Lee Hyena incident happened, I tried my best to stay off the list of bullies. I'll do whatever I can to resolve this. Yesterday, I broke 2 of her ribs, so there's no way she can come to school today. Even a monster that can't feel pain still has to rest and recover. That's right. I need to think carefully about what to do next while Garam isn't at school, if I want to survive this dangerous game. As she sat there thinking, someone suddenly opened the classroom door and walked in. It was Garam. Smiling, she said, "Garam's here, my lovelies." The whole class stared at her in shock. Moon Ejin was stunned too. Then Garam said, "What?" The chief's older brother said, "This phrase is super trendy in South Korea these days. Whatever. Class president, from today on, I'm sitting next to you. The teacher already gave permission, okay? Please take good care of me from now on, class president." Hearing Garam say that, Moon Ejin thought fearfully, this lunatic. Now she's planning to haunt me, even during class. At that moment, Garam set down her bag and said, "And this is a little commemorative gift for you." Seeing that, Ejin thought anxiously, what now? What is she hiding in her bag? Then Garam smiled and said to Ejin, "Go on, open it, class president. It's a very special surprise gift." Meanwhile, Ejin kept staring at the bag and thought, that's right, I didn't imagine it. There's definitely something hidden in that bag. I can even smell something suspicious coming from it. I don't know what's inside, but I can't help suspecting it's something that will bring me bad luck. And with that glittering look of anticipation in her eyes, whatever's inside definitely can't be anything good for me. Does she think I'll do what she says? I absolutely will not open it. At that moment, Garam saw that Ejin was still hesitating, so she smiled again and said, "Class president, aren't you curious what's inside? Go on, open it." Hearing that, Ejin coldly shot back, "Shut the hell up and get lost, you bitch." At Ejin's reply, Garam froze for 2 seconds. Then she smiled again and said, "Then Garam will open it for you, class president." Garam slowly pulled the thing out of her school bag. The moment she took it out, she grinned and said, "Tada. A crustacean, and also my pet, a king crab." At the sight of the crab, the entire class, along with Ejin, stared in stunned confusion. At that moment, Yi-jin thought, this psycho bitch. Is she seriously holding a live crab? Garam continued. Have you ever heard of using animals for diplomacy? I heard that, since ancient times, giving someone a pet has been the best way to strengthen the relationship between two people. It even has a name. Its name means, let's work hard like ants for the sake of our friendship. So let's call it Chemi. Eugene was still dumbfounded by what Garam was saying. A second later, she said, you talk like you're brain dead. Don't you know crabs live in water? What you're doing right now is animal abuse. It's definitely going to die soon. What are you talking about, class president? Look how lively it is. Class president, you really don't know anything. Crabs can live on land too. You're even more ignorant than you look. What? Speechless? How can you say that? And someone who's abused people before is saying animal abuse is wrong? Do you really think that's easy to listen to? After Garam said that, Yi-jin couldn't answer at all. But she still turned away and said, seafood reeks anyway, so put it back in the bag and take it home. Bring it back the same way you brought it here. At that moment, Garam moved the crab closer to Yi-jin. A second later, the crab clamped onto her thigh. Yi-jin felt the pain shoot through her and let out a scream. The crab dug into Yi-jin's thigh so hard it drew blood. Yi-jin immediately flung it away. Clutching her leg, she shouted at Garam, damn it, what the hell are you doing? Are you insane? You know, class president, in English, the word cancer means cancer. But in Greek, it means crab. Do you know why the crab became a word meaning cancer? Because when a cancerous tumor spreads, it looks just like a crab. But according to old accounts, the pain of cancer feels like being bitten by a crab. There's even a story saying the crab became the origin of the word cancer. And with that meaning, who would have thought crabs would be so closely related to the reason a certain schoolgirl we knew decided to jump? Hearing Garam's words, Yi-jin thought, how much does this bitch know? Meanwhile, Garam kept talking. Can you guess what today's game is? During chemistry class, it'll hide under the desk and pinch the class president's thighs. Will the class president be able to endure the pain? Will she still be able to focus on studying? The camera will record the whole thing. Hearing that, Yi-jin thought again, she's unbelievably shameless. How is she going to do something like that during class? If the teacher catches her, she's finished. Besides, first period is with the homeroom teacher, who teaches English. I'm pretty close with her from English club. She won't take Garam's side the way the vice principal did. And that crab's already foaming at the mouth. It probably won't live much longer. I just have to endure first period. And then let's see what you can do, Garam. Meanwhile, Garam was still smiling wickedly. A little later, first period began. At the board, the teacher said, all right, everyone, look at question 26. Inspiration and good. If you know what those two words mean, you can find the answer. In the end, what this sentence is trying to say is, at that moment, underneath the desk, Garam started her game. She slowly moved the crab toward Yi-jin's legs, then immediately made it clamp onto her thigh. When Yi-jin got pinched, she looked down and then shot to her feet. Seeing her stand up, the teacher asked, class president, what is it? Do you have something to say? Garam brought a king crab to school and made it bite me. Please do something about this, ma'am. After hearing that, the teacher looked confused, then looked toward where Garam was sitting. When Garam saw her, she just sat there smiling, and that made the teacher think for a second. Then she said, Yi-jin, joking around isn't funny. Sit down and focus on class. Hearing that, Yi-jin was horrified. What the hell? Why doesn't she believe me? Then she realized, because it's hidden under the desk, the teacher can't see the crab. Yi-jin immediately kicked the desk in front of Garam. The desk shot forward at once. Hearing the loud bang, the teacher turned and said, what do you think you're doing in the middle of class? Look, ma'am, can't you see what weird thing Garam is holding? From the front, the teacher saw Garam holding the king crab and looked startled. But a second later, she sighed and said, Garam, don't play during class. Wait until break, okay? I'll do my best, ma'am. See? She says she won't play anymore. So, class president, sit back down too. In that absurd situation, Yi-jin was left staring blankly, her head full of question marks because she couldn't understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Garam was still smiling in delight. A few minutes earlier, the vice principal had been saying, today, I have something to tell all of you. We have a student at this school who just transferred in, and I care very much about her. That student is Garam. Because the support behind her is very strong, we need to do our best to help her adjust to school life. And our school fund has also received a great deal of support from Garam's stepfather. So I'll have to rely on all of you to help Garam adapt well to life in Korea. Therefore, even if Garam plays around her in class, you must be tolerant. Do not scold her. Back in the present, Yi-jin thought angrily, was this Lee Myung-jun's doing? He's already taken control of every teacher in this school. Just then, Garam made the crab clamp down again. E-Jean immediately had to dodge away. Then she shouted, "Don't bring that thing near me. Are you deaf? Why the hell would anyone raise that 8-legged freak? I'm going to boil it with salt, pepper, and lime. Don't you see how hard Chemi's shell is? Go ahead and try to beat it to death. If you can do it, it won't bother you anymore." When E-Jean heard that, she lunged at once. Seeing her charge, Garam ducked to avoid the rush. But in that moment, she hooked E-Jean's body with her leg and trapped her. When E-Jean got caught in that hold, her eyes flew wide open. It felt like her body was being crushed tight. Seeing E-Jean immobilized, Garam smiled and said, "What's wrong, class president? You can't even touch its legs now? Then you'll have to stay still and let it bite you." "Hey, class president, let it bite you, okay?" "No, wait, no. Don't let it bite my face." "No." E-Jean screamed in despair. A second later, it clamped onto E-Jean's cheek. The strength of a 10-kilogram crab might not look that serious at a glance, but felt like having a blazing hot microwave pressed down on your hand. All that pressure is inversely proportional to the surface area. So when Moon E-Jean's cheek was pinched, it hurt 20 times more than getting clipped by a clothespin. E-Jean's cries echoed through the classroom. "Ma'am, save me. Why won't you help me? Damn it, don't just stand there. Mom, ma'am, help me." Hearing the screams, the teacher at the board remembered what had been said that morning. "But Vice Principal, you know what kind of child Garam is. Are you saying that even if she disrupts the other students during class, we should just ignore it?" "I'm not saying you should ignore the students. If normal teaching becomes impossible, then call Garam and the student causing trouble and separate both of them from the others. That is the method the higher-ups instructed us to use if something happens." Back in the present, the teacher shouted, "Both of you get outside right now." A little later, Garam and E-Jean were outside kneeling. E-Jean thought, didn't Lee Myung-jun overdo this way too carelessly? Even among chaebol, there are people with common sense. Does he think this won't cause controversy? Still, this crazy girl. Damn it, can't you get your hands off that thing? What are you talking about, class president? I'm diligently holding both my hands up high. Still, class president, you're kind of naive. There's no one watching anyway. Why tire yourself out holding your hands up? Hearing that, E-Jean lowered her hands and thought, what the hell am I even doing? The more I stay near Garam, the weirder I get, just like her. Right then, Garam made the crab pinch E-Jean's leg again and said, "Come on now, class president. When you solve questions, you have to be careful of traps too. It's not that there's no one here. Chemi and I are both watching you. Can't you see? What kind of class president doesn't properly accept punishment, as an example? I'll punish you on the teacher's behalf." Hearing that, E-Jean said in fear, "Wait, enough already. This has gone way too far." In the blink of an eye, another class period passed. Garam's king crab had gone limp, and Garam cried out, "Chemi, wake up." "Class president, Chemi isn't moving at all. It's dead." If a crab that doesn't live on land is dragged out of the water, it can only survive for about 2 to 3 hours. The foam at its mouth was also just a way for it to stay alive on land for a few hours. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Damn it, I did tell you. I told you it was an animal that lives in water, you crazy bitch. Well then, Garam, your pet's dead now, huh? Why don't you just take Chemi home and boil it into soup? What a complete lunatic. As E-Jean walked away, Garam let out a faint smile, a very sinister one. A little later, when they went back into the classroom, the students were pinching their noses shut, and E-Jean was stunned by the sight in front of her. The dead king crab was lying inside E-Jean's school bag. Trembling, E-Jean thought, damn it, my bag, my notebooks, and even the wallet my boyfriend gave me for my birthday. Fuck, I'm going to skewer that psycho Garam. Right then, Garam spoke up. "Class president, you finally saw it? It's Chemi's funeral. I thought very hard about how to send Chemi off to heaven. So I thought of you, the person Chemi spent the most time with while it was alive. If it could stay near you, Chemi would be very happy. So I decided to use the class president's bag as Chemi's grave. What do you think, class president? Are you as happy as I am?" After saying that, Garam smiled to herself. How adorable. As if I didn't know Chemi would die. I just wanted to toy with you. I pretended not to know because I was preparing a surprise gift for you. But do you know what's even more surprising, class president? There's something else my stepfather is preparing for you. A newly invented recipe, and now the dish is almost done cooking. My stepfather also told me to save the final dinner until the very end. So until then, no matter how much I want to play with you. Right then, E-Jean grabbed the crab and slammed it straight into Garam's face as she sneered. "Chemise funerale. Then you should have told me beforehand. You know, Garam, its insides have lots of nucleic acid components that activate cells. I hear those ingredients are really good for the skin. So instead of putting it in my bag, why not smear it on your face? Wouldn't that be better for your skin?" At that moment, Garam grabbed E-Jean's wrist. She yanked E-Jean and hurled her backward behind herself. Then Garam immediately lunged forward and threw a punch. The punch hit the blackboard behind Eugene, and it cracked from the impact. After slamming her fist down, Garam said, "You really are a strange person, class president. Why do you keep provoking me? We don't usually play this intensely, so of course you get tired, right? Did you think I was some pampered little miss like Song Eun-jin? No matter how much I lower myself, you still won't let me off, will you? Go ahead and keep making a scene, you crazy whore. The reaction you want to see from me, I absolutely won't show it to you." Well, I only wanted to have a little fun during this time. Is even that not allowed? Brace yourself, class president. Soon enough, I'll make your eyes turn red. And these scarecrows, too. If anyone asks, say the class president did it. Got it. After saying that, Garam walked out of the classroom. Watching Garam leave, Eugene said with a smile, "Just as I thought, you can't bring me down. You know that too, Garam. If you keep causing a scene this openly, the one who'll get into trouble is you. Those idiotic stunts of yours, like that damn crab, are proof of it. Now you can't do illegal things and still have the teachers cover for you. In this school environment, I'm not as restrained anymore. Their room to act is limited here, so no one gets to act superior. I don't know why, but Lee Myung-jun is trying to harass me at school. Even so, that also guarantees my safety and protects me. So this is my last chance to strike back. Just wait and see, Garam. Let's find out who'll still be the one smiling at the very end." The classmates, terrified, whispered among themselves, "These bitches are all completely deranged." A while later, school was over. As Moon Hee-jin walked along, she smiled to herself. "It's been a long time since I felt this refreshed. Washing my books and bag is annoying, sure, but seeing Garam wander around like that without being able to do anything else makes it worth it. Maybe because she couldn't do anything to me, she took all her anger out on Song Eun-jin instead. What brainless trash." Garam made a mistake by showing the classmates that she had already bribed the teachers. The moment Garam and Lee Myung-jun keep acting crazier and crazier, that's when I'll start my counterattack. Garam's actions and proof of Vice Chairman Lee Myung-jun's disciplinary records against students. I'll leak them to the press step by step, and the whole thing will explode in the media. That's right, and I happen to know the perfect place to do it. His grandmother is the director of a major media company. I'll leak the information to BH Star, and it'll spread across every news outlet. BHS isn't just a broadcasting station. It's also a new media MCN. From TikTok to Instagram, there are countless news posts on BHS. If the media goes after them, will Lee Myung-jun still be able to do whatever he wants? Just wait. I'll make them pay. Right then, a young man was standing in front of Moon Hee-jin. Seeing him, she thought, Appa Chumin? Why is he at my school? Then she turned to see if anyone was around. After that, she took off her glasses and thought, good, there's no one around. It's been so long since I saw him. I should act a little cute. Appa, what's this? What is this? It's been so long since I got to see you. During your season, we can barely even meet on weekends. And if you were coming, you should have told me first. If I'd known, I would have touched up my makeup and put in my lenses too. Next time, at least give me a little hint so I can guess you're coming, okay? At that moment, Chumin asked Moon Hee-jin, "Moon Hee-jin, what happened to your face?" "Oh, this? During PE, someone accidentally scratched my face. That's all. I'm fine, so don't worry. But why are you here? Weren't you supposed to be training today? It's been so long since we've met. So let's find a karaoke place." And as Moon Hee-jin was speaking, Chumin finally asked her, "Moon Hee-jin, are you the top bully?" The moment she heard that, her face turned ashen, and she said, "What are you talking about? The top bully? Who the hell dares to talk nonsense like that to you? My friend's little sister goes to this school too. She said there are some crazy girls here lately who love fighting and picking arguments. So she's scared and doesn't even dare come to school. And she also said that among those crazy girls, one of them has the same name in class as you and even went to the same middle school as you. Don't you have anything to say to me?" Seeing that Moon Hee-jin said nothing, Chumin angrily asked, "You know better than anyone how much I hate those ringleaders from the same school. You also know how much I hate people who bully and isolate others. But my girlfriend handed cigarette butts to her classmate and made her eat them? That isn't true, right, Moon Hee-jin? What they're saying is all lies, right? Say something." At that moment, Moon Hee-jin burst into tears and said, "Appa, do you really think I'm that kind of person? How can you just listen to what other people say and criticize me so harshly? That's why I'm telling you to explain it. I don't want to believe those things either. So please explain it to me." Just then, Moon Hee-jin pulled down her pants a little. Then she said to Chumin, "Do you see this? These are the injuries I got from being bullied today. Who do you think did this to me? Do these look like wounds from a fight to you? Just by looking, you can tell these marks came from abuse, right? Lately, I've been getting bullied by those lunatics. Appa, the kids in class keep bullying Song Jean, and all I did was tell them to stop picking on her. Now, they've turned on me too. And those ridiculous rumors about me being the queen bee, they're just spreading false rumors. I'm the victim here. They're the bad ones who did this to me. I was scared it would affect your competition, so I endured it and didn't say anything, but you went and doubted me like this. Hearing Moon Jean say those words, Chumin hugged her and said, I'm sorry, Moon Jean. I was blind. How could you ever do something like that? Will you still believe rumors and doubt me from now on? Of course not, Moon Jean. Absolutely never again. How could they do this to my pretty little girl? I'll get revenge for you, Moon Jean. Meanwhile, Moon Jean thought angrily, damn it, that bastard. The rumor spread faster than I expected. I need to deal with this first. Damn it, how many guys are as handsome and built as Chumin? He's the only comfort and support I have to get through everything. If I end up breaking up with Chumin because of that rumor, I'll kill Garam and whoever spread it. Elsewhere, Garam was standing in a tree, watching the two of them embrace. A little while later, the two of them went to some karaoke place. Inside, they were making out. Then Moon Jean said, if I didn't have to go to cram school, I'd want to stay with you every day. Yeah, what a shame. But just having you with me right now makes all my stress and exhaustion disappear. Surprise me like this in the future too, okay? Moon Jean, after hearing you've been suffering school violence like this, I don't think I can just stand by anymore. I'll personally go meet the person who did this to you and confront them face to face. Appa, they won't be scared of you just because you threaten them a little. They have a lot of connections too. Even so, I can't just sit back and let them keep doing whatever they want to you. No, I'm begging you, Appa. Please don't do anything. I don't want you getting dragged into my personal problems and ending up in danger too. So don't worry too much. I already have a plan to deal with them. But there's one thing you can do for me. No matter what happens, you have to trust me. Never listen to the nonsense other people say. Can you do that? Of course, babe. After saying that, they kissed again. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Lee Myung-jun. Lee Myung-jun looked at his wedding photo and thought, even though you left this world a long time ago, I'm still so grateful to you for leaving me such a good daughter as Hyena. She had such a warm heart, just like you. Even in puberty, she still treated her father with affection. Thank you for giving birth to her. She was once a girl like an angel. But I'm sorry too, my wife. Our Hyena. I'm sorry I couldn't protect her. But maybe now, you and Hyena have already reunited in heaven, haven't you? No, it's all a lie. Since when did I start believing there was such a thing as heaven in this world? I can't believe heaven truly exists. This world is too cruel. That's right, yes, my wife. I'd rather believe that hell exists in this world. So I will definitely prove it to you and Hyena. Hell is real. Just then, the chief secretary came in and said, Vice Chairman, the investigation into the students Garam requested has been completed. Good. Tell me how far the progress has gone. Tell me everything, because this is my revenge plan. Shin Chumin, a senior in class 3 to 12 at AIN Seoul High School and a member of the tennis team. This child is Moon Jean's boyfriend. If I had to describe Moon Jean's boyfriend in one word, it would be the perfect model student. With the potential to become a professional tennis player, an outstanding appearance, he has good grades and a good personality, so he's loved by many people. However, according to evaluations from students close to him, he's the type who is easily swayed by others and lacks decisiveness. But the fact that Shin Chumin and Moon Jean have dated for a full 2 years shows that their relationship is much deeper than that of other couples their age. Moon Jean really is cunning. I thought she was just a bookworm, but it seems she's already done everything she shouldn't have. I didn't expect this either. I've also investigated how those two started dating. The first place Moon Jean and Shin Chumin met was at the closing ceremony of the National Youth Sports Festival 2 years ago. During an exchange between athletes from different events, they fell for each other. According to coaches who once trained Moon Jean, because of family succession issues, her family forced her to give up her path in sports. And from then on, she relied heavily on Shin Chumin to support her when she was on the verge of a mental collapse. And up to now, as Moon Jean struggles under the pressure of college entrance exams, he remains her only emotional support. Stop summarizing and get to the point. Why are you introducing Shin Chumin to me? Let me explain, father. No, step further. Shin Chumin is part of my plan. Starting with him, I will destroy Moon Jean's emotional foundation by using an extremely cruel method. And the name of this plan is NTR. Hearing Garam say that, Chief Secretary Park thought, just where on earth did she learn words like that? Then Lee Myung-jun said, interesting. You're going to steal Moon Jean's boyfriend? That's my stepdaughter for you. Lately I've heard you're creating a strange dish where if two people eat it, one of them dies. But until that dinner is ready, I can't have you just idling around like this. Until the day Moon Eugene eats that, I'll torment her psychologically with this long-running melodrama of romantic tragedy. Fine. Trash like the ones who harm my daughter shouldn't be allowed to enjoy a happy youth. Proceed with the NTR plan immediately. A few days later, Moon Eugene was out with Chumin. As they walked, she said, "It's been so long since we had a weekend date like this. I'm really happy. I'm sad we only have 1 hour together, though. Couldn't you ask your dad if you can skip cram school for just one day? You've already been suffering school violence, and on weekends you still have to study 10 hours at cram school. How can you endure that? Your dad still doesn't know Garam has been harassing you? About that, I didn't want to make my parents worry, so you've always been this kind and gentle. So now everyone thinks you're easy to bully, don't they? You shouldn't always think only about others. You need to think about yourself too." Hearing Chumin say that made Eugene think angrily. This is driving me crazy. You worrying so much about me is giving me a headache too. It's only a matter of time before you find out the truth anyway. What's more urgent now is making sure this doesn't reach my father's ears. Seeing her stay silent, Chumin said, "Eugene, tell your father everything. Right now, studying isn't the only important thing. You only say that because you don't know. My father is the type of person who would make his daughter study in the hospital even if she'd been in a traffic accident. No, let's talk about something else. We finally got to go on a date again, and I don't want the mood to be ruined. If I can date you like this, then school violence is nothing serious at all. So don't think about it anymore either, okay? All right, Eugene. It's already time for cram school. I have to go now. Honey, next time we go on a date, you have to kick your roommate out, okay? You've been so exhausted from training, so I'll relieve all your stress for you." Hearing those affectionate words made Chumin's face turn bright red. Seeing him blush, Eugene laughed and said, "Your face is all red. What are you thinking? You're flustered, aren't you? So cute. I'm going now. Let's meet again next weekend." Chumin also said goodbye to her. But he was still thinking, she's obviously just pretending she's fine. How could I ever doubt someone so thoughtful and gentle? I must have had some kind of brain short circuit back then. Eugene told me not to get involved in her personal business. But as her boyfriend, I have to do something. Just then, a voice called out, "Chumin Appa." The one calling him was Garam. Chumin turned around to look at her and was startled as he thought, "She's unbelievably beautiful. She really is a beauty. What crazy thoughts am I having? I already have Eugene." Then Garam said, "Hello, Chumin Appa. I've heard Eugene talk a lot about you. So you're Eugene's classmate? Oh, hello. But who are you? Are you perhaps curious about Eugene's past?" Hearing Garam say that, Chumin stared blankly for a long moment. Then he angrily said, "So it's you, isn't it? You're the one who's been bullying my Eugene, right? Wow, that's really harsh. Actually, I'm the one being abused here. Can't you see the wound on my cheek? Don't make me laugh. Eugene already told me everything. Scumbags like you're dumping all the blame on my Eugene. And yet you still dare come looking for someone else's boyfriend and try to break up their relationship like this? Aren't you ashamed? I don't care what kind of crap you're planning to bark, but stop looking at me with those seductive eyes and never show up in front of me again. And as Eugene's boyfriend, I'll do everything I can to punish people like you who bullied her. So brace yourself." Hearing him say that, Garam thought, I heard he was indecisive. So why is he being this firm? Looks like the chief secretary's older brother's information is useless sometimes too. No, maybe it's because he's so easily manipulated by others that Eugene's psychological control over him has been effective. Forget seducing him or anything for now. If I let him leave like this, everything will be for nothing. If I want to make him listen to me, then I'd rather. After thinking that, Garam began to speak. "That's right, I did those things." "What? I'm the one who bullied Eugene. Those artistic creations on your girlfriend's body? I'm the one who made them." Hearing those words, Chumin furiously shoved Garam against a wall. Then he said to her, "Do you even know what you're saying right now? Let's talk. If you ignore me and walk away today, my artwork won't stop at Eugene's thighs. If you want to save your girlfriend, then you can at least talk to me for a few minutes at a cafe, right? Fine, then let's go to a cafe. But if you keep barking nonsense, I won't let you off." Hearing that, Garam gave a faint smile. A little while later, as she drank her coffee, she said with a smile, "This is the taste. South Korea really does have so much delicious food." Hearing that, Chumin thought, "South Korea? Is she from North Korea?" Then Garam's voice rang out again. "Sorry for speaking so rudely to you earlier. If I hadn't provoked you like that, I didn't think you'd agree to talk to me, so I had to do it. Stop beating around the bush and get to the point. What do I have to do for you to leave my Eugene alone?" I think you're misunderstanding me. I'm here to tell you the whole truth. You still haven't stopped barking nonsense? Alright, it probably won't be easy for you to accept the truth that the girl you've dated for the past 2 years is the school's top bully. But even so, please hold back your anger and hear Garam out to the end, okay? Stop rambling and get to the point. You've probably already realized it, but I defected from North Korea. When I had nowhere to go, the person who saved me, the one I owe so much to, was my stepfather. My stepfather never let me lack for anything. He took care of me with a warm love like sunshine, and I opened my heart to him and grew close to him like a friend. But that didn't make me happy because the stepfather I cherish so much has to endure pain that torments him every night. His beloved biological daughter, the child he raised with care and love all her life, Hyena, left him after suffering long-term school violence. And the devil who drove her to that point was Moon Ejin. Hearing that, Chumin angrily said to Garam, "Shut the hell up." At those words, everyone nearby turned to look at them. Garam then raised a hand to her mouth and said, "Don't shout so loudly in public, Appa. If you keep this up, we might get kicked out before I finish this sweet cup of hot chocolate." I already told you, didn't I? If you keep yapping, we have nothing more to say. Do you think I believe what you're barking without any evidence? How could that be? If you want proof, here it is. Open it and take a look. My father received these as the victim's family. This is the sentencing information from Hyena's case. Read it carefully. Since this is the original, the information about the defendants in the case is written in considerable detail. One of the perpetrators of that crime, in terms of personal information and details of the abuse. Doesn't it look very similar to your girlfriend from those recent rumors? Chumin picked it up and looked at it, but he still angrily said, "Are you kidding me? With nothing but a bunch of scrap paper like this, I could fake it too. You think you can fool me with such a stupid trick? I knew you wouldn't believe that, so I prepared something else too." Tajda. This was provided by the Supreme Court of Korea. It's the Public Case Search Service, a court service that lets you view trial results based on the case number and the parties' names. Moon Ejin's name appears here as a defendant too. So what do you think now? It's fake. You could make that yourself too by editing a screenshot and typing in a fake name. Stop saying things like that. This isn't some image file. It's a screenshot from the court's official website. If you know the case number and the names of the people involved, you can look everything up and see it for yourself. Appa. I already told you the name of the site, so take out your phone and search it yourself. I don't believe it. They just happen to have the same name. That's all. Exactly. The name on that website is just the same by coincidence. You're just making up fake information however you want. Well, am I wrong? Hearing him say that, Garam thought, how did Moon Ejin manage to create such a fanatical follower? How does a guy like him usually win people over? After thinking that, she said, "What, just the same name? Don't you think you're forcing yourself a little too hard to believe that? I know you want to deny the ugly truth about your girlfriend, but you should start accepting it little by little." That's not true. Ejin isn't that kind of person. I've been dating Ejin for 2 whole years, right? All I have to do is ask her directly, and I'll know the truth. Seeing that Chumin was about to ask Ejin, Garam immediately jumped in and said no. But he cursed at her and told her to get lost. If everything you said is true, then do you dare face Ejin openly and settle this in front of all of us? You could expose her lies right in front of me too, couldn't you? Then why are you stopping me? So everything you said really was made up after all, wasn't it? Take a good look at yourself right now. If you keep blindly believing everything Moon Ejin says, then my words will mean nothing to you. What kind of insane nonsense are you talking about? Are you not going to let go? When Chumin failed to grab the phone, he thought angrily, how is a girl this strong? This brat really must be used to bullying people. Meanwhile, Garam was thinking I failed. I was too quick to believe that thing about him being indecisive. If I let him talk to Moon Ejin in this situation, she'll only brainwash him even more. There's no other choice. The moment Garam reached that conclusion, she snapped Chumin's phone in half. The force of it made her fall to the ground too. Chumin stood there in a daze for a moment. Then he shouted, "My phone." At the same time, Garam cried out in shock, "My chocolate milk." Just then, the shop owner shouted, "Hey, you people." The two of them were immediately thrown out of the cafe. Once outside, Garam spoke first. "This is all because of you. I hadn't even finished my chocolate before we got kicked out. Shut your mouth and get out of my sight. Get lost right now, or I'll make you pay for my phone. I can buy you a replacement in any brand you want. Goodbye, Chumin." Honestly, you keep pretending you don't care, but deep down you're worried, aren't you? About those rumors about Ejin. All right, then let's do this. At 4:20 tomorrow afternoon, 20 minutes before classes end at Euro High, come to the back gate of the school. If you trust me just once, and if you want to see Moon Ejin's true face, come there and witness everything with your own eyes. Before long, the next day arrived. While texting, Eugene thought, why hasn't Chumin replied to my messages? What's going on? Is it because I bothered him too much the other day, so now he finds me annoying? No, that can't be it. Chumin isn't that kind of person. In nearly 2 years of dating him, something like this has never happened before. So what on earth is going on? And another thing, why is that Leun Garam acting so quiet and obedient today? Honestly, it would be better if she were pulling some crazy stunt or something. But even at lunchtime, she still hasn't done anything. She's just sitting there quietly? Come to think of it, around the same time, Leun Garam started acting strangely tame. My boyfriend disappeared too. Could it be? No, it can't be what I'm thinking, right? Just then, Garam turned and asked Eugene, why you keep staring at me, class president? Is there something on my face? You're so noisy. Mind your own damn business. After snapping at Garam, Eugene thought, as long as she's not causing trouble for me, that's already enough. I should just focus on studying. I've fallen behind on too much work already. On the other side, Garam was still smiling as she looked at Eugene. In no time, it was lunchtime. Eugene was eating alone. She was eating quite happily when suddenly someone threw rice right into her face. The ones who did it were none other than Sei-hai and Ji-yoon. Furious, Eugene shouted, are you insane? You guys are seriously too much, you bastards. Hearing that, Ji-yoon said, why don't you think positively? At least today, we let you eat a meal like a human being. That's right. Remember when, on the first day we took you out for a walk, we fed you dog food? Compared to getting down on all fours like a dog and eating dog food, isn't this a lot better now? Anyway, that day we secretly mixed some snacks into it without letting Leun Garam know, so don't resent us too much. Hearing that, Eugene thought, damn it, that's why I was wondering why dog food tasted so good. I almost died from shock thinking I had the same taste as a dog. Then June added, oh, and one more thing. When you're done eating, go down to the garbage dump. Why'd I have to go there? Leun Garam told you to. If you don't go, she'll beat you up right away. Hearing that, Eugene started to cry. She thought, please, just let me go. Can't she leave me alone for even one peaceful day? A while later, Eugene went down to the garbage area. When she got there, she saw that Garam was already waiting for her. The moment Eugene saw Garam, she thought, what the hell? How did she even climb up there and sit like that? Then Garam spoke up. Our Eugene is here. Did you enjoy your lunch, sweetheart? Why, yes, it was good. But somehow, from your tone, it doesn't sound like you're asking whether it was a good meal. Why does our poor little Eugene look so lifeless? You've had me so worried. Garam's favorite punching bag, oh no, my dear friend, is looking so gloomy. Do you know how much it pains me to see you like this? Damn it, now is she trying to humiliate me again? At that moment, Garam jumped down from above. As soon as she landed, she let out a little oof. Then she looked up and said, I haven't even done anything to you yet. So why do you already look like you're about to cry? Hey, Eugene, life's been exhausting for you lately, hasn't it? I'll tell you a way to make it less exhausting. So, want to hear it? Are you going to say that if I die, I won't feel pain anymore? No, squeakfart. I'm going to talk seriously with you from now on. I want to make a deal with you, so listen carefully. If you do exactly as I say after school today, then I'll stop bullying you. Hearing that, Eugene laughed and said, I'll do it, I'll do it. I'll do it, Garam. Let me do it. I'll do my best to do whatever you tell me. Leave it to me. So what do I have to do after school? When Garam heard that, she said at once, provoke our class president and beat her to death. At those words, Eugene's face went blank. Then she asked Garam, what did you just say? I didn't hear that wrong, did I? Meet the class president alone after school. Say something that will make her uneasy. Take control of the situation and hit her hard. What? I don't want to. Be honest. You're just inventing some new way to bully me, aren't you? I'd rather die than mess with that Eugene. It'll end up just like what happened to Ryu. Of course it's different, you idiot. Before you die, you still get beaten first, don't you? Don't joke with me like that. If she hits me in the wrong places, I'm dead for real. When that Eugene goes crazy, she's terrifying. What? Am I such a joke to you now that you're not afraid of me anymore? No, Garam is really scary, but whether I get hit by a car or run over by one, the result is death either way. At that moment, Garam grabbed her by the throat. In a cold voice, she said, why do you keep refusing to listen to me? Idiot, don't you know the survival rate is higher when you get hit by a car than when you get run over by one? Our deal is over. Now this is an order. If you don't do exactly what I told you after school, then those not-so-wholesome pictures of you will be put on display for the entire school to see. Getting run over by a truck would hurt a lot, wouldn't it? And your answer is? Fine, I'll do it, okay? I'll do it. The moment those words left her mouth, Garam let Eugene go. Then she smiled and said, just as expected, Eugene really is my favorite friend. I'm really looking forward to what happens after school. After Garam left, Eugene cried in humiliation. She screamed in despair. Before long, evening came. Chumin stood outside the school gate, thinking, this is Jean's school. I even came home earlier than usual to prepare for my competition. Is this really what a boyfriend should be doing? It feels awful to doubt my own girlfriend, especially when she's the one supposedly being abused. But no matter how much I trust her or try to tell myself to stay rational, it doesn't help. No, this is something I have to do. I don't know why Leon Garam told me to come here, but if I don't, who knows what she might do to my Jean. For now, I'll just go along with what she wants first. While I'm here, I might be able to get evidence of the school violence too. As Jean's boyfriend, I'll confront them and save her. Just then, a voice called out, "Oh la la, Chumin. You really came. Why are you out here? Aren't you still in class? I got out early too, just like you, and I even prepared something for you." Prepared what? I found a perfect spot where we can see what Jean is about to do. It's an ideal place to hide and watch everything together. I came here to guide you there. So don't get the wrong idea about me, okay? Come on, follow me. We still need to get a good place to sit. It's time for you to face the truth. Chumin ended up following Garam. A little while later, school was over. Garam and Chumin were standing up high, watching from above. Looking down below, Garam said, "It's about time for our main actress to appear. I wonder if Jean managed to lure that bitch here or not." At that moment, Chumin said, "Hey you, were you holding your hand? You mean this? This is a high-quality camcorder I prepared in advance. I got everything ready to record the story. Sure, I could have just filmed it with my phone like usual, but where's the fun in that, right? What exactly do you find fun about any of this? I don't know why you're filming, but you should have asked for my permission first. If you were planning to record everything from the start, then why did you even call me here? Couldn't you have just shown me the video afterward? Unless you have some other motive too? Chill, quiet. Look over there. She's finally here." The moment he saw Jean, Chumin thought, what is this? Am I really supposed to just stand here and watch? Down below, Jean said, "Hey, Jean, you've gotten pretty bold lately, haven't you? You even dared call me out alone after school. I told you the next one I'd deal with after Leon Garam would be you. Did you forget what I said? Why did you call me out here? Is there something you wanted to say?" At that moment, Jean turned to face Jean. She started speaking angrily. "Damn it, am I really that pathetic to you? I'm asking you, am I really that pathetic? If I'm that pathetic, then come on and beat me to death. Deal with me first, damn it." Watching from above, Chumin was shocked. Meanwhile, Garam was quietly smiling to herself. Down below, Jean was stunned. A second later, her expression turned angry. Seeing that, Jean thought in fear, Jean's about to lose it. I am screwed. Moon Jean is going to beat me to pieces. She's going to kill me with just a few blows. But Jean still didn't make a move. Instead, she thought, why is that bitch provoking me out of nowhere? Neither her reason nor the timing of this makes any sense. Still, I can't just turn my back now and pretend none of this is happening. And she seems fully aware of what she's doing right now. I don't know what she's plotting. Then suddenly, Jean sensed something. She quickly turned to look up at the building across from her. Luckily, Garam pulled Chumin down to hide. Below, Jean continued thinking, there's definitely something strange about this situation. Someone must have set this up. I don't know what kind of trap they've prepared for me, but based on my instincts, I definitely shouldn't go along with the crazy thing I was about to do. Forget it. I'm just going home. When Jean turned to leave, Jean shouted, "Wait. Where do you think you're going? We need to settle this first. Hey, bitch, if you want to end up in the ground that badly, why don't you go looking for Garam instead? If you've got nothing else to say, then I'm leaving." Seeing her walk away, Jean thought in shock, I can't just let her go like this. But honestly, seeing her leave like that makes me feel way more relieved. It's totally unlike the usual Jean, but somehow I feel much more at ease. Alright, I did everything I could. Garam will probably let this failure slide, right? Just then, Jean looked up and saw Garam standing on a rooftop. She saw the fury on Garam's face. At that sight, she thought, no, what the hell am I thinking? That's Garam. She never goes back on her word, and she could kill me at any moment. If I want to live in peace, I have to salvage this somehow. I need to make that bitch turn back around and completely lose it. Think, search through all the tricks I've ever used. Suddenly, something came to Jean. She immediately said, I've got it. That's the one. She instantly shouted at Jean, "Hey, murderer!" Hearing that, Jean turned around and asked Jean, "What did you just say?" Back when Hyena jumped from the rooftop, she wasn't alone, was she? You and Cha Seo Hyun dragged Hyena up to the rooftop, and you forced her to jump, didn't you? You're a murderer, you bitch. Hearing that, Jean's face darkened. Above them, Garam looked down and thought, what are they barking about? Didn't Hyena commit suicide because she was overwhelmed by negativity and stress from stomach cancer? Are they saying she was driven to suicide? Down below, Jean said coldly, "Hey, Song, Jean. Who did you hear that from?" Seeing that Eugene was interested, Eugene smiled and thought it worked. Then she sneered and said, "You think I'd tell you? Go to the police station and turn yourself in, murderer." At that moment, Eugene rushed forward and kicked Eugene hard. The blow sent Eugene flying backward. It didn't stop there. Eugene lunged again and drove another kick straight into Eugene's stomach. It hurt so much it felt like she'd been shot. Below, Eugene kept attacking without mercy. Above, seeing this, Chumin thought, no way. Can Eugene really be this violent? Down below, Eugene said, "That's right. I'm a murderer. But do you really think you can provoke a murderer and get away with it?" Terrified, Eugene said, "Wait, Eugene, actually this is..." But before she could finish, Eugene clamped a hand over her mouth. She told Eugene, "Ah, I get it now. That filthy mouth of yours is the real problem. With that mouth that spits out nothing but disgusting words. I'll make sure you shut it and never speak another word again." Then Eugene punched Eugene straight in the mouth. Up above, Chumin was horrified by what he was seeing, as Eugene wildly kept punching Eugene in the mouth. The fantasy in Chumin's mind shattered completely. All those beautiful memories were smashed to pieces in an instant. Below, Eugene managed to spit out the hair clip. Eugene had lifted her up off the ground. She said to Song Eugene, "Starting tomorrow, don't you dare set foot in this school again. I've already warned you, haven't I? If you show your face in front of me one more time, then I'll send your corpse off to medical research. Got it?" After saying that, Moon Eugene let go of Eugene and kicked her again. That kick sent Eugene flying. She was already unconscious, but Eugene still spat in her face. From above, Shin Chumin had witnessed everything that had just happened. He stammered, "No way. Is that really the Eugene I knew?" Meanwhile, Garam was looking into the camera and smiling. She thought, thanks to Eugene playing her role so well, I got a very sharp video to use. When the final dinner takes place, this video is going to play a very important role. At that moment, Chumin was falling apart. Holding his head, he said, "A murderer." And she even forced someone to jump off the rooftop. What the hell were those people barking about? What kind of person have I been dating? Who the hell is the Eugene I knew? For the past 2 years, has my girlfriend been deceiving me? Garam looked at him and thought, I expected this to hit him hard, but his mind is even more fragile than I imagined. No. Then again, if you find out your girlfriend is a murderer, this kind of reaction is probably normal. I didn't expect what Eugene said either. Anyway, he's part of this plan too, so provoking him any further would only create more trouble. This is bad. If the plan fails, my position will crumble. That department head will climb over my head and take control of everything. And then he'll laugh at me too. I can't allow that. Look at that man. If I keep going like this and give up on everything, I won't get another chance to turn things around. Today, I have to find some way to toy with them. Leeun Garam, a girl who loves sweet chocolate smoothies. After coming to South Korea, she developed a great many interests here. Unexpectedly, one of Garam's hobbies was browsing Wikimeki. For Leeun Garam, who had always been intensely curious about everything in the world, Wikimeki opened up an even more wondrous world. On Wikimeki, Garam gained a lot of inspiration related to revenge. And there was one thing she learned there. The level of suffering victims feel when they discover they've been cheated on goes far beyond what people who've never experienced it can imagine. When they discover that the partner or lover they've relied on and trusted for years has fallen into someone else's arms. According to Dennis Oak's research, the aftermath can leave them suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. So from a moment Garam learned that Moon Eugene had a boyfriend, she had wanted to carry out this project. Back in reality, Chumin was clutching his head and saying, damn it, there's not a single trustworthy person left in this world. I feel like I've just been spun around in circles in this relationship. How could she pretend to be kind and deceive me for 2 whole years? Seeing that, Garam thought, what can I do to help Chumin escape this nightmare? I guess I should go with the easiest and most effective method. I don't really understand this thing people call shame. I don't feel any discomfort of being tempted by Chumin's ordinary kind of attractiveness. But the problem right now is, for a naive guy like him, if I seduce him too openly, it could make him even more guarded instead. On top of that, some outside force might end up condemning my actions as something dark and wicked. So how exactly should I lure him in? Right then, Chumin spoke up. Hey, are you happy now? Do you feel relieved after showing me that truth? You could have just left things alone and pretended not to know. You could have waited until we broke up. At least until we broke up normally, like other people do. Do you know how painful it is to find out the ugly truth about the person you love? I'm sorry, but please just go now. Leave me alone. Right now, I want to be by myself. At that moment, Garam draped her jacket over Chumin's shoulders. He turned to look at her. Then Garam said, I'm sorry, but I can't leave you here all alone. Did you hear what those lunatics said earlier? Hiena was pushed off the rooftop too. She wasn't my real sister, but I thought of her as family. I can't just leave someone who's in such despair all alone on a rooftop like this. I'm truly sorry for dragging you into my revenge. I did everything I could to avenge Hyena, who is said to have died by suicide. Even though I never wanted to involve you, the only way I could get revenge on Jean was by hurting you. So please forgive me, and please understand that I never meant you any harm. As for my current class president, I had no other choice. I also feel like I should take responsibility for the sadness you're feeling right now. So I want to comfort you with a story from my own life. This isn't something I planned to tell you, but when I was little in North Korea, that was the happiest time of my life. Because I had a father who loved me dearly. Life there wasn't as luxurious as it is here in South Korea, but just imagining a future living with such a loving father. I wasn't envious at all of the children of powerful, high-ranking men in North Korea. If Jean was your whole world, then my father was the same to me. Until that day, my father was a scientist affiliated with the party. His main work was experimenting on rats. In that lab, rat was me. As part of a research project the party was conducting at the time, the moment he learned I was the child whose body was most suitable for the experiment, my father didn't hesitate for even a second to perform it on me. Because it would earn him recognition from the party, he cold-bloodedly experimented on his own biological daughter. That was the truth about my real father. I was only 10 years old, and I had all kinds of poison injected in my body. Those were the worst days of my life, pain soaking deep into every vein in my body. All the suffering I had to endure came from that period. Those 3 terrible years when I was trapped behind bars like my father's laboratory rat. For all 3 years, I had poison injected into me every single day. I had to clench my fist tight for 10 seconds, like this. See? Then, once the poison reached halfway through my veins, they would turn black like this. Seeing Garam's hand, Chumin said in shock, "My God, that must have hurt so much. Even now, I still hate myself, and yet you're sympathizing with me like this. You're really a good person." Hearing her say that, Chumin shyly replied, "Aw no, I'm just." But Garam continued, "What I'm trying to say is, I've gone through pain very similar to yours. The image of the father I loved more than anything in the world was nothing but my own foolish illusion. I lost everything in a single morning. I thought my life was over, but life carried me here to South Korea, where I met my adoptive father, and thanks to how well he took care of me, I can eat as many chocolate smoothies as I want now. Anyway, the world you once knew will collapse too. But even if you think everything is over now, if you have the courage to keep going, then like me, you'll be able to reach a new world too, right?" Hearing Garam's words, Chumin stammered, "A new world? I've rambled on too much. You could also use another girl to forget your ex. My original plan was to seduce you so you'd dump Jean, but seeing how kind and innocent you are, my conscience couldn't go through with it. You're a good person. Someday you'll meet someone even better than Jean. As for my shirt, you can throw it away or use it as a handkerchief or whatever you want. I'm sorry for causing you trouble all this time. I'll be going now." Just as Garam was about to leave, Chumin shouted, "Wait." Seeing that reaction, Garam smiled to herself. As expected, with a sweet, gentle guy like him, you need a little strategy. Garam turned back with a smile and said, "Did you call me? Is there something you want to say to me? You still haven't compensated me for my phone. You let me borrow your shirt so you wouldn't have to pay me back for my phone? Are you kidding me? You clearly said you'd buy me the newest model. So now you have to come with me to the shopping mall. And that place is a perfect date spot too. You want me to use another girl to forget my ex, right? Fine. I'll use you to get over this heartbreak. So you should use me for your revenge too." Hearing that, Garam smiled and said, "Then let's go together. Let's date." Operation Destroy Moon Jean begins. In no time, Garam had taken Chumin to buy a new phone. He held it in his hand, his face full of delight. Seeing that, Garam said, "You seem to really like that phone." "Well, yeah, it's the latest model, and it has way more useful features than my old one." "Well then, I've properly compensated you with a new phone. So now we're officially dating. I'll follow your lead. Let's go have as much fun as we can in this lively neighborhood. So, have you already thought of where we should go for our date? I've already made plans for our special date later. For now, I'll follow your lead. If that's what you want, then come with me. First, I'll take you somewhere nearby that has great food." A little later, Garam and Chumin entered a nearby restaurant. On the table was a bowl of noodles, and Garam was staring at it with great excitement. Meanwhile, Chumin lifted his camera and took pictures of her. A little later, he brought Garam to a karaoke room. At that moment, Garam was singing, She sang with full enthusiasm, and Chumin stood there watching her, smiling happily. A little later, Garam's score came out 100 points. After that, they went to a photo booth. The two of them went inside and posed for pictures. Soon, they had a whole stack of photos together. After that, they went to ride an attraction. Just then, someone pressed a button, sending the ride upward and throwing Garam up into the air. A moment later, Garam dropped back down and landed on Chumin's lap. The moment Garam's body touched him, Chumin started trembling all over. Garam turned to look at him. She smiled once, and Chumin felt as though spring had come to him again. The two of them began playing around together everywhere they went. Before long, it was evening, and they were happily walking home together. As they walked, Garam said, "Thanks to you, I had so much fun today. So this is what dating is like. Is this interesting? Then now let's go on our special date." "A special date? You're making me unbearably curious. Where are we going to enjoy this special date?" Hearing that, Garam gave a faint smile. Elsewhere, at Eugene cram school, inside the classroom, the teacher was lecturing. Now then, to talk about this literary work, it actually appeared twice on the college entrance exam in the 2010s. It is a portrait of around 30 residents living near the Cheonggyecheon area in the 1930s, depicted in the style of a genre painting and using stream of consciousness technique. In particular, it strongly emphasizes the lives of women who suffered under the culture of being daughters-in-law and the practice of taking concubines in that era. For example, this beautiful main character is a representative case of the suffering caused by discovering her husband's betrayal. Meanwhile, Eugene worried to herself, "Damn it, Chumin. Why hasn't he replied to a single one of my messages? Why haven't I been able to contact him at all until now? Even if he did lose his phone, he could still go to an internet cafe and find some way to contact me. Could he have gotten into an accident?" Right then, the teacher spoke up. "Eugene, why haven't you been paying attention at all today? Why do you keep staring at your phone during class?" "I'm sorry, sir. Do you think just because you ranked first in the entire school in the last exam, you can afford to slack off like this?" Damn it, he doesn't know anything and still acts like he's right. Eugene cursed inwardly at the teacher. No, he does have a point. Because of that Leun Garam, I've had to study like crazy to make up for everything I couldn't focus on in class. So I need to focus on the lesson first. Kakao talk. Did he really message me? Right? There's no way Chumin would ignore me for this long. I need to check the message. When Eugene looked at it, she was utterly shocked. The message was from someone calling herself Crazy Cammy, class president. Hurry and look out the window. Eugene immediately turned toward the window. What met her eyes was Garam standing on the building across from them. Garam was standing there, waving at her. Eugene was stunned and thought, "Am I hallucinating? Is that why I'm seeing her? How does that bitch know I study here?" Eugene was seething, and then her expression turned even more horrified. Because standing beside Garam was her boyfriend, Shin Chumin. She shot to her feet, trembling in shock. She could no longer believe her own eyes. The classmates in the room started whispering among themselves. What's she doing? Is there something interesting out there? Who is she looking at? Right then, on the building across from them, Chumin kissed Garam. Seeing them kiss, the students in the class laughed and chattered, "Whoa, that's awesome. I'm so jealous. A surprise, roof type quiche. That's so romantic. Hey, you little kids, stop yapping and get back to your seats already. What school are they from? I think that guy's wearing Einhai's uniform. Do they know we're watching them? Maybe they're enjoying the thrill of doing it in public. They look really good together. It's like the male and female leads in a movie." Meanwhile, Garam and Chumin finally pulled apart. Garam said, "Chumin, I thought you were still just an innocent, immature boy. Turns out there's another side of you I didn't know about. All right then, now it's my turn to strike back." At that moment, Garam pushed Chumin up against the rooftop railing. When he looked down, he saw a crowd of people staring up at them. Seeing his expression, Garam said, "Don't be scared, my love. Have you ever heard of the suspension bridge effect? The reason my heart is pounding right now isn't because I'm seeing you up somewhere so high. It's because of every part of your body." With that, Garam started kissing Chumin right there against the railing. Everyone watched the scene unfold. Eugene started to cry. Seeing her cry, the teacher asked, "Eugene, what's wrong? Did something happen?" "Sir, look at Eugene. What's with her? She's been acting strange for a while now. Wow, he's so cute, like a little puppy. I just want to hug him and comfort him." At that moment, Eugene received a call from Chumin. She quickly answered it. "Hello." From the phone, came the wet sounds of the two of them kissing. A moment later, Garam laughed and said, "Hello, class president. This is my special date with him. Sweet, isn't it?" Hearing those words, Eugene flew into a rage and shouted. Seeing how furious she was, the teacher quickly said, "Eugene, calm down first. I'll organize today's lesson and send it to everyone later. Right now, I still need to discuss a few things with the supervising teacher outside." So, before he could finish, Eugene had already bolted straight out of the classroom. As she ran downstairs, she yelled, "Leun Garam, I'm gonna kill you, you bitch." Meanwhile, Garam also noticed Eugene rushing this way. Seeing that, Garam laughed and said, "Looks like the class president's gone completely insane. She looks like some animal that broke out of its cage and is charging out here. Let's get out of here fast. She's a Taekwondo champion, so it'd only take her a step or two to get here. You've seen how scary the class president is when she gets angry too, right? So let's run away, honey." Garam immediately pulled Chumin away. A little later, Eugene finally ran over and shoved the door open, but she didn't see anyone. Eugene screamed, "You whore Garam, and you cheating bastard Chumin. I'll kill both of you." Down below, Chumin and Garam had already witnessed the whole scene. Chumin thought, was that really Eugene's sweet and gentle voice from before? That scream just now sounded exactly like some ancient flying dinosaur roaring. It's terrifying. I'm never seeing her again. Then Garam laughed and said, "Playing hide-and-seek like this is actually kind of fun, don't you think? It reminds me of something. This feels like we're running away from a crazy fangirl." Hearing Garam say that, Chumin thought, running away from a crazy fangirl, that doesn't really mean anything. For Garam, everything happening right now is just revenge for her dead sister. But somehow, it felt like his heart was slowly. After that thought, he spoke up. "Hey Garam, what's your ideal type?" "My ideal type? Why are you suddenly asking me that? I just want to know more about you, Garam. I'm really curious about you." "My ideal type, just like you'd imagine, it's a strong man." The scene shifts to Lee Myung-jun's room. He was saying, "Chief Beck, do you know why I never skip my daily exercise routine, no matter how busy my work gets? Is it so you can maintain a healthy body and handle all the work around you, sir?" "No, wrong. Exercise always gives me a strong sense of stimulation. Muscle activity helps increase BDNF production, improves cognitive ability, and also increases blood flow to the brain, sharpening mental alertness. Do you understand what I mean? I always have to maintain my mind in its best possible state so I can plan and take revenge on those bastards." "As expected, you mean we must be patient and wait for the right opportunity, correct?" "Right. So how is Garam's project going? Allow me to report on the current status of that project." Today, Garam successfully seduced Shin Chumin. They went to a restaurant, a photo booth, a karaoke room, and even an amusement park. A total of 4 dates took place, and afterward, they went straight to the cram school that Eugene attends. And on the rooftop of the building across from that academy, in full view of many people, they openly showed affection there. They successfully provoked Eugene, just as expected. And how is Eugene now? I'll continue my report on Eugene's condition. According to our surveillance team, Eugene has currently been causing a scene on that rooftop for 15 minutes, and the building staff are trying to drag her down. From here on, we'll receive updates on Eugene from the surveillance team every 15 minutes. Very good. Garam completed her assigned mission excellently. You've also done well as the commander. Thank you, Vice Chairman. I should have entrusted Hyena's protection and supervision to someone as capable as you much earlier. Then that girl would never have been trampled by those bastards like that. Hearing those words, Chief Beck thought, "I'm sorry, Vice Chairman. Even if I had been there, nothing would have changed. In that situation, no one could have protected her." At that moment, Lee Myung-jun spoke again. "Come to think of it, where is Garam right now?" Garam said she's currently on her way home after eating ramen with Chumin at his dorm. "And I heard she has something she wants to report to you in person, Vice Chairman." "Then we need to head back too. Get moving. Go prepare." A little later, Lee Myung-jun returned home. As soon as Garam saw him, she brightened up. Raising her hand, she said, "Stepfather, good evening." Hearing that, Chief Beck angrily said, "Hey, Leun Garam. Chief, be honest. You really like scolding me, don't you?" "I do not. I told you that arm needed to be put in a cast. I know your recovery ability is excellent, but if you don't get it casted, the fracture could spread even more. You really love lecturing, Chief. If I get cast, I won't be able to move around freely." "Damn, nothing's gone wrong so far, has it?" At that moment, Lee Myung-jun said, "Garam, even a light touch could cause it to fracture again. So stop boasting here and listen to Chief Beck." "Yes, stepfather. I'll go get it casted again tomorrow." That answer made Chief Beck think angrily. This brat really dares to ignore what I say. Then Lee Myung-jun asked, "So, was there something you wanted to tell me in person? Go ahead and say it here." Garam fell silent for a moment before speaking. "Today, I overheard the contents of a conversation between Song Un-jin and E-jin. It seems Hyena's death wasn't suicide." "What? Do you know what you're saying?" "Don't go saying things like it seems carelessly. Have you verified it clearly?" "Although I still haven't fully confirmed it, I clearly heard that she was forced to jump from the rooftop." That conversation was also recorded by the camera and delivered to the surveillance team on site, so everyone can review it there. When Lee Myung-jun heard this, his body began showing signs of his blood pressure dropping. Garam immediately rushed over to support him. Chief Beck also hurried over and said, "Vice Chairman." Garam then said, "Stepfather, are you okay?" "Everything happened exactly as I feared. My Hyena was not the kind of child who would make such a reckless choice." "Stepfather, this may not be an appropriate question for the situation, but I still want to ask because I think it might make you feel better. Tonight, before I go get my arm casted, may I use the kitchen?" Lee Myung-jun thought for a moment, then said, "The kitchen? That's right. We still have to continue this revenge. In Hyena's whole life, she never got to treat E-jin to anything good. Today, I'll allow you to use the kitchen. But tomorrow, that E-jin girl has to eat her fill. Leave everything to me." As soon as Garam said that, she walked straight into the kitchen. As she hummed, she said, "Let's start preparing some fresh ingredients for the meal." The scene shifts to half a year earlier. Hyena was coughing violently. She was crying, and cigarette butts were pouring out of her mouth as she vomited. At that moment, a voice rang out. "This is so damn fun. Just look at her. She's even puking out maggots. So disgusting. She's acting so dramatic, it's nauseating. Let's see now. I'll check whether you've thrown everything up yet. 1, 2, 3. That's just right. You actually puked up an entire pack of cigarettes. You know what? This proves nicotine can induce vomiting too. Hyena, you made my experiment a success. Crazy, right? Even I didn't expect it to work. Damn, E-jin, you're seriously a scientific genius." Hearing him say that, Hyena spoke up. "What do you gain from treating me like this? Do you think bullying someone like me makes you superior? Does it make your life more wonderful or something? Stop laughing like a lunatic. You're just a coward. You're afraid to face the people you really need to face. So you're taking your anger out on me in the most despicable way." "What the hell did you just say?" "Even though I'm suffering in misery like this, I don't regret standing up to you here at all. You're all just people who know how to bully the weak. I live an honest life, and I've never done a single shameful thing. This is how I'll keep facing people like you. E-jin, instead of taking your anger out on me, do you dare fight back against your brother?" Hearing Hyena say that, E-jin furiously swung her leg and shouted, "Fight back, my ass." Right then, E-jin woke up from a dream. She had just dreamed about the scenes of herself torturing Hyena. She thought, why did I dream about that moment? Why does it always happen at times like this? Those memories are disgusting. No, they can't even be called memories. Those things... Fine, I admit it too, Hyena, but the shock and pain I inflicted on you were only because I needed some way to vent my feelings. But Hyena, you also need to know that I wasn't the one who killed you. I always paid attention to how hard I hit you, and I was always careful about the ingredients and amounts of what I made you eat. Damn it, you were strong enough to endure all my shitty games. I got stress relief, and you got to keep your moral high ground. Neither of us really lost out. If only it had all just been a mistake. But that bitch Cha Seo-hyun ruined everything. That crazy bitch went too far and made things end up like this for you. That day on the rooftop, Cha Seo-hyun ordered me to do it. If it had been you, could you have disobeyed Cha Seo-hyun's orders? To be blunt, what did I even do wrong? It was all because of Cha Seo-hyun. Cha Seo-hyun is the one who made me do it. That's right, you didn't die because of me. So do something about your damned little sister instead. A little later, downstairs at E-jin's house, she was slowly coming down. Just then, a voice rang out. "Why are you up so late today? Are you going to oversleep like this on your college entrance exam too?" "I'm sorry, father." "Dear, don't raise your voice at her. Our E-jin always ranks first in the mock exams. So what if she does? Are you proud of just that? Only children who get into university through scholarships and strong family backgrounds can take pride in such things." E-jin, yes, father. The Lord once said we must never let down our guard. He always warns us to stay away from the temptations that arise from within ourselves. And even more so when you have committed grave sins. Regarding the school violence incident, I am very displeased that you caused such things. I endured not reopening the matter and chose to discipline you quietly for your mother's sake. I did not let you study Taekwondo so that you could become an athlete, and I certainly did not teach you Taekwondo so that you could bully other people. Dear, why are you bringing that up again? I'm saying it so she'll never forget it. I also heard that something happened at the academy yesterday, and it seems you caused trouble there just like you did in that school bullying incident. If something like that happens one more time, I will end your life." Hearing those words from her father, Jean became terribly frightened. A few seconds later, she hurriedly said, "I'm going to the bathroom for a moment." Jean immediately ran into the bathroom. The moment she went in, she bent over the toilet and started retching. A little later, the scene shifts to school. Inside the classroom, everyone was whispering among themselves. Look at her. The classroom atmosphere is so suffocating today, right? Earlier, I saw the class president. She was trembling and crying. Huh, the class president, really? And Song Eun-jin didn't come to class either. I don't know what happened, but should we put chrysanthemums on her desk? But Lee Eun-garam skipped first period too, so what exactly is going on? Over here, Jean was crying as she held her phone, looking at the picture of herself with Chumin on it. She thought, my life is over. Because of that bitch Lee Eun-garam, my final exams are ruined too. Father will find out everything and throw me out of the house. Worst of all, my Chumin, my shore of happiness. I've lost him too. I have nowhere left to lean on. My whole life is ruined. The moment I kill that Lee Eun-garam bitch, I'll die with her too. Just then, Garam walked into the classroom and said with a grin, "It's Mummy Garam. I broke a bone, oh no." Everyone turned to look at Garam, and when Jean saw her, she furiously said, "Garam." Hearing Jean call her, Garam just smiled and said, "My dear class president, I just learned a few new Korean words. Want to hear them? Your boyfriend is amazing." Hearing that, Jean trembled with rage and burst into tears. Looking at Garam's hand, she spat out, "You filthy prostitute, you slut." Garam only smiled faintly and told Jean, "Come with me to the gym." A little later, the two of them arrived at the gym. As soon as they got there, Garam smiled and said, "Here, you can do whatever you want to your heart's content. You're really good at enduring things too. Even after losing so badly, you still want to fight me? How could I possibly lose to someone who only learned boxing, huh? In a wide open space like this, there's no limit to my kicks. Today I'm dragging you to hell, and I'll follow you there myself. I'm going all out against you today." As Jean charged forward, Garam struck her with a kick. The moment Jean took that hit, she was sent flying more than 10 meters away. After being kicked, Jean rolled across the floor, crying out in pain. Lee Eun-garam's squat could reach 250 kilograms, and her kicks were Muay Thai. At that moment, Garam said coldly, "Class president, there's something I'm really curious about. Since when did you know I was a boxer? Back in the science room, I only used elbow strikes. I was merely practicing boxing there. Did you really think you could fight me on equal footing? That's kind of cute. Actually, I had my own reason for calling you here. This is a special, nourishing meal for the class president. Just thinking about this going into your stomach, your body's going to go numb, and you won't be able to bear it. And after you eat this, will you even be able to survive and walk out of this gym? Come on, it's mealtime, dear class president." Hearing Garam say that, Jean thought in terror, "Damn it, what the hell is she trying to make me drink?" As she scrambled away, she thought, "I can't let some disgusting thing when I don't even know what it's made of get into my stomach. How do I escape from here?" Seeing Jean trying to flee, Garam said, "Class president, if you push yourself too hard, you'll end up 6 feet under. With that kick of mine, how long do you think you can hold out? Even if you keep twisting and crawling away like that, in the end you're still going to drink what I cooked. So you can't run anymore? I'll tie you up with a cloth from my bandages." Even though Chief Beck said this arm needs to stay immobilized for the greater good, I'm sure you understand, right? "No, don't come near me. Get lost, you bitch." A little later, Jean had been tied up by Garam as she screamed, "Let me go, you crazy bitch. I was planning to wrap you up like a mummy, but the cloth was too short, so this is all I could do. It hurts, you insane bitch. Let me go, you bitch. Mom, save me." At that moment, Garam threw Jean to one side. Garam walked over to the bag, rummaged through it, and said, "Let me see, what did I put it? I clearly put it in my bag." Meanwhile, Jean trembled in fear, thinking, what is she trying to do now? Just how many bottles did she make anyway? Right then, Garam said happily found it. "This is what's going to help you eat today's meal. Allow me to introduce. A rubber tube. Are you insane? How is that thing supposed to help me?" "Shut up and listen to me," Garam said. "With your nasty, picky personality, even if I gave you 1,000-year ginseng, you wouldn't swallow it, right? So, to make sure you can't spit it out, I'm going to send it in through this rubber tube and shove this tube into your mouth. Don't look so shocked. Just think of it as a simple stomach endoscopy. If you understand, open your mouth." Hearing that, Jean clamped her lips shut and thought, I'm not crazy. Why would I open my mouth and let her do whatever she wants? If I don't open it, what can you do to me? I'm never opening my mouth, you leech. At that moment, Garam kicked Jean hard in the stomach. The kick hurt E-Jean down to the bone. She opened her mouth, gasping for air. At the same time, Garam shoved the tube straight into E-Jean's mouth. Now then, class president, are you going to sit still or not? If you don't stay still, I'll rip your throat open. E-Jean was in terrible pain now. Garam was slowly pushing the rubber tube down into E-Jean's stomach. By then, the tube was already pressing against her insides, making her feel sharp, unbearable pain. Garam said, "Looks like the tube is poking your stomach wall, so it hurts a lot, huh? Don't worry, class president. I'll feed you right away, so your stomach wall won't hurt anymore. It'll protect your stomach too. Enjoy your meal. Now then, let's begin. Eat up, my dear class president." Garam kept pouring something into the rubber tube, and that substance went straight into E-Jean's stomach. It was gradually filling her up more and more. E-Jean could only think helplessly. Something unknown is flowing in and filling up my stomach. It feels so strange. It's disgusting. I'd rather at least know what it is. That would be better than this hopelessness. Right now, all I know is that it feels hard. What on earth is she feeding me? E-Jean's stomach kept swelling larger and larger. Crying, she thought, my stomach is going to burst. Meanwhile, Garam kept feeding her more. When one container was empty, Garam smiled and said, "Wow, you already finished one bottle. Then I'll pour you a fresh one." "Damn you, you wouldn't dare. Are you worried you won't get enough to eat?" "Don't worry. There's plenty here to fill you up, class president. I still have 5 bottles left. I was even worried you might get thirsty, so I prepared water too. Now then, let's keep feeding you. Here comes the next bottle. Bottle number 2. Time passed like that, with Garam feeding E-Jean one bottle after another. After a while, E-Jean thought in agony, "Damn that bitch Garam. She's completely insane. How could she go this far? How could she make me eat 6 whole bottles of this garbage? Even when Lee Hyena was being tortured, I was never treated like this. She even forced me to drink 2 more 1.5-liter bottles of water. That's already beyond what the stomach of a normal adult woman can handle. If this keeps going, my stomach is going to burst and I'll die. Please, please spare me." At that moment, Garam yanked the rubber tube out. That single pull caused E-Jean even more pain. Garam was still smiling as she said, "Class president, was the food good? What the hell did you feed me?" "My dear class president, do you know this? When dried seaweed comes into contact with water, it can expand to 14 times its original volume. A packet of dried seaweed may only be the size of a small cigarette pack, but it can make as many as 40 servings of seaweed soup. So if someone doesn't know that and snacks on dried seaweed casually, they'll end up vomiting and taking a lovely trip to the emergency room. Even starving people in North Korea, when they pick up dried seaweed that's been sun-dried along the coast and eat it, can have their stomachs burst and lose their lives. At this point, you can probably guess what will happen after eating all 6 of those bottles. By now, you readers have probably already guessed what E-Jean ate. The thing Garam fed her through that rubber tube, compressed into pellet form, was made by Garam herself, dried seaweed pellets. Garam continued, "Now comes the real problem. What do you think will happen if 200 dried seaweed pellets expand inside your stomach? Let's wait and see." Continuing from the previous episode, Garam was feeding E-Jean seaweed in the gymnasium. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, the teacher said, "All right, class president, take charge of the class." Attention! But when he didn't see E-Jean, he asked, "What's this? Where did your class president go? Why are so many of you absent today? Where did everyone go?" When the teacher asked that, Jae-yoon and Se-hi exchanged a glance. A second later, Se-hi raised her hand and said, "Sir, I know. The seat in front of me belongs to Song Un-jin. She was badly hurt yesterday, so she asked to stay home and rest today." As for the class president and Garam, both of them said they weren't feeling well, so during break they asked to go to the infirmary. What? They went to the infirmary? The teacher immediately grew angry. "Those brats are skipping class and messing around somewhere, aren't they? I had a headache earlier, so I went to the infirmary for some medicine, and there wasn't a single soul there. Do you all think I'm that easy on you? Are you going to tell me where they are or not?" "Sir, about that." Since he kept pressing, Se-hi had no idea what to say and thought, "Crap. Garam told me I had to come up with a good excuse for why they weren't in class. What am I supposed to do now?" The teacher continued, "Forget it. They probably wanted to ditch my class anyway. You students show less and less respect for your teachers these days." A second later, he shouted, "If this were back in the old days, all of you would have been beaten senseless already." But after saying that much, he suddenly froze and asked the students again, "Wait, did you say Garam went to the infirmary?" "Yes, sir." After Se-hi answered, he wrestled with something in his head for a moment, then said, "Fine. Let's begin class. Open your books." Today, we'll be studying earthquake zones and active volcanoes in the section on changes to the Earth. Seismic zones are places where earthquakes frequently occur and volcanoes form. Volcanic activity usually happens very powerfully. At the same time, somewhere else, Eugene was vomiting seaweed out of her mouth. Every time she threw up, her whole body felt exhausted, but there was still a huge amount of seaweed left in her stomach. Eugene kept retching seaweed out nonstop. Her body trembled in waves. Her complexion and expression changed by the second. Hearing her vomit, Garam smiled with delight. Terrified, Eugene cried and said, "Why am I vomiting this much? Why can't I stop? Why do I keep wanting to throw up like this? What's wrong with my body?" Before she could finish speaking, Eugene retched again. She had vomited 56 times in 3 minutes. Garam stood beside her, watching every moment of it, and she finally spoke. "Class president, do you know something?" In Hyena's diary, there were 101 passages where she wrote, "I vomited up everything in my stomach, and you've only thrown up 50 times, and you're already complaining? You still haven't vomited as much as she did. The debt you owe her, you're going to pay it back with interest. So keep vomiting, my dear class president. If your stomach doesn't burst open, then where's the fun in that?" At that moment, Eugene started retching again. Crying, she thought, "Why is the damned seaweed in my stomach making me vomit nonstop? Every time I feel like throwing up, it feels like my organs want to come out too. I can't stop. More than anything, if the seaweed keeps expanding faster than I can vomit it up, then my stomach really will explode and I'll die. How can something this horrifying even exist in the world? I really don't want to die with my stomach bursting. But I hate having to keep vomiting like this even more. I'm going crazy. How am I supposed to get out of this?" Eugene barely had time to think before something started rising up from inside her stomach. Seeing this, Garam was startled. Something was rising straight up out of Eugene's mouth. Then Garam laughed and said, "Amazing, just like Jack climbing the beanstalk." Hearing those words, Eugene thought in horror, "I'm done for. The seaweed expanded in my stomach, and now it's jammed tight in my throat. I'm going to die. I can't breathe properly. If this keeps up, I'll die soon." At that moment, Eugene even saw a vision of Hyena strangling her to death with her own hands. Terrified, she said, "Hyena, did you come to drag me down to hell?" Unable to breathe, Eugene soon lost consciousness and fainted. She collapsed on the floor, while Garam stood over her with a smile. At that very moment, Garam ran over and stomped hard on Eugene's stomach. That made Eugene vomit again. Seeing that, Garam gave a faint smile and said, "Eugene, don't worry. I don't intend to let you die just yet." "What do you mean, you don't intend to let me die yet?" "Garam, I was wrong. I won't ever do it again. Please spare me, Garam. Please leave me a way to live." "Eugene, don't you remember? Weren't you the one just saying you'd kill me and all that? Don't you remember? I really thought I was about to die, you know? You've disappointed me." After Garam said that, Eugene vomited again and said between retches, "Call 199. Please call an ambulance for me. You really look pathetic. But why go to the emergency room? They can't help you anyway. All they'd be able to do is watch you choke to death. I know a faster way. Just vomit everything in your stomach out." As she said that, Garam kicked Eugene hard in the back, causing her to start retching violently again. After a while, Eugene slowly regained a little awareness. The gym floor was now covered in seaweed. Eugene had been vomiting for 35 minutes. In total, she had thrown up seaweed 382 times. Then Garam's laughter rang out again as she said, "Look at this. Look at this. If someone saw this without context, they'd think we were farming seaweed in here. At a glance, it looks like you've barely managed to cover principal and interest. Good work, class president." Hearing that, Eugene turned around and forced a smile as she replied, "Thank you so much, Garam. Then I paid off my debt now, right? Will you forgive me?" "What nonsense are you talking about, class president? You still have plenty left to repay. What the hell are you saying? You just said I paid it all back." "Oh, you poor little thing. Sure, you've paid for making Hyena vomit, but you also caused her stomach cancer, remember? And there's still the debt for forcing her to jump off the rooftop." "What, the rooftop? How do you know about that?" At that moment, Eugene suddenly remembered something. Then she thought and said, "So it really was you. That day, you were on the rooftop watching." "That's right, my dear class president. Anyway, today's game ends here. Don't worry too much about the rest of your debt. No matter what method I use, I'll make you pay for it all." Hearing Garam say that, Eugene was overcome with fear. Meanwhile, Garam turned and walked away, still saying, "You know you should clean up all that vomit before you leave." "I'll be going first, Eugene." After watching Garam leave, Eugene screamed furiously in the gym. After leaving, Garam immediately called Lee Myung-jun. "Dad, you made it somewhere safe, right? I did something very praiseworthy just now." "Dad, did you watch the video I sent you?" "Ah, yes, I watched it. That seaweed dish looked very delicious." Thank you, Dad. But, Dad, based on the recipe for the delicious dish I made, have you come up with a way to prepare the final dinner yet? Hearing Garam say that, Lee Myung-jun replied, "You're right. It's time to bring this revenge to an end. The project to eliminate the vile nature of the Song's siblings. The final supper project to entertain Moon E-jin. Those children who took away Hyena's right to live. It's time to make them pay." At that exact moment, a voice called out to Lee Myung-jun, vice chairman. Seeing who had called him, Lee Myung-jun said, "Looks like we should hang up now, Garam. Let's continue carrying out this wonderful plan." Continuing from the previous episode, after torturing Moon E-jin, Garam called her adoptive father to prepare the next steps of their plan. The next morning, at Lee Myung-jun's company, he was in his office with Director Beck. At that moment, Lee Myung-jun looked up and heard a voice from outside. "Excuse me, may I come in?" Hearing that, he told the person to come in. The office door slowly opened. The one who entered was Song Jin-taek. Smiling, he said, "Ah, Vice Chairman, I trust you rested well? Thank you for arranging such a wonderful place for me to stay. Please have a seat." "Yes, sir." No sooner had Song Jin-taek sat down than he immediately began smiling and saying, "Today, when I played golf here with such an important gentleman as yourself, I don't know if it was because some of your good fortune rubbed off on me, but not a single one of my shots sliced left. Though I may be the one putting the ball in the hole. How could I possibly compare to a professional like you? You've truly given me many surprises." Hearing that, Lee Myung-jun simply sat there in silence. Meanwhile, Song Jin-taek kept smiling after finishing those flattering words. Then Lee Myung-jun finally said, "I have some unfortunate news for you, Director Song. Our group's decision to support the expansion of your trade route has been canceled." "I beg your pardon, sir?" "Our group conducted a financial review of Nongwon Trading, the company under your management. During that process, we found that your company's finances are not stable enough for us to invest. So the investment support for expanding that trade route has been postponed indefinitely." Hearing this, Song Jin-taek said in alarm, "That can't be. What do you mean by this, sir? Then why did you summon me all the way to this distant country of Thailand?" Seeing him react that way, Lee Myung-jun said, "There's no need to be too upset. On the contrary, our group has an even better project we'd like you to take charge of." "What? Another project? What kind of project is it, Vice Chairman? I'm sure you've heard of it before." "Here in Thailand, our group has a subsidiary that is gradually entering the market. Recently, we've been looking for a company to partner with in supplying goods to that subsidiary." "What do you mean by that, Mr. Lee Myung-jun, Vice Chairman? How long are you going to keep giving yourself headaches over profit margins and buying and selling with other people? Why not try producing the goods directly at a factory and supplying them to our subsidiary?" Hearing those words, Song Jin-taek laughed loudly and said, "If I could be the one to take that on, nothing could be better. Isn't that the dream of everyone in the trading business? But producing and supplying goods here. Does that mean you intend to establish a local subsidiary for us here as well? If so, that would require quite a large amount of capital. How much money would I need to put up? The amount you would need to spend certainly wouldn't be small. There are legal procedures, equipment purchases, and even land acquisition for the factory. If you add up all those costs, you would need 2 billion won on hand. I will invest 1 billion won for you. The remaining 10 billion won will be Director Song's share. We'll split it evenly 50-50 to keep things fair. Of course, I know that raising this money will put a great deal of pressure on you, but this is the best proposal, a huge opportunity that I want Director Song here to take on. This project will give you the chance to partner with us by supplying an enormous quantity of goods to a subsidiary of our Hyundai Group. Of course, we won't let you down." Hearing those words, Song Jin-taek froze for a moment. He began to think. There was one thing he could say with certainty. "I've heard of the subsidiary the vice chairman is talking about while researching the market. It's Maivan Electronic, a Hyundai Group subsidiary that's gradually being introduced into the Thai market. Last year, when the parent company's stock was shaken, this was one of the few subsidiaries that remained unaffected. If I can steadily supply goods to a large and stable company like that, this would be a precious opportunity unlike anything I've ever had in my life. But there's still one more problem." After thinking it over, he spoke up. "Vice Chairman, I'm deeply grateful that you trust me and want to entrust such a good project to me. But unfortunately, our company doesn't have enough capital to operate a production line of that scale. I'm sure you already understand that from your financial investigation into our company. Even if I try to borrow from commercial banks and other investment banks, I can only secure about 5 billion won." When Song Jin-taek said that, Lee Myung-jun spoke up at once. "Then do this instead. Do you remember the apartment I gave you? I'll introduce you to a reliable private credit company. Mortgage that apartment and your house in Gangnam to raise another 5 billion won. Hearing this, Song Jin-taek thought in shock, no, absolutely not. Borrowing high-interest money for a project this large? How could that be possible? At that moment, Lee Myung-jun said again, think carefully, Director Song. From the very beginning, I worked to obtain this project to support you in your business. At first, the company my group had in mind wasn't yours. But because I want to keep my promise to you, I made you this offer. So if your company runs into any difficulties while pushing this project forward, we'll do our best to support you both materially and mentally. And that is clearly stated in this contract as well. Please read it again and check for yourself. Song Jin-taek looked at the paper and thought, fine. There's no point hesitating anymore. If things fail, the vice chairman will be the one who suffers the greatest loss anyway. Even for a major chaebol, putting up 10 billion won in investment would require agonizing thought before making such a decision. He's definitely providing me with that kind of capital to pull me onto his side. Besides, that Gangnam apartment wasn't mine to begin with. If half the investment money is coming from him, then this really does seem like a gamble worth taking. No, this gamble was decided from the very start. There's already a buyer for a massive quantity of goods. This is an opportunity heaven has given me. Make your choice, Song Jin-taek. Once he finished thinking, he immediately said, Vice Chairman, I, Song Jin-taek, ask that you trust me and leave everything to me. Seeing him say that, Lee Myung-jun replied at once, very good. Then please review this contract one last time. Song Jin-taek took the contract in his hands and answered with a smile, a contract drafted by your side surely can't be wrong, sir. If there's any issue, at that point, Song Jin-taek paused and said, Vice Chairman, this clause here, if the investment money is used for any purpose outside what is specified in this contract, compensation equal to double the original investment amount must be paid. Compared to ordinary contracts, this penalty clause seems a little too much for me. Is there a reason you included it? That clause. It comes from the weaknesses of our group. It's embarrassing to bring it up. As Director Song already knows, last year our group was entangled in a massive embezzlement scandal. It started with top executives and extended to directors of subsidiaries and outside partners of the group. Corruption and embezzlement tied to a political party were uncovered on a huge scale. As vice chairman of the group, I was required to cooperate with the government investigation. So after being betrayed by thieves hidden both inside and outside the group, I imposed stricter contract penalty and compensation clauses. Applying a harsher penalty than ordinary contracts is my determination to ensure that something like that never happens again. It's not that I don't trust you, Director Song, but as the head of the company, I need to include it to protect my group's interests. I hope you can understand my position on this matter. Hearing Lee Myung-jun say that, Song Jin-taek smiled and said, I see. If that's the case, then there's really nothing more for me to say. I've heard about that matter too. The one who revived the group during that crisis was you, Vice Chairman. You appeared all over the news handling it. Yes, last year I had to work very hard on many fronts to restore the group. If you finished reading, please sign. Then, yes, of course. At that moment, Song Jin-taek picked up the paper and continued thinking now. Although setting contract violation penalties is up to the one who drafts them, this gives the feeling that the person is quietly preparing for something. If even the slightest mistake happens, No, stop worrying. There's no need to overthink it. I just need to make sure I don't violate anything, and then I won't have to pay compensation. Just sign it. Lee Myung-jun watched Song Jin-taek sign and smiled inwardly. After signing, Song Jin-taek handed the contract back to Lee Myung-jun. Holding the contract in his hand, Lee Myung-jun said, This must have been a difficult decision for you. You've worked hard. You must also be tired after playing golf with me, so please go and get some rest. Hearing that, Song Jin-taek felt slightly disappointed. He spoke up again. Vice Chairman, it may seem like you haven't said it outright to me, but I understand everything. The meaning behind your giving me such a great opportunity. Even if I may secretly feel some dissatisfaction, I, Song Jin-taek, understand everything clearly. As long as you give the order, I will always remain loyal and devoted in carrying out whatever you ask of me. I understand what you mean. Now, please go and rest. Yes, Vice Chairman. I hope you rest well too, sir. After Song Jin-taek had completely left, only 2 people remained in the room. Director Beck spoke up. He may be cunning, but if he thinks he's the one we would choose to help us take revenge, then he's terribly mistaken. No, Director Beck. What? That's the truth. For our revenge, we need Director Song. The scene then shifted elsewhere to Song Eun-jin's room. She was sitting in her room, bored. Just then, someone rang the doorbell, startling Song Eun-jin. Hearing the bell, Song Eun-jin anxiously thought, who is it? No one said they were coming over today. Just then, a voice called out, delivery. Hearing that voice, Song Eun-jin smiled and said, it's the self-defense spray to deal with Moon E-jin and Yoon Garam. It finally arrived. Being home alone won't be nearly as scary now. This is the weapon that'll protect me. What the hell are Moon E-jin and Yoon Garam anyway? Like I'd be scared of them. Meanwhile, the delivery person smiled when he saw Song Eun-jin come to open the door. Come on, hurry and open the door. Your Garam is here. The moment she saw Garam, Song Eun-jin froze on the spot. Continuing from the previous episode, Garam was now standing right in front of Song Eun-jin's house. Song Eun-jin was terrified when she saw Garam, but she still had to invite her inside. As soon as Garam stepped in, she took off the cap she was wearing. Her expression as she looked around the house showed that she was carefully observing everything in Song Eun-jin's home. Song Eun-jin, meanwhile, nervously walked inside while keeping her eyes on Garam. Inside her head, she was frantically thinking, damn it, why the hell is that crazy bitch Yoon Garam sitting in my kitchen right now? How did she even know my address and come all the way here? No matter what, now that she's here, I have to treat her warmly and properly. Otherwise, if she suddenly snaps again, I'm completely screwed. Trembling, Song Eun-jin poured a glass of orange juice, then turned around and said with a smile, Garam, I don't really have anything nice to offer you at my house. Please just have this drink instead, okay? As Song Eun-jin spoke, her hands and feet were shaking so badly that the orange juice in her hand kept spilling. Seeing Song Eun-jin flustered, Garam coldly looked toward the spilled juice and then said, so what, you want Garam to lick up all the orange juice that spilled on the floor? No, that's not it. I am sorry, Garam. I'll go get you a new glass right now. No need. I don't drink anything except sweet chocolate smoothies. Then I'll bring you a chocolate smoothie. No need. Just sit down over there. Oh, okay, got it. Song Eun-jin immediately pulled out a chair and sat down across from Garam. Stammering, she said, Garam, why are you wearing a shipper uniform? Are you working part-time as a delivery person or something? You mean this outfit? Our shy little Eun-jin. If you had seen Garam's face through the doorbell camera, wouldn't you have shut the front door tight like the gate of an iron fortress? So I disguised myself as a delivery worker so I could get in here. Hearing that, Eun-jin thought, damn it, she looks like some criminal on the run. After thinking that, she said, so you were only dressed up like that, right? You didn't take my package or anything, did you? Why? You seem to have been really looking forward to that package. If it benefits me, I might just take it. What? You're gonna take it? It's just bear spray. What did you say, Eun-jin? Bear spray. Hearing Garam's question, Eun-jin fearfully realized she had let something slip. Garam continued, that's strange. Living in a place like South Korea, where there are no wild animals around, why would you need something like that? Don't tell me you were planning to use something that pathetic on me. No, that's not it, Garam. I just wanted to ease this awkward atmosphere a little, so I was joking, that's all. You don't know these kinds of jokes. In South Korea, people use silly jokes like that to help guests feel less awkward when they come over. Ah, is that so? There's still a lot of things about South Korea that Garam doesn't know yet. At that very moment, someone outside rang Eun-jin's doorbell. The voice from outside called out as well, delivery. It says here the customer has to receive this in person. So, is the customer home? Garam immediately ran over and pressed the button to answer the delivery man. Yes, I'm home, but I don't remember ordering anything. Could you read out what item you're delivering for me? Hearing Garam's question, the delivery man replied, it says bear spray. Hearing his answer, Garam turned to look at Eun-jin. When Eun-jin saw the anger on Garam's face, she froze. Meanwhile, Garam smiled and replied to the delivery man, yes, that's fine. You can just leave the package at the front door. Ah, understood. And now, Eun-jin. Hearing those words, Eun-jin jolted in fear. She immediately clasped her hands together and said, Garam, I'm truly sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Please don't kill me. I'm begging you. I still want to live. At that moment, Garam raised her hand, and a second later, she placed it on Eun-jin's head and sat closer to her. Before Eun-jin could understand what was happening, Garam said, it's okay, Eun-jin. Don't be so scared. Garam understands everything. You must have been suffering so much inside to order something like that. I'm not going to hurt you, so don't worry. Why didn't you come to school today? Garam missed you so much. You stayed home because you were afraid the class president would kill you, right? That's right, Garam. I'm really scared of the class president. Then you don't have to worry. That violent class president, Garam already took care of her for you, so you can relax. You took care of her? How? You shouldn't try too hard to find out about that. It won't be good for you. Anyway, you won't be bullied at school anymore. From now on, Garam will only treat you well. So you absolutely have to come to school, okay? Understood, our Unjin. Hearing that, Unjin became a little emotional. A second later, she slapped Garam's hand away and said, Garam, I don't want to go to school at all. Do you think I'm that stupid? Last time, you said you want to be friends with me, and then you tormented me like a dog. Do you think I believe you again? Get out of my house, or I'm calling the police. Please, just leave me alone. Seeing Unjin's intense reaction, Garam said, our Unjin really has been frightened too badly. But Unjin, this time you should trust Garam. Unjin, you don't know why your father went to Thailand, do you? He went there today to sign a contract with my stepfather. Now your family and mine are like siblings standing side by side. So if I keep bothering you, my stepfather will scold me. What? Really? Really? Just think about it. Unjin immediately started thinking. You and Garam broke into my house illegally. There's no reason for her to treat me this kindly. She knows my parents went to Thailand for business, and she also knew I'd be home alone until tomorrow. That would give her the chance to torture me all day. But she isn't doing anything to me. It's not that she doesn't want to cause trouble for me. She just can't anymore. Dad is amazing. He must have negotiated something with Lee Myung-jun. While Unjin was thinking, Garam's voice rang out again. Unjin, are you coming to school tomorrow? Seeing Garam ask, Unjin happily replied, Yes, I'll come to school tomorrow, Garam. Is it really true that our families now have such a good business relationship? Of course. I already warned Say Hi and June not to bother you anymore either. I should get going now. See you tomorrow, Unjin. Okay, be careful on your way. I'll definitely come to school tomorrow. After seeing Garam leave, Unjin smiled to herself. That's more like it. As long as Garam doesn't do anything to me anymore, following behind her and serving her a little is no problem. I used to serve Cha So Wai before, so what's so hard about serving Garam? Once I have Garam backing me, I'll become the second most powerful person at Seojo again. I'll crush the people who look down on me, like that bitch Ejin. I'll become the queen of a logo. I'll return to the position that was originally mine. Just then, Garam came back again. Standing outside the door, she spoke up. Anjin, I was really curious about something, so I wanted to ask you. What do you think would happen if I used that bear spray on another person? Should I try it on you? Just once, okay? This is what real extreme bullying looks like. Unjin froze solid after hearing Garam say that. Who knows whether Garam did anything to Unjin after that. A little later, the scene changed. Garam was now calling Lee Myung-jun. As she walked, she laughed and said, Stepfather, I went to Unjin's house and persuaded her to come to school, just like you asked. On Lee Myung-jun's side, after hearing that, he immediately replied, you work hard. You try to be as friendly and gentle as possible with Unjin, right? At the very end, I only teased her a tiny little bit. But tomorrow morning, she'll definitely go back to school. Besides, before Garam could finish, Lee Myung-jun angrily said, Garam, you have to rein in your nature. I am sorry. I was wrong, stepfather. I know you did everything very well, but do you know why this final act of revenge absolutely has to be carried out at school? The scene then shifted back to 1 year earlier. Someone was shouting with a laugh. Come on, step right up. Song Jin-woo's voice continued. A once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity, together with the most beautiful model Atelier Song Jin-woo has ever had. Lee Hyun-ah's nude photo exhibition. Please come take a look. Seeing that scene, one guy below laughed and said, This photo set is seriously the best one yet. That body is absolutely perfect. No wonder it cost 70,000 won to see it this time. There's a reason for everything. Personally, I'd rather see the real thing than just look at photos. Senior, do you really not know anything? Even if the real person is right in front of you, that kind of satire can only be appreciated through images, you know? My work, by Song Jin-woo, is about satirizing today's media-saturated society, overflowing with simulacra. It stimulates the viewer's imagination through simulation, you know? Stop trying so hard. If you just wanted to touch the real thing, all you had to do was say, so, and pay an extra fee. Just then, Song Unjin spoke up. Appa, when are you going to hold a max-level exhibition of all those people who badmouthed me last time? Hurry up, strip them naked, take pictures, and put on an exhibition already. Hey, have you no shame? If we're going to strip someone, it should at least be someone worth looking at. Just seeing those photos makes me want to puke. Look at our Hyena instead. Isn't she absolutely outstanding? Hyena, don't make that face. You'll only look uglier. Students from the school next door are coming soon too. So save your energy, okay? Got it, Song Unjin. Next time, bring me someone a little better, okay? That's the only way your allowance will keep your pockets full. Yeah, you pervert. But honestly, thanks to Hyena, I got to buy myself a new bag, didn't I? Thank you, my dear Hyena. You're the best golden goose out of everything I've ever offered my older brother. From now on, make me lots of spending money too, okay? Back in the present, Lee Myung-jun was speaking. Song Jin-woo and Song Un-jin, those siblings bribed the school security staff. Then every night, they held shameless exhibitions in the dormitory gym. From athletes in Seoul to athletes in Bucheon and Incheon, they took money from those disgusting men and held a nude photo exhibition of 5 children, including Hyena. If anyone involved exposed the exhibition, they would be put on display themselves. Their photos spread all over the internet and even sent to their families and relatives. As for the identities of the 218 men who bought illegal sex, those would be protected. We'll pay homeless people to go to Gapseok in our place. And Garam, you punish the ringleaders. You understand, don't you, Garam? The place where our Hyena suffered all that pain and humiliation will be the place where we carry out this character trial, the personality annihilation project for the Song siblings. Continuing from the previous episode, after Garam went to Song Un-jin's house to comfort and encourage her to come to school. Before leaving, she didn't forget to spray bear repellent in her face. After doing that, she immediately called her adoptive father, Lee Myung-jun, to prepare for the next plan. The plan to humiliate the Song siblings. In the blink of an eye, a night passed and the scene shifted to school. At that moment, a group of students was playing soccer together in the schoolyard. Far off in one corner, Song Un-jin sat gazing at them intently. Her expression was dazed. In her eyes was a male student smiling as he played soccer. He was like the moon in the dark night, handsome enough to shine. Meanwhile, Song Un-jin could only stare at him with a foolish little smile. Just then, Garam appeared out of nowhere with a smile and said, Un-jin, you look like a girl in love. Garam's sudden appearance and those words startled Un-jin, and she stammered, what? Since when were you there? As for me, I've been here since the universe was created. Even though our Un-jin was only absent for a day, it seemed like you couldn't adjust to school, so I kept an eye on you the whole time. And then suddenly, I discovered an Un-jin who had fallen into the net of love. It's not like that. Oh my god, what nonsense are you talking about? You don't have to be embarrassed, Un-jin. There's nothing shameful about falling in love. Un-jin, you like Sihu Appa, right? What? How do you know Sihu Appa? How do I know? I asked Seihai and Yoon, and that's what they told me. Hearing that, Un-jin angrily thought, those bitches really can't keep their mouths shut. Garam smiled again and said, Hey, Un-jin, you've liked him since the beginning of the semester, right? That's so youthful and adorable. I sincerely support your love for Sihu Appa. After saying that, Garam noticed the fear in Un-jin's expression and began calculating something. A moment later, she spoke. Un-jin, how about I help connect you with Sihu Appa? Hearing that, Un-jin said in shock, what? This Garam could be the stepping stone between you and Sihu Appa. Just like when I was in the north, once I step in, things never go wrong. Trust this Garam. I've seen Cupid's arrow, and I'll guide it exactly where it needs to go. Hearing Garam say that, Un-jin worriedly thought, she talks like Cupid's arrow is real. This crazy bitch. Thank God that arrow hasn't hit someone else. Yesterday, she got rid of my fear about coming to school, and then right after that she sprayed bear spray in my face. I can't trust this lunatic. I wasn't even planning to come to school today, but I only came out because of that threatening text with that meaningless name. But now she wants to be a stepping stone? What the hell kind of crazy thing is she trying to do this time? Seeing that Un-jin said nothing, Garam spoke up. Hey, Un-jin, why aren't you answering? I'll do a good job. I'll help connect you two. Garam said that with her signature expression. Seeing that look on Garam's face, Un-jin grew frightened and her eyes filled with tears. The scene shifted to the classroom of the boys who had just come back from playing soccer. They were laughing together. Soccer was really fun today. It's better when Sihu runs with us, right? Hey, Lee Sihu, can't you quit the band and play soccer with us at lunch? No, we have to practice hard for the competition during summer break. I heard there'll be 5 female students at this competition, so if you want to pick them up, you got to work hard. Didn't you say last time some girl who was into you contacted you through TikTok? With girls, the more the better. As soon as those words were said, a voice rang out from the doorway. Oh my, you really are a bastard. If you act like that, karma will get you. Hearing that, Sihu said, Hey wait, who are you to say something like that? The others, meanwhile, blushed when they saw Garam and whispered among themselves. She's the new student, right? Yeah, that's right. She came from North Korea, but up close, she's actually pretty. Doesn't she kind of look like some idol? The boys, seeing Garam walk in, looked awkward enough to tear up. But what's this girl doing in a second-year boys' classroom? Right then, Garam smiled and said, "Hello, Senior Lee Sihu. I'm Garam from class 1 to 6. I came because I have something I want to say to you, Senior Lee Sihu." Hearing that, Lee Sihu stammered and asked, "Something you want to say to me? What is it?" At his words, Garam's eyes flashed red for a moment, and she gave a sly smile. A moment later, she said, "My friend is waiting in the indoor gym because she wants to confess to you publicly, Senior. So she told me that you absolutely have to come to the gym, and I came here to pass on the message." Hearing that, the students laughed and said, "Hey, did you hear that? A public confession. Let's buy popcorn and go watch. You don't get many chances to see something like this. I can't believe I'm about to see something I've only seen online." At that moment, Lee Sihu held his head and said, who exactly is the one confessing to me? If you know in advance, it won't be fun anymore. Besides, once you get there, you'll find out anyway. Please make sure you come. Senior Sihu, my friend prepared all kinds of things for this. Then I'll be leaving first." After Garam left, Lee Sihu turned red in embarrassment. Right then, his friends rushed over laughing. "Damn, Sihu, I'm so jealous. I knew you were popular, but not this popular. You guys are so noisy. Hey, you're going, right? The girl's waiting for you, you bastard. I don't like this kind of thing. He likes it so much. Just look at his face, the bastard." Just then, lots of people started going around to the other classes telling everyone, "Hey, Lee Sihu from class 4 is about to get confessed to." As soon as those words spread, many curious boys followed him toward the gym. The girls, meanwhile, were gossiping among themselves. Hey, I heard that handsome second-year senior in the band is getting a public confession in the gym." "No way, seriously? That's insane. Come on, let's go watch. We can't miss something this fun, right?" "Exactly. Let's all go together." A little later, a huge crowd followed Sihu to the gym, laughing among themselves. "What the heck? Since when did so many people show up? Forget it. Just think of it like we're going to a festival. But I wonder if the girl is pretty. This is a public confession in front of the whole student body. There's no way it's someone who isn't confident in her looks." "True. Sihu, this guy's really lucky. Look at the smug grin pulling at the corner of his mouth." Soon after, the whole group arrived at the gym. When they first entered, they were all smiling and laughing, but a second later, Sihu's expression changed to shock. His eyes turned to pure fear, as if he were looking at something he couldn't believe with his own eyes. Elsewhere, a doctor holding a chart said, "Patient Song Jin-woo, do you know that today is the day of your unilateral testicular reconstruction surgery?" "What? It hasn't even been a full day yet. What are you talking about? Today is June 13th. Could it be that since you couldn't go to school and had to be hospitalized, you become confused about time?" Hearing the doctor say that, Song Jin-woo thought, could that be true? No, that's impossible. It's definitely tomorrow. The surgery was supposed to happen after my parents came into the country. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Doctor, is it possible you mixed up my surgery date with someone else's? Right now, you're the only patient in this hospital scheduled for testicular reconstruction surgery. If you understand, then let's begin preparing for surgery. Now then, we need to measure the size of the testicle so we can insert the artificial implant. I'll proceed with photographing your testicle." "What? But we already did all that last time. This is the final recording before surgery, so please cooperate." "All right, you can't move, can you? Nurse Kim and Nurse Park will take off your pants for you. It may hurt your leg a little while they do that, but please endure it." The moment his pants were lowered, Jin-woo thought in agony, "Damn it, every time my leg moves, the pain is unbearable. Leon Garam, once I get discharged, you're dead." At that moment, the doctor said, "All right, preparations for filming are complete." Seeing a camera positioned beneath his privates, Jin-woo screamed in horror, "Wait, you normally take pictures like this on a phone? Then should we use a high-speed camera instead? Why are you talking so much? Let's go." Seeing them leave, Jin-woo shouted again, "Wait, why are you leaving me like this? Just sit still until the surgery prep is done. If you're bored, watch TV." The doctor turned on the TV and walked right out. Seeing that, Jin-woo was left dumbfounded. He angrily yelled inside the room, "What kind of doctor is this? Is it really okay to treat a patient like this?" He never looked like a doctor from the start. Just then, the TV switched to a scene of Jin wearing a collar and dressed up like a dog. Seeing that, Jin-woo immediately stopped yelling and started laughing with delight. He still hadn't realized it was his own younger sister, so he laughed and said, "What kind of lunatic dresses up like that? She really looks like a dog. What a psycho." A second later, Jin-woo realized something and froze. "Wait, isn't that Jin? Why is she on TV? What the hell is going on?" Eun-jin, why does she look like that? Why? Continuing from the previous episode, Garam had told Song Eun-jin to confess to Sihu, and although she refused, Garam still forced her into making a public confession. At that moment, the boys entered the gym and saw Song Eun-jin kneeling on the stage. Seeing that, the boys began whispering among themselves. What the hell? What is she cosplaying as? Public confessions are getting really sincere these days. Meanwhile, Sihu was thinking, I can't believe this atmosphere. The girls who had followed them were also pulling out their phones, filming and laughing as they said, "That's Song Eun-jin, right? She used to strut around every day, and now look at her. Song Eun-jin is kind of cute." What part of that is cute? This is torture. She looks like a robot pretending to be human. Up on the stage, Song Eun-jin was still standing there in a daze, not understanding what was about to happen next. When Garam made her move from above, she slowly raised her hand, then gradually pressed down on the keyboard in front of her. A voice immediately came through the speakers along with the projector in the center of the gym. A handwritten letter to Senior Sihu. Seeing those words, the people below laughed among themselves. Look, there are even heart symbols. Wow, how romantic. That's so cool. I'm dying of laughter. Hey, hurry up and do something cute. What are you doing just standing there? Show your feelings. At this rate, Senior Sihu is totally going to fall for you. Hearing everyone say that, Song Eun-jin could only stand there barking, "Woof, woof." Meanwhile, the words on the projector kept changing. Hello, Senior Sihu. I am Unlo High School's a famous Chihuahua, Eun-jin. What the hell is this? Famous at Unlo High School? Who calls herself a famous figure at her own school? Meanwhile, the text kept changing. I have admired you for a very long time, Senior. Seeing the images, the boys laughed and said, that picture is killing me. Who drew that? Pasting her face onto it makes it look so weird. At the same time, the speaker kept blaring, woof woof because I admire you so much, Senior. Woof woof. I want to express my feelings to you, Senior. Woof woof. I marked my territory on the wall of your house, Senior. Hearing that, Sihu said in shock, what? Then he turned to his friends and asked, is that true? Yeah, I think it is, Sihu. Stop laughing, you bastards. This is seriously ridiculous. Elsewhere, the girls were gossiping too. Love that transcends species. How moving. This is Yoon Garam's work, isn't it? Yoon Garam is so cruel. But how is she so good at barking like a dog? At that level, doesn't it sound like some mix between a chihuahua and a real dog? This is insane. Meanwhile, from above, Song Eun-jin's voice was still crying out, woof woof, Senior, what do you think? My feelings are very cute, right? Woof woof. Right now, I also want to become only your little puppy. Woof woof, so please become my owner. Hearing those words, Sihu went completely rigid. In the control room above, Garam was trying hard not to laugh, while below, Song Eun-jin was furious. She thought, Yoon Garam, you bitch. Then she started crying as she remembered the conversation she had with Yoon Garam a few minutes earlier. At that time, Song Eun-jin had said in fear, what? Use that and make a public confession. That's right. What do you think? Isn't it adorable? There's no one in this world who hates dogs. It'll definitely succeed. Hearing Garam say that, Song Eun-jin shouted, please stop tormenting me. You said you wouldn't tease me anymore. How long are you going to keep messing with me using those lies? Last time, you said if I let Moon E-jin beat me, you'd delete the nude photos, but you didn't delete them. You said you wouldn't mess with me at my house anymore, but right after that you sprayed bear repellent in my face. I'm sick and tired of being played around with by your lies. Hearing Song Eun-jin's words, Garam angrily asked, what? That made Eun-jin extremely frightened, and she instinctively stepped back. Garam advanced and asked, exactly when did I lie, huh? That if the class president beat you, I delete the nude photos? You were the one who rejected that negotiation, not me. And yesterday, I clearly said you wouldn't be bullied at school anymore. Nobody said I wouldn't bully you at your house, did they? What? Why didn't you say that from the beginning? And if you're going to say something, don't force it with words. Which part of this looks like bullying to you? A friend dressed you up all cute and helped you confess. What's wrong with that? Hearing Garam say that, Eun-jin thought, she's so shameless. There's no winning an argument with her. At that moment, Garam smiled and continued, trust me this time, Eun-jin, I just want to create special memories with my friends. If this event goes well, I'll delete your nude photos, okay. After hearing those words, Song Eun-jin only grew angrier. Damn it, I've already gone this far, and she still won't delete them. Should I tell my dad about this? But then again, what if Sihu Appa actually reacts well to this? Maybe if I act like this, he'll think I'm cute. Meanwhile, Lee Sihu was absolutely furious. His friends, however, were still laughing and talking. Sihu, just accept it already. If you reject her here, she'll look so pitiful. If I'd known I'd be seeing something like this, I wouldn't have come. This is so embarrassing. Though Sihu cursed angrily under his breath, he still grit his teeth and said, "It really does suit her. I like things like that." Hearing those words from Sihu, Eun-jin began to cry. Elsewhere, Song Jin-woo was watching his younger sister live. He thought angrily, what the hell is Eun-jin doing over there? What kind of insane situation is this supposed to be? Right then, Leun Garam curled her lips into a smile. Looking at the control computer, she said, "It's time." The students who didn't know the full story behind the Song siblings grew displeased and left. Only those who wanted to see Eun-jin fail remained in the gym. This was what her stepfather had told her. After thinking that, Garam continued with her plan. She immediately pressed the next button on the computer. That made all the students there gasp in shock. The projector displayed the words, Song Eun-jin and Song Jin-woo had sexual relations with a total of 5 female students, 2 of whom later committed suicide. As the atmosphere abruptly turned heavy, Eun-jin turned around to look at the screen and froze. Down below, Sihu's friends stared blankly at each other and asked, "Is this true too?" I knew Song Jin-woo was involved in sex crimes, but these siblings are seriously insane. They're really just complete trash. Just then, the text on the projector changed again. From this moment on, this would be the character execution ceremony of the siblings Eun-jin and Jin-woo. Jin-woo saw the words on the screen as well. Stammering in shock, he said, "Execution? Don't tell me." Terrified, he looked at the phone positioned in front of his crotch. A second later, he immediately screamed in panic. At the same time, Garam smiled and pressed her hand down once more. With that single press, the projector displayed Eun-jin's nude image and Jin-woo's penis. Everyone below was so shocked they dropped their phones. The one who completely froze was Eun-jin. She was in total panic. Over at the hospital, Jin-woo was also panicking and screaming in his room. Then laughter began to ring out. "Look at that, Jin-woo's missing one side." Yeah, so the rumor that one of them burst was true after all. Because he had no arms or legs, he couldn't even hide himself. Then the girls started laughing loudly too. They say if someone's tall, the rest is big too, but honestly that's kinda cute. Acting all macho when he's only got one left. That's so embarrassing. Can he just die already? Right, the sex criminal can't even do sex stuff anymore. Hearing those words, Jin-woo shouted, "I'll kill all of you. I'll kill every last one of you." Seeing him scream, Garam laughed and said, "Be quiet. You're in a hospital, so you should keep your voice down." "What? So it was you, Leun Garam? With that thing ruined like that, who exactly are you going to kill? Someone must have lost all his spirit and pride." Huh? Hearing Garam's words, Jin-woo shouted furiously, "You bitch, you think you'll get away with doing this to me? Why are you acting so scary? This is just your favorite kind of media, isn't it, Appa? I've used media technology to show you what karmic retribution looks like. So how is it? Tell me how you feel as an artist." At that, Jin-woo grew even angrier and roared, "You filthy bitch, Leun Garam." On the other side, Eun-jin was crying, Don't look at me. You bastards, don't take pictures. Leun Garam, you bitch, you fraud." Though Eun-jin cursed at her, Garam said nothing and only gave a faint smile. Meanwhile, Sihu held his head and said, "I came here to accept a confession, and somehow this turned into a disaster. Let's not get dragged into this anymore. Let's get out of here." Up above, Garam smiled and said, "Then before the teachers arrive, I'd better get ready too." After saying that, Garam pulled the device out of the computer. Jin-woo's side was immediately disconnected. But Jin-woo still lay there cursing everyone as a bunch of bastards. Then he shouted, "You bitch nurse, get out here. I said all of you, get out here." In response to his yelling, footsteps gradually approached. Hearing them, Jin-woo slowly stopped screaming. When he saw 2 nurses rushing toward him, he told them to stop at once. Behind them came the head nurse, charging over at full speed. She pulled a syringe from behind her back and smiled savagely. In the blink of an eye, she drove the needle straight into Jin-woo's vein. Elsewhere, a plane was flying back toward the city. At Iguana Airport's VIP terminal, Lee Myung-jun and his people were moving through the area. He was holding a phone in his hand. At that moment, a call came in from Ji-yoon's mother. He answered it and said, "Yes, this is Lee Myung-jun of the Hyundai Group." On the other end, the head nurse, Ji-yoon's mother, said, "Vice Chairman, everything is ready for the surgery." Lee Myung-jun stopped walking, with 3 bodyguards surrounding him. He asked, "How is Jin-woo's condition?" "Jin-woo? He's in a coma-like state and doesn't know anything. As soon as you give the order, I'll take him into surgery immediately." "Good. Proceed with the operation." "Vice Chairman Lee Myung-jun, how can I ever repay this favor?" "What favor? Don't say that, Ji-yoon's mother. You and I are both people who share the same sorrow. The pain of losing a child doesn't lessen just because it's shared. But the joy of revenge only grows greater when it's shared, doesn't it?" "That is absolutely true, Vice Chairman. As I said, I'm counting on you. Ji-yoon's mother. You don't need to worry about what comes after. I'll take very good care of him. So please enjoy the surgery to your heart's content. Yes, yes. Leave it all to me, Vice Chairman. Slowly, painfully, I will personally bring this hell to life. Very good. I'll trust you with it then. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, Lee Myung-jun hung up. At that moment, Chief Manager Beck spoke up. Ji-yoon's mother, is it? That's right. Another victim who lost her child because of that beast. To make today possible, I transferred him to a hospital affiliated with our group. Ji-yoon's mother has 15 years of experience as a surgical doctor. Elsewhere, head nurse Ji-yoon's mother laughed and said, Jin-woo, how are you feeling? You look nervous before the surgery. Half conscious, Jin-woo muttered, wait, I don't think I've been anesthetized yet. Ah, I get what you mean. You mean your mind is still fully awake, right? Well, of course it is, Jin-woo. What I injected into you wasn't anesthesia. It was a muscle relaxant. You haven't been anesthetized. That drug only keeps your muscles from moving, which means you'll feel the pain while fully conscious. If left alone, your breathing muscles would seize up and you'd suffocate, but you don't need to worry about dying. Ji-yoon's aunt and uncle will personally attach a ventilator for you. And just the same, you don't need to worry about dying from the pain either. As a doctor, I'll monitor your condition and somehow keep you alive. For as long as my abilities allow, I will make you feel pain equal to death itself. Now then, let's begin. Testicular reconstruction surgery without anesthesia. No, not reconstruction. Testicular removal without anesthesia. After that, Jin-woo's groans echoed throughout the room. At the same time, elsewhere, footsteps approached after a trip. Song Jin-tae walked along with a smile and said, what a useful and meaningful trip that was. Right, honey? Exactly. All the stress I had before is completely gone. Vice Chairman Lee Myung-jun is so easygoing. The moment he signed the contract, he immediately filled out the documents and transferred a 10 billion won donation into the company account. He and we are tied by fate now. You don't have to worry about retaliation anymore. In that case, honey, from the 10 billion won we received from the vice chairman, can you take out 10 million won and buy me a handbag? I've had my eye on a new one lately. Ahem. Honey, you're usually like this, but not this time. We'd have to compensate for any use of investment funds unrelated to the contract. Article 4 prohibits private use. Instead of 10 million won, even if we took out 1,000 won by mistake, we'd go bankrupt immediately. What? A man that generous is really that strict? I heard that account will all be used later for construction costs and equipment expenses, right? Billions of won will be withdrawn from that account over the next few months. And all that, who'd know if you only took out 10 million? Listen, just this once, absolutely not. But all my friends whose husbands are CEOs do things like that. Hearing his wife say that, Song Jin-tae held his head and thought. A second later, he put an arm around her shoulders and lowered his voice. Honey, don't go slaughtering the goose that lays the golden eggs. This time, all we have to do is make this deal with the vice chairman succeed. What's a 10 million won bag compared to that? Just tell me what you want later. You promise? Of course. So let's go home in a good mood. After agreeing, the two went up together to the 6th floor. As they walked, they chatted and laughed. Oh, right. Tomorrow is the day Jin-woo gets his testicular reconstruction surgery, right? That's right, honey. Don't forget tomorrow. Go with him as his guardian. Honestly, do you think I forget something like that? Fine, I'll prepare for it myself. As soon as they finished speaking, the two opened the door and stepped inside. The moment they entered, both frowned. Oh my god, it smells like pepper. Why do my eyes sting as soon as I walk in? Did Eun-jin cook while we were away? She isn't the type to cook for herself. Looks like she's home, though. Then Song Jin-tae called out with a laugh. Daddy's princess, we're home. Come out and greet us. Eun-jin, why aren't you coming out? Are you upset because mom and dad went on an overseas trip by ourselves? Even after saying that, there was no reply, yet he kept talking. I even bought Eun-jin a souvenir. She's getting more and more rude to her parents. Isn't she? Don't be like that. Maybe she's asleep. At this hour? She must be tired from being stressed out. If you listen closely, I think she really is sleeping. Just as Song Jin-tae said that, he pressed his ear against the door to listen and was instantly shocked. He hurriedly said, honey, what is it? Where's Eun-jin's room key? Her room key? What for? Hurry and find Eun-jin's spare key. I don't know where it is either. What's wrong? Why are you acting like this? Fine, just step back. After saying that, Song Jin-tae braced himself. A second later, he slammed his elbow straight into Eun-jin's bedroom door. Instantly, the door shattered and split apart. When the broken door revealed the scene inside, he screamed, Eun-jin. Eun-jin was sitting on the floor, cutting her wrist. Blood was slowly running from her wrist. Song Jin-tae immediately lunged forward and knocked the knife from Eun-jin's hand. The paper knife flew far away. Grabbing his daughter's shoulders, Song Jin-tae asked, Eun-jin, what are you doing? How could you do something this serious? But as he questioned her, he turned pale with horror. He immediately asked Eun-jin, "Why do you have so many bandages stuck to your face?" Unable to endure any longer, Eun-jin burst into tears and cried out, "Mom, Dad!" Seeing her cry, Song Jin-tae and his wife had no idea what was going on. Then Eun-jin raised her phone, pointed at it through tears, and told them the whole truth. On the day Garam transferred in, Garam beat her up and forced her to take nude photos. The very next day, she had to play a game. Garam led Eun-jin around the school from the girls' classroom to the boys' classroom. After that, two younger girls bullied her while she was eating. After the meal, Garam threatened her and forced her to go provoke Moon E-jin. As a result, Moon E-jin shoved a hair clip in her mouth and beat her until she blacked out. Terrified, Eun-jin stopped going to school, but Garam came all the way to her house to see her. After they finished talking, Garam didn't forget to spray bear repellent right into Eun-jin's face before leaving. The next day at school, Garam forced her to make a public confession, and after the confession, she projected nude photos of Eun-jin and Jinwoo for the entire school to see. That drove both Song's siblings into panic and despair. Back in the present, Eun-jin was crying, and her mother, unable to believe her ears, could only cover her mouth and hold back her sobs. Meanwhile, Song Jin-tae remained seated there without moving. A second later, he ground his teeth in fury. He immediately called Lee Myung-jun. But from the other end came only a few tones. Then, "The person cannot receive your message at this time. You will be connected to voicemail." He instantly cursed in rage. That bastard. Why isn't he answering at all today? Why can't I reach any of them on a day like this? No, this won't do. I have to go there myself. You get ready and head out too. Go where? Where else? Go check whether Jinwoo is safe. Song Jin-tae immediately headed straight down to the first floor of the building. As he walked, he said, "Think about it. If we put together everything Eun-jin said, it means the hospital already took photos of Jinwoo's testicles. And that hospital belongs to the Hyundai group. So, in reality, that was Lee Myung-jun's doing. Do you know what that means? Those bastards are obviously going to mess with Jinwoo's testicular surgery. Get Jinwoo away from those damn dogs." After saying that, Song Jin-tae went to open the car door. Before leaving, he added, "Take your car and go pick up Jinwoo with Eun-jin. What about you? There's somewhere I need to go. I'll call you later, so hurry up and go." "All right, I understand." After saying that, Song Jin-tae shut the car door and started the engine. Inside the car, he muttered angrily, "Lee Myung-jun." Elsewhere, Chief Manager Beck was looking at his phone. A second later, he said, "Vice Chairman, Song Jin-tae and Park Eun-hye have gotten into their cars and departed." Then where are they headed? According to the GPS tracker attached to the cars, Park Eun-hye's car seems to be heading toward the hospital, and Song Jin-tae is currently on the bridge. On his side, Song Jin-tae kept driving while calling Lee Myung-jun. But all he got again was, "The person cannot receive your message at this time. You will be connected to voicemail." That made him curse furiously, "You goddamn bastard." Meanwhile, on Lee Myung-jun's side, Chief Manager Beck continued, "Sir, Song Jin-tae is repeatedly trying to call. His destination is that place's main headquarters. That's right. Of the 5 places I predicted, it has now been narrowed down to 1. While they were asleep at the hotel, we installed a hacking app on both husband and wife's phones." "Yes, sir. Through the hacking app we installed, none of Song Jin-tae's calls can actually connect. The screen and audio make it appear as though the signal is going through, but in reality, no call is being made at all." On his side, Song Jin-tae screamed madly, "Pick up, you bastards." Chief Manager Beck continued, "Not just calls. Even text messages, emails, and social media are the same. At present, Song Jin-tae has no way to communicate with the outside world through his mobile phone. Even so, there's probably one place that's an exception, right? Of course, sir. He really is a man who could never become nobility." Song Jin-tae, director of Nungun. Chief Manager Beck, head out slowly toward the designated location. "I'll talk to this bastard on the phone." "Yes, Vice Chairman." After Lee Myung-jun finished speaking with Chief Manager Beck, he immediately dialed his phone and said, "Yes, Director Song." The moment the call connected, Song Jin-tae started cursing at Lee Myung-jun, calling him a bastard. Even as he was being cursed at, Lee Myung-jun calmly said, "Did you dial the wrong number, Director Song? I'm not that bastard. I'm Lee Myung-jun. Did you mix up my number with your daughter's? Shut up, you son of a bitch. At a time like this, you're still joking? My daughter slit her wrists. Is that so, Director Song? Then my daughter jumped off a building. Ah, so you've finally shown your true colors. That's right. From the start, all you ever thought about was revenge, wasn't it? You tied me down with that insignificant investment contract and enjoyed beating me one-sidedly, didn't you? But you know what? That worthless contract can just be canceled. If you're upset, go ahead and sue. As long as it doesn't violate the exclusivity clause. Then if you cough back up what you received, there's no loss. What? Did you think Director Song's contract was a joke? Make me do it, you bastard. Do you know where I'm going right now? I'm on my way to HBS headquarters. By now, you know what's going to happen, don't you? A nightmare when you turn on the news after a long day. Hyundai Group swallowed whole. Owner of Hyundai Group's second son arrested in Sannam City. Hyundai Group representative implicated in government business ties. Rumors of economic collusion. Panicked shareholders. Why Lee Myung-jun was broadcast live. Politician Lee Myung-jun on a privately suspicion. This time, you'll chew on all of that by yourself, you bastard. That alone is enough. HBS has material on that scale. You're not the only one who knows how to ruin someone. Director Song, I'm the only one ruining people. At the very least, your children are aware that they're rotten. What? My daughter kept getting beaten, and my son had one of his testicles taken, so they already paid the price. What more do you want, you bastard? From the very beginning, you raised your daughter without any sense. So why are you treating us like this? Get ready. I'll show you exactly what happens when you dare lay a hand on someone's daughter. I'm Song Jin-tae, director of Nungun. Song Jin-tae in Anro District. Before he could finish speaking, another car rammed into him. His car spun around several times like a top. A little while later, the vehicle finally came to a stop. The front of the car had been crushed, and the airbags had deployed automatically. At that moment, an ambulance slowly approached from the distance. A little later, the ambulance pulled up beside Song Jin-tae's car. The back door opened at once, and someone immediately stepped out. It was Chief Manager Beck and another man. Chief Manager Beck said at once, "He's not dead, is he?" The person I hired clearly said he'd bring him back alive. I have personal business with him. Don't worry. We're professionals. Professionals. Don't you know what kind of company ours is? We're a company that conducts crash test experiments. We put mannequins in cars and smash them. We calculate everything in advance. The type of car, the speed, the point of impact, the angle, even the seatbelt. Then we make the plan. And the guy in that truck is a former race car driver. If it were prison, someone else would go in his place. But you know a driver's reaction speed, right? We reviewed the live traffic camera footage transmitted by our people planted in the traffic department. The timing was exact. I just reset the approach and went in. I only clipped the rear and a little and spun it out, right? If only one car gets wrecked, then it can just be towed away. No, even so, the body took too much damage. Just then, the door of Song Jin-tae's car sprang open. Song Jin-tae crawled out from inside, groaning. Seeing that, the man with Chief Manager Beck laughed and said, "See? I told you. Good. Anyway, that's for the best. Hurry and move him. Vice Chairman Lee Myung-jun has just arrived." Elsewhere, Lee Myung-jun was holding a sledgehammer, waiting for them to bring Song Jin-tae. Continuing from the previous episode, after Song Jin-tae learned that his daughter's nude photos had been shown off by Garam and turned into a joke for the whole school, he was furious. He immediately called Lee Myung-jun, but couldn't get through. So he decided to go to a broadcasting station and leak all of Lee Myung-jun's dirty secrets in order to utterly ruin him. But he never imagined that Lee Myung-jun already had complete control over every one of his movements. Lee Myung-jun had ordered his men to stage a traffic accident and capture Song Jin-tae. At that moment, Song Jin-tae painfully crawled out of the car and cried, "Save me." When Chief Manager Beck saw that he was still alive, he said, "Take him to Vice Chairman Lee Myung-jun right away. He's been waiting a long time." Song Jin-tae was immediately loaded into the nearby ambulance. They took him to a construction site. A little while later, the ambulance stopped. Song Jin-tae was dragged out by Chief Manager Beck and the man accompanying him. Song Jin-tae's gaze was hazy now, as if he were about to pass out at any moment. A little later, Chief Manager Beck threw him down onto the ground. Standing before him was Lee Myung-jun, his expression sharp and cold. Then Lee Myung-jun spoke. "You must have had a hard time coming all the way here in such poor condition. Now our relationship has changed. I'm 2 years older than you. We can speak casually now, can't we?" When Song Jin-tae heard that, he raised his head and stammered out a curse. "You bastard. Even if you're a chaebol, do you think you'll get away with this? What you've done. He had been speaking normally, but suddenly shouted the words right in Lee Myung-jun's face. In 21st century Korea, you think you can do something like this and still walk away safe? Hearing him say that, Lee Myung-jun coldly replied, "That's quite an interesting question. There are two reasons why I can't believe you're asking it. Do you know what they are? First, even though both of us know that you and your son do far worse things than this every day, as if it were routine, you're still walking the easy road. So when you ask whether I can do this and still be safe, isn't that a little too novel? And second, what part of the life of a father who lost his daughter looks peaceful or safe to you?" Song Jin-tae fell silent at Lee Myung-jun's words, left only stammering without being able to answer. When he saw that Song Jin-tae said nothing, Lee Myung-jun spoke again. "Chief Manager Beck." "Yes, Vice Chairman. You brought this man's phone with you on the way here, didn't you?" "Yes, Vice Chairman." "Then show Director Song that thing." "Yes, understood." Chief Manager Beck held the phone in front of Song Jin-tae. And then Lee Myung-jun's voice followed. "The screen is showing your company account number. Open your eyes wide and take a good look." After looking at the screen, Song Jin-tae stared in shock and stammered. "What is this? Why is the account balance 0? Seeing that not a single cent remained in his account, Song Jin-tae angrily asked Lee Myung-jun, "What the hell is this? How is this even possible?" "Well, today at 1:49, you said you were going to invest in coin, so I withdrew every last bit of the money in the account." "What? What do you mean, coin? What nonsense are you talking about? What coin? I never did that." "I said I never did that." "That's right. You didn't do it. But officially, it will be treated as if you did." Chief Manager Beck. "Yes, Vice Chairman." Director Song seems very flustered. "Explain it to him." "Yes, Vice Chairman. Today at 2:11 a.m. Thailand time, my subordinate and I broke into Director Song and his wife's hotel room and secretly installed a hacking app on both of their phones. Then, using that to access their mobile banking, I withdrew all the money from the account and transferred 1 billion won from Song Jin-tae to the QB coin exchange. Since Director Song had already submitted the banking documents beforehand, we raised the one-time transfer limit to 1 billion won. And withdrawing 1 billion won as an investment wasn't difficult at all. After Chief Manager Beck finished speaking, Lee Myung-jun said, "The 1 billion won in your company account was sent to an illegal private coin trading office. The trading office shut down its site immediately after receiving the 1 billion won." "What? Don't tell me the owner of that trading office was, you withdrew my 1 billion won?" "That's right. It reached me through a very complicated procedure. But what matters is this. To the rest of the world, you'll be known as a shameless man who speculated on coin using investors' money." Article 4, Clause 2 of the Local Company Establishment Investment Contract. In the event investment fund is used for purposes other than those stipulated in the contract, the invested capital must be repaid at double the amount. "Ah, yes. So even if you return the 1 billion won to me, you'll still have to pay another 2 billion won." Hearing Lee Myung-jun's words, Song Jin-tae became furious. A second later, he shouted, "This is fraud. You're a financial criminal. My phone was forcibly seized, and 1 billion won was forcibly used. Who would believe this if they heard it? Then does that contract still stand? Of course, if you can prove you were hacked, that clause won't be valid. But today, right here, Chief Manager Beck will erase the hacking app from your phone without leaving a trace. And today, right here, I will erase you. As of today, you are officially dead. You invested 1 billion won in an illegal coin company, and you died in a traffic accident while fleeing in the middle of the night. Congratulations, Song Jin-tae. You've left your children an inheritance worth tens of billions. An inheritance so deep in debt, it can still be called an inheritance, Song Jin-tae." After hearing this, Song Jin-tae was terrified. He hurriedly grabbed Lee Myung-jun's pant leg and said, "Wait. Please wait a moment, Vice Chairman. Hear me out first. Anyway, if it's inherited debt, then it can't simply be passed on, right? There's no reason for you to do this. Besides, I still have acquaintances outside. If I die like this, won't they become suspicious?" "Ah, if that's what you mean, don't worry. Your wife is already dead." "What? What did you just say?" "Wait, do you know something else? During the process of filing to renounce an inheritance, if they accept repayment in small installments, there's a high chance the request will be simplified and approved. Think carefully. Other than me, who else did you borrow money from? The loan sharks I introduced you to, those people are experts at crossing the line between legal and illegal debt collection. They're used to overturning inheritance renunciations. Your children with no social experience. Do you think they'll be able to overcome veteran professionals like that? Even if they somehow manage it, the fact that they have no parents won't change. They'll still end up destitute and poor, won't they? At those words, Song Jin-tae burst into tears and cried out, "Save me, please save me, Vice Chairman. Please, I'm begging you, don't do this. Isn't this too cruel?" "No, Congressman Cha's son and Director Han too. Why are you doing this to me to this extent?" Hearing him spit out such words, Lee Myung-jun coldly said, "My daughter. You called my daughter a whore, didn't you? Did you think I wouldn't know? Your son committed a sex crime. So how was he able to keep going to school without punishment? Your son was clever. He forced the victimized schoolgirls to accept a share of the money earned from displaying their bodies. And you used that to stand in front of everyone, look down on them, and call Hina a whore, insisting that everything had been done by agreement. On top of that, you mobilized your connections with Congressman Cha, pressured the judge, and all he ended up with was mere suspicion over obscene video performances and a suspended sentence. An unbelievable result. Because of you, my daughter. According to the judicial records, she became a whore. You dared call my dead daughter that? Just then, the sound of clapping and laughter rang out. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, from here on, I'll provide some helpful tips on how to kill someone and disguise it as a traffic accident. If it's a traffic accident, then beat him, sure, but stay away from the face, okay? The judge might get suspicious during the autopsy. So watch me and do it like this. As soon as the one-eyed man finished speaking, he stomped down hard. He stepped right on Song Jin-tae's injured leg, making him scream in agony. Meanwhile, the one-eyed man was still grinning as he said, "You just have to crush the parts that are already broken and kill him." Hearing that, Lee Myung-jun dragged the hammer forward and said, "Director Song, you did this in Thailand too, didn't you? You ordered everything to be done. Now go down there. Don't forget to find my Hina. Apologize to her and give her my regards, you dog." Continuing from the previous episode, Lee Myung-jun had staged Song Jin-tae's traffic accident. In the end, Song Jin-tae did not die and was brought before Lee Myung-jun. Lee Myung-jun revealed his entire plan and declared that he intended to kill Song Jin-tae. Before killing him, Lee Myung-jun told him that when he went down there, he should give his greetings to his daughter Hina. A second later, blood splattered everywhere. The hammer in Lee Myung-jun's hand came crashing down again and again. Elsewhere, Chief Manager Beck's face went pale at the sight. A little later, the hammer in Lee Myung-jun's hand finally stopped. He was breathing heavily after exerting so much force. Then he laughed and said, "This feels even better than I thought. It really is wonderful." Hearing those words, Chief Manager Beck turned even paler with fear. At that moment, Lee Myung-jun threw away the hammer in his hand and continued, "No matter how far my revenge went, I was deeply frustrated that for so long, I could only stand outside and watch. Luckily, I let my body relax and I enjoyed this that much. Is that enough, Director Gwang?" "It's enough, sir. If you've enjoyed it, then leave the cleanup to us. Manager Beck, I'm going to rest now. Help Director Gwang clean up the scene and then head out." "Yes, Vice Chairman." "Then, good work." That pat on the shoulder left Song Jin-tae's blood smeared onto Chief Manager Beck's clothes. Chief Manager Beck stood there, watching Lee Myung-jun's back as he walked away. In his mind, he was thinking about his superior, the Vice Chairman. Then suddenly, loud laughter rang out again. Director Gwang was laughing as he said, "A cheerful guest after such a long time, huh? You're Manager Beck, right? I think we'll be seeing each other often in the future. Please take good care of me." Seeing him laugh like that, Chief Manager Beck felt somewhat afraid. As he was about to leave to get back to work, another voice spoke up. "Mr. Sanbai, you look tired. Let my team handle this and go outside to get some fresh air." Hearing that, Chief Manager Beck replied, "All right. Thanks, Yoojun." A little later, down at the construction site, Chief Manager Beck lit a cigarette to steady himself after witnessing the bloody scene just now. He began thinking about everything that had happened and was still happening. "Vice Chairman, have you really become this tormented? Before your daughter died, you weren't like this. Of all the people I know, the Vice Chairman is the one I respect most. That is why the executives often came to him for advice on personal matters. Unlike his brothers, who were blinded by greed and power, he had a sense of purpose and diligently carried out every task given to him. That is why, ironically enough, he was considered the person closest to becoming the next chairman. Although he worked more than 70 hours a week, he still made time to spend a full week with his daughter when she was only 13, so she would not feel the absence of her mother. The Vice Chairman was not only an excellent businessman, but also a devoted family man. Most importantly, to me, someone who had lived a miserable life, he was like a savior who gave me a new life. And now, a man like that has nothing in his head but revenge and more revenge. As someone who pledged to devote his life to the Vice Chairman, am I truly being loyal? Or am I simply standing by and watching the Vice Chairman collapse and destroy himself? As an outsider, what should I do? No, I should not be thinking about anything else right now. This is a crucial moment in the vice chairman's first act of revenge. At least at this very moment, the vice chairman is holding a hammer. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day at the funeral hall. The obituary and the time of the cremation and burial had been posted on the notice board. The deceased were none other than Song Jin-tae and his wife. Voices could already be heard around the hall. Both of them had been struck by drunk drivers. One was hit by a truck driver and the other by a bus driver. Either way, there are so many killers on the streets in this country these days. Otherwise, how could the two of them die on the same day like that? For the children, this must be like a bolt from the blue at such a critical time. Still, Chairman Song ran a business, so in a way this is fortunate. What if he had left nothing to pass down to his children? What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you hear? That man, Chairman Song, what are you saying? He ran off with 10 billion won of investors' money and then got into an accident. What? Is that really true? Yes. So stop babbling about whether his children have inheritance rights or not. At the same time, some women were talking among themselves. Why is his daughter grieving like that? Where's Chairman Song's son? It sounds like the boy has been hospitalized for several days already. Good heavens. It's as if the entire family has been torn apart. I feel so sorry for them. She saw her mother die in that accident from the back seat, didn't she? That's heartbreaking for a child. Still, it's fortunate that she only broke her arm while riding in the same car. It seems heaven is not completely heartless. But isn't it wrong for a daughter to inherit? Oh, mother, what era are we living in? How can you still say something like that? Back to the men's conversation. When you put it that way, Chairman Song and his wife's deaths do seem suspicious, don't they? Exactly. They weren't even in the same car when it happened, yet both got into traffic accidents almost at the same time. If someone really did this, then surely could have been Lee Myung-jun. Hey now, you're still saying ridiculous things. Think about it. If it were for the assets, he would have drained Chairman Song dry before the man died. In the worst case, if the family gave up the inheritance, what would Lee Myung-jun have left? Nothing but a company drowning in debt. After selling off the inventory and transferring the logistics contracts, what would remain? Just a small amount of money. It would have been far more profitable to adjust the company's profit-sharing ratio and slowly bleed Chairman Song over time while continuing to work together. If he killed him like this, Lee Myung-jun would suffer a huge loss. Don't you know that? But Lee Myung-jun is wealthy enough that even losing 10 billion won would not affect the business plans he has tried to carry out. Lee Myung-jun, you're completely wrong. Even now, there is someone else who would want Chairman Song dead. Who is it? Congressman Cha. Think about it. Last year, Congressman Cha kept pressuring Hyundai Group, saying he would crush the opposition party. When they discovered that the owner family of Hyundai Group had bribed key opposition figures, they pounced as if they had been waiting forever and carried out that ruthless attack. During that chaotic period, people said Chairman Song was doing some dirty work for Congressman Cha. So Chairman Song was running errands for someone as big as Congressman Cha? That's a rumor I heard from a department head who got transferred to another district office. Even if he didn't look like much, Chairman Song wielded quite a bit of influence in the Anrogu community, didn't he? That's why he seems so down lately. He was pretty arrogant too, using the money he donated for the Anrogu council election as leverage. Ah, I see. The Anrogu councilman was a close high school friend of Congressman Cha, so he used that connection to make money. That's right. Even people like us, who live off the government, only came here to pay respects and show our faces. But the point is, what does Chairman Song doing errands for Congressman Cha have to do with this accident? Bongu, do you still not get it? Vice Chairman Lee Myung-jun, you know. He's the man Congressman Cha tried to frame and throw in prison, but failed in the end. To a man like that, someone who has become a thorn in his side, Chairman Song was just a lackey clinging to him like a remora. If you were him, would you just sit there and watch? Chairman Song didn't lose 10 billion won because of Lee Myung-jun. I think this was Congressman Cha's doing. It's obvious Congressman Cha leaked stock market information to Chairman Song and directed the whole thing. Are you people serious? Have you been watching too many more films? What era do you think we're living in? How could a congressman possibly do that? You people are so naive. You don't know what kind of man Congressman Cha really is. Of course you don't. You're just a newly appointed employee. What would you know? These days, he even meddles in random matters. He's completely insane about politics. Well, there's some logic to that, but our director of administrative support always overthinks everything politically. What? Huh? Then what do you think? There's a much simpler answer. Everyone knows this rumor, right? Chairman Song's son and daughter were the ones who bullied Lee Myung-jun's daughter. Everyone is fixated on the 10 billion won that was stolen, but they fail to see the true nature of the case, if this really is murder. A father who lost his daughter. Revenge. With tears in his eyes. As the group laughed and chatted, a voice suddenly came from behind them. "Excuse me." With a strange look on his face, Lee Myung-jun said to one of them, "Could you please let me through?" The look on his face terrified the whole group. Lee Myung-jun and his men slowly walked inside. He and his people headed straight towards Song Eugene. The moment Song Eugene saw him approaching, she was overwhelmed with fear. Her face turned pale, as though she had seen something horrifying. She slowly backed up against the wall behind her. Before her stood Lee Myung-jun, staring at her with a solemn expression. Continuing from the previous episode, after killing Song Jin-tae and his wife. The very next day, Lee Myung-jun and his entourage came to pay their respects to the couple. Now only Song Eugene and Song Jin-won remained, and they were Lee Myung-jun's next targets. He wanted them to stay alive and spend the rest of their lives in poverty. The scene then shifts to Garam. Garam said angrily, "My stepfather is so unfair to me. He left me behind, all alone, and went to attend Mr. and Mrs. Song Jin-tae's funeral. I thought so much about what to wear to my very first funeral. I couldn't even sleep because I was worried about what outfit to choose. But my stepfather didn't care about my feelings at all. He went to the funeral with that bastard and his assistant." After venting her anger, Garam thought to herself, "Still, maybe that's for the best. If I went with him, Eugene's attention might shift from him to me. The reason my stepfather went to the funeral was as a kind of ritual to celebrate the success of his revenge. Honestly, I feel a little sad, but I need to step aside and let him have his own stage." The scene shifts back to Song Jin-tae's funeral. Lee Myung-jun was coldly staring down at Song Eugene's face. Song Eugene looked up at him, trembling. But she was not trembling from fear. She was trembling with rage. "That bastard, that son of a bitch killed my parents. I have to hurry. I have to expose him in front of everyone here." Song Eugene desperately wanted to speak, but she saw the faces standing behind Lee Myung-jun. Terrified, she thought, "I'm so scared. I can't even make a sound." Just then, Lee Myung-jun lowered his gaze. He placed a hand on Song Eugene's shoulder and said, "Song Eugene, this must be very hard for you. The pain of losing both your father and mother at such a young age is something that cannot be put into words. As someone who also lost his wife and daughter, I know how hard this must be for you. But Eugene, you need to stay strong. But sadly, this hardship is only the beginning. Your father squandered all 10 billion won of my money. Not only that, he borrowed another 10 billion won from loan sharks and banks. In particular, it was all invested in coin speculation. Although I only knew your father for a short time, I formed a strong friendship with him, so I was prepared to forgive him this once and use the profits from our future business to help pay off his debts. But in the end, your father did not even leave me the time to do that because he is dead. From now on, you will have to earn money to pay your crippled brother's hospital bills. I suppose you should start with a part-time job, or perhaps even support your own living expenses. You may have to drop out of school, don't you think? But no matter how hard life becomes, even if it makes you want to die, you must not give up on living. I do not want to witness another tragedy like Hina's. I will take responsibility for that, and I will always be watching over you so that you do not give up on life." Hearing those words, Song Eugene became so terrified that she could not say a thing. Just then, an old man said to his friends, "Are you sure Director Song's daughter was really a bully? Then why is Vice Chairman Lee taking such good care of her?" Hearing that, Song Eugene turned away and wept, thinking, "No, that's not it. Don't listen to what he's saying." At that moment, Lee Myung-jun spoke again. "Eugene, do you see that picture of her? How do you feel when you look at it? Does it break your heart just to see it? My Hina was like that too. She was smiling in a photo, just like this. This is the heart of a man who lost his family so cruelly. Do you understand now, Eugene?" The horrifying look on Lee Myung-jun's face froze Song Eugene in place. Then she turned to look at the memorial portrait of her parents. She saw the expression on her mother's face filled with rage, and then it slowly changed. Her mother's eyes began to bleed, and she even smiled at her. A second later, her mother's portrait turned into an image of Hina smiling eerily. This terrified Song Eugene, and she immediately let out a scream on the spot. In a panic, she ran straight outside. At that exact moment, an elderly woman slowly approached Lee Myung-jun and said, "Hey, what exactly did you whisper to my granddaughter just now?" Hearing that, Lee Myung-jun glanced at her, then turned his head away and said, "I didn't say anything. I was only trying to comfort her." But it seems even that was more than she could bear. Elsewhere, Song Eugene had run out onto the main road, and while running, she tripped. Her face slammed against the pavement. Song Eugene immediately lifted her head and began crying. Just then, a voice called out to her, "Excuse me." Hearing that voice, Song Eugene slowly turned her head. There stood Hina with a bloodied face, smiling as she said, "Excuse me, are you okay, Eugene?" This terrified Song Eugene even more, and she began screaming hysterically. She immediately collapsed to the ground, clutching her head and saying, "I'm sorry." Song Eugene's apology kept echoing, but in front of her was only an office worker standing there, completely confused. Report on the final outcome of the individual punishment for Song Eugene of Unzo School. Difficulty making a living due to the death of her guardians, psychological hallucinations caused by extreme stress. Perpetrator A. Song Eugene. Revenge complete. The scene shifts to Song Jin-won. His face was contorted in pain, and his eyes rolled back. Just then, the head nurse walked in with a smile and said, "So you've finally woken up in the recovery room, our patient Song Jinu." Hearing that, Song Jinu was speechless. He did not even know whether the lower half of his body was still intact. Meanwhile, the head nurse continued, "For a patient who has just regained consciousness, I have some unfortunate news for you. There was a communication error among our medical staff, which resulted in your healthy testicle being replaced with an artificial one. A medical accident occurred during the surgery." Hearing that, Song Jin-won stammered, "A medical surgical mistake?" Then a second later, he shouted, "You call that a mistake? Damn it, you idiots. You did that on purpose. For hours, without any anesthesia, you cut into my testicles with a scalpel." Hearing him say that, the head nurse smiled and said, "Oh dear, it seems the patient is showing signs of delirium as the anesthesia wears off. But that's understandable. It's merely a side effect of the anesthetic, and the patient's delusions will disappear once it has fully worn off." At that, Song Jin-won immediately yelled, "You never gave me any anesthesia. Do you think I'll fall for such blatant gaslighting? I'll sue every last one of you. With my father's connections, I'll make sure all of you spend the rest of your lives in prison." Hearing that, the head nurse gave him a faint smile, then burst out laughing and said to Song Jin-won, "What the hell are you talking about? Sure, go ahead and try filing that lawsuit. But do you even have the money to follow through with it? Jinu, shouldn't you first figure out how to pay your hospital bill? Your parents left behind hundreds of billions of won in debt before they died. What did you say? If you don't believe me, why not call your little sister, who's struggling to take care of everything right now? Should I ask them to bring you to the funeral tomorrow?" Well, anyway, Jinu, since your limbs are injured, timing is crucial when it comes to rehabilitation therapy. Since you have no money and no parents, I wonder whether you'll be able to receive treatment in time. After saying that, the head nurse left, followed by Song Jin-won's bewildered outbursts. "Hey, what kind of bullshit is this? What are you talking about, you bastard? Wait, you bitch." Song Jin-won tried to shout, but unfortunately, he fell off the bed. He lay there alone in the middle of the room. Song Jin-won lay there stammering, "Damn it, does that mean my parents are really dead? That's impossible. Someone help me. Please wake me up." As soon as he said that, he let out a bitter scream. Report on the outcome of the individual punishment for Song Jinu of Unzo High School. Permanent damage to the knee and ulnar collateral ligament. Loss of sexual function due to castration. Perpetrator C. Song Jinu. Revenge complete. At the same time, elsewhere, Moon Aijin was also furious and terrified. Clutching her head, she cried, "I'm going to be killed. Song Eugene's parents are dead. I'm next." After saying that, she thought, Garam definitely did that at the gym. She's going to make me pay for helping kill Hina. It's obvious. I'm going to be killed in some horrible way. No, I can't die like this. I have to do something. The confession video at the gym, and the video proving Lee Myung-jun's personal punishment plan. I'm going to report all of it to HBS. And as for me, I'm now under the protection of my maternal grandparents. The final objective of the revenge plan against Moon Aijin. The last battle has begun. Continuing from the previous episode, after killing Song Eugene's parents, Lee Myung-jun went to the funeral and traumatized Song Eugene. And he even had Song Jin-won's testicles cut off. After learning about this, Moon Aijin was utterly terrified. She screamed in panic, saying she was going to be killed too. Song Eugene's parents were dead, and now she was next. At that moment, she came up with an idea. Moon Aijin remembered Garam's confession in the gym and decided to deliver that video to the broadcasting station to make Lee Myung-jun stop everything. Just as she was about to send the video, she was horrified because on her laptop screen it said, "Moon Aijin's laptop has been hacked. Hello, Moon Aijin." That made Moon Aijin's jaw drop. Tears were on the verge of spilling out. Her hands trembled, and she thought, "What? My computer's been hacked? Did Lee Myung-jun hire someone to do this? Or was it Garam?" And is this some North Korean cyber hacker? Right then, words begin typing themselves onto the screen. Oh, I'm disappointed in you, Moon Aijin. Don't you recognize me? When the school violence incident broke out, you didn't even know who helped delete the post about you from social media. Seeing those words, Moon Aijin stammered in fear. No way. That way of speaking, the person who provided the information, the tech, and the hacking. Ba Doa's cousin. Then more words appeared on the computer screen. Judging by your face, I guess you finally know who I am. At that point, Moon Aijin couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, Hey, shut up. What the hell are you doing? Why did you hack my computer? Why? You idiot, just look at it. If I hadn't hacked it, it almost would have happened. I just saved your life. You know that? Do you really think your grandmother knows nothing about what's happening at Android? They're deliberately covering it up so it won't be exposed as much as possible. Recently, DOA starred in a web drama. Do you know it was a huge hit? Thanks to that, casting offers and modeling ad proposals have been pouring in from everywhere. Right now, DOA's stock is rising. Why would they create trouble now? Seeing those words, Moon Aijin angrily said, What the hell are you talking about? Did I mention Ba DOA in the email? Even in the video, only Song Eugene and Song Jinwoo appeared. So why? Are you really a Pagasari? You people are like dried fish. If someone digs deeply into the Android issue, obviously you'll be dragged into controversy soon enough. Soon they'll be saying, what's wrong with these kids? Don't you get it? Moon Aijin, still furious, thought, damn it, look at him acting like it has nothing to do with him. Meanwhile, the other person continued pressing her. And even if you're going to send an email, why were you trying to send it to the official tip line for the news department instead of your grandmother's direct email? If things didn't go the way you wanted, you'd be in huge trouble. If it got released online, it would be my job to erase it, you know? Aijin, there's a bit of a pattern here. Maybe you want to end up like Hina too? Seeing those lines appear one after another, Moon Aijin began shouting and asked in a panic, Then what am I supposed to do now? No matter what happens, I'm dead anyway. Stop talking nonsense. Don't you know how crazy Garam is? That nude photo was nothing. She's completely insane. She cursed at me and had a crab pinch me, and then she even made me eat seaweed. Is she some kind of seafood chef, or what? What? You really don't know anything. Please, just agree to help me. Seriously, Appa, please. Is this really somebody else's problem? Sooner or later the future will come for Ba Doa too. I'm really about to die, so please do something. Seeing Moon Aijin in that emotional state, the man told her, Don't worry too much. I already have a plan prepared. Just go about your normal routine. And by the way, I'm formatting your laptop so you can't do anything stupid. I've already deleted all the videos from your cloud and your phone too. All right then, goodbye. After the man said that all the data Moon Aijin had collected was erased, Moon Aijin's final struggle failed within 5 minutes. Meanwhile, elsewhere at Chief Beck's side, Chief Beck looked at his phone and said, Vice Chairman, we've just been contacted by the hacker we hired in China. It seems Moon Aijin tried to report a video to HBS. And what did they do? They impersonated Ba Doa's cousin and deleted and formatted all the data. They handled it well. The money we paid to hire them was worth it. In the upcoming confrontation with HBS, because of Ba Doa's cousin's presence, it could take the form of a cyber war. The hacker team we hired will be an important force going forward. Yes, Vice Chairman. Not only the video on Moon Aijin's phone, but also the videos recorded by all the students who filmed the public execution of the Song siblings back then. They're all under our control. At that time, the gym's Wi-Fi router was hacked by our hacker team. Malware was installed on the phones of the students who filmed that scene. Just like with Moon Aijin, we took measures to ensure the videos would be deleted if any of the students tried to share them anywhere. So the revenge at Anrogo will never be made public. It won't happen. Excellent work, Chief Beck. Then what about the remaining culprits now? According to reports from our agents, we've placed people around each perpetrator. As for DOA's side, with the drama success, what are the makeup team doing? Why aren't you moving faster? Ba Doa's grandmother once served as a government director, and now HBS's news department is under her control. It seems they're busy with Ba Doa's promotional broadcast schedule. As for Kang A-hyun and her family, they don't seem to care at all about the news from Seoul. The problem lies with Congressman Cha Seo-hyun's family. Chief Beck kept relaying the necessary information to Lee Myung-jun. After a while, Lee Myung-jun voiced his thoughts. As expected, it's so predictable it gives me chills. Vice Chairman, should I call it fortunate or unfortunate? I'm not sure whether it's a good thing. This means Cha Seo-hyun's arrogance and recklessness haven't changed at all. There's no need to worry. If anything unfortunate happens to Congressman Cha, don't we have a trump card? Congressman Cha is my final target. But right now, we're also in a position where we share a common enemy. Let's go. I'm starting to feel a little tired. Yes, Vice Chairman. After responding to Lee Myung-jun, Chief Beck drove on, thinking worriedly. Just as expected, this makes it obvious. Vice Chairman, you have no interest in life after revenge. To be honest, even attending that funeral today was, from a risk perspective, completely pointless. It was a performance carried out solely for revenge. In your life now, other than revenge, nothing around you seems to have any meaning. But Vice Chairman, I won't let you remain that lonely and alone. Just like what you did for me 10 years ago, Vice Chairman, I will bring meaning back into your life. Finding meaning in life, even after revenge, that is the burden I carry as your confidant, my mission. With Chief Beck's thoughts and resolve, the car continued rolling toward Lee Myung-jun's mansion. The next morning, at Moon Ijin's house, Moon Ijin's mother knocked on the door and said, Ijin, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you going to school? You'll get in trouble with your father if you keep this up. Inside, Moon Ijin was screaming in panic, saying, I'm not going outside. If this keeps up, I'll die. I'm not taking a single step outside, not even one. Why has she been acting like this lately? What happened at school? Just then, Moon Ijin's father arrived, startling her mother. As soon as he came over, he took the key and opened the bedroom door. The moment he walked in, Moon Ijin's father said, Get out here. Moon Ijin, how much more are you planning to disappoint me? How dare you start spewing vulgar nonsense in this house? And now you're saying you're dropping out of school? Hearing her father say that, Moon Ijin immediately knelt down and said, Father, I don't want to die, Father. I'll die if I go to school. You remember that Song Eugene's parents just died, right? Lee Myung-jun killed them. He took Song Eugene in as his adopted daughter and interfered with her brother's treatment. He even tried to kill me by making me eat seaweed. If I go to school, I'll die, Father. Please save me. Hearing Moon Ijin's words, her father angrily said, How much longer am I supposed to keep cleaning up after the messes you make? You stupid child. Are you putting this family in danger because of your gangster-like behavior? Moon Ijin's mother, standing beside them and not understanding anything, asked, What's going on, honey? Her husband replied, It seems Lee Myung-jun is carrying out some kind of revenge. I'm sick of having to deal with this because of my daughter. Today, you should go somewhere with as many people as possible. Why? In my opinion, a public place is safer than this house right now. Use public transportation where there are as many people as possible, or go to a department store you don't usually visit and stay in the most crowded corner. After today, I'll try to contact Vice Chairman Lee Myung-jun. All right, and Moon Ijin, you're going to the academy. What? The academy? Fine. No one would ever think a high school student would be at the academy at a time like this. I'll speak to the academy director in advance. You'll stay there and self-study with the other students. Frankly, I'm wondering whether I should remove you from the family register. I'll decide after seeing how this situation ends. Just get on public transportation and go to the academy. Understood? A while later, Moon Ijin arrived at the academy. As soon as she arrived, a male teacher came out smiling and said, Ijin, you're here. I heard everything from the director. I heard you're currently self-studying here at the academy because of school violence, right? Yes, sir. Oh dear, you must have gone through a lot. School violence right before final exams. But here, you don't have to worry about school violence because all the Luban students are in class right now, so you'll be able to study quietly by yourself. I have to go now because I've got a class to teach. If anything happens, call the vice principal, okay? Yes, sir. As soon as the teacher left, only Moon Ijin remained there. She let out a sigh of relief and thought, It's been so long since I've had peace like this. I've forgotten what peace felt like. After thinking that, Moon Ijin opened the classroom door. But what greeted her eyes were not cute, innocent faces. It was the very face she least wanted to see right now, angel-faced Garam. Continuing from the previous episode, after Moon Ijin learned that Song Eugene's parents had died, she had planned to release Garam's confession recording to the broadcasting station in order to ruin Lee Myung-jun and force him to stop this revenge. But unfortunately, Lee Myung-jun had hired a Chinese hacker who impersonated Ba Doa's cousin and deleted all the data from her computer. In this situation, Moon Ijin no longer dared to go to school. As a result, she drove her father crazy, though even he couldn't really blame her. He told Moon Ijin to go to the academy and stay there, because right now, it was the safest place. After saying that, he intended to go meet Lee Myung-jun and negotiate about his daughter. When Moon Ijin first arrived at the academy, she thought she was safe. But when she opened the door, what she saw was Garam's face and her signature smile. The moment Moon Ijin saw Garam, she froze for 2 seconds. Garam, on the other hand, was still smiling with that trademark expression. Moon Aijin suddenly went rigid, as though the whole world had stopped. 1 second later, she screamed in terror, but Garam immediately clamped a hand over her mouth. In an instant, Garam dragged Moon Aijin straight into the classroom. As soon as she pulled her inside, Garam shut the door. Inside the room, Garam covered Moon Aijin's mouth and pinned down her entire body, making it impossible for her to move. Moon Aijin, with her mouth blocked, could only make muffled sounds. Garam then spoke softly into Moon Aijin's ear. "Shoo, class president, lower your voice. Don't scream so loudly. If you keep screaming like that, what do you think will happen?" Basement level 1, the food section of Yujo Shopping Center. Your mother is choosing fruit there right now. Hearing Garam say that, Moon Aijin thought in fear, what the hell is this? How does Garam know where my mother is? Don't tell me. That girl was listening in while I was in my room? Just then, Garam spoke again. "Class president, you see, your breathing is making my hands itch. So if I let you go, you'll behave properly, right?" As soon as she said that, Garam removed her hands and feet from Moon Aijin's body. The moment Garam took her hand away, Moon Aijin gasped desperately, sucking in the air around her. Seeing her like that, Garam smiled and said, "Class president, what happens if someone runs away without paying off their debt?" Stubborn little Garam had tracked her all the way to the academy. Hearing that, Moon Aijin stammered, "How the hell did you know I was coming to this room? Were you waiting for me?" There are lots of ways to know that. The Moon Aijin surveillance team, according to what my older brother Orbier reported to me, said this was the only empty classroom at this hour. So I snuck in through the window. Hearing Garam say that, Moon Aijin was horrified and thought, "Damn it, this is the 4th floor. And what the hell is a Moon Aijin surveillance team? These terrifying criminals aren't even trying to hide it anymore." After thinking that, Moon Aijin grabbed a nearby desk and stammered, "Don't come any closer. I know you came here to kill me. If you touch even a single hair on my body, I'll scream so all the cram school students can hear." "Really, class president? That's not at all, so you don't need to be so wary. The reason I'm here is to negotiate with you, class president." "What? Negotiate?" My stepfather has decided to show you special leniency, Aijin. Just from the amount of time you spent talking with Eugene behind the school after classes, it seems you know the truth about my older sister Hina's death. If you can provide us with useful information, I'll guarantee your safety." Hearing those words from Garam, Moon Aijin joyfully thought, "I get to live. I'm not going to die after all." But a second later, she reconsidered. "No, this is definitely strange. Why has their attitude changed so suddenly? Just the day before yesterday, they had threatened me and said they would avenge Hina's death and that they'd kill me by giving me stomach cancer. What are Garam and Lee Myung-jun planning?" Suddenly, Moon Aijin realized something. She started laughing, startling Garam, who stood there baffled. Garam spoke up too. "What's so funny? Your stepfather must be pretty desperate, huh? Killing Song Eugene's parents like that was a stupid mistake. There's no way the Cha Seo-hyun family wouldn't grow suspicious. Trying to persuade me all of a sudden after originally planning to kill me means Cha Seo-hyun is reacting to something. Besides, even if I cooperated from the beginning, there was no guarantee I'd be saved, right? Just look at Song Eugene's situation. It's obvious that cooperating wouldn't have done her any good. On the contrary, if I cooperate with your stepfather, then Cha Seo-hyun will obviously kill me too and call me a traitor. If that's how it is, then I'm betting Cha Seo-hyun will win." Hearing Moon Aijin say those things, Garam immediately snapped in anger. "Don't forget. Did you forget that we're keeping an eye on your mother? In a place crawling with cameras like this, you think you can stab me? What could you possibly do to my mother? The fact that you're trying to act so hastily is proof of just how anxious you are. Your stepfather must be panicking by now. That's right. Killing me too is obviously beyond you. You can't lay a hand on me." While Moon Aijin was laughing as she said that, Garam suddenly lunged at her and grabbed her by the throat. Moon Aijin couldn't breathe. Garam's face was twisted with rage after hearing Moon Aijin's mocking words. A moment later, Moon Aijin's breathing faltered and her face turned pale. Little by little, she lost consciousness and the sky went black. Who knew how much time had passed before Moon Aijin woke up again? She jerked upright and drew deep breaths to calm herself. At that moment, the thought ran through her head. Did I pass out? Right then, Garam's voice rang out again. "Class president." Those words startled Moon Aijin. Sitting near the door, Garam smiled and said, "Class president, are you awake now?" Seeing this, Moon Aijin covered her face in terror and said, What are you doing?" Garam replied, "So how does it feel, class president? Everything happened so fast you didn't even have time to scream, right? Ever since I was locked up in juvenile detention, my specialty has been choking juvenile inmates unconscious without the guards noticing. That's why my nickname back at Nair Juvenile Detention Center was Sleeping Beauty. The head of the family handles problems. There was this one guy who killed his own older sister and kept causing trouble in the detention center. So in just one day, I put him to sleep 30 times. And do you know what happened to him? Drooling. He turned into a complete idiot. I wonder after how many times you'll start drooling like that bitch, class president. Hearing that, Moon Aijin replied in fear. Okay, I'll negotiate. I'll negotiate. Really? You should have done that much earlier. Oh, and you know, the weather's getting hotter these days. All this noise is making me crave something sweet. Do you know any famous shaved ice place around here? Shaved ice? Why all of a sudden? When it comes to shaved ice, there's only one place in this area. Take me there right now. Hearing Garam's request, Moon Aijin fell into thought. A moment later, she still had no choice but to take Garam out for shaved ice to cool her down. But as soon as they arrived, Garam said gloomily, "What? They're still preparing. Are you messing with me, class president? And no, it's not my fault. This is the only shaved ice shop in town, and it's my first time coming here on a weekday at this hour, so I had no idea it still wouldn't be open. There's another dessert cafe. Do you want to go there?" Garam didn't even bother listening to Moon Aijin. She pushed the door open and walked inside. As soon as she entered, she smiled and called out, "Is anyone here?" Seeing the two of them walk in, an old man spoke up. "What the heck?" He came out and said to them, "I'm sorry, customers, but didn't you see the sign saying we're still preparing?" The door was open, so I just came in. "Sir, I'm really craving shaved ice right now. Could you please make it early just this once?" When the old man saw Garam's cute expression, he smiled warmly and said, "If people misunderstand and think we're open, that'll be troublesome. So sit somewhere out of sight, okay? Then thank you so much, really." Meanwhile, when Moon Aijin saw this, she thought angrily, "She's spending my money, that bitch. Damn it, in broad daylight. I have to watch Garam acting sweet to some old man." A little later, the two sat down at a table. As soon as they sat down, Moon Aijin spoke. "What information do you actually want from me?" "Good grief. Wait a little, class president. Business talk can wait until after the shaved ice gets here." Seeing how calm Garam remained, Moon Aijin thought angrily, "Damn it, she's making me die of impatience." A moment later, the owner brought out the shaved ice and said with a smile, "Here is the shaved ice you ordered. This one is chocolate shaved ice." As soon as the shaved ice was set down, Garam smiled brightly and said, "The chocolate shaved ice I ordered. And this is mango bingsu, right? That's right. Please enjoy." Moon Aijin had just started to thank him when she suddenly realized something. She thought, wait, I definitely paid everything through the kiosk earlier. Who ordered what? How would he know? Just then, Garam's voice rang out. "Class president, pick up your spoon. The shaved ice is melting." Hearing that, Moon Aijin immediately switched her dessert with Garam's in a flash. That made Garam say angrily, "What the hell do you think you're doing, class president? Hey, try mine. What did you put in it?" Hearing Moon Aijin say that made the owner nervous, but Garam remained completely calm and said, "Your paranoia is an illness, class president. You should visit the psychiatry department at a hospital sometime. Stop it. Just be quiet and try it." Seeing Moon Aijin resist like that threw Garam's thoughts into turmoil. Meanwhile, Moon Aijin stared at Garam and thought, "Damn it. I knew something was wrong from the start. She even dragged me into a shop before it opened. She picked a time with no customers. She must have bribed the shop owner to tamper with the food. Lee Garam, if she doesn't eat my shaved ice, then I'll run with all my strength." Right then, Garam picked up a spoonful, ate it, and said, "It's delicious, class president." She chewed and swallowed the food right in front of Moon Aijin. After swallowing, Garam opened her mouth again and said, "See, class president, there's nothing in the shaved ice." Moon Aijin didn't answer, but she was still thinking, "Damn it, why is she acting like this?" Before that train of thought could end, Garam raised her hand with a smile and said, "Now that you know the shaved ice is fine, give me the chocolate shaved ice." Hearing that, Moon Aijin sat down and began to eat as well. While eating, Garam still said, "You ate mine, you know." Meanwhile, as Moon Aijin ate, she thought, "It looks like she didn't do anything to this bowl. Maybe she really is trying to negotiate. I'll feed her some information that sounds plausible on the surface for now, and then I'll figure out a way to contact Cha Seo Hyun and tell him. Even though there's no guarantee he'll take my call. If I want to live, I have to do whatever it takes." Moon Aijin kept spinning through these calculations in her head as she ate. Suddenly, blood spilled from her mouth. She clamped a hand over it, then spat out everything in her mouth. Only then did she think in horror, "This is glass shards?" At that moment, Moon Aijin looked at Garam in front of her in utter terror. because Garam was smiling with chilling malice. Just then, bodyguards appeared out of nowhere behind Moon Aijin. Moon Aijin's menu, final dinner, glass shaved ice. Continuing from the previous episode, after Moon Aijin arrived at the academy, she ran into Garam again. Garam immediately dragged her into a room and beat her up. She wanted to knock Moon Aijin unconscious over and over until she became insane. Moon Aijin was so frightened that she had no choice but to do as Garam said. Garam wanted to go eat shaved ice, so Moon Aijin took her there. As soon as they entered the shop, 2 bowls of shaved ice were brought out. After Garam had only taken a few bites, Moon Aijin immediately snatched it away and tried to eat Garam's portion because she was afraid there was something wrong with her own. Even while eating, Moon Aijin was still smug, thinking Garam couldn't do anything to her. But right then, she suddenly spat glass shards out of her mouth. It turned out Garam's portion had been tampered with from the start. Only then did Moon Aijin realize she had been tricked. She coughed up a great deal of blood because of her own miscalculation. Moon Aijin tried to stand, but Garam's 2 bodyguards forced her back down into the chair. Right then, Garam's voice rang out with a laugh. Class president, no matter how you think about it, settling Hyena's vomit debt with seaweed was unfair, don't you think? At the very least, what I gave you is a food ingredient, while what you fed Hyena was a foreign object. That's why we prepared this. An overseas culinary delicacy, glass shaved ice. How is it, class president? Is it good? At that moment, someone walked up to Moon Aijin and said, Aijin, this glass shaved ice was specially prepared for you by the vice chairman himself. Please think of the vice chairman's effort. I hope you can finish it all without hesitation. Hearing the guard's words, Moon Aijin thought furiously, damn it, I'm definitely dead now. These insane bastards are really trying to kill me. I have to get out of here no matter what. Right now, there are only 2 people behind me, a male and a female bodyguard. Neither of them is blocking the chair. In that case, with the strength I learned from Taekwondo, all I have to do is kick the chair back and escape from behind, then run. Moon Aijin was about to flee, but she noticed something. She got ready to open the door and leave, but then turned back to look at Garam's group. In that situation, she suddenly thought, what is this? Why aren't they chasing me? Shouldn't they be running after me and grabbing me right now? While Moon Aijin was thinking that, Garam spoke again. Hey, class president, you seem to be in a hurry. Shouldn't you take your bag before leaving? Hearing Garam say that, Moon Aijin glanced at her bag and became even more confused. What is this? Why aren't they stopping me from leaving? Is this some kind of trap? Damn it. After getting dragged into this psychological warfare, I don't even know what's going on anymore. Should I leave or stay? As Moon Aijin wavered, Garam's voice rang out again. There's a video with you as the star class president. If you knew what I planned to do with that video, then even if someone shoved you out, you still wouldn't want to leave here, right? So sit down now, class president. I won't force you to eat the shaved ice. But before you go, wouldn't it be fun to watch an amusing video? Don't you think so, class president? After hearing Garam's words, Moon Aijin thought for a long time. Then the video was played, and voices along with the images came from it. That's right, Yujin. I'm a murderer. But are you really okay with continuing to stay involved with a murderer? Inside the video was footage of Moon Aijin continuously beating Yujin. She watched it in extreme fear. Then Garam's voice sounded again. Are you okay, class president? A brutal scene of merciless violence at the site, along with the confession of the murderer. You see this video? If it gets distributed to certain people, wouldn't that be fun? At those words, Moon Aijin realized something and stammered. Wait, don't tell me. Are you planning to send this to my father? Why would I do that? Are you scared I'll submit it to your father? But I told you clearly, didn't I? I said certain people. Yujin, wasn't your cousin's laptop hacked yesterday? Actually, that was a Chinese hacker we hired. What? Since you've already met him yourself, class president, do you know how skilled that hacker is? I'm going to send your video, class president, to that Chinese hacker. And then, every time you try to start a new life, that hacker will spread this video to everyone around you. When you enter college, as Garam spoke, the scene shifted. Moon Aijin was walking happily with her classmates. Suddenly, a male student got some kind of notification. He looked down at his phone in confusion, then saw footage of Moon Aijin beating a fellow student. Immediately, many others received the same video, and all eyes turned toward Moon Aijin. Garam's voice continued. Even if you get a job, the scene shifted again. The people working with Moon Aijin were furious when they saw the school violence video in their hands. This left Moon Aijin frightened and anxious. Garam's voice kept echoing. Even when you get married, Moon Aijin was smiling happily at her wedding. But below, her relatives and friends were intently watching something. Moon Aijin immediately turned to look in the same direction. Garam's voice rang out again. At every important moment of your life, it will suddenly appear and find you. To handle all those requests, he'll be paid permission through a blockchain-based crowdfunding platform operating on the dark web. In other words, even if your father dies in a few years or whatever, hackers will hunt you for the rest of your life. That's all I wanted to say. And so our pitiful class president will live alone until she becomes a bent, miserable old woman, and in the end she'll die. But before that, unless you kill yourself first, none of it will end. As soon as Garam finished saying that, Moon Aijin dropped to her knees before the chair and said, "No, please. Please don't do that. Please. Garam, I'll do anything. Tell your stepfather I'll do anything he says through you. Please. Anything he asks, class president, then eat it now. That glass shaved ice. If you finish all the shaved ice on the table, I'll completely delete your video and won't spread it. Whether you believe those words or not is up to you, class president. As you saw earlier, we won't stop you if you leave. But one thing is certain. The moment you walk out of this shop without eating that shaved ice, you'll regret it and think you should have eaten it. That regret will be yours to bear." After hearing those words, Moon Aijin fell into deep thought. She thought to herself, come to think of it, I've seen something like this before. There was a man with pica who constantly chewed and ate glass shards, and even after eating countless pieces over many years, he was completely fine. So what's the big problem here? Can I eat it? Damn it. What is that bitch smiling at me for? Moon Aijin had no other choice left. She began eating spoonful after spoonful of the glass, shaved ice in front of her. Under Garam's cold expression, as Moon Aijin ate, memories began to surface of the time she had bullied Hina. Back then, Moon Aijin had forced Hina to eat pieces of toilet paper one by one. Whenever that kind of bullying happened, Hina always begged Moon Aijin. Even when Hina said she was sick, Moon Aijin still tormented and tortured her to satisfy her twisted tastes. Back in the present, Moon Aijin's scream rang through the restaurant as her body suddenly collapsed to the floor. Moon Aijin's hand lay limp and motionless. In a faltering voice, she gasped, "My stomach, it's burning so much. Someone please call 119 for me. Please." At that moment, many people were entering the restaurant. Moon Aijin turned her eyes toward them and saw Lee Myung-jun and Chief Beck standing there, looking at her. When she saw them, Moon Aijin tried to shout desperately, "Sir, I was wrong. Please save me. Please call 119, please." Seeing Moon Aijin lying there and moaning, Lee Myung-jun said, "Aijin, apologize to Hina herself." As he spoke, Lee Myung-jun placed a white chrysanthemum on Moon Aijin's chest. At that moment, Garam also walked over to her and said with a smile, "You work hard to repay your debt, Aijin. Now rest in peace." As Garam's voice echoed, Hina's figure appeared before Moon Aijin's eyes. This terrified Moon Aijin beyond measure, and her eyes slowly closed. Final report on the personal sanction against Moon Aijin. After swallowing a large amount of contaminated glass shards, she suffered septic shock in the gastrointestinal tract. At 11:47 a.m., she was pronounced dead. Perpetrator B, Moon Aijin, revenge complete. Continuing from the previous episode, after Moon Aijin made a deal with Garam, if she finished the bowl of glass, shaved ice on the table, Garam would spare her. She would not upload the videos of her abusing the other students online, and she would spare her life. In the end, after Moon Aijin finished eating it, Garam really did forgive her, and she no longer had to suffer the pain Garam would have brought her. She died immediately afterward. The very next day, the news reported it. Recently, a shaved ice shop owner in the Anrogo district put glass shards into shaved ice and indiscriminately attacked a customer. This horrific act of terror claimed the life of 16-year-old Moon Aijin. The prosecution has launched an investigation into the shop owner, Mr. Lee, on charges of aggravated special injury, and he has been taken into custody. Mr. Lee confessed that he had fallen into despair after taking on debts amounting to billions of won due to a failed guarantee, and that he wanted to vent his resentment on someone, insisting that he had no intention of killing anyone. Crime experts say that forms of lawbreaking are becoming increasingly diverse and disorganized these days, so the public must raise its social awareness. Returning to the matter at hand, Yun, a friend who had been with Moon Aijin during the incident, is currently receiving treatment at a hospital for psychological shock. The scene shifts to Garam, who is smiling and chatting. Just as expected, chocolate smoothies really are the best therapy, aren't they? Then she turned and asked Lee Myung-jun, "Hey, stepdad, what if the shaved ice shop owner refuses to confess? I don't want to go back to juvenile detention." "You don't need to worry about that. Since this will be treated as aggravated injury rather than intentional murder, the game ends here. According to our lawyer, the expected maximum sentence is 8 years. I promise to clear his 1.7 billion won debt and pay him another 8 billion won after taxes in exchange for those 8 years in prison. So he won't betray us. Just what you'd expect from Korean capitalism." At that moment, Chief Beck spoke up as well. "By the way, Garam, did you predict that Moon Aijin would eat your shaved ice instead of her own bowl?" "Huh, I'm not a mind reader. How would I know that?" "What? Then how?" "Of course, I put glass shards in both bowls of shaved ice. The top part was real shaved ice, and the bottom was glass. From the very beginning, no matter which one she ate, her fate was already sealed." "I see. That's why I was pretty disappointed. If Aijin, after finishing that bowl of shaved ice, had found out she also had to eat the mango shaved ice, I was really curious how she would react. But that brat couldn't even finish one bowl. So boring." Hearing Garam explain her plan, Chief Beck broke into a cold sweat and thought, "At times like this, I realize Garam really is a psychopath. Usually, she just seems like a mischievous little sister." Just then, Garam suddenly started crying. Chief Beck, startled, said, "What? Why are you crying all of a sudden?" When he asked, Garam stammered, "I suddenly remembered Aijin and her mother. I miss the days when we used to play together so happily. It hurts to think we'll never be able to play together again." But that expression, the look on her mother's face when she was dying, I was so happy I could barely stand it. "I miss you so much, Aijin." At that moment, Lee Myung-jun asked, "Anyway, it's been 4 days since my final revenge plan. How is the progress regarding Moon Aijin's parents?" Hearing that, Chief Beck began reporting to him. The scene shifts somewhere else, where angry citizens are shouting, "Corrupt hospital. This is ridiculous. Corrupt hospital director. Director, resign. Resign." Elsewhere, a reporter is saying, "I'm currently standing in front of Dagon General Hospital, where the area is packed with civic groups protesting corruption in the hospital, along with reporters who have gathered to cover the incident. It all stems from the corruption scandal involving hospital director Moon Pedro." According to a whistleblower who came forward yesterday, Director Moon Pedro is accused of colluding with Representative Yongtek of the ruling party and using his influence to pressure the local government. The hospital ordered a basin area to be rezoned into medical use land, and according to leaked documents, even the plan to distribute the land price gains resulting from the rezoning was included. As a result, criticism is unavoidable that patients were neglected and abandoned in service of blatant profit-seeking. Reporters have repeatedly requested access to the site, but the hospital has continually refused, citing restrictions on outsiders entering the hospital in order to ensure patient stability. Meanwhile, hospital director Moon Pedro is believed to be holed up inside the director's office with his wife. Inside the office, Moon Aijin's mother was crying as she stammered, "It's all Lee Myung-jun's fault. Our Aijin died like this, and it's all because of Lee Myung-jun. He definitely hired Garam or someone else to make Aijin eat that shaved ice." Hearing that, her husband coldly replied, "Don't make baseless accusations. There isn't a shred of evidence." "Evidence? Don't you think the timing of your corruption scandal is suspicious enough? You know it too. This is Lee Myung-jun's doing as well. All right, it's all your fault. If you hadn't sent her to the academy that day, this never would have happened. No, from the beginning, if you hadn't treated Aijin so harshly, she wouldn't have become a bully. Everything was ruined by your patriarchal arrogance. Aijin, you killed her." After cursing and blaming her husband, the wife grabbed her handbag and left, saying, "I'm going back to my parents' house. Prepare the divorce papers. I'll take care of the rest. As for Lee Myung-jun, goodbye." After the wife left, only the husband remained alone in the room. He was trying to suppress his anger. In his mind, he thought, a wife who is always busy gossiping at social gatherings, who couldn't even remember Aijin's elementary school graduation, dares to say that to me? I watched my daughter more closely than anyone else because she was exactly like me. Moon Aijin inherited both her exceptional academic ability and her brutal violent streak from her father, me. Of course, I did everything I could to nurture her academic talent and restrain that violent tendency. Taekwondo was just one of the ways I thought could help her release her aggression. Did I push Aijin? No, I was only trying to discipline her strictly the same way my parents did with me. My daughter, who inherited my temperament, was supposed to live a successful life without becoming a criminal. I believe that was the only path for her to live better than I did. As the director of Dagon General Hospital, the only path I knew was this one. Moon Aijin, why did you stray from the path your father laid out for you? From the path your father set for you? The love your father gave you. The love your father gave you. At that moment, as he looked down from his office, he heard people shouting, "Corrupt hospital director, resign." How can a lawmaker be running a hospital like this? How can you shamelessly keep playing money games with politicians while neglecting patients? Resign now. Up above, he sat there thinking, in the end, this is how everything was always going to end. It's all meaningless. Just then, someone opened the door and walked into the room. Hearing the door open, he angrily shouted, "I gave clear orders to security to keep outsiders from entering." As soon as he said that, a woman's voice rang out. "I'm not an outsider to you." Hearing that voice, he looked somewhat startled and turned around. "You understand why I'm here, don't you?" When she said that, Aijin's father replied, "Yes. You must be here to force me to stay silent. So I can't reveal who is really behind this land corruption scandal. Congressman Cha, it seems you've decided to cut ties with me and the congressman as if we were expendable, just as expected. As usual, you're going to threaten me using my family, aren't you? Do you think the congressman's usual way of silencing people will work on me? My wife has declared she wants a divorce and has gone back to her parents' home, and my daughter was buried in the church cemetery last week. Now, there's no family left to threaten. So what will you do if I refuse to stay quiet? What are you going to do to me? Use your ties to CEO Kong and Busan? Or will you defile our daughter's grave in the church cemetery? At the very least, I can end the pain you're feeling right now, forever." Hearing that answer, Aijin's father fell silent in thought. Then he spoke again. "I understand what you mean. Tell Congressman Cha I'll save him the trouble of making me keep quiet. By the way, there's something I've wondered for a long time. Are you really one of Congressman Cha's people? He occasionally checks on me through you, but I've never actually seen him with you. Maybe you're not one of Congressman Cha's people after all. But then what about Cha Seo-hyun's father?" Hearing that probing question, the woman only stood there smiling and said, "Soon, you won't remember anything anyway. Don't be so curious. Yes, I suppose I've heard enough of an answer. Just in case, my wife knows nothing. Since I'm sparing you the trouble, I trust you won't go to see my wife. Just watch. See whether I keep my promise." At the same time, outside, a crowd was trying to force its way in, saying, "Please let us film. Wait a moment. Let's meet the hospital director. Let's go in and interview the hospital director." Just then, someone looked up at the sky and froze in shock. It wasn't a bird overhead. It was Aijin's father. When everyone saw him, they cried out in unison, "Wait, what's that up there? Isn't that him? Why is the doctor on the roof? No way." As the crowd's voices trailed off, Aijin's father slowly closed his eyes. Then he slowly threw himself down. The people below stood frozen as they witnessed the whole thing. When Aijin's father's body hit the ground, everyone there was horrified. Screams erupted everywhere. People kept telling each other to turn off the cameras to avoid traumatizing everyone watching the live broadcast. Time passed, and the scene shifts to Lee Myung-jun. At that moment, he was sitting alone in his office. Then Chief Beck came in from outside and said, "Vice Chairman, is something troubling you?" Hearing Chief Beck ask, Lee Myung-jun replied, "No, I was just thinking about Hina's diary, about the day when all the tragedy began. September 6th, 2023, the first day school violence was inflicted on Lee Hina. At that time, Hina was tied up on the ground, and one of the girls angrily said, 'Damn it.' So what you're saying is that Moon Aijin, the loser we used to mess with before, is actually a third-generation Chable? If she was really the daughter of a conglomerate family, she should at least have looked the part." Another girl shouted, "Damn it, seriously? What kind of insane situation is this? We beat that bitch up, and now it turns out she's the daughter of a rich family? Is this a joke? Hey, Moon Aijin, did you investigate properly, or did you get something wrong? Lee Hina, she's the only daughter of Lee Myung-jun, vice chairman of the Hyu Jo Group. No, how many times do I have to tell you? Look it up yourself on your phone. It's definitely true. Lee Hina, if she's really the daughter of a Chable family, then she should at least show it a little. Why pretend to be poor?" While they were arguing among themselves, Hina, lying on the ground, stammered, "I just wanted to be like everyone else to make friends normally." After hearing that, Eunjin stepped back in fear and said, "Oh my god, what do we do? It really sounds like she is the daughter of some rich family. If that's true, then are we all screwed? Don't say all of us. Leave me out of it. I didn't even do anything to her. Why should I get dragged in and punished for what you guys did too? Shut your mouth. Haven't you ever heard that standing by and watching makes you an accomplice? You bitch, do you think you can save yourself now? You're trying to pull your foot out because you're scared, right? If that Chable girl gets revenge, do you think she'll just leave you alone? While they kept bickering, Hina's voice came from the floor. Hey, everyone, I really have no intention of getting revenge. From the start, I wanted to solve everything by talking it out. I'm living alone right now, so I'm not worried about my father finding out I was beaten, and I'm not seriously hurt, so please let's settle this peacefully. Please untie me. After Hina said that, Unjin also spoke up. That's right, guys. She said that much, so just let her go. She said she'll let it slide, so why make this such a huge deal? Hearing that, Moon Aijin snapped back. You idiot, are you really going to believe her? She's only saying that now. What if she comes back to screw us over later? No, I really won't do that. Even if that's true, even if she really wants to let it go. What about her father? Even if she lives alone, do you think a Chable kid doesn't have bodyguard around somewhere? Sooner or later, what we did will be found out, and the moment her father learns about it, we're dead. We can't keep her locked up here forever, so damn it, what are we supposed to do now? That's why I said we need to hurry up and think of a way out, you morons. What morons? Say that again. Want to fight right now? Hey guys, what is this? Stop fighting. Guys, you're all way too sensitive right now. Just calm down, okay? Damn it, this is such bullshit. You people are exhausting me. But anyway, Cha Seol-hyung told us to gather here. So where is she now? The person who started this mess is nowhere to be seen. Damn it. As soon as that shout ended, someone stepped inside. Standing in the doorway was Cha Seol-hyung, her face filled with anger. She opened her mouth with a laugh and said, "What's with all this noise, you useless idiots?" On the other side, when Hina saw Cha Seol-hyung enter, she trembled a little in fear. With each step she took, Cha Seol-hyung spoke, "This is tiny, barely even a pea-sized problem. If this new toy is a third-generation Chable, then doesn't that just mean there should be plenty of cash in her wallet, right? Isn't that so? See, Cha Seol-hyung, where have you been all this time? Didn't I tell you? I went home to get something and came back. But you never said anything like that. Whatever, I still came back, didn't I? Why are you always whining about things that aren't your business these days?" That remark left Moon Aijin too intimidated to say another word. When she saw Moon Aijin fall silent, Cha Seol-hyung turned to Hina and said with a smile, "All right then, our little darling. A third-generation Chable? So what if her dad is rich? What's the problem?" After saying that, Cha Seol-hyung kicked Hina hard in the chin, making her jerk upward. Then she went on with a laugh. "My dad is a presidential candidate, for fuck's sake. So even if she's a Chable, that only depends on which Chable we're talking about. Hyundai Group? Since when was that supposed to impress me? One wrong move, and it drops 30%. Does that count as a Chable?" While Cha Seol-hyung was talking, Moon Aijin spoke up from behind her. "Cha Seol-hyung, even if it wavers, a Chable family is still a Chable family. Even if your father becomes the ruling party's representative. Very smart. Don't you watch the news these days? Those old men who sent me black bread, they're all my dad's juniors. Didn't that man come to my father's office not long ago and make a fool of himself? Now do you understand what's really scary? Scary, isn't it? Now you know why I call you cowards, right? How can you stay around me when you're afraid of me? Be ashamed." Those words, "be ashamed," left Hina stunned. She quickly turned back and asked, "Hina, what did you just say?" "I said you should be ashamed of yourself. If your father holds such a high position, shouldn't you be the one being careful about how you act? If you trust that wonderful father of yours and do everything you can, why would you go around bullying people weaker than you? Don't you feel sorry for your father? Who was it again that played the dutiful daughter in our school? Sing, was it? But Sim, there's one thing you've got wrong. My father isn't like me. I don't follow orders. Is that something terrible for a dutiful daughter like you? Looks like you don't understand what I'm saying. If you don't understand, I guess I'll have to show you. Hina, what do you think this is? A USB drive? Wrong. This is my father's life. A year ago, during a family gathering with our relatives, I came to know Uncle Dua. I bought a rootkit from Uncle Dua, a hacker, and then I planted it in my father's computer for 6 months. And as a result, through my father's computer, I found out that he had funneled political slush funds through cryptocurrency and successfully hidden 23 billion won. More than anything, I managed to get my hands on all my father's dirty secrets. If everything on this memory stick is made public, my father's political career will be over. No, his life will be over. So, pretty amazing, right? What the hell are you trying to say? What I'm saying is this. With just one word from me, my father could kill someone. If he doesn't, then I'll destroy him myself." Hearing those words, Lee Hina was completely shocked and terrified. A second later, she forced herself to calm down and asked again, "Cha Seol-hyung, do you think saying this kind of nonsense is going to scare me?" When Cha Seol-hyung heard that, her eyes widened for a moment. Then she slipped a hand in her pocket, pulled out a photograph, and threw it down in front of Hina. Lee Hina looked at the photo, and a second later, she was horrified. Almost immediately, Hina began vomiting uncontrollably. Seeing that, Cha Seol-hyung laughed and said, "You've got such a weak stomach, huh? You just looked at a few photos of a corpse with a crushed skull, and you're already throwing up like that." Then when your mother was laid in her coffin after a traffic accident, with her head smashed to pieces, did you throw up like this too? Why you? What the hell is this photo? It was all over the news, so I thought you'd recognize the face right away. The person in the photo is Jang Tin, chairman of Keppel Retail, worth 5.4 trillion won. He supposedly slipped and died while hiking 5 months ago. But was it really an accident? Hiking trails are one of the easiest places for murders to happen in Korea. All you have to do is bribe someone and plant them as a patrol worker on that mountain trail. While on patrol, they just need to figure out the CCTV blind spots. Then they wait until the target passes through alone and give one hard shove. A perfect accidental slip. The death of Keppel Retail's chairman didn't have any special reason behind it. It's just that my father, I want to test whether he could kill someone for me. And when I actually tried it, killing the head of a conglomerate was pretty easy, wasn't it? Turns out even the chairman of a major corporation can be dealt with that easily. That got me thinking, if taking out the head of Chable is that easy, then why did you transfer here? Lee Hina, you talked about school violence and said I should be a dutiful daughter to my father. Did your father tell you to say that? What? No, that's not it. I just heard this school had teachers who specialized in aptitude exam prep, so I applied. How ridiculous. I can't stand it. Your father, huh? Then maybe I should just get rid of your father too. What? Hey, dutiful daughter Sim Jung. How should I kill your father? Sim Bong say? Doesn't he drink that grain powder from company every morning at 7 instead of breakfast? Should I mix in a little laundry detergent? Or, as she spoke, Cha Seol-hyung yanked Hina upward and continued. Your father likes powerlifting, right? That private 120 square meter gym in Jamsil. All I have to do is loosen a few bolts on the barbell rack. How about letting the bar crush him to death? Oh no, that won't do. Or else, on the deep web, for the price of $4,000, I bought some assassins from North Korea. Should I cut your father's tongue out? As she said that, Cha Seol-hyung drove a punch into Hina's stomach, leaving her gasping for breath. Then she slowly continued, I've decided now. At that, Cha Seol-hyung grabbed Hina by the collar, lifted her up, and kicked her leg out from under her. That made Hina lose her footing and the collar tightened around her neck. Then Cha Seol-hyung said, Hyundai Group Vice Chairman Lee Myung-jun, under stress from a National Assembly hearing, hanged himself along with his 15-year-old daughter. So, good scenario, right? It fits your family situation perfectly right now, doesn't it? So let's do it this way, Hina. No, please, I don't want that. Why not, you bitch? I'm letting you reunite with your dead mother. As soon as those words left her mouth, Cha Seol-hyung burst into mad laughter inside the warehouse, terrifying Song Eun-jin. At that moment, Hina screamed and cried, Please spare me. It's all my fault. Please spare my father. Please. I'm the one who did everything wrong. I won't dare resist anymore. Dad, save me, please. Hearing those words, Cha Seol-hyung let go. Hina dropped straight to the floor. Cha Seol-hyung remained standing there, looking down at Hina as she panted on the ground. After a moment, she spoke. Hina, from today on, you're my toy. You are absolutely not allowed to resist me. If you dare fight back, your father dies. Got it, my toy Hina. Hearing that, Hina could only cry and nod in agreement. After reading the diary Hina had left behind, Lee Myung-jun thought in fury, it's all my fault. The C-middle school you wanted to transfer to, I should have investigated it thoroughly. But instead, I used the ridiculous excuse that I was busy preparing for the National Assembly hearing. I threw my only daughter into a den of devils. Hina, I'm so sorry. How much must you have suffered trying to save a useless father like me? But this time, Hina, it's their turn to pay. Those devils will never be saved. They will all go to hell, and I will send them there with my own hands. Continuing from the previous episode, after Moon Aijin left this world, her parents divorced immediately because they could no longer see eye to eye. After that, all the bribery, embezzlement, and corruption led by her father's company were completely exposed. As a result, under public outrage and pressure from those threatening him, he ultimately took his own life. After that, Lee Myung-jun read through Hina's entire diary. From a very first day, she was bullied to the painful days that followed. The scene shifts to the next morning at school, where voices were ringing out. She finally left. She hadn't even been here a month before she had to transfer somewhere else. Seriously legendary. Our class is totally cursed. 3 people from our class were gone in the blink of an eye. Even if they were all troublemakers, Moon Aijin died in a horrible accident. Song Eun-jin had to take leave because of family circumstances, and Garam transferred to another school. It really feels like the transfer student came and left like a storm, just swept through the school. Well, for me, being able to live a peaceful student life now is good enough. So, Jang, you must feel a little disappointed, right? You won't get to look at that pretty face anymore. Hey, what kind of person do you think I am? I'm not that obsessed with handsome faces. Still, maybe I should go ask for a few photos together before it's too late. At the same time, crying could be heard from another side of the classroom. Jun, we finally got out. We're finally free. This whole time was really so hard. From now on, let's just live quietly like dead mice. Those girls treated us like dog food, so we need to be careful how we act. But I heard the senior girls in class 4 have had their eyes on us this whole time because we looked down on them before. What are we supposed to do now? On the other side, Junji was staring out the window, unable to say anything. She thought to herself, no way. Garam is really leaving just like this? I still haven't even repaid her for anything. Without saying a word, how can you just leave whenever you want? After that thought, Junji immediately turned around and ran off somewhere. It turned out she was running down to the schoolyard to chase after Garam. As she ran, she called out Garam's name. Garam heard the voice from where she was and turned her head. The moment she saw Junji, she asked, Junji, why are you so out of breath? Hearing Garam's words, Junji answered right away. Garam, there's something I really wanted to tell you. Garam, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I definitely wouldn't be here right now. All this time, school life really was like hell. Because of Song Eun-jin and her friends. I was in so much pain that I even thought maybe I should just die. Really, if it weren't for you, Garam, I don't know what would have happened to me. Garam, maybe you don't think of me as anything special, but to me, you're the benefactor of my life. Really, I'm so grateful to you, Garam. After hearing Junji's words, Garam's expression suddenly changed. She remembered fragments of the painful past. At that time, Garam was lying inside an iron cage, crying and begging. Please look at me just once. Please talk to Garam, Dad. Why won't you say anything? Garam is really working hard in the experiments for you, Dad. Please praise me. Dad, today, I didn't whine and ask to be let out either. Please praise me. Even though it hurt today, I didn't cry out. Dad, Garam really did well, right? Now, you'll love Garam again, right? Dad, please, this time I really endured it well. Please praise me. I endured all of this for you. So please say just one kind word to Garam. Back in the present, Junji was still crying as she said, I really wanted to thank you. I definitely will never forget this kindness. Garam stood there blankly looking at Junji. Then a smile appeared on her face. A second later, she rushed forward and hugged Junji, laughing as she said, Between us, there's no need for thanks, Junji. Junji, didn't you say before that you wanted to go eat tteokbokki with Garam? Tteokbokki? Forget that. Just tell me whatever you want to eat, and I'll buy it all. I got my new dad's card after all. But you're the one who should be treated, Garam. If you really want to repay Garam, then let's skip school today and go have fun together. What do you think of my suggestion? I always wanted to skip school with you at least once. Great. Then today let's enjoy everything to the fullest with Garam. Just after the two of them left the school, up on the rooftop, Chief Beck was, as always, observing Garam's every move. In his mind, Chief Beck was thinking Garam. The government-administered sociopath-level psychological evaluation conducted on Garam was performed immediately after she fled to Korea under special circumstances. It focused mainly on her past criminal behavior, which had been reported under legally sanctioned hypnosis. More importantly, because she was a refugee with no relatives, and much of the documentation came from secondhand reports, a portion of the level assessment was entirely missing, so the test cannot be regarded as complete. Is Garam really a sociopath? According to the long-term evaluation by the university professor the vice chairman privately requested, Garam clearly shows traits of a sociopath. However, at the same time, Garam also displays 3 distinct characteristics that clearly set her apart from a sociopath. I saw hope in those 3 special traits, and even the vice chairman hoped they might give her life a new meaning. Garam, you are the one who will unlock the life that comes after the vice chairman's revenge. The scene shifts elsewhere to some convenience store. Inside, a female clerk was standing behind the counter. Her face looked miserable. Just then, someone came in through the door. It was none other than Song Eun-jin. She raised her head and said, "Hello." But the moment she said it, she froze in shock. A group of girls she used to bully walked inside. The moment they saw Song Eun-jin, they burst out laughing. Song Eun-jin was filled with shock and fear. Then the girls started laughing and said, "Well, if it isn't Chihuahua, looks like we found one of our school's local specialties here." Come on, bark for us. You're good at barking, aren't you? Why aren't you barking, little doggy? Chihuahua. Eunjin's fan service is top tier. Hey, Chihuahua, from now on we won't need to worry about cigarettes and alcohol anymore, right? That's right. No, wait. You should say, dear little puppy, please don't do that. Dear customers, please don't do that. That's hilarious, you guys. Seriously, I don't feel even a shred of sympathy for you, Chihuahua. Hey, that's enough for today. Next time, make sure you've got alcohol and cigarettes ready for us, okay? Otherwise, I'll spread your photos around. Hearing that, Song Eun-jin was horrified and terrified. As they were about to leave, the girls said to each other, no, wait, let's smash the place up first. They immediately kicked over the food boxes displayed in the store. After stomping them, they laughed and said, oh no, a customer like me slipped. You're the part-timer here, so clean this up for me, okay? They were truly insane monsters. Seeing this, Song Eun-jin broke down crying and clutched her head in despair. Karma is an ancient Sanskrit word meaning action. Human action is a religious philosophical concept that says every action a person takes will lead to a corresponding result in the endless cycle of cause and effect. In Eastern culture, it is translated as karmic retribution. As time passed, the sense of moral reward and punishment between good and evil grew stronger. Some say karma is the universal truth running through the cosmos. But is that really true? When it comes to sin, is karma really functioning properly in this world? For instance, do sin and retribution appear in equal proportion? From the beginning, by what standard is the balance between evil deeds and punishment measured? And how much does that standard have to do with the human world? Why does karmic retribution come slowly for some people, while for others it arrives immediately? Did karma ever really exist to begin with? No, it does not. Karma is merely a hope that moral justice will one day be established in this world. It is nothing more than a product of faith-based wishful thinking. Yes, that's right. It is a fragile superstition. That is why no one else can finish this. I have to end it myself. What karma could not complete, those devils will. Garam, Chief Beck is going to hold a short meeting about the next target. Hearing Lee Myung-jun say that, Garam smiled with delight. A moment later, Chief Beck spoke up. Then let's begin the meeting regarding the next target. The next target Garam will set her sights on is... Hello, everyone. The opening of the school revenge series Revenge Toy has begun airing. The revenge story for the daughter has only reached 1/3 of the way. So who's next in the story? Please keep watching. The scene opens at some abandoned construction site. At that moment, a male student was tied up there, sobbing. In front of him stood a group of boys, expressionless as they stared at him. Then one of them laughed and said, "What's with this idiot? You need to take a dump or something? Listening to your whining is seriously irritating. Honestly, I bet this dumbass already pissed himself." The mockery made the whole group burst into laughter. Just then, a female voice rang out. "Park In-woo, you know my mom is the director of the biggest Oriental medicine clinic in Dosu, right? They say even a dog guarding a school gate for 3 years learns to recite poetry. So your big sis here knows a little bit about Oriental medicine too. Have you ever heard of the body's 5 blessings? If these 5 parts are healthy, they'll bring you blessings for life." The moment she finished speaking, she charged straight at the tied-up boy and, without hesitation, drove her fist into his stomach, saying, "First, the stomach." Then she moved on to his eyes. Before the boy had even recovered from the pain, the girl slammed another punch straight into his eye. Before he could even shake off the dizziness, she struck his ear next. After taking that brutal flurry of blows, the boy was already starting to lose his hearing. But right then, he was hit again, this time with an uppercut to his teeth. The girl kept smiling as she spoke. And lastly, what was it again? What was the last one? As soon as she said that, she punched him straight in the groin. The boy only managed to let out a single cry before collapsing to the ground. Seeing him lying there, the girl walked over and said with a smile, "Anyway, if those 5 things are healthy, that's what you call blessed. The 5 blessings, you know. But what's this, Park In-woo? If you don't pay back your debt on time, you might lose all those blessings. At your age, losing all 5 blessings would make you a real disgrace. Oh, right. It's not like you've got anyone left to disgrace anyway. Because the only family you've got is that senile old grandmother with dementia, right? Isn't that so? Our dear Park In-woo." Her words made the onlookers burst into laughter. Our half-orphan Park In-woo. A half-orphan, poor thing. Hearing them talk about his grandmother like that, Park In-woo shouted, "Don't you dare insult my grandma. She raised me all by herself, so you bastards have no right to insult her, got it?" At that, the girl crouched down in front of him and said with a laugh, such noble words. And coming from the mouth of a guy who borrowed money from us under his grandmother's name. Hearing that, Park In-woo thought furiously, "What? Weren't you the ones who beat me and forced me to borrow it, you bastards?" Meanwhile, the girl kept talking. So now, just because I said one little thing about your grandma, you're glaring at me like that? Go on, keep resisting. Let's see what happens. In return, I'll turn your grandma into the hottest cosplayer in the nursing home. What the hell, Kang Ah-hyun? What kind of cosplay would even make her famous? Hearing that, Park In-woo hurriedly said, "Wait, please spare my grandma. Why should we do that? If we livestream your grandma losing her mind, we'll probably get enough donations to pay off your debt in no time." Park In-woo. When Park In-woo heard Kang Ah-hyun say that, he began pleading in panic. "Please, I'll pay you back. I'll work part-time after school and pay it all back. I'll really do my best, so please just leave my grandma alone." "What? I don't believe a word you say." Park In-woo. "The way you were looking at me earlier was obviously anything but innocent. I'm worried you've got some kind of ulterior motive, so I just can't trust you." "What? What are you talking about?" "All right, you guys. First come, first served. Hurry up and strip him. Start from under those clothes." The moment Kang Ah-hyun finished speaking, two of her lackeys rushed straight at Park In-woo. Park In-woo realized what was about to happen to him and began shouting in panic, "No, please." A moment later, both his underwear and outer pants had been stripped off. The instant Park In-woo's pants were pulled down, Kang Ah-hyun immediately took out her phone and started snapping explicit pictures of him. Laughing, she said, "Hey, Park In-woo, you know my uncle has this whole district's police in his pocket, right? So don't dream that anyone's going to help you. Try putting this illegal debt collection stunt online if you want. If you dare, your nudes will go public too." Hearing that, Park In-woo was furious. In his mind, he seethed, the granddaughter of the Busan Sap Gang boss, and the only daughter of the chairman of Dosu Marine Crank Sap. That bitch, she really is a demon. At that moment, Kang Ah-hyun spoke again with a laugh. "Wow, you look like a pile of trash. Try taking care of yourself. It's disgusting. Anyone who walked into this guy's room would think he keeps dogs in here." As she said that, she took off her boxing glove. Then she walked over to the fire and said, "Looks like the only option left is for Big Sis here to give you some special treatment." When Kang Ah-hyun reached the fire, she grabbed a burning piece of wood. Holding it up, she added, "Time for some hair removal and sterilization. This is a special service from your Nuna's clinic." At her words, her lackeys grabbed hold of Park In-woo. As the flame drew closer, he screamed in terror. Meanwhile, Kang Ah-hyun kept pressing the burning stick toward Park In-woo's groin, grinning in delight at his screams. Kang Ah-hyun, age 16. School violence case involving the daughter of Vice Chairman Lee Myung-jun, perpetrator D. Main charge, aggravated unlawful detention and confinement. One force still had no idea what was about to come crashing down on it, while another powerful force was preparing revenge at any cost. Who will be the final victor? Garam was about to begin her next transformation, this time targeting Kang Ah-hyun. Several days later, a smiling young woman appeared on TV and said, "Hello, everyone. I'm announcer Dong De-kyung from the Policy Promotion Office, here to deliver government news in a friendly way. The news I have for you today is this. The Advanced Public Safety Infrastructure Project proposed by Representative Cha Kang-hyun is scheduled to begin trial operations under government supervision in November 2021. The core of this project is the proactive use of AI technology to protect citizens from crime. The project is divided into two main parts, the CCTVA network and the AI electronic bracelet. First, let me explain the CCTVA network. All CCTV cameras within a designated area will be integrated and managed by a single AI neural network. If this project is implemented, an artificial intelligence with tens of thousands of eyes will be able to track criminals. Even more remarkably, the AI will also enhance CCTV video quality in real time. So there'll be no more losing criminals because of poor image quality. At least, that's according to Representative Cha Kang-hyun, who proposed the project. Impressive, isn't it? But the innovation doesn't stop there. The current electronic ankle monitor used to supervise released prisoners is being upgraded into a state-of-the-art AI electronic bracelet. It doesn't look much different from an ordinary smartwatch on the market, and not only does it avoid interfering with social reintegration, it also monitors biometric signals such as heart rate and EMG, allowing it to detect warning signs like suicidal intent in advance. Furthermore, if the wearer attempts to remove it, it activates a tightening function that clamps down on the wrist. Through AI voice recognition using its built-in mic and EMG signal analysis, it can completely prevent any criminal plans communicated either verbally or in writing. That's good news for protecting citizens from crime. However, there have also been considerable concerns about possible side effects and misuse of the project. In response, the government announced that it will first select one district in each major city for trial testing in order to identify any adverse effects. The first two districts chosen for the pilot program are Wakro District in Incheon and Dosu District in Busan. Time passed. 3 years later, Park In-woo was crying. At that moment, Park In-woo was kneeling before Kang Ah-hyun. Kang Ah-hyun said with a smile, "Wow, Park In-woo, your place really is a wreck, huh? Is being dirt poor a trend now, or something? Why do all your rundown apartments look exactly the same? How are you supposed to pay me back living in filth like this? Oh, and I'm sure you already heard what my uncle said. But whatever that thing is on your wrist, you are absolutely not allowed to take it off. It's a special item from our debt collection company. A debtor anti-escape bracelet. It's basically part of your body now, so make sure you keep it tightly fastened at all times. If you dare take it off or leave the designated area, then that senile old woman of yours is going to be in trouble." Park In-woo. Hearing them target his grandmother, Park In-woo clasped his hands together and cried, "Kang Ah-hyun, please, at least let me quit school. That way I can work more part-time jobs and pay off all the debt I owe." What? Damn it. What did this bastard just say to me? Then who's going to serve me at school? What kind of slave gets to dream about running away? Are you insane, Park In-woo? Fine then, don't be too upset, Park In-woo. Big sis brought you a housewarming gift, so your senile old granny doesn't go wandering off. I bought her some nice sturdy handcuffs. In one corner, Park In-woo's grandmother was handcuffed and chained to the window bars. Her face was blank, and she didn't understand what was happening at all. One of her hands was still shackled and suspended from the door. Seeing that, Park In-woo shouted, "Please, Kang Ah-hyun, you've gone too far. You're too cruel. What did my grandmother ever do to deserve this?" At that, Kang Ah-hyun picked at her ear and said in annoyance, "Come on paper, your grandma's the debtor, so basically she's the criminal, right? Why do you keep saying stupid things? When the debt's paid off, I'll give you the key to the cuffs. So work your ass off from now on, got it? Our little debtor, Park In-woo. Anyway, I'm leaving now, so stay healthy." With that, Kang Ah-hyun left Park In-woo's house with her underlings. Now only Park In-woo remained in the room with his grandmother before him. Completely helpless, he walked over to her and called out, "Grandma, Grandma." Then he dropped to his knees in front of her and cried, "I'm so sorry, Grandma. You raised me all by yourself, and not only have I failed to make your old age any easier, but now you have to suffer even more because of me. When that bitch Kang Ah-hyun threatened and beat me into borrowing money in your name, I should have endured it no matter what. Grandma, I'm so sorry. Grandma." Meanwhile, Park In-woo's grandmother still didn't understand anything, her expression vacant. Elsewhere, a camera was recording everything happening inside Park In-woo's home. Outside, Kang Ah-hyun and her group watched the scene together, laughing with delight and calling Park In-woo an idiot. Elsewhere, in Lee Myung-jun's office, Chief Beck said, "Kang Ah-hyun, the only daughter of the director of Dosa Marine Crank Sap and the granddaughter of the Busan Sap gang boss. This girl is Yoon Garam's next target." As for Kang Ah-hyun's personality, she's arrogant, violent, and clearly hates being looked down on more than anything. Influenced by her uncle, a former Asian boxing champion, she joined the boxing club at Busan Dosa Middle School and competed at the national level in her second year. But when a top-ranked opponent provoked her by mocking her height, she attacked the girl outside the ring and was immediately disqualified from the tournament. As a result, Kang Ah-hyun was expelled from the Boxing Association. After that, at her father's suggestion, she transferred to Seoul for a change of environment. There, she enrolled at Seo Middle School. At that school, she joined Cha Seol-hyung's group and became a school bully. Now she's returned to Busan and is attending Busan Dosu Commercial High School. With the support of the notorious Sap gang run by her uncle, she's been involved in all kinds of dirty work. As Chief Beck was speaking, Garam suddenly raised her hand and said, "But Chief, there's something I'm really curious about. Is this Sap gang really that serious?" At Garam's question, Chief Beck looked at her and said, "It's not just serious. In fact, to explain the risks of this mission, you first need to understand the full power of the Sap gang. The Sap gang is an organized crime syndicate with over 30 years of history, based in Dosa District, Busan. It originally started as a small illegal labor company, but after the anti-crime crackdown wiped out Busan's other major gangs, they grew rapidly by filling the vacuum. Then during the IMF financial crisis, Kang Ah-hyun's father, Kang Moo-han, who was running a loan sharking business, targeted a company on the brink of collapse and forced it to depend on his private loans. That company became the present-day Dosu Marine Crank Sap Gene. In the end, once the IMF crisis ended, Kang Muhan seized control of the company. Right after he took over, Korea's shipbuilding industry recovered and entered a period of explosive growth. And now, more than 20 years later, Dosa Marine Cranksap has a market capitalization of 1.328 trillion won and annual revenue of around 789 billion won. With total assets of about 2.127 trillion won, it is legally considered a mid-sized company under Korean law. But since it accounts for roughly 60 of Dosa District's GDP, its regional presence is enormous. And that's not even counting Kang Muhan's personal real estate holdings and the hidden fund from their illegal operations. In reality, they're on the level of a chaebol conglomerate, no question. Hearing Chief Beck's explanation, Lee Myung-jun spoke up. So what you're saying is, they're basically the true power brokers of Dosa District. Yes, Vice Chairman. The Kang family controls Dosu's key industries, so most residents are directly or indirectly dependent on them financially. Even local law enforcement is completely under their control. Worse still, Dosu District is practically an island, with only a single bridge connecting it to Hien. If they use their influence to block that bridge, escaping by land would be impossible. So if the Sap gang marks you while you live in Dosu, it's no different from being trapped in a giant prison. On top of that, they monopolize the local ports, so almost all illegal activity takes place there. In Dosa District, Kang Ah-hyun's father and uncle are effectively kings. And Kang Ah-hyun herself is the pampered princess of that kingdom. So in this closed-off kingdom, infiltrating to carry out the mission could be very dangerous for Garam. Hearing Chief Beck say the mission was dangerous, Garam thought and said, so if I do something to Kang Ah-hyun, then I might end up sleeping with the fishes, right? That was crude, Garam, but yes. You get the idea. While the two were talking, Lee Myung-jun asked, then what's your plan for dealing with that? My plan is this. First, we'll station undercover security personnel around Garam's home, and we'll make use of the political situation in Busan. The political situation? What do you mean by that? Vice Chairman, last August, the mayor of Busan died in a car accident, so a by-election will be held this coming April. We've learned that Kang Ah-hyun's uncle, Kang Tae-han, is trying to get his close associate, the Busan police commissioner, elected as the next mayor. Outside Dosu, the Sap Gang's lending company is better known as a startup venture investor for young people. So under the guise of supporting candidate Kim's flagship campaign promise to promote youth entrepreneurship, Kang Tae-han's goal is to push the Sap Gang into the public eye as legitimate businessmen. And we're going to use that to our advantage. So you intend to strike while the organization is trying to maintain a clean image and look politically favorable. Is that correct, Chief Beck? Yes, Vice Chairman. You will be responsible for leading the security team to Busan alongside Garam. Protecting Garam during the mission takes priority even over my own safety. Go to Busan with her and help her complete the mission. Hearing Lee Myung-jun say that, Chief Beck was deeply shocked. It wasn't the danger of the mission that startled him, but the fact that Garam looked unbelievably excited, like a child thrilled at the thought of being taken on an outing. Seeing that, Chief Beck held his head and thought, damn it, going to Busan with Yoon Garam is going to be a headache. Then Chief Beck pulled himself together, clicked the remote, and continued. Anyway, let's go on. The most important point in today's meeting is what cruel things Kang Ah-hyun did to Hina. Chief Beck had barely gotten that far when Lee Myung-jun cut him off. That's enough. We'll stop here for today, Chief Beck. Thank you for preparing the summary. Seeing Lee Myung-jun in this state, even Chief Beck didn't know what to say. He could only reply at once, yes, Vice Chairman. Meanwhile, on the other side, Garam was still smiling as she asked Chief Beck, I'm curious. Can you tell me in advance? Just between the two of us? What? Try to behave yourself a little, Garam. Time passed like that until that night. At that moment, Lee Myung-jun was asleep in his bed. In his dream, he was sitting in a car with his daughter, Lee Hina. Lee Myung-jun was saying to her, Hina, I've told you this I don't know how many times already. Do you remember? Don't wear your earphones that loud, and absolutely don't lie down staring at your phone. Those habits are why your ears have been ringing and why the disc in your neck slipped like that. What kind of life have you been living to end up like this? Think about it. If you were me and your child was living alone and ended up in this condition, how would you feel? You're still so young and already carrying illnesses like these. It truly breaks my heart, Hina. Do you know that? Hearing her father say that, Hina cried and thought, maybe I should tell Dad the truth. The truth is, I'm being bullied. Should I tell him everything? It's all so unbearable. I can't take it anymore. I really can't endure this any longer. That's right. I'll tell Dad everything. I won't hide it anymore. After thinking that, Hina turned to Lee Myung-jun and said, Dad, actually But before Hina could finish, Lee Myung-jun got a phone call. He immediately picked up and said, "Hello, this is Lee Myung-jun of Hyundu Group." "Yes, I'm listening, Director Kim. I just stopped by to visit my sick daughter, and I'm on my way back now." "You mean the approval for expanding the production line in Busan? Why are you suddenly bringing that up now? What did you just say?" As Lee Myung-jun listened to the call, his expression gradually changed from calm to furious. Unable to hold himself back, he shouted angrily, "Are you serious right now?" Seeing her father raging on the phone, Hina, sitting beside him, became anxious and frightened too. Lee Myung-jun continued angrily, "Director Kim, what the hell are you talking about? How could you make such a stupid mistake at a time like this? How exactly are you planning to explain this to the legal department? We were already in total chaos preparing for the government audit. Do you even understand what kind of outrageous stories the press will spin out of this? You know it as well as I do. Every action we take, every step we make, is prey for those vultures out there. Inside the company, it's full of thieves and saboteurs, and outside, every last one of them is waiting for a chance to throw me and my close associates in prison. And even so, I'm the one who has to do everything I can to clean up this mess. I've been awake for 72 straight hours just trying to keep everything under control. And then you, Director Kim, go and make a mistake this idiotic? So this is the price for dedicating my whole life to this company? Is that all?" After venting at Director Kim for a while, Lee Myung-jun gradually began to calm down. On the other side, Hina was still trembling at the sight before her, because she had never seen her father this angry. Then Lee Myung-jun said more softly, "I'm sorry, Director Kim. I lost my composure just now and couldn't control my emotions. No, it's because I didn't think things through carefully enough. Please don't take what I said earlier to heart. I'll go see the legal department right away. As for you, Director Kim, focus entirely on containing the immediate damage. Let's end the call here." After Lee Myung-jun ended the call, Hina said to him worriedly, "Dad, your nose is bleeding." Seeing that, Chief Beck quickly handed him some tissues and said worriedly, "Vice Chairman, the truth is you haven't slept for 84 hours, not 72. If you keep this up, you may really collapse. Please, even a little rest would help." "Emma, I understand, Chief Beck." As soon as he said that, Lee Myung-jun took Hina's hand. That startled her. Then Lee Myung-jun said, "Hina, I'm sorry. Did I scare you by shouting like that? Don't worry, Hina. I'll get through all of this. I will never let myself go to prison and leave you all alone, Hina." Hearing those words, Hina thought to herself, "This is the first time I've ever seen Dad get angry and yell at someone like that. Dad must have reached his limit too. That's right. He's carrying burdens far heavier than mine. I can't make him worry even more. I just have to endure a little longer. I have to hold on somehow." But Hina's thoughts remained only thoughts. Many days passed, and in the end, she could no longer endure it. She finally chose suicide to end everything. At that very moment, Lee Myung-jun jolted awake from the dream. He was terrified. He couldn't close his eyes and go back to sleep. So he got up and went to wash his face. Lee Myung-jun stood in front of the mirror. He began speaking to himself. "I should have realized it sooner. If I'd only paid a little more attention back then, I definitely would have noticed." He loathed the sight of himself. Then, in rage, he punched the glass in front of him and said, "Over such petty, worthless things. And I even dared to complain right in front of her. It's all your fault. Because of you, Hina couldn't tell anyone. My only daughter was slowly dying right beside me, and I, as her father, that all I did was, damn it all. Trash like you deserves to die." Lee Myung-jun kept punching the mirror when suddenly a hand grabbed his tightly. He turned at once to see who it was. It was none other than Garam. Standing there, she said, "Please stop. Stepdad, look at your hand. It's bleeding." Hearing Garam's words, Lee Myung-jun finally began to calm down. After a moment, he said, "Garam, at this new school, do your best to endure it." Hearing that, Garam smiled, clearly pleased, and said, "Don't worry, stepdad. Leave everything to me." Time passed like that, and a week later, at Dosu Commercial High School. Inside the school, the male and female students were all looking at someone with excited faces. The person they were looking at was none other than Garam. The door to the classroom Garam had been transferred into opened, and a teacher standing at the podium said, "All right, everyone, pay attention. Today our class will be welcoming a new student who transferred here from Seoul. She came a very long way to get here, so I hope you'll all be friendly, kind, and absolutely no one will bully her, understood? Treat her well, got it?" Down below, many students looked at Garam with admiration. Meanwhile, Kang Ah-hyun looked slightly irritated. She muttered, "What the hell is this? Why does that bitch look like some sly fox? Around the classroom, whispers were going around too. She's really pretty. Yes, seriously. Is she a model or something? Are all girls from Seoul that pretty? We should try talking to her later. At the same time, one guy had also noticed Garam, and he grinned to himself, damn, she's insane. That girl's face is unbelievably pretty. As he was thinking that, Kang Ah-hyun's voice rang out beside him. Hey, that made him flinch. Kang Ah-hyun glared at him and asked angrily, can you not control your eyes for even a second? Kang Ah-hyun, I wasn't staring at the transfer student, not staring my ass. You were watching like it was a whole movie. Just look at your face, checking out another girl right beside your girlfriend. I bet in your head, you've already imagined having grandkids with that transfer bitch. Grandson or granddaughter, whatever, just confess already, you bastard. Don't be like that. It's not what you think. I just glanced at her. Seriously? I just thought the new girl looked interesting, that's all. Hearing her boyfriend say that only made Kang Ah-hyun even angrier. She glared at Garam and thought, damn it, I already can't stand this transfer girl. A moment later, the teacher spoke up. Garam, I have to step out for a faculty meeting for a moment. There's an empty seat at the back of the class, so go sit there, all right? Yes, sir. As soon as the teacher left the classroom, Garam turned toward the class. She began thinking to herself, so a new school life is about to begin all over again. After thinking that, she walked toward her seat. As she was walking, Kang Ah-hyun's voice rang out. Hey, you Seoul hick. Garam immediately asked, are you talking to me? Who else here is a Seoul hick besides you? Don't think that just because you came from Seoul you can act all high and mighty here, got it? This school is run by me and my appa here, understand? If you want to live peacefully here, keep your head down and don't cause any trouble. Got that? Hearing Kang Ah-hyun say that, Garam pretended to lower her head and answered hesitantly, yes, I understand. I just want to study in peace. Seeing Garam's flustered, fearful expression, Kang Ah-hyun grinned with satisfaction and thought, that's more like it, you bitch. All right, the transfer girl's taken care of. After thinking that, she called out loudly, hey, Park Yinwoo. Hearing his name, Park Yinwoo jumped and answered at once, yes, Kang Ah-hyun. Grabbing her shoulder irritably, Kang Ah-hyun said, I was gaming on my phone all night, so now my shoulders are killing me. Come over here and massage them for me a little. Yes, ma'am, Kang Ah-hyun. Should I press hard like last time? No, even harder. If it's not strong enough today, I'll shave your grandma's head bald, got it? Igadiagajis. I'll do my best, so please don't do that. Time passed and class began. The teacher's voice rang through the room. Now then, if you look at this polynomial problem, the question is asking for the maximum value, right? First, we need to determine the range of x, but here the problem doesn't clearly state what interval x belongs to, does it? So for now, let's assume x can be any real number, and from there we'll begin by finding the vertex of the parabola. The teacher was in the middle of the lesson when suddenly Kang Ah-hyun's voice burst out. Damn it, that startled him. Kang Ah-hyun kept going from below. Are you kidding me? I missed one jump and died in round 2? Seriously? Ah-hyun, you really suck at games. Oh, shut up. It's because you bumped my arm earlier, Appa. It's always your fault. You're right, but how are you this bad at games and still blaming me? You hit my arm with your elbow while I was jumping. Just be quiet. It's my turn now, right? Hand over the game console. Wow, you're really willing to get that worked up over a drinks bet? As the two of them kept shouting, the teacher at the podium said calmly, could you two please be quiet for a moment? Anyway, back to the lesson. To find the vertex of this function, first you need to. He turned back to continue teaching, but the two of them were still laughing and talking below. Damn it, I messed up again. Appa, how do you die in 2 seconds? That one doesn't count. Let's call that round a practice run. No way. Noig Semschens. Today you're buying the drinks and cigarettes, remember? Unable to endure it any longer, the teacher slammed his hand on the desk. Then he said angrily, hey, what's going on back there? What are you doing? Just playing a game, sir. What? You're playing a game in the middle of class? Do you realize this is math class, not recess? If you're going to disrupt things, at least do it quietly. And another thing, where is your uniform? You came to school dressed like that? Do you think you can get through the school gate looking like that? And that way you're sitting while I'm teaching. What do you even call that posture? Who taught you to prop your legs up on a desk in the middle of the classroom? Put your legs down right now. The teacher kept going, which made Kang Ah-hyun snap angrily. Damn it. Hearing that, the teacher got even angrier. What did you say? Did you just say, damn it? Only then did Kang Ah-hyun begin to speak. Teacher, were you staring at my legs just now? What were you talking about? It's not like that. Then Kang Ah-hyun's boyfriend's angry voice rang out too. Hey, teacher, you dare to stare at my girlfriend's legs? His words made the teacher even more frightened. Before the teacher could explain, Kang Ah-hyun spoke again. We can't just let this slide. I'll report this to the Board of Education. What? Our perverted teacher, Dukbai. I'll make sure your pension gets cut off forever. Then you can live by picking through trash and slowly die alone. Her words terrified the entire classroom. Dukbai's mind was racing. A moment later, Dukbai clenched his teeth, dropped to his knees, and said, "I'm sorry. Please forgive me." Seeing teacher Dukbai kneeling in front of her, Kang Ah-hyun looked even more delighted. "Forgive you? Looks like even an upright teacher like Dukbai is scared of losing his pension. Why don't you keep lecturing us like you were earlier? But seriously, Dukbai, if you're going to apologize, do it properly. Just because you're older, you think you can act superior to me? I'm sorry. I wasn't careful. Wow, I'm not joking. If you want forgiveness, you need to show some sincerity. Then, what do you want me to do? Kneel down and say, Nuna Ah-hyun, please forgive me just this once. Then bow your head to me. After that, I'll think about whether I should let you off." That outrageous demand made the whole class recoil in shock again. Seeing that teacher Dukbai still hadn't done it, Kang Ah-hyun spoke up once more. "What, you can't do it?" To preserve everything he had, teacher Dukbai finally knelt and bowed his head, saying, Nuna Ah-hyun, I'm truly sorry. Please forgive me just this once. Seeing this, one of Kang Ah-hyun's underlings took out a phone, snapped a picture, and laughed. He's actually doing it. What an idiot. "So, Dukbai, you know your place now, right? If you dare interrupt my game one more time, I'll send you straight to your grave. Got it? I understand. Nuna Ah-hyun. Good. Get up and go back to whatever you were doing." After saying that, Kang Ah-hyun didn't forget to smack the teacher on the butt. The teacher could only turn red with rage and walk back to the podium to continue the lesson. Meanwhile, the surrounding classmates whispered among themselves, "Oh man, why did he have to pick a fight with Kang Ah-hyun? Teacher Dukbai was only assigned to our school this semester. He probably still doesn't know anything." Victorious, Kang Ah-hyun smiled and said her boyfriend, Appa, "When you stood up at teacher Dukbai just now, you looked so cool. That guy must be crazy, right?" "Of course. How could I let some bastard mess with my girlfriend? As her boyfriend, I can't just ignore something like that. I knew it. Appa, you're seriously the best." After that class, Garam, having witnessed everything, was furious. Walking down the hallway, she thought, watching that ridiculous couple put on a show right in front of me makes me want to throw up. I really want to see Kang Ah-hyun's smug face smashed in right this instant. But even that plan won't be easy to carry out. As she was thinking, she remembered Chief Beck's warning. "Listen carefully, Yoon Garam. The plan you've devised to deal with Kang Ah-hyun will require a great deal of time and money. The equipment we had made according to your design for taking down Kang Ah-hyun will arrive at Busan port in a few days after crossing the sea to get here." But she couldn't just sit around and wait, because Hina had already suffered bullying for far too long. "Garam, you need to start bullying Kang Ah-hyun at school too." "But Chief, if I dare mess with Kang Ah-hyun on her own turf, won't I end up sleeping at the bottom of a river?" "Ah, don't tell me you're trying to get rid of me as an obstacle so you can monopolize stepdad's affection? What the hell are you talking about? This is an order from the vice chairman himself. Idiot." Right now, Sap's gang has to move more carefully than ever because they're busy dealing with election campaigning. As long as you have a legitimate reason, then even if you're an outsider, they won't dare lay hands on you recklessly. There are plenty of ways for you to attack her while still making yourself look like the victim. With your quick wit and your unique abilities, Garam, you're more than capable of pulling this off. If things get messy, we've already planted people there to protect you. So Garam, please, we're counting on you. Back to the present, Tao Garam said irritably. In the end, they dumped all the dirty work on me again. Oh well, maybe it's time I found a new kind of fun. Project H-Hole, where the bully becomes the one being tortured instead. I'll make it a huge success and completely win stepdad's heart. Now I need to pretend to be the victim in front of everyone. But how should I provoke Kang Ah-hyun and make people start talking? While thinking it over, Garam set her sights on Kang Ah-hyun's boyfriend. She immediately walked over and said, "Jin Song Appa, what's this? Transfer student, what are you doing here?" "Oh, I'm waiting for Ah-hyun to come back from the bathroom. But why are you talking like that?" Come to think of it, I guess the teacher didn't explain it properly. Actually, I'm a North Korean defector. After I came to South Korea, I studied in Seoul, and now I've transferred down to Busan." "North Korea? Seriously? Come on, you're role-playing or something, right?" Slowly, you'll come to understand what kind of person Garam is. "What do you mean, slowly understand?" "Actually, I have to admit it. I'm a little interested in you, Jin Song Appa. You know, this Garam really likes strong, muscular men. Those thick arms of yours. And that revolutionary chest with all those bulging muscles. A real man like you is exactly Garam's type." Hearing those words, Jin Song was absolutely delighted. He started smugly saying, "Thanks. I'm glad you think so highly of me. But as you know, I'm dating Ah-hyun." "Then dump Ah-hyun already. WH what? It's not nice to badmouth someone behind her back. But honestly, when it comes to Ah-hyun, how should I put it? Her body is kind of bland, isn't it? But just look at Garam here. Compare us. Don't you feel like there's something here Ah-hyun could never give you? You know it's true. The kind of woman who truly suits a strong man like you is someone like me, Garam. As Garam kept talking, Kang Ah-hyun's voice suddenly rang out. Hey, what the hell are you? Seeing Kang Ah-hyun ask that, Garam smiled and said, I'm the transfer student. I mean, what the hell do you think you're doing? I'm flirting with Jin Song Appa. The moment she said that, all the classmates standing there were horrified, Kang Ah-hyun among them. The two of them locked eyes, and the battle was about to begin. Continuing from the previous episode, Chief Beck had come up with a plan for Garam to take revenge on the next target. A few days later, Garam successfully transferred into Kang Ah-hyun's school. On her first day, Garam acted like a sensible, understanding person. But after seeing a teacher kneel and apologize to Kang Ah-hyun because she threatened to destroy his career if he didn't apologize, Garam began her plan during break that very same day. She began approaching Jin Song, Kang Ah-hyun's boyfriend. Kang Ah-hyun had just come back from the bathroom and didn't understand what was going on. So she asked Garam, what the hell are you saying to my boyfriend? Garam smiled and casually replied, I'm just flirting with your boyfriend a little. The moment those words came out, Kang Ah-hyun's face turned purple with rage. Kang Ah-hyun immediately dragged Garam back to her classroom. Loud thudding sounds soon started coming from inside. The students in the classroom were terrified when they heard it. Kang Ah-hyun's underlings formed a human wall, and when they saw the classmates trying to look over, they said, Hey, you lot, keep your eyes forward and stop looking around. Don't turn your heads back. Keep your faces down. Got it. Inside that wall, Kang Ah-hyun was savagely punching and kicking Garam. As Garam took the beating, she didn't look like she was in pain at all. Instead, she wore an excited smile. That only enraged Kang Ah-hyun even more. Kang Ah-hyun put her full strength into one punch and drove it straight into Garam's stomach. That punch left Garam numb for a few seconds. At that moment, they forced her to kneel in front of Kang Ah-hyun. Only then did Kang Ah-hyun speak. Hey bitch, I spelled out crystal clear for you, and you still don't get it? He and I run this school, so you'd better know your place and stay the hell away. Or do my words sound like dog shit to you? After hearing Kang Ah-hyun's words, Garam lifted her face and replied, You think cheap threats like that can stop Garam's passionate love? True love means being ready to face even death, doesn't it? But in this love triangle, where two girls are fighting over one man, you chose violence like a coward instead of competing with your heart. Ah-hyun, are you so scared you don't dare compete with me in terms of charm? So you rush to use your fists instead? The moment Garam said that, Kang Ah-hyun and all her people were stunned. After a long moment, Kang Ah-hyun finally trembled as she said to Garam, What the hell is this? Then she shouted Appa. That shout made Jin Song jolt in surprise too. And what followed that cry of Appa was a long string of accusations. This is all because you keep acting all wishy-washy, so cheap sluts like her keep hanging around here. What are you talking about? Didn't you just see me deal with her? Shut up. Deal with her, my ass. It's ridiculous. You spent the whole time staring at her like your drool was about to hit the floor. Must be hard, huh? Having to date a girl with a boring body like me. Seeing the two of them arguing, Garam laughed and chimed in exactly. You're like a trick coin. Front and back are exactly the same. What the hell? Shut that filthy mouth of yours, you whore. Seriously, what the hell is this? Where did this shameless little fox crawl out from? I've punched her till her body bruised all over. So why didn't she even flinch? Haha, maybe it's because your punches are soft as cotton balls, so they don't feel like anything. You just wear boxing gloves to look cool, but your punches are weaker than a newborn kitten's. It's honestly pathetic. The moment Garam said that, Kang Ah-hyun screamed and charged at her with her fists flying, shouting, You just haven't had enough of a beating yet, you insolent little bitch. Just as she was about to bring her fist down, a voice rang out from outside. Hey, you kids, what's going on over there? Why are you all gathered up like that? What's happening behind there? Everyone, get back to your seats right now. The teacher was rattling on, but suddenly stopped mid-sentence. He stopped when he saw the look in Kang Ah-hyun's eyes. The teacher began stammering, not knowing what to say next. A few seconds later, he pulled himself together and awkwardly asked Kang Ah-hyun, WH, what are you doing to the new transfer student? Oh, the transfer student? She fell down, so we were just helping her up. But didn't your uncle tell you to stop bullying your classmates for a while? Hearing that, Kang Ah-hyun looked like she wanted to punch the teacher too. Slowly she growled, Teacher, she fell down. We were just helping her up. Didn't you hear me clearly? Or do you have a reading comprehension problem? The moment those words ended, the teacher's face went pale. His eyes drifted to the bloodstains on Kang Ah-hyun's gloves. Then he let out a sigh and said, All right. Then he put on a warm smile for Kang Ah-hyun. So you girls were just helping the transfer student back up, right? Everyone, calm down and go back to your seats, okay? I'll be on my way. When the teacher left, one of the underlings laughed and said, "He looked dumb as hell. Why act tough when you're obviously going to lose face, old man?" Kang Ah-hyun was still fuming on this side, saying, "Damn it." Then she turned her gaze back to Garam. She began speaking to Garam. "Hey, transfer student, messing around before you've learned your place is fun, isn't it? You better watch yourself. Starting today, I'm going to turn your school life into a living hell." For someone being bullied, hearing that from a bully would be terrifying enough to turn their face green. But Garam was more like, "I've been waiting so long to hear you say that." Elsewhere, Park Yinwoo heard Kang Ah-hyun's words and worriedly thought, "This is bad. If that lunatic Kang Ah-hyun has targeted someone, then that person really has no chance of surviving. Will the new student really be able to survive?" On this side, Garam just looked at Kang Ah-hyun with a smile, wearing the face of a predator pretending to be prey. A little later, in the teacher's meeting room. Inside, teacher Dukbai was angrily sighing. He still hadn't stopped trembling as he gripped his cup of coffee. At that moment, the disciplinary teacher came over and startled him by asking, "Teacher Dukbai, what's wrong? Your hand is shaking like crazy." This? What else could it be? Of course it's the students. So this school really does have a lot of delinquent students, huh? But once you get used to it, it's not that big a deal. If you adapt a little more, you'll be fine. The disciplinarian's words made Dukbai angrily shout, "Not that big a deal? Do you know what happened to me today? I know teachers have less authority these days and all, but this place is completely out of control. Tell me, what the hell is that girl in the red gym clothes in your class?" Hearing Dukbai ask that, the disciplinary teacher coldly replied, "Teacher, so you've had trouble with Kang Ah-hyun too? As if she threatened to report me to the Office of Education, and then she said she'd make me pick up trash for the rest of my life and die alone with no one caring about me. Where on earth did a little brat like that learn to say such vicious things? Sir, honestly, you should stay as far away from Kang Ah-hyun as possible." "Yeah, I was planning to, but can you tell me why?" "Good grief, no one told you anything when you first came to this school? The senior teachers are awful, hiding everything. Where were you teaching before you transferred here?" "Young District." "Teacher, you can't think of Dosa District like that peaceful place called Young District. This isn't the quiet Busan you used to know anymore. In Dosu, it's the private kingdom of a gang called Sap's Gang." "What? That's completely absurd. Just earlier this year, 2 teachers dared to stand against Kang Ah-hyun's group. Then they disappeared without a trace. You should be grateful you're still in one piece. So from now on, don't try to discipline or interfere with Kang Ah-hyun." "You're joking, right? This is in the 1980s. This is 21st century Korea. The road to school is covered with surveillance cameras. Are you saying teachers can just vanish because they upset some gangster's daughter? Then what about the police? Were they born just to be scarecrows?" When Dukbai asked that, the disciplinary teacher looked at a newspaper and slowly said, 3 years into the Enhanced Safety Infrastructure Project, crime in Dosa District drops by 69. Cha Kang-hyun, leader of the ruling party. Before they knew it, school had ended and the sky was growing dark. It was the same abandoned construction site, the same territory of the bullies. Then Kang Ah-hyun's voice rang out as she laughed and said, "Hey, transfer student, I told you not to get so full of yourself. Even after getting beaten, you still haven't been humiliated enough? Listen up, I'm a specialist when it comes to crushing girls like you mentally. Got it? Look at all the guys standing here. You can probably guess what's about to happen, right? I'm going to make you taste every bit of humiliation this world has to offer without giving you even a second of peace. Hey, you lot, strip her naked." At Kang Ah-hyun's order, all her underlings lunged at Garam like beasts pouncing on prey. But in just one instant, the prey would become the hunter. Continuing from the previous episode, after being brutally beaten at school, Garam was heading home at the end of the day when she ran into Kang Ah-hyun's group. Kang Ah-hyun walked over and said with a laugh, "Looks like even after getting beaten that badly, you still haven't had enough. Listen carefully. I'm better than anyone else at making a girl lose all her will and spirit. Got it? Look at all the boys standing around here. You can probably guess what's about to happen, right? I'll make you experience humiliation little by little. Every last bit of what life can throw at you, Garam. You lot, strip all her clothes off." At Kang Ah-hyun's words, her underlings started grinning perversely as they rushed toward Garam. Seeing this, Garam stood there and suddenly burst out laughing. That made Kang Ah-hyun's underlings pause in confusion. Garam laughed and said, "You idiots are making me laugh so hard my stomach hurts." Hearing that, Kang Ah-hyun frowned and asked Garam, What the hell are you laughing at?" I was wondering what kind of trick you were planning to pull on me. And it turns out that's the most creative idea you could come up with? Kang Ah-hyun, you're really a hopeless idiot, aren't you? What did you just say? You crazy bitch. Are you so scared you've lost your mind? Or are you just pretending to be strong and arrogant to hide your fear? That's not it, Ah-hyun. What I'm trying to say is, I only want to tell you one thing. What you're doing right now is only going to come back and bite you. As Garam spoke, she threw down her bag. Use your brain and think. Why exactly did you go so crazy over me today? If I were to put it in the way people around here talk, Kang Ah-hyun, you're just insanely jealous of this body of mine, aren't you? But in the current situation, if I bare all my skin, what do you think will happen? That appa of yours who's thirsty for everything. He'll definitely fall head over heels for me on the spot, won't he? Kang Ah-hyun heard Garam's words and turned her gaze toward her boyfriend, Jin Song. What she saw was her boyfriend stiffening up, staring at Garam with naked desire in his eyes. Jin Song looked wildly excited, like he wanted to pounce on Garam and devour her right then and there. But he didn't realize that at that same moment, a pair of murderous eyes was fixed on him too. A second later, Kang Ah-hyun smacked Jin Song hard on the hand and cursed at him, "Appa, have you lost your mind? Ow, that hurts. Why are you being so rough with me? Why else, you bastard? Why are you losing control over that bitch? WH what? What the hell are you talking about? It's just the sunset, that's all. You're imagining things. What? Just imagining things? Are you saying my eyes are broken? Is that it? Huh?" As the two of them argued, Garam spoke up in a coy voice. "Poor Jin Song Appa. Just imagine having a weirdo like that as your girlfriend. What the hell? Oh well, saying your face turned red because of the sunset. That's actually kind of poetic. I'm starting to like this romantic side of you even more." The moment Garam finished saying that, she immediately rushed over to Jin Song and grabbed his hand. She placed his hand on her chest and gently said, "If it means making you mine, Appa, I can show you anything. Don't be shy. I'd even strip you naked with my own hands if I had to, Appa." Garam's words only made Jin Song even more excited. After saying that, Garam did not forget to turn and smile at Kang Ah-hyun. Ah-hyun had witnessed the whole thing from the side, and she froze for a few seconds. A few seconds later, she rushed over, smacked Garam's hand away, and shouted, "Stop right there. You crazy bitch. How dare you touch another woman's man?" "Another woman's man? He'll be mine soon enough. So what the hell are you talking about? Seriously, I can't stand this irritation anymore. If you dare get in my way again, I'll strip right here and now." As soon as she said it, Garam actually started taking off her clothes. By now, Kang Ah-hyun knew a little about Garam's personality. If she said she would do something, she would do it, so she told her lackeys to stop her quickly. Her words made the underlings beside her freeze for a moment. When they still had not moved a second later, Kang Ah-hyun screamed, "Stop her! Don't let that bitch take her clothes off. If you don't stop her, I'll strip you all instead." Those words scared them, and they rushed straight at Garam. A few seconds later, they had grabbed both of Garam's arms and stopped her from taking off her shirt. Pinned down, Garam shouted, "If I want to take them off, that's my right, so let me go." Kang Ah-hyun settled this with a fair showdown in the open. Hearing Garam's provocation, Kang Ah-hyun said with a trembling voice, "What the hell? Where did this lunatic even come from?" Being too furious, Kang Ah-hyun let out a breath and said, "Fine. I get it. You're really proud of your looks, aren't you? But if I ruin that pretty face of yours, then you won't be able to show it off anymore, right? Damn it. If you get burned, that'll be troublesome." As she said that, Kang Ah-hyun picked up a torch and smiled like a devil. Seeing this, Jin Sung was also a little shocked. Meanwhile, Garam worried to herself, "If this face gets ruined, life from now on will be miserable. I have to break free from these idiots immediately." The moment the thought ended, Garam tensed her body and spread her legs apart. Yin Garam's #1 physical trait, insane strength. At that moment, Garam flexed, and both her arms lifted the entire group, restraining her up into the air. This terrified them, and they cried out to each other, "What the hell is this? How is this girl so insanely strong?" Seeing this, Kang Ah-hyun angrily shouted, "You idiots, what are you doing? Hold her down. If she gets loose, you'll get burned too." Seeing that Kang Ah-hyun was about to ruin Garam's face, Jin Sung began shouting, "Hey, Kang Ah-hyun, that's enough. Why are you stopping me? Do you seriously like that bitch? No, that's not it. The boss told us not to touch anyone who doesn't owe us money, at least for now. I mean, the only reason we were going to take those nude pictures today was to keep that transfer student quiet about the black eye incident. But if you burn her face, there'll be no going back. That's even worse than giving her a black eye. Let her go before the boss gets angry, Kang Ah-hyun." When Kang Ah-hyun heard Jin Sung's words, she began struggling inwardly. A second later, she screamed, "Screw him." Seeing the flame moving toward Garam, Jin Sung only had time to cry out, "No, Kang Ah-hyun." Meanwhile, Garam stared at the flame and thought, "It's too late to dodge now. If it's come to this, I'll just kick it away." The moment that thought ended, Garam was about to raise her leg and kick the torch out of Kang Ah-hyun's hand when Kang Ah-hyun's phone suddenly rang. Both of them immediately stopped. The call made Kang Ah-hyun even angrier. She threw the torch to the ground, walked off to the side, answered, and said, "Hello, Uncle." The sound of the two talking began to carry over. "No way. It's not like I caused any trouble. I'm just teaching some girl a lesson because she pissed me off. You're really being unfair, Uncle. Can I deal with some girl I hate however I want? Fine, I'll go there with Appa." After saying that, Kang Ah-hyun hung up. After seeing her hang up, Jin Sung stepped over and asked, "So it was the boss?" "Yeah, he just called." "Damn it. The homeroom teacher must have tattled to him. Shit, that bastard will get what's coming to him soon enough. Transfer student, you're unbelievably lucky. If it weren't for my uncle, I'd have taken care of you right here today. Don't think this is over. Before long, I'm going to make you suffer so badly you'll wish you were dead, got it? Prepare yourself, you little fox." After saying that, Kang Ah-hyun left together with Jin Sung. Garam and Kang Ah-hyun's underlings followed them with their eyes as they left. Then Garam spoke up and said to them, "Can you let me go now?" A little later, the scene shifts to Soft Capital. In one of the rooms, someone was sitting in the middle of the room. At that moment, Kang Ah-hyun's voice rang out, "Uncle, I'm here," with Jin Sung Appa too. Hearing his niece's voice, Kang Tae-han turned around to look. He coldly asked, "Why do you two look so tense? Did you have a fight?" "That's right. Appa has his eye on some other girl instead of me." "What did you say?" "Jin Sung, how dare you look at another girl when you already have my niece?" Being questioned like that, Jin Sung panicked and quickly raised his hand, stammering, "That's not it, boss." Ah-hyun completely misunderstood. "How could I be crazy enough to do that?" "Ah-hyun, why are you lying to the boss?" "I'm not lying. That's enough. I called you here because there's something I need to say." Kang Tae-han was about to speak, but suddenly Kang Ah-hyun slammed the table and said, let me speak first. About that new transfer student. Uncle, throw her into the East Sea for me. Hello everyone. Welcome to the Long Ka Review channel. Have a great day. If you enjoy this, please subscribe and like, and don't forget to leave your comments below. Thank you all so much. Continuing from the previous episode, Garam confessed her feelings to Kang Ah-hyun's boyfriend. As a result, Kang Ah-hyun dragged her into the classroom and beat her up. After school, on the way home, Garam got beaten again by Kang Ah-hyun's group. Enraged, Kang Ah-hyun even wanted to burn Garam's face. "Burn anything you want, but if you touch her face, she won't let it slide." Garam was about to fight back when Kang Ah-hyun's uncle called. As a result, after hearing that phone call, Kang Ah-hyun's group left the place immediately, and they also managed to avoid Garam's massacre. After Kang Ah-hyun went to see her uncle, she asked him to throw that new transfer student into the sea so she could play with the fish. Hearing those words from his niece, Kang Tae-han stared at Kang Ah-hyun for a long time. Kang Ah-hyun also looked at her uncle, waiting for his answer. Seeing the determined look in his niece's eyes, Kang Tae-han finally spoke slowly and angrily. "Kang Ah-hyun, are my words meaningless to you? Why, Uncle, with what you're capable of, there's no problem at all. I mean, didn't you throw about 5 people into the sea just at the start of this year? So why can't you do the same to this transfer student?" Hearing Kang Ah-hyun's words, Kang Tae-han grew even angrier and shouted back, "How many times do I have to tell you before you understand that things are different now? Do you think I was joking when I told you to stay quiet until the election in a few months?" Even after hearing that, Kang Ah-hyun still stood there arguing. "Honestly, this is ridiculous. But what does that have to do with me causing trouble? And if you're that worried about the election, then from the start you shouldn't have told us to do illegal debt collection. So why did you still tell us to do it?" Hearing those words, Kang Tae-han slammed the table and yelled, "Do you still not understand? Those two things and you causing trouble are not the same." When Kang Ah-hyun saw her uncle slam the table and shout, she flinched a little in unconscious fear. Kang Tae-han had calmed down a little, but he continued, "I built a whole system for debt collection, so there's no problem there. But I can't control the messes you make in advance. That's the problem. Do you know whose daughter that transfer student from Seoul is? If you don't, then listen carefully now, Kang Ah-hyun. From today onward, aside from collecting debts, I will not tolerate any other acts of violence. Kang Ah-hyun, no matter who you are, I will not let this slide. Do you understand now?" Being forbidden by her uncle like that, Kang Ah-hyun looked openly displeased. At the same time, Kang Tae-han turned his attention to Jin Sung. Hearing himself called, Jin Sung jolted and stammered, "Yes, boss. Lately, you've been doing very well. Your efficiency in debt collection has pleased me. If you were a little older, I would have entrusted you with corporate debt collection as well. Thank you, boss, for the praise. Don't worry about anything, Jin Sung. Ever since I restructured the organization, no one has gone to prison. And even if you did end up in prison, I would take full responsibility for your life. You remember your senior, Iong Hyun, who went to prison before, right? You know how he's living these days, don't you?" "Yes, I saw on social media that he bought a new watch and a new car. I heard that watch alone cost over 30 million won. No matter what people say about the times changing, and no matter that I can handle everything with lawyers and such, the essence of debt collection is still violence. This isn't about forcing people to return money they have. It's about forcing them to cough up money they don't even have. Debt collection has always relied on violence, and it always will. That's why I have such high expectations for people like you, Jin Sung. I consider only people like you to be my family. So as part of my family, never betray my trust. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you make our Kong, Ah-hyun cry, I will kill you with my own hands. Do you understand, Jin Sung? Kong Taehan's words, shifting from praise to threat, terrified Jin Sung. A moment later, he shouted loudly, yes, boss. I will never forget your teachings. Good, Jin Sung. You did well. That's everything I wanted to say, and the reason I called you both here. Don't cause trouble elsewhere. Just focus on collecting debts. Understood? Then get back to work. Dismissed. Kong Ah-hyun still had questions, so she called out to her uncle. Uncle, seeing his niece call him, Kong Taehan turned back grumbling and asked, what is it now? Meanwhile, Kong Ah-hyun rested her hand on her chin and said with a smile, so in the end, what you mean is as long as I stay within the scope of the organization, I could do whatever I want, right? Then all I have to do is drag that transfer student into the organization, right? Hearing Kong Ah-hyun's words, Kong Taehan looked at his niece and thought. The scene shifts to Garam's house. The front door opened. Garam came in from outside and said with a smile, Garam's home from school. Inside, Chief Beck responded, oh, you're back? As he spoke, Chief Beck looked at Garam in shock. He thought to himself, her face looks awful. I already got the report from the surveillance team, but it's worse than I expected. Seeing Chief Beck just sitting there thinking without saying anything, Garam spoke up and asked, what is it, Chief? Didn't you say everything would be cleaned up before I got back? Don't tell me you haven't even made the bed yet. No, your room was fully prepared in advance, exactly as you requested. Even the teddy bear you wanted was custom-made and already placed in your room, so go take a look. The moment she saw the crab-branded teddy bear, Garam's face lit up with excitement. She immediately rushed over, hugged Chief Beck, and said with a smile, I knew I could trust you, Appa. Being hugged by Garam, Chief Beck shyly stammered, why you? A second later, Chief Beck pushed Garam away and said, stay away from me. Even after being pushed back, Garam still looked cheerful. Meanwhile, Chief Beck was still stammering, hey you, how can you hug a man like it's nothing? Hearing that, Garam replied, is that wrong? Of course it is normally. Actually, I do know society sees that as unacceptable, but I really don't understand why everyone reacts so strongly. Garam was genuinely curious about what embarrassment felt like. In any case, restrain yourself if it has nothing to do with the mission. Drawing unnecessary attention won't do us any good. Hearing Chief Beck say that, Garam thought for a moment, then smiled and said, but you know, for this mission, we even changed our entire identities and pretended to be biological siblings who were North Korean defectors, right? If that's the case, then to make our sibling act seem as natural as possible, shouldn't you get used to a little intimate skinship? When Chief Beck heard the word skinship, he stammered in horror. What? What kind of biological siblings act all affectionate like that? That's even more disturbing. In any case, you and I only have a working relationship, so keep your distance. Understood? Seeing Chief Beck so rigid, Garam openly showed her displeasure. Meanwhile, Chief Beck could not believe that what had just happened had really happened to him. He slowly lifted his head to look at Garam. She was still standing there, turned away from him. Seeing that, Chief Beck asked Garam, why are you standing like that? You said this is a working relationship, so I'm standing professionally. What? No, that's not what I meant. Realizing Garam had misunderstood him, Chief Beck thought, come to think of it, wasn't one of Garam's 3 main psychological traits something like emotional deprivation or an attachment disorder? That's a condition rarely seen in typical psychopaths. But lately, why does it feel like she's showing a greater need for attention? Could these strange actions of hers also be part of some calculated strategy? Living under the same roof as Garam may be even more exhausting than I thought. Seeing Chief Beck still sitting there with his head in his hands, Garam smiled and said, you look exhausted. Want Garam to help you tidy up a bit? No, no need. You're the one who went through the most today, Garam. But let me help just a little. It's fine. I don't really have anything else to do anyway. And Chief, don't be so shy. Seeing Garam's attitude, Chief Beck looked at her and fell into thought again. No matter how little pain she can feel, I'm sure Garam still doesn't like the scars left on her face. According to the report from the security team, the situation sounded very serious. That lunatic Kang Ah-hyun even tried to burn Garam with a torch. The undercover agents reported that they had not intervened because Garam seemed capable of handling it herself, but clearly it was an extremely dangerous situation. At first, I thought it would be enough just to watch out for the subs, but it turns out Kang Ah-hyun's gang is far crazier than I imagined. That really makes me uneasy. I know it sounds ridiculous to worry about her safety, especially when we're using a minor for the sake of personal revenge in the first place. But still, isn't there any way to ensure Garam's safety a little more? Maybe I should try suggesting to the vice chairman that he reconsider this entire plan. Chief Beck was thinking that when Garam suddenly spoke. Wait, you're not planning to change the entire mission just because of what happened today, are you? If that's really what you're thinking, then I'm disappointed. Do you really think Garam can't handle something this trivial? Get rid of that fake, self-righteous expression. Listen carefully. This time, I plan to rack up as many achievements as possible and make that stepfather owe me. So don't get in the way of Garam's ambition with your useless pity. Hearing Garam say that, Chief Beck let out a sigh. I am sorry. Seeing Chief Beck apologize, Garam looked very satisfied, then continued with a smile. Well, I may have spoken a little harshly just now because I wanted to make my point clear. But the look in your eyes when you worried about Garam. Honestly, I don't really hate it that much. When Garam said that, Chief Beck immediately blushed. Then he let out a sigh and said, all right, wait here. I'll go buy some ointment at the pharmacy. After watching Chief Beck leave, Garam muttered to herself, Chief, you're a lot softer than I thought. At this rate, I might be able to seduce you faster than I originally planned. Chief, I'm sorry, but you're my insurance policy in case things don't go the way I want. During the time we lived together in Busan, I'm going to slowly tame you into a slave who worships no one but me. Back on the other side, Kang Tae-han asked Kang Ah-hyun, turn that girl into a slave? That transfer student. That's right, uncle. She had to come all the way down from Seoul to this backwater island. You can guess why, right? Her father was probably demoted or got into some kind of trouble. So here's the plan. We drag her whole family into one of our private debt traps, just like soft capital always does. We'll make her a debt slave. Continuing from the last episode, Kang Ah-hyun told her uncle that she wanted to turn Garam into one of the people she used to bully, slowly making her a slave under her control. Meanwhile, after Garam returned home, she noticed a trace of pity in Chief Beck's eyes when he looked at her, and she decided to slowly turn him into a puppet as well. Using that pity to her advantage, the scene shifts to Park Yun-woo. At that moment, Park Yun-woo was on his way home from school. In his head, he was smiling to himself as he thought, the transfer student is really pretty. She has such a bright expression, and her personality seems really cute too. But more than anything, even when Kang Ah-hyun was bullying her, she wasn't afraid at all. She stayed completely confident. She's seriously so cool. A bookworm like me probably could never have that kind of courage in my entire life. As Park Yun-woo walked along, lost in thought, he suddenly came to a stop. His mind turned troubled and anxious. But will that transfer student really be okay from now on? No matter how bold she is, she can't handle a psycho like Kang Ah-hyun. That thing isn't even human. That crazy bitch doesn't do this for money. She does it because she wants toys to torment. So she forces people into debt. I heard her uncle is a notorious loan shark. Debtors who don't bring in enough money get handed over to Kang Ah-hyun to collect from. Basically is spending money for her to fool around with. The company her uncle runs is a truly terrifying place. On paper, it follows the country's legal interest rates. And on the surface, it looks like a model lawful finance company. But in reality, it's a criminal loan sharking organization making enormous profits by forcing borrowers to repay debts for the rest of their lives, even if they could have paid them off in full. The loan contracts from A-Half Capital, a secondary financial group, are all technically legal. But that means nothing. They use high-tech electronic anklets like the ones sex offenders wear to monitor debtors and their families, turning them into slaves in an instant. Debtors who are made into slaves like that are forced to throw part or all of their loan money into gambling sites run by the soft gang. After that, the soft gang launders the money and turns the debtor's gambling losses into cash. Then, based on the amount they stole from the debtor, they force the debtor to sign even more new loans. As a result, the debtor ends up owing money both to soft capital and to members of the organization, not just carrying two debts from the same original loan, but but also to multiple young gang members posing as lenders. If they can't repay it, the whole process repeats, dragging them into a spiral of debt on top of debt with monstrous interest rates. In other words, they saddle debtors with outrageous overdue interest and disguise it as new legal loans to scam them. That means debtors end up carrying interest rates exceeding 200 a year and have no choice but to endure it all. But even with something this insane, debtors still can't fight back, because the AI anklets and other high-tech devices monitor their entire family around the clock. The transfer student is in serious trouble. If a family like that sets its sights on her, her whole household is definitely going to be destroyed. She needs someone to help her. I'm so useless. The person I like is in danger, and I can't even bring myself to think about helping her. I can barely take care of myself. So how could I help anyone else? Forget it. I'd better get ready for my part-time job tonight. Thinking about it won't solve anything. Park Yun-woo stopped thinking about it and opened the door to his house. Just as he was relaxing, he suddenly flinched at a voice. "Park Yun-woo, you're back." When Park Yun-woo heard that voice, he slowly turned toward it. It turned out to be his grandmother, not Kang Ah-hyun. Seeing her call out to him, he said in shock, Grandma, you're awake?" When she saw him ask that, she replied, "You've suffered a lot because of me, haven't you?" Hearing those words from his grandmother, Park Yun-woo broke down into sobs. Seeing him cry, she teased him. "Oh dear, you're already a grown boy, and you're crying like this?" Park Yun-woo dropped to his knees and cried, "Grandma, I'm sorry. This useless grandson of yours is so sorry." "No, Yun-woo, I'm the one who should be sorry. I couldn't leave anything behind for this child who lost his parents, and on top of having nothing, I even lost my mind and made you suffer like this. If I just died sooner, you could escape this hell." "No, Grandma, don't say that." "Oh, right, the handcuff. Grandma, I brought home cutting pliers. Just wait a second, I'll cut it off right now." As Park Yun-woo was about to take out the pliers, his grandmother stopped him. "No, Yun-woo, don't do that." When he didn't understand what she meant, she continued, "Did you forget that crazy Kang Ah-hyun attached a surveillance camera? Put it away before something terrible happens. But I can't leave you like this anymore. Are you telling me to be an unfilial grandson?" At those words, his grandmother shouted angrily at him, "If you take these cuffs off and make me watch you get beaten like a dog, that's what being unfilial is." Hearing that, Park Yun-woo was too stunned to speak. After a moment, he asked his grandmother, "How much do you remember?" Seeing her grandson ask that, she answered awkwardly, "Only bits and pieces. But no matter what, don't cut off these cuffs. If you do, I'll tie you up myself again. But, all right then, I'll listen to you this time." Seeing that he obeyed, she smiled and said, "Yun-woo, I'm fine like this. Don't be like that. It's been such a long time since the two of us had a chance to talk." "Talk? That's right. I don't need anything else. As long as, while I'm still a little clear-headed, I get to hear Yun-woo's voice a little more. That's enough for me. Has anything interesting happened lately? Tell me. Something interesting?" Today a girl transferred here from Seoul." "Oh, a new student? Is she pretty?" "She doesn't look bad." "Doesn't look bad? You little brat. Looks like you like that new transfer girl, don't you?" "That's not it, Grandma." "Oh, please, isn't it? The word like is written all over your face. Do you think I've only known you for a day or two? I only like her a little." While they were chatting happily, Park Yun-woo suddenly grew gloomy. A moment later, he said to his grandmother, "But you know, Grandma, on the very first day she transferred here, Kang Ah-hyun already noticed her." Those words made Park Yun-woo's grandmother sad too. Then she told him, "Yun-woo, I can't do anything to help. I am truly sorry. But this foolish old woman can at least tell you this. When times are hard, the weak have to help each other survive. Within your ability, help that new girl a little. You understand what I'm saying, don't you, Yun-woo?" After hearing his grandmother say that, Park Yun-woo thought for a long time before smiling and replying, "I understand, Grandma." Just as things turned warm again, his grandmother suddenly said blankly, "But who am I, and why am I like this in your house?" Those words shocked Park Yun-woo. His expression darkened, and he told his grandmother, "Please wait just a little longer. I'll work hard and pay off all the debt so you can live peacefully. I'll get you out of those cuffs soon." A little later, the scene shifts to Kang Ah-hyun. At that moment, she was speaking angrily. "Seriously? You gotten so uptight lately, Uncle? Everything is suddenly such a big deal. What's so scary about election season? You even told me to wait before deciding whether to turn that transfer girl into a debtor. You're scared to do anything now. It's so annoying. Back then, if I just acted cute a little, you'd do anything for me. Now politics has changed you. Hey, Kang Ah-hyun, how can you talk about the boss like that? I'm right, though. Honestly, our family comes from this area's gang world. It's not like breaking into politics is easy. How far is he planning to climb after taking over the biggest company in Do-sugu? But Ah-hyun, you got that wrong. I'll be honest too. What do you think will happen if the shipbuilding industry here collapses? It won't just be your father's company that has problems. All the prey the boss plans to suck dry will disappear too. To prepare for that day, the organization has to keep expanding its territory. And to do that, we need public authority and political power backing us up, right? I understand what Uncle is doing, but I seriously don't like today's little stunt. Is it really that hard to just shut up and stand on my side? If you hate being on my side that much, then why don't you just go date that new transfer student instead? Ah-hyun, that's not what I meant. After Jin Sung said that, he thought angrily to himself. Ever since that transfer girl showed up, Ah-hyun's been in a bad mood nonstop. This is exhausting. She knows perfectly well I can't date some new transfer student, and yet she still says stuff like that. Right then, Kang Ah-hyun said to Jin Sung, "Whatever, forget that. It's our turn to collect money today." "Is this the house, Jin Sung?" "Yeah, this is it. Let's go inside." After saying that, the two of them went into the house. When they arrived, a man came out and said with a smile, "You're here." Seeing him greet them, Kang Ah-hyun smiled back and said, Hello, Mr. Joe. How's business at the shop these days?" "Well, business hasn't been good lately, so..." Before he could finish, Kang Ah-hyun cut him off. "You bastard. Here you go making excuses again? Every time the due date comes around, you drag out some excuse and ask for a delay. Fine, we'll still collect what we came for. But first, we should check your home security. You've been keeping the electronic anklet charged properly, right?" "Why, yes. I've done exactly what you told me. I charged it up fully before you got here." Good job. That's good. But there's one thing about you that's been pissing me off. Why have you been hanging around within 30 meters of the police station lately? What the hell are you lurking around there so often for? Did you bury gold there? Is oil dripping out of the ground, you dog? Or are you trying to send a distress signal there? Don't do anything stupid, got it? All the cops in Do-sugu have been bought off by my uncle. You understand, right? Lately, it seems like our Mr. Joe has been harboring some ridiculous hope. So let me remind you, typing on your phone, using a keyboard, writing on paper, even sign language, or even sending signals with some nonsense like a spirit board. If the system detects even the slightest abnormal electromyographic pattern, an alert will instantly pop up at the control center monitoring CCTV all across Do-sugu. That's how this bracelet was designed, you idiot. And on top of that, all the telecom shops and internet cafes in this area are run by our people. So go ahead and try contacting the outside world. And one more thing, if you ever cover the microphone on the electronic band again like you did last time, or stand in a CCTV blind spot for more than 10 seconds and make my phone go off, then it won't stop at just getting beaten. Remember that well, understand? After hearing Kang Ah-hyun's warning, the old man fearfully replied, "Why, yes, I understand. I understand." At that point, Kang Ah-hyun held out her hand and said with a smile, "Now let me see your phone." After taking his phone, Kang Ah-hyun tapped through it and said, "My surveillance app is still working perfectly, and your messages are all nice and clean too." "All right, that's enough for the security check." After handing his phone back, Kang Ah-hyun grabbed a chair nearby and sat down. Then she smiled and continued, "So now let's get to it. How much are you planning to pay me this month?" Hearing that, the old man instinctively trembled in fear. Then he stammered, "This month, probably only about 80,000 won." Hearing that, Kang Ah-hyun roared in anger. "What? Have you lost your mind? Do you want me to slice open your stomach with a sashimi knife or something?" Please. It's just that sales were really bad this month, so I had no other choice." Hearing the shop owner say that, Kang Ah-hyun picked up the bowl beside her. She hurled it straight at the owner's face. The rice bowl shattered across the floor, and the owner's forehead started bleeding. Meanwhile, Kang Ah-hyun's curses kept ringing out. "You filthy little vermin. I was planning to collect all your interest today so I could buy a new designer bag. And this is what you say? 80,000? What the hell am I supposed to do with that pathetic amount, you bastard?" While Kang Ah-hyun was yelling, someone suddenly opened the door and came in, saying, "Dad." It was the old man's daughter. She stood there anxiously and said, "Dad, I heard something break. Are you okay?" Seeing his daughter, the father panicked and called out to her, "Desium, I told you never to come out of your room. But your forehead is bleeding, Dad." As the two spoke, Kang Ah-hyun watched them for a while, then suddenly smiled, a new plan forming in her mind. Then she said with a grin, "Mr. Joe, your daughter is really pretty. I'll do this as a favor for her." "All right, how much did you say you were short again?" Should I cut your interest a little? For every slap you land on your daughter's face, I'll reduce your debt by 100,000 won. How about that? Hearing those words, the girl named Asium was so terrified she hardly dared breathe. The shop owner also froze at the demand. When Mr. Joe failed to answer, Kong Ah-hyun impatiently asked, "What's wrong? You can't do it." Unable to endure it any longer, Mr. Joe shouted at Kong Ah-hyun, "Please stop. I'm her father. How could I let my daughter be beaten in front of me? I can't do that." "What? That's hilarious. You're dirt poor, yet you owe the boss 170 million won. Is that what a father should do? But I only borrowed 10 million won. Shut up. Damn it. Lately, every piece of trash thinks it could talk back to me. No, this has to end right now. I'm adding another 100 million won to your interest." "What? But that's impossible. How can something this unreasonable even happen?" "Unreasonable? Since when has our interest ever not been unreasonable? Anyway, I've already added another 100 million. If you want things to go back to normal, then you'll have to slap your daughter 100 times. So, Mr. Joe, do you want another 100 million added too? Or are you going to end this by slapping your own daughter?" After hearing Kong Ah-hyun's words, the shop owner struggled internally for a long time. A few seconds later, he shouted furiously toward his daughter and said, "Daseum, I'm sorry." Instantly, the sound of slaps rang out, followed by Daseum's cries. One side kept striking and shouting louder and louder, while the other watched them with delight. As she watched a father beating his daughter, Kong Ah-hyun smiled to herself. "That's right, that expression. That's the expression Hyun Garam will wear in the future. That exact expression. I don't need permission from that cowardly uncle anymore. Just like I always have. Any bitch who dares look down on me only gets one thing coming. A beating. Just wait, Hyun Garam. Tomorrow, I'm definitely putting you on air." Elsewhere, Garam was hugging her crab and sleeping soundly, dreaming of her next plan. There was one day left until Project Bleeding Hedgehog. Continuing from the previous episode, when Park Yun-woo got home, he found that his grandmother was no longer confused, so he told her everything that had happened over the past few days. While she was still clear-headed, she told Park Yun-woo that he must always protect people like him who are bullied. Meanwhile, Kong Ah-hyun went to collect a debt, and when she saw the debtor's pretty, obedient daughter, she forced the father to slap his own daughter to reduce the debt. She also promised to torment that girl the same way she had tormented Garam. The next morning at the house where Chief Beck and Garam were staying, Chief Beck was still asleep in his room. A little while later, he slowly woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, Chief Beck looked at the clock in front of him. His thoughts immediately became frantic. "Oh no, was I so tired from moving things yesterday that I overslept today? I need to hurry and make breakfast for Garam." Thinking that, Chief Beck got up at once and opened his door. But the moment he stepped outside, he was stunned by the sight before him. Standing in front of him was Garam, cosplaying as a chef. As soon as she saw Chief Beck, Garam cheerfully stepped aside and said, "Ta-da." Seeing that, Chief Beck stared blankly and asked, "What is this?" When Garam heard him ask, she quickly replied, "To celebrate our first breakfast together in this place." Garam showed off a little. "Hurry and try a bite. See if Garam's cooking is good." When Garam invited him to eat, Chief Beck felt a chill run down his spine. Garam and the kitchen, what a terrifying combination. But it doesn't look too bad on the outside. Well, I guess I'll just close my eyes and eat it. After thinking that, Chief Beck said, "Garam, I really did wake up late today, but you didn't need to make breakfast. You're already going to have the hardest time living here. Leave the cooking and housework to me." No, this is Garam's sincerity for you. Hurry and try it. Come on, try it. Try it, Chief." Hearing that, Chief Beck walked over and pulled out a chair to sit down. As soon as he sat down, he said, "Then I'll eat it." "Thank you, Garam." The moment he finished speaking, he picked up a spoon, scooped up a spoonful of soup, and put it into his mouth. His face even began to enjoy the taste. But 1 second later, Chief Beck spat the whole spoonful right back out. His eyes widened from the burning heat of the soup. Elsewhere, Garam watched Chief Beck scream in panic. Looking puzzled, she asked about his condition. "What's wrong? Why is the food so spicy?" Life tip of the day: spiciness is not a taste, but a sensation of pain, so Garam didn't feel the spiciness. When Chief Beck asked, Garam innocently answered, "That's strange. To Garam, it just tastes good." Meanwhile, Chief Beck, panting from the heat, stammered to Garam, "What did you put in this?" "Capsaicin. It makes the color prettier, Chief." "What? Did you think that was food coloring? Why would you put that into kimchi stew in the first place?" "I just asked ChatGPT for a spicy kimchi stew recipe and followed it." "What the hell is this? I need water." Seeing that Chief Beck clearly didn't like the dish she made, Garam sighed and tried to comfort herself. Did my plan to win his favor fail? Just then, a ringing sound went off. It turned out to be Garam's phone alarm. It was already 8 a.m. Seeing that, Garam was no longer downcast. She cheerfully said goodbye to Chief Beck. Chief, Garam has to go to school now. All right, enjoy your meal. Meanwhile, Chief Beck was at the sink nearby, desperately drinking water because it was so spicy. In his head, while enduring the burn, he thought, Garam, what exactly have you been plotting since yesterday? What do you want from me? After thinking for a moment, he gave up and just shouted, so spicy, so spicy. A while later, when they got to school, Kang Ah-hyun looked at Garam with disgust and said, what is this? Do you think you're some kind of superhero? Yesterday, you were covered in bruises, and today, they're all gone again. Hearing that, Garam, who was putting on powder, smiled and said, I watched a video on Long CA's channel about covering bruises with makeup and copied it exactly. Seeing Garam smiling so brightly in front of her, Kang Ah-hyun couldn't take it anymore. She rushed over, punched Garam hard in the stomach, and said, I'll smash you to pieces right now, you bitch. Garam took the punch and fell to the ground. Kang Ah-hyun stood there and said, Hey, Hyun Garam, didn't I tell you that starting today, your hell begins? Did you think I was joking? I'll make it real for you. Prepare yourself, you bitch. And you're still looking at me with those eyes? Kim Bong Hyun and Hyun Min, get over here and tie this slut up for me. Following Kang Ah-hyun's order, her two lackeys immediately rushed toward Garam. The moment they reached her, they began tying her up. Kang Ah-hyun stood there watching with a delighted smile. Her expression changed, and in her mind, she was already coming up with all kinds of ways to punish Garam. After Garam was tied up, she smugly said, Hey, Hyun Garam, you just got to school, and you're already tied up like this. How does it feel? Pretty damn amazing, right? All right, let me tell you something. There used to be a girl named Lee Hyena. She was just as mouthy as you. The best way to deal with filthy bitches like that is to tie them up so they can't move around or seduce anyone. From first period until the end of the day, you'll stay tied up like this. Got it? If you need to use the bathroom, just wet yourself and let it dry on its own. Now deal with it, bitch, and go back to your seat. I'll feed you after lunch, so don't worry, I won't let you starve. I know you're weird, so I prepared food for you. A very special dish. Just look forward to lunchtime, Hyun Garam. I'll make sure it's unforgettable. Time passed like that, and the teacher at the board kept lecturing. Now then, can you believe that the non-lethal weapon used today to suppress illegal protesters actually originated from Nazi Germany? If you look closely at the structure of this sentence, you can see that the phrase after weapon is a reduced relative clause, right? As we learned in the previous lesson, to turn a relative clause into a participial phrase, you remove the relative pronoun and the verb be. As he lectured, the teacher glanced down anxiously because he saw Park Yin-woo trying to free himself from the rope. Meanwhile, Park Yin-woo thought painfully, Kang Ah-hyun, that evil bitch, that psycho really is insane. Is she seriously not afraid of anyone? Does she really tie both me and Garam up for the entire school day? She even switched seats so Garam would get noticed more by the teachers. She's challenging the teacher's authority itself. She's trying to prove that no matter who comes, no one can stop her. Elsewhere, Kang Ah-hyun kept grinning to herself over her little game. Looking over at Garam, she thought with a laugh, how is it, Hyun Garam? Feeling it now? This is the kind of power I have in this school. No one can save you. No matter how strong you pretend to be, my punishments will shake you mentally in the end. Even if you regret it now, it's too late, Hyun Garam. Let's see when that arrogant face of yours finally breaks. Just then, over where Garam was sitting, she let out a sigh and then tilted her head back toward the ceiling, making the student next to her stare in surprise. Hearing Garam's sigh, the whole class turned to look at her. It turned out Garam had simply just woken up and felt a little sluggish. Seeing that, Kang Ah-hyun and her boyfriend were stunned too. Then Kang Ah-hyun angrily said, What the hell? She can sleep soundly even in that position? This girl's not human anymore. She's a cow. Unable to hold back any longer, Kang Ah-hyun grabbed the book beside her and threw it straight at Garam, shouting, You bitch, how dare you sleep in class? Garam dodged the flying book, and it ended up hitting the nerd sitting next to her instead. Hearing the noise, Garam sleepily said in all innocence, HM? What? Something just flew by, didn't it? Hearing that, Kang Ah-hyun went even crazier and shouted right in Garam's face, How dare you doze off in class? Garam replied with annoyance, What? You're the one playing games during class, so why are you scolding Garam just for nodding off? This is the perfect example of it's okay when I do it, but not when someone else does. Damn it, this bitch really has a sharp tongue. Garam kept provoking Kang Ah-hyun, making her fury boil over. She threw a chair this time, but Garam dodged that too, and once again it hit the nerd next to her. The poor nerd was taking all the damage. The two of them started arguing. Garam said to Kang Ah-hyun, "Stop it. Don't you feel bad for Yubin sitting next to me? It's your fault. I only hit him because you dodged, you bitch. So you're saying I'm supposed to just stand there and let you hit me? Of course. I was aiming at you." The teacher, seeing them argue, didn't even dare intervene. If he stepped in, he knew he'd be in trouble. Meanwhile, Park Yinwoo looked on with admiration and thought, amazing. Even in this situation, the transfer student isn't afraid at all. She's even daring to fight back against that lunatic Kang Ah-hyun. She's seriously so cool. Meanwhile, Kang Ah-hyun was jumping up, trying to hit Garam, but Jin Sung was holding her back. Garam still didn't forget to tease her. In the blink of an eye, it was already fourth period. At that moment, Garam had her legs tightly drawn together. Her expression looked deeply uncomfortable. Yubin, sitting next to her, could tell something was wrong. Just then, the muscles in Garam's face tightened. She lifted her head toward the ceiling and tensed her whole body. With that single motion, the rope tied around her body snapped apart. Seeing that, Yubin froze in terror. He thought to himself, I knew something was going to happen once those ropes broke, but what is it this time? Meanwhile, after snapping the rope, Garam was panting. She started speaking. I can't take it anymore. I really don't want to do this at all. But in the end, there's no other choice. Hearing the commotion, Kang Ah-hyun, who had been sitting there playing, turned to look at Garam. She saw Garam stand up and walk straight toward her. A few seconds later, Garam was standing right in front of Kang Ah-hyun. Then, just 1 second after that, Garam sat directly down on Kang Ah-hyun's lap. Seeing Garam sit on her lap, Kang Ah-hyun had no idea what was happening. She immediately asked, "Huh? What the hell are you doing, you crazy bitch?" Garam smiled and said, "Oh, this? You tied me up with rope, and now it's already fourth period and I still haven't been allowed to go to the bathroom. So now I..." Hearing that, Kang Ah-hyun still didn't understand and asked again, "But why are you sitting on top of me?" Kang Ah-hyun is smart, right? Then it should be obvious. Since I can't avoid wetting my skirt anyway, I should at least get a little revenge on you, shouldn't I? Kang Ah-hyun still looked utterly blank, like a cow, her mind not fully processing it yet. But 1 second later, she began to realize what was about to happen, and finally understood what Garam was trying to do. Kang Ah-hyun's eyes turned red with rage. She started screaming at the top of her lungs. "Hyun Garam, get the hell off me right now. Get off me. Ah, you bitch. You really are insane. Get off me now, you psycho." Meanwhile, Jin Sung still had no idea what was happening and could only stand there listening to Kang Ah-hyun scream in despair. The whole class was looking down at them too, while Kang Ah-hyun's voice kept ringing out. "Fine, I'll let you go. I said I'll untie you. Just get off me, you psycho bitch." Along with that came Garam's countdown. 3, 2, 1. After finishing the countdown, Garam smiled and said, "Time's up." Immediately, a warm stream began to flow out. "There's your idol, boys. Want to take some of this orange liquid home and soak liquor in it? Contact below." At that moment, Kang Ah-hyun's face went pale. She cried and screamed in total despair. And even then, she didn't forget to curse Garam. "You bitch. You filthy bitch. You're seriously a dog." Continuing from the previous episode. In the last episode, Garam made breakfast for Chief Beck, and the result was Chief Beck's mouth was set on fire. After that, Garam went to class, where Kang Ah-hyun tied her up just because her face looked too smug. Because Garam had been tied up for too long and couldn't go to the bathroom, she ended up peeing right on Kang Ah-hyun's lap. As a result, Kang Ah-hyun flew into a rage over the humiliation. Right away, Kang Ah-hyun and her boyfriend ran straight into the school bathroom. At that moment, Kang Ah-hyun was changing into her school uniform, while Jin Sung had to wash his girlfriend's clothes after Garam peed on them. Elsewhere, Kang Ah-hyun was crying and trembling as she scrubbed it herself, stammering, "That filthy bitch Hyun Garam. She's seriously a dog. That was my favorite outfit. It was a limited edition brand item. And she dared to do something this unforgivable. Appa, you have to wash it really clean for me, okay? Really clean. If I can still smell that bitch Hyun Garam on it after you wash it, you're dead." "Yeah, I know. I'm trying." After ordering Jin Sung around, Kang Ah-hyun held her head in confusion and asked herself, "But what the hell is that crazy bitch Hyun Garam anyway? How can a person be that insane? She's even crazier than I am." If you ask me, Hyun Garam is clearly missing some very important human qualities. Appa, don't you think so too? Jin Sung had finally grown sick of Kang Ah-hyun's non-stop rambling in his ear, so he finally spoke up. Jin Sung said to Kang Ah-hyun, "Ah-hyun, just stop bullying Hyun Garam already. Even a boss said so. I think for now, we should stop here." The moment she heard those words from her own boyfriend, Kang Ah-hyun couldn't take it. She immediately exploded, saying, "What the hell? What the fuck did you just say?" The moment she finished, she punched Jin Song in the arm and kept hitting him as she said, "When that bitch was acting all high and mighty and making me look pathetic, why the hell didn't you do anything? You just stood there and watched, asshole. And now you dare stand here defending the Hyun Garam bitch. So now you like Hyun Garam more than me. Is that it? Is that what you mean?" Jin Song, being hit and cursed at, couldn't endure it for even another second. He shook off Kang Ah-hyun's hand and told her, "Just shut your mouth already." Hearing Jin Song snap at her like that, Kang Ah-hyun froze. Trembling, she cried and said, "Appa, did you just yell at me? Did you really just shout at me? How dare you? How dare you yell at me, Appa? I didn't mean to. I am sorry. I just lost control. I am sorry." Hearing Jin Song apologize, Kang Ah-hyun immediately acted like she was in the right. "Try yelling at me one more time. I'll tell my uncle everything." That only made Jin Song feel even more wronged, yet there was nothing he could do. Meanwhile, Kang Ah-hyun's voice kept echoing. "Just you wait, Hyun Garam. Let's see if you still dare act superior to me. I'll make you eat a special dish at lunch. I'll show you what I can do." In the blink of an eye, lunch break arrived. At that moment, Kang Ah-hyun laughed and said, "Sing for me, birdies, my cute little birds. Feeding time is here." As soon as she finished speaking, Kang Ah-hyun dumped the entire box of noodles from her hand onto the floor. In front of her were Garam and Park Yun-woo, both tied up. Kang Ah-hyun kept speaking with a smile. "I told you, didn't I? I prepared lunch for you two today. This is a special dish. It tastes 10,000 times better than the nasty food in the cafeteria. All right, you're tied up with jump ropes now, so you can't hold spoons. So eat like pigeons pecking at grain. But there are rules while eating too. If either of you is picky and refuses to eat, then my Appa Jin Song will personally shove it down your throat. So you'd better behave, got it, sweeties?" Hearing Kang Ah-hyun say that, Park Yun-woo thought fearfully, "She's making me eat noodles off the floor? This is seriously too much. And ever since earlier, my eyes and nose have been burning. I don't know how much hot sauce they poured into this box of noodles. I can't take it anymore. There's no way I'm eating that stuff." After thinking it over, Park Yun-woo suddenly heard some noises near his ear. When he turned his head, the sight that met his eyes was Garam slurping up noodles from the floor to eat them. Garam was sucking a huge strand of noodles into her mouth. After slurping it up and eating it, she immediately smiled and said, "These noodles are so good." Garam's relaxed expression and actions left Kang Ah-hyun and Jin Song stunned. Meanwhile, as Garam chewed the noodles, she said, "Maybe it's because the noodles were on the cold floor? They're extra chewy." Hearing that, Kang Ah-hyun stared at her blankly and asked, "What the hell are you psycho?" "Like I told you, Kang Ah-hyun, I'm a pigeon." "What? How can you eat that so happily, you crazy bitch? What is wrong with you? You told me to eat it, and now you're suddenly losing your mind and cursing at me? Seriously, what exactly do I have to do to satisfy you? This is so annoying." After hearing those words from Garam, Kang Ah-hyun became even more enraged. Her whole body trembled, and she was speechless. A few seconds later, she exploded and started shouting at Garam. "How can you stay so calm, you lunatic? You ate a whole bottle of sauce, and you're still completely fine? What the hell is that? No, how can you eat food that fell on the floor like it's normal? You have no shame at all? You crazy bitch." As soon as Kang Ah-hyun finished cursing at Garam, Garam answered, "Shame? You just asked about shame, right? I guess someone as comfortable as you in South Korea has no idea what the fear of hunger is. Even now, in North Korea, people are surviving by eating peat noodles cooked in dirty water and mud. Have you ever once thought about how precious these noodles on the floor would be to them? Do you think I really wanted to eat these dirty noodles that fell on the ground? I only stuffed them into my mouth because I didn't want to get hit again. But when I think about all those people out there starving to death, then what is there that I can't eat? As long as I have food, that's enough. Do you understand what I said now, Kang Ah-hyun? The one who should be ashamed here isn't me. It's you, Kang Ah-hyun." Hearing Garam say that, even the rest of the class found themselves agreeing with her. Kang Ah-hyun's face began to twist. It was an expression caught between laughter and tears. After a while, she slowly said, "Peat noodles, huh?" Then Kang Ah-hyun walked to the back of the classroom and grabbed something. She picked up a mop and said, "There's a mop in this classroom. I'll personally make you taste the mud noodles you were talking about." After saying that, Kang Ah-hyun used the mop to stir the noodles on the floor. Garam and Park Yun-woo watched the whole thing. At that moment, even Garam looked a little horrified. A little later, Kang Ah-hyun finished preparing her dish. Smirking with satisfaction, she said, "All right, hurry up and eat, my little birds. This has to be the taste of your homeland, right? What's wrong? You don't dare eat it, you bitch. As Kang Ah-hyun was talking, Garam shot back. Garam said, "You're a racist, Kang Ah-hyun." "What, bitch? What did you just say?" Garam kept shouting, "Kang Ah-hyun is a racist. She discriminates against people by region too. Do you think everyone in North Korea eats this kind of thing? That's exactly what regional discrimination looks like. You're inhuman trash. You're trash. You should go to hell." No, even hell wouldn't be able to hold you. Hearing Garam curse at her, Kang Ah-hyun stared blankly and asked, "What are you talking about? You were the one who said people in North Korea eat mud noodles." So furious, she had lost control, Kang Ah-hyun grabbed a fistful of noodles from the floor. She shoved them straight into Garam's mouth and said, "Eat it right now. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to die? You ate noodles off the floor just fine a moment ago. So why are you making that face now? You've gone too far as a human being. That's why I'm telling you to swallow all of this right now, you bitch." On the other side, when Park Yun-woo saw this, he thought in confusion, the transfer student is being cornered for the first time. What should I do? Meanwhile, Kang Ah-hyun was also thinking, this time, even Garam won't be able to fight back. That's right, Garam. This is the expression I've always wanted to see on your face. Bringing you down is only a matter of time. I'll be the winner. Now hurry up and taste this hell. Kang Ah-hyun kept forcing Garam, not knowing that danger was creeping closer. In a flash, Garam shifted from defense to attack. She turned and bit straight into Kang Ah-hyun's finger. Kang Ah-hyun still didn't understand what had just happened. But a second later, the pain hit. She immediately screamed and shouted at Garam, "You dog, Garam, let go of me." Meanwhile, Garam's mouth stayed clamped tightly around Kang Ah-hyun's finger. Unable to endure it any longer, Kang Ah-hyun raised her fist and repeatedly punched Garam in the head. When someone bites with all their strength, the force of a human jaw is more terrifying than people think. That force can reach 40 to 80 kilograms, 4 to 8 times stronger than a crab's pinch. But Garam possessed something else entirely, berserk strength. Garam's insane bite force reached 272 kilograms. That kind of bite was like having a grand piano crush down on you. It wasn't enough for the Guinness record, but it was more than enough to crush bone. At that point, Kang Ah-hyun stopped punching Garam and instead tried to pull her hand out of Garam's mouth. She screamed, "Let go! My bone is showing, you psycho!" Garam's mouth tightened down even harder. A moment later, she put all her strength into one final crunch. Kang Ah-hyun knew what happened next. Garam released her finger, and Kang Ah-hyun's finger had been broken. Continuing from the previous episode, at lunchtime Kang Ah-hyun had forced Garam and Park Yun-woo to eat level 7 spicy noodles from the floor. But when Garam ate them without a problem, Kang Ah-hyun became furious. Thinking of a new game, she took a mop, mixed the noodles on the floor with it, and forced Garam to keep eating. This time, even Garam felt disgusted by the noodles on the floor and didn't dare eat them. Seeing that, Kang Ah-hyun grabbed the noodles with her own hand and tried to stuff them into Garam's mouth. Garam refused to eat the noodles and bit Kang Ah-hyun's hand instead, breaking one of her thumbs in the process. That very day, Kang Ah-hyun went to the hospital for an examination, and the doctor said, "Goodness, this was really dangerous. If it had gone just a little farther, your thumb would have been completely severed." Then the doctor asked Kang Ah-hyun and her uncle, "Was this really caused by a human bite? I would have guessed this bite came from a huge dog or a large crocodile." While the doctor spoke in bewilderment, Kang Ah-hyun sat there crying and saying, "Damn it, it hurts so much." After saying that, she stammered and asked the doctor, "Teacher, does that mean my thumb won't be usable anymore from now on?" No, please don't worry too much. Luckily, the fracture is in the middle part of the proximal phalanx, so it's less dangerous than it could have been. The major nerves and ligaments weren't seriously damaged, and since surgery was performed in time and you receive proper treatment, you should recover soon. If you keep in a cast for 8 weeks, the bone should heal, and there shouldn't be any serious long-term effects. Hearing that, Kang Ah-hyun cried through gritted teeth, "Damn it." At the same time, Kang Ah-hyun's uncle, Kang Tae-han, asked the doctor, "My niece has been doing boxing live streams lately. Will she still be able to keep boxing from now on?" At that question, the doctor hesitated for a moment before answering. "Speaking as a doctor, I wouldn't recommend letting her continue boxing." Hearing that, Kang Tae-han became extremely angry. The veins in his face bulged as he said, "I understand. You've worked hard. Take care." "Yes, sir." Director Kong, because there's a risk of infection, she should stay in the hospital for observation for at least 2 or 3 days. There's no need to worry about something at that level. My sister-in-law is the head of an Oriental medicine clinic, so she can handle it. "Yes, sir." "Then I'll leave it in your family's hands." As soon as they stepped out of the examination room, Kang Ah-hyun immediately threw herself into Kang Tae-han's arms and cried, "Uncle, uncle, please get revenge for me. I told you already, that transfer student is a horrible bitch." Seeing that her uncle still seemed inclined to let it slide, Kang Ah-hyun cried and said, "Uncle, forget the election and all that. That bitch Garam, throw her into the water right now. Throw her straight into the East Sea." After a few seconds of thought, Kang Tae-han made up his mind. "All right, I understand, Ah-hyun. That woman did this to our Ah-hyun. Don't worry, I'll take care of it for you." A little later, they arrived at Kang Ah-hyun's school. The powerful uncle and niece strode down the hallway, fully intent on crushing Garam. When the students saw Kang Ah-hyun's uncle, Kang Tae-han, they were filled with anxiety, wondering what would happen next. Kang Ah-hyun followed behind her uncle, looking like a domineering executive with his little princess. After walking a bit farther, they came across Kang Ah-hyun's boyfriend, Jin Song, standing ahead with his arms folded obediently. Seeing him, Kang Tae-han said, "Oh, Jin Song. Why, yes, boss." No sooner had Jin Song said, "Yes, boss," than Kang Tae-han slapped him across the face. Caught completely off guard, Jin Song was sent crashing into the nearby wall. Only then did Kang Tae-han speak. "You're Ah-hyun's boyfriend. What the hell were you doing while Ah-hyun ended up like this?" When Kang Tae-han questioned him, Jin Song clutched his face and stammered, "I am sorry, sir. It all happened so fast, so I..." Before Jin Song could finish, Kang Tae-han cut him off. "I told you already. In front of other people, you're supposed to call me director. Did you forget?" "Yes, sir. I sincerely apologize, director." Kang Tae-han looked at Jin Song's face, still furious. But since there were more important matters to deal with, he let it slide. Then he headed straight for the school office. As soon as he arrived, Kang Tae-han yanked the door open hard. His eyes swept the room until they stopped on Garam, who was seated in the middle. When Garam saw him arrive, she smiled calmly, without even the slightest trace of fear on her face. Seeing that, Kang Tae-han walked over. Wherever he went, he spread fear among those standing nearby. No matter who they were, everyone had to take a few steps back before his intimidating presence. A moment later, he reached Garam and pulled out a chair to sit across from her. Then Kang Tae-han slowly said, "So, it was you? You're the woman who did this to our Ah-hyun?" Garam reacted in surprise to his words, speaking while everyone else watched in fear. "Oh my, what a strange thing to say, sir. I was only defending myself a little. Why make such a huge fuss? Are you trying to turn the victim into the offender?" When Garam said that, Kang Ah-hyun angrily cursed her as a bitch. Only then did Kang Tae-han speak up. "Do you even know who I am, to dare open your mouth and talk like that? How could I not? You're the police chief of Busan. You're also the chairman supporting candidate Kim Seo-deok, aren't you? I heard that because you've been so busy helping with campaign activities lately, you've gotten rather careless with your main line of work. I also heard your main job is loan sharking. Is that true? What? Where did you hear that? People in my neighborhood are all talking about it. They say, how dare some unidentified gangster worm his way into politics?" Garam's words left everyone there horrified, and Kang Tae-han was burning with rage. Even then, Garam kept speaking with a smile. "All right, I heard another rumor too. I wonder if that one's true. They say you like throwing people into the East Sea. Is that true, sir? Don't tell me you're planning to throw me into the East Sea too." Hearing Garam say that, Kang Tae-han shifted from anger to contemplation. After a moment, he said, "And if throwing people into the East Sea isn't a rumor, but the truth, then how exactly are you going to take responsibility for that?" When the room heard that threat from Kang Tae-han, everyone clenched their teeth in fear. Garam's expression changed as well. She seemed to be calculating something. She slipped a hand inside her shirt. Then she pulled out a Samsung phone and held up a video playing on its screen for Kang Tae-han to see. Then Garam said, "Do you see this, sir? This is a video recording all of Kang Ah-hyun's school violence." When Kang Ah-hyun saw the video of herself throwing a chair at Garam, she was stunned. Stammering, she said, How is that possible?" Then she thought, "This morning, I personally took Garam's phone away. Besides, on my uncle's orders, all students' phones and electronic devices at this school were confiscated, except for the delinquents in the SAP gang." After thinking that through, Kang Ah-hyun stammered, "How is this even possible? Since when did you record that video? Since when?" "After you bullied me yesterday, I prepared in advance in case something similar happened today. I secretly set up an old device I used to use before dawn. I hid it above the blackboard where nobody would notice. So what now, Director Kong? If this video of your niece's school violence gets leaked, then even you, Director Kong, would end up in a difficult position too, wouldn't you?" Those words made Kang Ah-hyun flinch. Garam kept speaking. And there's more. Candidate Kim Seo-deok put tremendous effort into ending school violence during his tenure as police chief. Yet his own close blood relative turns out to be a cruel school bully. And take a look at the backup video shot from another angle too. Even during class, they were bullying me openly while the teacher pretended not to see it and kept teaching, right? How terrifying must the power behind all this be for the school to be so frightened that it just turns a blind eye? At this point, that should be enough for a newspaper headline, shouldn't it? The staff and teachers of Dosu Commercial High School ignored school violence out of fear of candidate Kim Seo-deok's power and his close associates. Those words made all the teachers present anxious about the scandal reaching the press. Garam kept speaking with a smile. And what if that happens? The incident from 3 years ago that was only barely buried through media manipulation, the so-called suspicions that the Sap conglomerate family had ties to organized crime, would surface again, wouldn't it? Hearing Garam threaten him like that, Kang Tae-han cursed, "You little bitch." But Garam stayed seated and continued, "If this video gets leaked outside, Director Kang, do you think candidate Kim might cut ties with you?" Continuing from the previous episode, Kang Ah-hyun stupidly picked a fight and ended up with her finger nearly bitten off by Garam. When Kang Tae-han, her uncle, found out, he was furious. He immediately came to the school, intending to teach Garam a lesson. But he never expected Garam to threaten him back with videos of Kang Ah-hyun's school violence. Garam said with a smile, "If this video gets out, candidate Kim might even cut ties with you." Hearing that, Kang Tae-han was terrified. He immediately lunged toward Garam and said, "Hand over that video right now." But Garam shouted back at once, "Don't touch me." Those words froze everyone in the room. A moment later, Garam growled, "Just try touching even a single hair on Garam's head. And the moment any of you lay a hand on me, let me tell you this. A letter of accusation along with the video will be sent immediately to 12 of South Korea's top media outlets and to outside investigative agencies." Got it. To be honest, I've already set up a scheduled email. If you throw Garam into the East Sea, that scheduled email won't be canceled in time and will automatically be sent out. Understood. Also, the account used for the scheduled email has already been shared with a third party who can check on Garam's safety at any time. So don't think canceling the scheduled send will solve everything. And don't even dream of threatening or torturing Garam. Don't even dream of it. Now you know who's holding the upper hand, right? After hearing Garam's threats, Kang Tae-han was horrified and thought, "What the hell is this girl? Who on earth is she? She suddenly appeared out of nowhere, ruined my election, and is now throwing her weight around. This isn't something an ordinary high school girl could have planned on her own. There must be someone behind her. Who is that person? A spy sent by the opposition? No. If that were the case, why would they bargain with me here? If they had Hyun's video, they would have leaked it immediately. Then is it Congressman Cha's side, or Cha Seo-hyun, determined to monopolize the anonymous crime platform and now trying to throw me away after using me? No, that issue was already settled last time. And making a move right in the middle of the election makes even less sense. From the start, that fake independent candidate, the ruling party's puppet, Kim Seo-deok, those bastards Cha Kang-hyun and Cha Seo-hyun themselves, order me to make sure he gets elected no matter what. What the hell is this? Where's this situation even headed? If that video gets leaked, how am I supposed to deal with it? Like 3 years ago, should I pay HBS to manipulate the media and erase rumors about the SAP faction being tied to gangs? No, this time is different. A by-election is a race against time, and in such a short campaign period, a new scandal would be fatal. Even if I forced HBS to bury it, by the time they did, the election would already be over. By then, it'd be a disaster. This Busan mayoral by-election is the scale Congressman Cha Kang-hyun is using to measure whether the SAP faction still has any value. Winning is already difficult enough, and if that damned video gets spread too, affecting Kim Seo-deok's defeat, then Cha Seo-hyun will kill me. No, not just me. My entire family will be dragged down to hell. Once we lose our value, the only thing left is death. I can't let that happen. As Kang Tae-han sat there thinking, he didn't notice Garam calling out to him, "Representative Kang, why do you look so deep in thought?" Only then did Kang Tae-han snap back to his senses. He was furious that a mere girl had gotten hold of his weakness. But he managed to calm himself in time, stood up, and asked Garam, "What exactly do you want?" At that, Garam raised her phone and replied, "Guarantee Garam's safety, and let Garam attend school here without being bullied. Actually, Garam's family is struggling, so we can't afford to move somewhere else. So please don't let Hyun bully Garam anymore, okay?" Hearing those words, Kang Ah-hyun was furious. She thought she was the one being bullied, not Garam. Meanwhile, Garam kept smiling as she said, if you can do that, then Garam will quietly support your political career. Hearing that, Kang Taehan sank into thought. A few seconds later, he coldly replied, fine, I understand. Kang Ah-hyun was so shocked by her uncle's decision that she couldn't speak. At that moment, Kang Taehan turned away and continued. Both sides were at fault this time, so let's just drop it. Hearing that decision, Kang Ah-hyun immediately shouted that she objected. But Kang Taehan ignored her and threatened Garam. But if you don't want to die, you'd better know your limits. Got it, little girl? I'll be watching you, you little bitch. After saying that, Kang Taehan left the school office with his niece. Once she saw the two of them leave, Garam sat there smiling, satisfied that she had achieved her goal. She thought to herself, now I've got one more set of pliers to rein in Kang Ah-hyun's madness. That means starting tomorrow, it'll be easier to play with them. From tomorrow on, Kang Ah-hyun will be a slave to a slave. Elsewhere, Kang Ah-hyun ran after her uncle, calling out to him. When he didn't stop, she shouted, are you really scared by that kind of bluff? It's not like she can actually spread the video. Are you really just gonna let it go like this, uncle? Hearing that, Kang Taehan turned around and replied, that's enough, Ah-hyun. I told you not to bully them anymore. Why won't you listen? You weren't in the right either, so stop whining about it. Hearing her uncle talk to her like that, Kang Ah-hyun's anger began to explode. She shouted, why are you doing this? That bitch bit off my thumb. If it were before, you never would have let this slide. This is all because of your political ambition. Because of that stupid ambition, you're even abandoning your only niece. Before Kang Ah-hyun could finish, Kang Taehan suddenly shouted over here, Kang Ah-un. That one shout changed her expression from rage to shock. Then Kang Taehan's angry voice rang out again. Stop it. Even my patience has limits. Hearing words she had never once heard from him in all her life, Kang Ah-hyun stammered, Uncle, you've changed. After saying that, she turned and ran off crying, saying, I won't do anything for you anymore. I won't do anything at all, so get lost. Seeing his niece like that, Kang Taehan shook his head in frustration and said, she's still too young to understand how dangerous the world really is. She still doesn't understand that everything I did today was only for her future. After saying that, Kang Taehan sighed and turned a cold gaze in Garam's direction. Still, that little Garam girl is quite formidable. I don't know why, but from the very beginning, she targeted me directly. She even dared lay a hand on Ah-hyun. She's one dangerous little bitch. I really can't leave things as they are. Once Kang Taehan finished thinking, he picked up his phone. He immediately dialed someone's number. After the other party answered, the voice said, yes, this is Han Sejun, the one who handles digital cleanup. Hearing the other side pick up, Kang Taehan smiled warmly and said, oh, Mr. Han, it's Kang Taehan. Have you been well? Your granddaughter's drama has been a huge success lately, so you must be very pleased. We're both busy, so get straight to the point, Kang Taehan. After hearing that, Kang Taehan's expression changed completely. He walked over to a nearby window and coldly said to the other side, I need to get into an email account. Picking up from the previous episode. After being beaten, Kang Ah-hyun told her uncle, but he still couldn't do anything to Garam because she brought out the bullying video. Kang Taehan feared that if Kim Seodiak lost the election because of this, his entire family would be wiped out by Cha Kang-hyun. Because of that, Kang Ah-hyun and her uncle ended up in a huge argument. Kang Taehan also immediately called someone named Han, saying he wanted to obtain the information from an account. Hearing that, Han asked back, you're asking me to hack a schoolgirl's email? Yes, that's right. That rotten little bitch at the school is the one who broke Ah-hyun's thumb, and she shamelessly dared to threaten me. She said that if we kill her, the scheduled email will automatically be sent out. That's the leverage she's using against me. But how should I put it? The method is rather crude, yet it somehow has a bit of Miss Cha Seol-hyun style to it. Hearing that, the man replied, well, you could call it Seol-hyun style, especially when you're in the position of holding someone else's weakness and manipulating them however you want. Of course, you need to prepare at least a few safety mechanisms. But a scheduled email? Honestly, that's a pretty sloppy setup. Yes, exactly. Compared to a solution from our director Han, it's child's play. But that childish trick is giving me an enormous headache right now. Our capable director Han, you can strip everything from that little bitch's phone and even uncover whoever's backing her, all within today, right? Kang Taehan said that with a slight smile, but no answer came from Director Han on the other end. A few seconds later, Director Han replied, Director Kang, hacking isn't some magic wand. If that schoolgirl security awareness is utterly terrible, then yes, this could be cleaned up today. But if her security awareness is strict, even we can't guarantee success in a short amount of time. Hearing that answer, Kong Taehan stammered, What? It's just hacking a schoolgirl. Why would it be that hard? Precisely because she's a schoolgirl. It might actually be harder. If it's a working adult, it's easier because we can investigate the company they belong to and build a plausible spear phishing trap around that. Assuming their security awareness is very high, the harder targets to hack are actually unemployed people or students. It may sound strange, but that's how it is. And judging by the circumstances, that schoolgirl definitely has some force behind her. So we have to assume her security level is already far beyond that of an ordinary schoolgirl. What I mean is, normal methods won't solve this in a short time. However, since you're Director Kong, who has full control over Dosu Commercial High School, there is one method that would almost certainly let us extract everything by tomorrow. There is? What method? Yes, it's a bit forced, but it is a method. We force install an update to the dedicated app currently operated by the school. If we use the pretext of the educational software materials that the Ministry of Education has been pushing nationwide lately, and have the school send out a mandatory update link in that name, the students definitely won't suspect anything. They'll have no choice but to update the app, and only that target schoolgirl will receive an update link embedded with malware. An update of that scale would take us only a few hours to crack. In that app, we plan a rat that would let us remotely control the target's phone. As long as we have the school's cooperation and make use of a few internal administrative tricks, it could be carried out as early as tomorrow. I can give that order because the principal of that school is also indebted to our capital company. But first, I should make one thing clear. This method has a drawback. If the hacking process is discovered, handling the aftermath will become extremely complicated because this is a hack involving a publicly visible third party. The school, if it's exposed, the social impact will be blown far out of proportion. So unless this is truly an issue urgent down to every second, in terms of risk, this is not a method I would recommend. Moreover, from what I've heard, that schoolgirl has investigated you quite thoroughly. If she already knows the relationship between you and the principal of Dosu, and even the connection between me and you, then it's very possible she's deliberately trying to lure us into hacking her through this route. We don't know the opponent's exact security level or intentions, so we need to be cautious. But if you still insist on going ahead, then within the limits of what I can do, I'll prepare an exit strategy and proceed for you tomorrow. After hearing those words, Kang Taehan held his head and said, All right, I understand what you mean. But other than this, isn't there any safer way? When he asked that, Director Han replied another way. He was about to speak, then suddenly stopped, confusing Kang Taehan. A few seconds later, he said to him, Director Kong, from what I've heard, it doesn't seem like this necessarily has to be resolved by tomorrow, does it? Well, that's true, but still, the sooner it's done, the better. If you really want it, then please wait until next Monday. To resolve this matter quietly, I'll send you an item by parcel delivery. Have one of your subordinates use that item to deal with it. Then what is that thing? Once you receive it, I'll explain in detail. Then call me again on Monday. I'm hanging up now. Wait, Director Han. At least tell me what it is first. As soon as Director Han finished speaking, he immediately hung up. Seeing that the call had ended, Kang Taehan angrily said, Damn it, that brat. Always this Director Han. Director Han, what an insolent punk. After saying that, he thought, well, he's someone who gets results, so all I can do is trust him and leave it to him. As he thought that, he turned back to look inside the room, his gaze falling on Garam. Lee and Garam, once I disable that scheduled email and wipe out every last copy of those videos, I'll throw you to the fishes. Time passed just like that, and before long, evening arrived. At that moment, in one of Kang Ah-hyun's small hangout spots, inside, Jin Sung was hesitantly saying, Hey Ah-hyun, are you really okay? Your thumb is injured too, so why not skip today's live stream? No way. My channel is gaining subscribers right now, so I have to strike while the iron is hot. I heard this takes 8 weeks to heal. Are you seriously going to stop streaming that whole time? No, I can still stream even if I don't box. I can just do something else instead, like mukbang, for example. But if I do things I don't usually do, the channel algorithm will reset. Are you sure that information is correct? Yeah, that's what Long Appa told me. And more importantly, people love storylines like this. Getting hurt, but not giving up. Even with a broken finger, she still goes live. One of the few truly passionate female boxers of this era. This is the perfect chance for the views to skyrocket. I already took painkillers, so I can endure it somehow. Is this really okay? The more I think about it, the more over the top it feels. If your injury gets worse, my boss is going to scold me again. Appa, I'll be careful, so don't worry. My Appa was really hurt by Uncle's attack today, wasn't he? Ah, poor thing. Fine. It was my fault too. For the time being, I won't hit the punching bag. I'll only do shadow boxing, so don't worry. You just need to help me film properly. We're almost at 50,000 subscribers. I know. Then I'll start the stream, okay? Okay. After hearing her answer, Jin Sung immediately started Kang Ah-hyun's livestream channel. As soon as the stream began, Kang Ah-hyun cheerfully said, "Hello, everyone. I'm Ami, the beautiful female boxer from Busan. It's so nice to see you all again today." Comments immediately started pouring in. "Huh, why are you wearing fingerless gloves today? Oh my god, Ami-nim, is that a cast on your hand? Oh, you mean this? Here's what happened. On my way home from school today, some crazy fucking dog, oh no, I mean a crazy little puppy, bit down hard on Ami's finger. That's why I had to get a cast, because the bone broke, so I had no choice but to wear fingerless gloves. Did a stray dog bite you? Did you get checked for rabies? Your finger is broken and you're still boxing?" As people kept asking about her health, Kang Ah-hyun smiled and answered, "Oh, everyone, don't worry too much. The hospital said it isn't that serious. More than anything, to Ami, the promise I made to my viewers is more precious than my life. Even though it hurts because of the fracture, I still turn the camera on." Hearing that, Jin Sung looked like he was about to throw up. "So, you're touched, right, everyone?" She was immediately met with criticism. "Isn't this too ridiculous for a broken bone? So Ami is Guan Yu now?" There she goes again with another absurd concept. Fake. I'm not making this up, everyone. I'll upload the doctor's report to the community tab later, so make sure to check it out. Seriously, you people are getting out of hand again. Angry Ami is so cute. Don't say bad things about her Ami. Anyway, since my thumb is broken, for now, instead of punching bad challenges, I'll mainly be taking shadowboxing challenges. I wonder if anyone will send me a really good challenge. If you can memorize and copy the 3-minute highlight reel of the Garcia versus Devin mini match within 10 tries, I'll reward you with 100,000 won. Thank you, Boxing Association Grandpa, for the 10,000 won donation. Okay, I've accepted the 100,000 won challenge. First, let's watch the highlight video you sent, and then I'll start my first attempt right away. As Kang Ah-hyun was getting ready, she suddenly saw someone donate money. Gaming Butler donated 1,000 won. The person then asked, "Is the sports bra you're wearing some kind of thermal one?" Seeing that username, Kang Ah-hyun immediately told her boyfriend to ban that person. Jin Sung immediately did as told. The chat also started exploding. Thermal? It's practically just there for show. Hey, everyone stop laughing. Inappropriate comments will get you banned. Got it? After that, Kang Ah-hyun began the other person's challenge. While talking, she said, "First, I've already looked over the beginning of the video. I'll do a quick review and then jump right in. First, Garcia uses a light jab to probe, making Minnie focus on defending against straight attacks. At this moment, after pulling back his lead hand, Tiga deliberately emphasized the angle and movement of his shoulders. Then he feinted another jab, extending his lead hand again. Then he suddenly turned it into a left hook variation. Kang Ah-hyun had been smiling as she talked through the training, but her eyes suddenly showed a trace of anger, because she saw someone named Mr. Japs, the strongest armored species, donate 1,000 gon, and the question immediately appeared. Ami, did you put makeup on your lower abdomen? If you wiped it off with a wet tissue, some hidden picture would probably show up. Hearing that question, Kang Ah-hyun felt both angry and disgusted. Over here, Jin Sung saw it too, but he had no idea what to do. To smooth things over, Kang Ah-hyun smiled and said, "What do you mean by hidden picture? What are you talking about? You mean a tattoo?" After hearing that, Kang Ah-hyun told them, "My manager." Jin Sung quickly banned that person. After doing that, she kept smiling and said, "Everyone know that's not it. I don't have any tattoos." But the comments kept pouring in. Look how flustered she is. So it really is a tattoo. What's the big deal? A fighter can have tattoos, but a tattoo on the lower abdomen is kind of intense. Is it a carp or a dragon or something? Kang Ah-hyun kept insisting she didn't have one. "I really don't have a tattoo. It's just because I have an appendectomy scar, so I use makeup to cover it. Showing an ugly scar would be weird, right?" She wanted to move on, but the netizens refused to let it go. They kept saying the appendix isn't even there. Whether it's ugly or not, let us judge. Just wipe it off with a wet tissue first. After the fake broken bone. Now, it's a fake appendectomy too? Hearing all that, Kang Ah-hyun let out a sigh. Then she forced a smile and continued. "Anyway, let's keep going." After the left hook lands, Tiga doesn't miss the opportunity. She had only smiled for a second when another person named Mr. Gaming Never Dies donated 1,000 on. This person asked Kang Ah-hyun, "I want to live stream after killing someone. That question made both Jin Sung and Kang Ah-hyun go pale. One person had just been banned, and now someone named Mr. Gamey Doesn't Die had donated another 1,000 won. A message accused Ami, real name Kang Ah-hyun, former student of Sayo High School, of being a school bully who had caused a classmate's death. Because of you, Hyena Uni died, you murderer. As soon as those words appeared, the whole chat exploded with questions for Kang Ah-hyun. What is that? Did Ami kill someone? School violence perpetrator? Didn't she already explain last time that it was just a rumor? I heard she settled things with that girl she fought outside the ring during the tournament. I don't think they're talking about that incident. Seems like it's something else. The girl from that fight wasn't named Hyena. Wow, why is this girl always involved in school violence scandals? That expose post last time was concluded to be fake, but it turns out it was real. At this point, there has to be something there. After the tattoo/gangster controversy, now school violence too? She's really done for this time, isn't she? Seeing so many people asking questions, Kang Ah-hyun forced down her anger and smiled as she said, "Everyone, I'm not feeling well today, so I'll end the stream early." Hearing that, Jin Sung immediately ended the stream. That stream had 682 viewers. As soon as it ended, Jin Sung stammered to Kang Ah-hyun. He could only manage her name and didn't know how to comfort her, so he stopped. Meanwhile, Kang Ah-hyun was raging and shouting. She kept punching the heavy bag in front of her, venting all the fury she'd been holding back as she shouted. The punching bag swayed back and forth nonstop. A few seconds later, Kang Ah-hyun landed a knockout-level punch on it. The bag swung wildly. On the other side, Jin Sung was extremely worried about her. Only after she was done punching did Kang Ah-hyun finally feel the pain hit her. She stood there screaming because of the injury to her finger. Kang Ah-hyun cursed at him. "Are you crazy? Why didn't you stop me? Why were you just standing there? How was I supposed to know you'd suddenly act like that? Why does everyone these days act like they're going insane and dump it all on me? Ah-hyun, calm down. It's not like this is the first time something like this has happened. Why are you overreacting? This time, it'll be the same as with those other girls before. We find her home address and phone number, threaten to sue her for defamation by revealing the truth, then shove a little money at her and make her write an apology letter saying the post exposing you is fabricated. Done. Don't worry so much. Who knows? This might even turn out to be a good thing. We can use this chance to push your tough big sister thug concept even harder. People these days are addicted to watching streams. If they run into a tough big sister type, they'll obediently drop to their knees anyway. You know that." Jin Sung kept talking until Kang Ah-hyun threw a glove straight at his face. She told him, "Appa, are you saying I'm some kind of lunatic now?" Hearing that, Jin Sung angrily thought, "What else would you call it, damn it?" Kang Ah-hyun then walked away, saying, "I'll rest in my training room. Don't come in." After saying that, she went into the break room. As soon as she got inside, she looked around once and then sat down on the sofa. Kang Ah-hyun lay back, draped an arm over her forehead, and sighed. Why the hell did they have to bring up that bitch Lee Hyena out of nowhere? That was ages ago, and now they're dragging it up again. Kang Ah-hyun recalled what happened a year earlier. She was smiling as she said, "Hyena, I told you about it yesterday, right? Today you're going to spar with me." Though calling her a sparring partner would be putting it nicely. She was really just a punching bag. Continuing from the previous episode, Kang Tae-han called Director Han and asked him to help hack Garam's phone and find the mastermind behind everything. But the man told Kang Tae-han to wait until next Monday, because he would send something over and let him handle the matter himself. That very night, while Kang Ah-hyun was live streaming on YouTube, Garam exposed her through donations, revealing that she had tattoos on her body and that she had bullied people at school in the past. As a result, Kang Ah-hyun turned off the live stream and went inside. She was remembering what she had done to Hina back then. At that moment, she had smiled and said, "Hina, you know how close my family is with the police, right? The other day, I heard one of my uncles talking about work, and it was hilarious. So I came up with a little game I want to try on you. I heard that when investigators question people and can't get anything out of them, sometimes they have to get a bit rough to get a confession, right? And among those methods, there's something called the truth room." Hearing that from Kang Ah-hyun, Hina asked fearfully, "What do you mean by truth room? What are you trying to get out of me?" Seeing Hina react like that, Kang Ah-hyun just laughed. "Oh, who knows? Maybe you've been talking behind my back, insulting me, saying stuff like, 'That bitch talks like such a country bumpkin.' If you said things like that, do you dare admit it? Or maybe, 'Why does this crazy bitch bully me every single day?' And then maybe you cursed us out in every language on earth too. W what? I've never thought that. Don't just make things up. Yeah? As if any dog would believe you, Hina. Let's see if you can still talk tough after you go into the truth room." Hina, hearing Kang Ah-hyun keep talking like that, angrily thought She's obviously just looking for another excuse to torment me. Meanwhile, Kang Ah-hyun kept smiling and said, "Oh, and I upgraded the truth room a little too, doing it exactly like theirs would be boring to death. I just added a little creative touch for fun." After seeing that the inside of the helmet was covered with shaman's bells, Hina became utterly terrified. But Kang Ah-hyun didn't care how she felt at all and explained it to her. "My family has believed in this spiritual stuff for generations, so I happened to find a real bell from a pile of ritual tools. Just one jingle and your soul feels like it'll fly right out. So I took some parts off it and lightly decorated this helmet with them. Can you feel the spiritual energy hanging around now? I'm going to put it on your head, then give it a few knocks to test the quality. I guarantee the ringing will go straight into your brain. I heard that if metal keeps shrieking next to someone's ears nonstop, in about 30 minutes their eardrums start bleeding and they go a little insane. So I'm kind of curious whether that's actually true. How long do you think you can endure before you go crazy, Hina?" After saying that, Kang Ah-hyun slowly put the helmet on Hina's head. Hina screamed at her to stop and not do this to her. But only a second later, Hina's voice grew muffled as Kang Ah-hyun secured the helmet onto her. Right after that, Kang Ah-hyun turned to Song Un-jin and said, "Un-jin, get some tape and adjust this helmet so the bell sound goes into her ears more clearly." "Why, yeah, I got it, Ah-hyun. I'll do it right away." After answering Kang Ah-hyun, Song Un-jin immediately walked over to where Hina was sitting. A second later, she started wrapping tape around the helmet to fasten it tightly onto Hina's head. Hina could only cry out, but she couldn't make much sound. At that moment, she was panting and thinking, "I can't breathe. I really can't breathe." Outside, Kang Ah-hyun was putting on her gloves and smiling. "Looks good enough to me, Song Un-jin. Now it's my turn. Let's begin the truth room." As soon as Kang Ah-hyun said that, she took her stance and immediately swung her fist at Hina's head. Hina, after hearing those words, panicked even more. Only a few seconds later, Kang Ah-hyun's fist slammed straight into her head, knocking her backward. In that instant, Hina seemed to lose consciousness, partly from the pain and partly from the bell ringing right beside her ears. But Kang Ah-hyun still kept punching the helmet from outside. Every punch Kang Ah-hyun threw made Hina's brain receive another violent blast of ringing. One side was crazed with delight, hammering the helmet, while the other could only sit there and endure it, unable to resist as she was tied tightly to the chair, taking blow after blow, each strike driving straight into her head without the slightest mercy. Her neck was on the verge of snapping, her spine felt like it might come apart, and that kind of beating was enough to cause a real concussion. Elsewhere, Kang Ah-hyun was punching and laughing at the same time. Hear that, Song Un-jin? That crisp impact sounds so damn satisfying, doesn't it? It's not even bell season, and it's already jingling beautifully. This bell really sounds amazing. I need to hit it harder. And that wasn't all. This shaman's bell was frighteningly effective. When shaken hard, its volume was around 80 to 90 decibels. But sound intensity is inversely proportional to the square of the distance. So when heard right next to the ears, it would exceed 120 decibels. As loud as fireworks exploding right against the eardrum. And right now, Lee Hina was being tortured by a sound equivalent to 42 firecrackers exploding every second. At that point, Hina couldn't endure it anymore because her ears had started bleeding. She screamed and begged Kang Ah-hyun to stop. Those screams only stimulated the monster that was Kang Ah-hyun even more. The more she hit, the more delighted she became with the game she had invented. Time passed, who knew how long, and eventually Hina's scream stopped. Only then did Kang Ah-hyun stop. She wiped the sweat from her forehead. A few seconds later, she looked toward Hina and asked with a smile, "Well, ready to tell the truth now, or do I need to keep going?" When she asked that, Hina stammered out, "Word by word, I can't breathe. Please save me. Take the tape off." Seeing that Hina could still speak, Kang Ah-hyun said, "Nope, can't do that. Whether I let you go or not depends on whether you tell the truth first." By now, the pain had become unbearable, so Hina finally said, "I understand. I'll confess. I mocked your accent for sounding provincial. I also called you short behind your back." "What? Seriously? So you really were talking behind my back, Hina?" "And no, that's not what Please spare me. Damn it. So you finally couldn't hold out anymore. If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price, right, Un-jin?" "Why, yeah. If you do something wrong, it's only right to face the consequences." Right then, Kang Ah-hyun took her stance again and said, "I'll beat you so hard you never dare insult me behind my back again." I'll teach you a lesson you'll remember for the rest of your life. A lesson that will make you remember me forever whenever it comes up. As soon as she said that, Kang Ah-hyun punched Hina straight in the stomach. That made Hina suffer even more. She was struggling badly to breathe and looked like she was about to vomit. Kang Ah-hyun just stood there laughing as she said to Eunjin, "Look at that bitch. I only hit her once, and she's already ready to puke her guts out. Yeah, that's disgusting as hell. All right, Eunjin, I just thought of another fun game. Now let's grab that chair, turn it upside down, make all the blood rush to Hina's head. That'll be great." Hearing that, Eunjin asked blankly, "This? But I'm the one doing it?" "Yeah, I can't carry it. It looks heavy as hell." "What, Eunjin? Is your friend's little request really that annoying to you?" Seeing that Kang Ah-hyun was getting angry, Eunjin fearfully raised her hand and answered, "I got it. I'll do it right now." "Then do it already." Eunjin immediately walked over to Hina. She grabbed Hina's chair, and a few seconds later Hina's body tilted to one side. Along with Hina's cries and pleas for them to stop came Kang Ah-hyun's delighted laughter at the new game she'd thought up. Meanwhile, Eunjin used all her strength to flip Hina upside down. Hina was suffering intense pain in her neck while her head was hanging down against the ground. Seeing that, Kang Ah-hyun laughed and said, "Now if I slam her upside-down stomach and make her throw up, then inside that helmet, Hina would suffocate in her own vomit, wouldn't she?" Hearing those words, Hina became even more terrified. She begged them to stop and not do that to her. But Kang Ah-hyun didn't listen to those weak pleas at all. She raised her leg and immediately kicked Hina straight in the stomach without a moment's hesitation. With that kick, Hina retched. That only made Kang Ah-hyun even more delighted with the game she came up with. By then, the food in Hina's stomach had come up and smeared all over the helmet on her head. Seeing that, Kang Ah-hyun wanted to kick her again. She said it and then did it immediately. That second kick made Hina vomit even more violently. After the two kicks, Kang Ah-hyun crouched down and laughed as she said to Hina, "Look at that. She probably really can't breathe because of the puke. So filthy." At that point, inside the helmet, Hina had stopped vomiting. Her hands had gone limp too, showing signs that she was losing consciousness. Seeing that, Eunjin fearfully stammered to Kang Ah-hyun, "I think she really passed out from suffocating." Hearing that from Eunjin, Kang Ah-hyun froze for a second, then immediately told Eunjin to put her back down. Eunjin lowered Hina's body to the floor. Meanwhile, Kang Ah-hyun had already taken off her gloves. Then she immediately ripped the tape, securing the helmet on Hina's head. As soon as it came off, Hina was unconscious, with the food she'd vomited covering her face. At that moment, Kang Ah-hyun threw the helmet aside. Seeing that, Eunjin asked Kang Ah-hyun in fear, "What do we do now? Did she really suffocate? Shouldn't we do CPR or something?" "Ah-hyun? God, you're such an idiot. So irritating. But still, we have to do something, don't we?" Hearing that, Kang Ah-hyun smiled and said to Eunjin, "Stop making such a fuss. CPR, right? What's so difficult about that?" Kang Ah-hyun said that with a smile, raising her fist. A few seconds later, she punched Hina straight in the stomach. That one punch made Hina's whole body jerk. Seeing that, Kang Ah-hyun punched even faster, laughing as she said, "Stop pretending to be weak and get up, you psycho. You're already like this after only that much? Get up. I still have plenty of new games I want to try with you. Get up right now. You're really a pain, aren't you?" After saying that, Kang Ah-hyun put all her strength into one punch to Hina's stomach. Each punch jolted Hina awake in agony. The moment she opened her eyes, Hina panicked. She sucked in a long breath and then repeatedly vomited up what was in her mouth. Seeing Hina wake up, Eunjin let out a sigh of relief, while Kang Ah-hyun laughed and said to her, "See that? I brought Hina back to life. Aren't I amazing? Kill and revive. My hands are like divine hands." Just then, a mop was pressed down onto Hina's face. It turned out Kang Ah-hyun was holding the mop and rubbing it across Hina's face. As she did it, she laughed and said, "This is filthy as hell. It's just like stepping in someone's slimy puddle of vomit. A date between the filthiest rag and the greatest floor mop. Ah-hyun, you're seriously hilarious." After getting bored of playing with the mop, Kang Ah-hyun tossed it aside. Then she said to Hyena again, "Hey, Hyena, wash this helmet clean tomorrow and bring it back, okay? I'm still going to need this helmet again tomorrow." The moment Lee Hyena heard that, she was utterly shocked. The day wasn't even over yet, but she already knew what awaited her tomorrow. She started crying loudly in helplessness. Her pent-up resentment reached its limit, and she screamed in the classroom as the two monsters walked away. The truth room. The cruel axe Kang Ah-hyun repeated over and over again. While she was still alive, Lee Hyena was taken into that truth room 9 times. The after effects she suffered included a ruptured eardrum from the noise, cervical disc herniation, and repeated concussions that led to brain fog. That condition left her mind hazy, made it hard to concentrate, caused forgetfulness, and slowed her thinking, leading to many other illnesses that tormented her later on. Back in the present, Kang Ah-hyun was laughing as she said, "Me? A bully? What kind of nonsense is that? Even in training, nobody puts on a motorcycle helmet and goes around hitting people with it. Compared to that, I was being merciful. I can beat people up, but I can save them too. As for bullying, that was Seol Hyun, Mun Ijin, or Bae Joha. Unjin and I were just joking around a little too hard, that's all." What complete bastards. The ones blowing this up into a huge issue are idiots too. Are these even human beings? After doing all that, she can still laugh and call it a joke? I'm calling Garam to deal with this bitch. Everyone, don't worry. Continuing the story, Kang Ah-hyun got so angry during the live stream after Garam provoked her that she stormed into the break room. She remembered the torture she had inflicted on Hyena, but in her mind, all of it was nothing more than a joke. The scene then shifted elsewhere to some seafood restaurant. Kang Tae-han was standing outside the restaurant, fiddling with his phone. He smoked as he stared intently at the screen in his hand. On his phone, Kang Tae-han typed, "Is something wrong with our Ah-hyun? Why aren't you answering your phone?" When Kang Ah-hyun didn't reply, he kept texting, "I'm doing this for your sake, you understand? When you take over my company and your father's company, our organization's influence has to spread across all of Busan, right? Stop being mad, Ah-hyun. Reply to your uncle's messages." Even after saying all that, he still didn't receive a single reply from Kang Ah-hyun. Kang Tae-han sighed when he saw that. He thought for a long moment, then started typing again. "As for that little bitch Yoon Garam, if this election wraps up smoothly, your uncle will take proper care of her. In fact, today, I already sent her cousin Bae Joha to seize her account. When the time is right, I'll dump that little bitch into the EC. So you should stop being mad too, okay? And after the election is over, as a souvenir, your uncle will buy you anything you want. What do you say, Ah-hyun?" After Kang Tae-han sent those words, Kang Ah-hyun finally read them. Kang Ah-hyun happily replied to her uncle, "Really, uncle? You better not go back on your word." When Kang Tae-han saw that his niece had finally answered him, he beamed with delight. He immediately texted back, "Of course. Have you ever seen your uncle break a promise? No matter how expensive it is, if it's something you ask for, I'll buy it. So don't be mad anymore, okay? Thanks, uncle. I was in a bad mood today too, so sorry. This girl, honestly, tonight I'm having dinner with an important guest at a seafood restaurant in the Dudong River District. If you're nearby, stop by and say hello." "Okay, uncle, I'll head there right away." "All right, come safely and head home safely too." After settling that matter, Kang Tae-han wiped his sweat and muttered to himself, "I finally managed to coax her. What a relief." Just then, someone approached him and said, "Director Kang, candidate Kim Song-deok will be here soon." Hearing that, Kang Tae-han immediately got ready. A little while later, inside the seafood restaurant, food had been laid out on the table. Kang Tae-han smiled and said, "Oh my, here comes our candidate, Kim. You must be having a hard time lately with all the campaigning, sir?" When Kang Tae-han said that, Kim Song-deok answered, "Yes, but thanks to your help, things have been going more smoothly. You've spent your whole life in the police force, and now you're out in crowds, shaking hands all day. You must be exhausted." "Yes, that's true." When Kang Tae-han heard the lukewarm response, he gave him a look, then lifted his glass and coldly asked, "So that's why you said you had something private to discuss with me? I know your loyalty and ability to act better than anyone after all the years we've worked together, Director Kong. But there are a few things that concern me, so I asked to meet you in person." "You say you're concerned, but what exactly are you concerned about?" "I heard that by mid-month, we'd have gathered around 1 to 2 billion won in campaign funds. But right now, we've only managed to gather around 700 million won. So that's what this is about. But you know how it is. Corporate sponsorship has to get around the political funds act one way or another, doesn't it? We split the money up, then split it again, send it through borrowed name accounts, call in every connection we have, whether useful or not, and cap each person at 5 million won to make up the head count. That's not exactly easy, is it? I'm truly sorry that the fundraising is running later than the deadline we promised. The money is there on our side. We just ran into a few issues in the transfer process. That's all. In the end, the full amount will come together, so don't worry too much." After hearing Kang Tae-han say that, Kim Song-deok replied, "No matter what, this is a by-election, so speed is what matters most. If we're already behind schedule like this, how can you expect me not to worry? Come on now, no need to be so tense. Who do you think rounded up all the manpower at your campaign office? Those were all kids our capital companies sent over for free, weren't they? Just think of it as me advancing you a few billion won in labor costs. Didn't you say you'd take care of them under the name of volunteers? And now you're paying them too. You know that's illegal. So what do you mean by advances and repayment? That's all been discussed already, so don't act like you're doing me a favor. Just keep your promise. Anyway, I'll sort out the money transfer route soon, so stop rushing me and wait a little longer, alright? Just the other day, I got an introduction to around 100 people. Hearing that, Kim Song-deok angrily replied, "Fine, let's set that aside for now, but I already told you this clearly before, Director Kong, didn't I? During the entire campaign period, tell your underlings to keep their behavior under control. What's the matter? Did something happen recently? Do you know this? Lately, one of your debt collectors has been hanging around about 30 meters from Dosugu police station every day, making weird gestures like he's doing mine. It wasn't just for a day or two either. He kept doing that for days, and you still didn't know? That bastard was pulling that same crazy stunt even on the day the General Inspection Unit from National Police Headquarters came down for an audit. One tiny mistake, and it would have become a major incident. We only barely got past it this time. I made myself clear, didn't I, during the campaign period? Minimize things like illegal debt collection, interfering with other people's business, and that kind of nonsense. If you're going to do it, at least control it properly." When Kim Song-deok spoke to him like that, Kang Tae-han answered, "It truly wasn't intentional, but I've caused candidate Kim too much worry. I apologize, Mr. Kim. From now on, I'll give my men strict orders so nothing like this happens again. So please calm down. I trust you'll take my sincerity into account." As the two were talking, someone opened the door and walked inside. It was Kang Ah-hyun. The moment she stepped in, she smiled and said, "Uncle." Seeing his beloved niece, Kang Tae-han immediately turned and replied with a grin, "Ah-hyun, you're here. You called, so I came right away." Perfect timing. After saying that, he introduced his beloved niece to Kim Song-deok. "Candidate Kim, this is my niece, Ah-hyun. She happened to be nearby, so I told her to stop in and greet you." "Ah-hyun, hurry and greet Mr. Kim." "Yes, sir." After saying that, Kang Ah-hyun bowed with her hands clasped and said, "Hello, I'm Ah-hyun, my uncle's niece. Please take good care of my uncle." Those words left Kim Song-deok dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Kang Tae-han just laughed and said, "She started working early on and has even been helping me. From now on, our Ah-hyun will also be helping out with small tasks for your work, Mr. Kim." "Oh right, Ah-hyun, were you on your way somewhere?" "I just finished filming with Jin Song, and I was on my way home. You know there's something important at home today, right? Don't stay out too late. Make sure you come home early." I know. I'll be home on time." After saying that to her uncle, Kang Ah-hyun took her leave and said to Kim Song-deok, "Then I'll be going first. I hope you two have a pleasant time." After saying that, Kang Ah-hyun left right away. After watching his niece leave, Kang Tae-han smiled and said to Kim Song-deok, "My niece is adorable, isn't she? She's sweet and knows how to charm people." "Director Kong, what exactly is this supposed to mean? We're not discussing petty business like some neighborhood convenience store deal here. This is a meeting about something major. We never discussed this beforehand. So what is this? And say something that makes sense. She's going to help me? Help me with what? Just look at how she's dressed, and that tattoo on her stomach, and that immature, tactless way she acts. What? Are you trying to advertise to the whole world that I've got gangsters backing me?" When Kang Tae-han heard Kim Song-deok speak angrily like that, his expression turned cold as he snapped back, "Candidate Kim, what exactly did my niece do to offend you so much?" That reply caught Kim Song-deok a little off guard. He composed himself and answered, "No, that's not what I meant. Listen, Candidate Kim, the way you've been talking this whole time is really upsetting me. Aren't we in the same boat now? Aren't we practically family now? And more than that, what exactly is with this attitude of yours toward me? It's not you who's putting money into us. It's us who's putting money into you. Let me be blunt. You're someone who wasn't even officially nominated, someone whose own party wouldn't back him. Do you really think you could win this election without us? And while we're at it, that advanced tech infrastructure project budget the government pushed 3 years ago, that case where Assemblyman Cha siphoned money through subcontracting, I gave you a pretty decent cut of that too, didn't I? Damn it, all this time I've been taking losses just to stuff candidate Kim's pockets. And you don't think about that at all. But because the fundraising was delayed a little, you're sitting there whining like a crazy whore? If you still want to play this stupid game of pride and intimidation, then deal with it using your own money, understand? Damn it, I really wasn't planning to say this much. But haven't you ever thought that something about this whole situation feels off? What do you mean? The mayor of Busan, who was re-elected 3 times in a city that was supposed to be an opposition stronghold, had about 1 year left in his term. And then suddenly the opposition candidate designated to succeed him gets hit with a sex scandal out of nowhere. Right in the middle of that, the sitting mayor of Busan suddenly dies in a traffic accident. And just like that, a by-election gets rushed through. And on top of that, the ruling party suddenly announces that it won't field a candidate in this Busan mayoral election. A board this favorable gets laid out for our candidate Kim, who's running as an independent. Do you really think all that is just a coincidence? Tonight, when you get home, think it through carefully. How could a coincidence like that possibly happen? Their conversation ended with those words. After stepping outside, Kim Song-byak lit a cigarette. A while later, he angrily muttered his thoughts out loud. That arrogant bastard Ju Khan. If you're gonna brag, at least say it properly. Were they trying to imply that they personally sank the mayor of Busan? Or what the hell? Even if there's some thug outfit that specializes in making people disappear, how the hell could they pull that off outside their own turf? They don't have a shred of structure or organizational brains. The way they do things is exactly like low-level street punks. I shouldn't have rushed into joining hands with that trash. Just then, a car pulled up. Seeing it, Kim Song-byak immediately opened the door and got in. Even after getting into the car, he was still fuming. Just wait, you gangsta bastards. When I become mayor, you'll be the first ones I deal with. After venting, he said to his driver, "Let's go, driver Kim." Instead of replying, the other person asked him, "Candidate Kim, if I could help you clean out those gangsters, what would you do then?" Kim Song-byak realized the voice was not his driver's and stiffened in surprise. He immediately asked, "Who are you?" It turned out to be Chief Beck. Kim Song-byak panicked and shouted, Who let you into my car? Where's driver Kim?" At that moment, a bodyguard opened the door and stepped in. Answering him, driver Kim already went home. "What is this? Who the hell are you people? What are you trying to do? You bastards, who sent you? Did Director Kong send you? What the hell are you bastards doing?" Seeing him talk too much, the bodyguards pulled out guns and pressed one into his side. At the sight of that, he panicked. "What the hell? Is that a gun?" Then Chief Beck's voice rang out. "It's dangerous to move around while the car is in motion, sir. It will be better if you fasten your seatbelt. From this moment on, please allow us to escort you to Seoul." Garam was sitting in the car as well. Continuing from the previous episode, after coaxing his niece Kong, Ah-hyun, over and over again, Kong Tae-han ended up not punishing Garam for biting his hand. Instead, he told Ah-hyun to come meet candidate Kim Song-byak at a seafood restaurant. After Ah-hyun finished greeting him, she left. The moment she was gone, Kim Song-byak angrily said to Kong Tae-han, "Is what we're doing some kind of joke? What could a child like that possibly do to help me? She even has tattoos. Are you making fun of me?" Hearing those words, Kong Tae-han's anger showed plainly on his face, and he cursed him out. "You'd better remember who's supporting your mayoral campaign. I don't want to hear one more bad word about my niece come out of your mouth. Remember that well." Kim Song-byak was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Irritated, he walked outside, only to end up getting into Garam and Chief Beck's car. Chief Beck then said, right in front of the old man's bewildered face, "It's dangerous to move around while the car is moving, so hurry and fasten your seatbelt, Mr. Kim Song-byak. We'll be taking you to Seoul now." Chief Beck's car sped off into the wind. Inside the car, Kim Song-byak anxiously thought, "These bastards, kidnapping me without even trying to hide the route? I thought they'd at least throw a sack over my head or something. If that's the case, then does that mean they never intended to let me leave alive in the first place? Damn it, who the hell are these people? What hole did these mad dogs crawl out of?" Calm down. They said the destination is Seoul. I'm a Busan native, so if Seoul is involved, then it can only mean central politics. Could they be people from the ruling party or the opposition trying to make a move on me? If it's the ruling party, is it the faction of Cha Kong-hyun inside the party trying to dig up my embezzlement from that advanced infrastructure project budget? Wait, could it be that what that gangster was bragging about was actually true? Did the opposition find out and decide to force me to confess about the death of the mayor of Busan? No, that can't be right. Both of those possibilities go way too far. If it were true, they would have sent prosecutors to investigate, not pulled something like this. Could they really be insane enough to use a dirty method like kidnapping? Kim Song-byak sat in the car, thinking, unable to figure out who was behind his kidnapping. The less he could make sense of it, the more anxious he became. Just who the hell are those bastards? Damn it, this is bad. No matter who they are, they definitely don't intend to handle this nicely. I have to find a way to get out of this car, no matter what. If it comes down to it, I'll just have to take the risk, Kim Song-byak. Snatch the gun from the man sitting next to me, then risk everything and get out of this damn situation. Seeing him keep glancing at the gun, Chief Beck's voice rang out and made him flinch. It would be best if you didn't do anything stupid and keep your eyes off that gun. Don't look so worried. I already told you from the beginning, didn't I? I've taken over the job of wiping out those gangsters for you. In any case, bringing you here won't do you any harm, Candidate Kim. Get some rest for now. We'll be there soon. Time passed, and the car carrying Candidate Kim Song-deok slowly entered Seoul. A little later, the vehicle stopped at a mansion in the city. Kim Song-deok got out of the car, with 2 bodyguards constantly at his side. He looked around in astonishment, thinking, how was there a mansion this grand in Seoul? Whose house is this? Before he could think any further, Chief Beck's voice spoke up. Come inside. The vice chairman is waiting for you in there, Mr. Kim Song-deok. Hearing that only made Kim Song-deok more uneasy. Still, he slowly made his way into the mansion. He climbed the stairs and passed to the lower floors. At the very top floor of the mansion stood a man facing the glass window. That man was none other than Vice Chairman Lee Myung-jun. When he saw Kim Song-deok arrive, Lee Myung-jun spoke at once. You must have had a hard trip coming all this way. All right, please sit down, Mr. Kim Song-deok. As Kim Song-deok looked around, he noticed 2 document files on the table. Meanwhile, Lee Myung-jun's voice continued. I apologize for not being able to receive you more properly. Ordinarily, we could have arranged this by phone or email, but in case Mr. Kong had hacked your phone, we had no choice but to bring you here like this. The moment he saw Lee Myung-jun's face, Kim Song-deok thought in fear. This man is Lee Myung-jun of Huino Group. Why am I the one he's targeting? He still couldn't understand anything, while Lee Myung-jun calmly sat down. No sooner had he taken his seat than he addressed Kim Song-deok. What are you trying to do? Why are you just standing there blankly? Sit down. Hearing that, Kim Song-deok slowly sat down in the chair. Lee Myung-jun went on speaking. You must be busy these days, working every angle for the Busan mayoral by-election. I know you've had a lot on your mind, especially when you're running as an independent candidate. It's hardly easy, but I'm a businessman. I've seen firsthand the uglier side of the 2-party system. And I believe we need more people like you, Mr. Kim. That's why I invited you here to help. After hearing that, Kim Song-deok scoffed. Stop with the hollow pleasantries and get to the point. Vice Chairman Lee Myung-jun. Why did you people bring me here? Candidate Kim, aren't you being controlled like a puppet? Because Mr. Kong is holding your weakness over you. Back when you were Commissioner General of Police, because of the mistakes you made alongside Mr. Kong, you're now trapped in the situation you're in today, and the funding Mr. Kong promised to provide you appears to have been delayed too, hasn't it? Because he has leverage on you. You've had trouble resisting him, correct? There's no need to waste energy denying what I'm saying. We've neatly compiled your vulnerabilities in the envelope on the left. Now take it out and have a look, Mr. Kim Song-deok. Hearing those words made Kim Song-deok furious. Those bastards, they're trying to threaten me with this? If that's all it is, it's nothing special. As if I'd be scared of them over that. I've covered up my corruption for years already. They're just a few minor bribes. But after opening the envelope, he immediately swallowed those thoughts. Seeing the strange look on Kim Song-deok's face, Lee Myung-jun asked, "What's wrong? Have you had a good look at what's inside? Is what we've gathered very different from the truth, Mr. Kim Song-deok?" Kim Song-deok stared at the documents in horror. What is this? This is about skimming the budget from the Advanced Security Infrastructure Project. Damn it, forget that. They even know about the crimes secretly carried out using that infrastructure. Do they know that much? This Lee Myung-jun, he really knows. Even the matter of the island. This is bad. If this gets out, it won't just ruin the mayoral election. The rest of my life, and the life after that, I'll be eating prison meals. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Lee Myung-jun told Kim Song-deok not to worry too much. After all, I run a business. When it comes to dealing with people, I know that carrots are just as important as sticks. If you, Mr. Kim, agree to my requests, then the evidence proving your crimes will all be eliminated for you. What do you mean eliminated? Eliminated how? Physically. We will wipe everything out. Hearing Lee Myung-jun's answer, Kim Song-deok became even more frightened. Is this man in his right mind? By physically eliminating the evidence, does he mean he's going to kill every member of the SAPS gang? Seeing that he kept calculating without answering, Lee Myung-jun spoke again. You seem doubtful whether that's even possible, don't you? But you, Mr. Kim, know better than anyone what kind of place Dosa District is. It's a regional-scale criminal stronghold the SAPS gang has built up over decades, an illegal empire as large as an electoral district. Because they created that security vacuum so meticulously, they've been able to hide their human trafficking operations. But when they disappear, everything will be buried for the very same reason. If you cooperate with me, I won't just erase all your weak points. I'll also provide you with a legal political funding network and introduce you to the strategist who delivered victories in 6 districts during the last general election. In the envelope on the other side is a list of the gifts we've prepared for you. I hope you'll read it calmly. After hearing that, Kim Song-deok picked up the envelope on the right and opened it. As he read what was inside, he thought it over. Indeed, everything was arranged neatly and systematically, completely different from crude thugs like the Saps gang, and this physical elimination of the evidence. The day of the Great Purge in Dosa District. Looking over this plan, it wasn't just empty talk. In any case, I don't have any choice left now. If they let me go back, then I already know too much. Besides, I wanted to cut ties with the Saps bastard for a long time. We know too many of each other's secrets. It was only ever a question of when and how we'd part ways. I don't know why they're offering this to me, but once you've proposed committing a crime together, it stops being a one-sided blackmail arrangement. If necessary, I also have a card that could finish Lee Myung-jun. Fine. If it's come to this, then I'll switch to the stronger partner. After making up his mind, he handed the plan back to Lee Myung-jun and said, "All right, just as you said, Vice Chairman. So what exactly is my role supposed to be right now?" At that question, Lee Myung-jun answered immediately, "For now, don't do anything. Just as you once turned a blind eye to the Saps gang's crimes, the police will remain still no matter what we do." Hearing that, Kim Song-deok fell into thought. What is this? Why do those words sound like they have another meaning? Lee Myung-jun continued. The previous favors in Dosa District Police are secure. Yes? They're still heavily under my influence. Good. Then the Dosa District Police must never intervene. On the day of the Great Purge, all you have to do is block their escape route. Use public authority to seal off the only exit from Dosu. If you can do that, we'll handle the rest, Mr. Kim Song-deok. And more than that, let me introduce you. This child is Garam. If this child gets into trouble with Mr. Kang's granddaughter and ends up at the police station, make sure she's released unconditionally. Yes, I'll pass that on to my subordinates. Having secured his plan and Kim Song-deok's cooperation, Lee Myung-jun immediately stood up and shook Kim Song-deok's hand. I look forward to your help, Candidate Kim. After their formal handshake, Kim Song-deok was taken back to Dosu. Once he had left, Lee Myung-jun said to Garam, "Garam, I heard you've had a hard few days. How are you feeling now? Your stepfather is underestimating you too much. I'm Fine. Also, Kang Ah-hyun's execution machine. I heard it's supposed to arrive in Dosis soon, right? Ah, is that what you wanted to ask about? That shipment. After this weekend, the ship carrying the gallows will dock at Dosu Port. But I've heard that during that time, you have a project of your own still in progress, Garam." "Yes, that's right, Father. As soon as I return to Busan, I'll launch Project Divine Punishment." Project Divine Punishment, launch day, day 1. Continuing from the previous part, Kim Song-deok was brought to Lee Myung-jun's mansion. There, Lee Myung-jun and he formed an alliance and agreed to act on the day of punishment. As for Garam, she too was about to launch Project Divine Punishment against Kang Ah-hyun. That same night, somewhere far from the city of Busan, in what seemed to be a shaman's house, Kang Tae-han was slowly walking inside. His expression was as stern and cold as ever. Seeing her uncle arrive, Kang Ah-hyun smiled and called out, "Uncle, you finally made it." "Mem, Ah-hyun. Say, Ah-hyun, are your parents in there?" "Yes. They seem to be talking to the shaman about something." Your father must still be unsettled about the Busan mayoral election. Look at him talking to her for so long right before this spirit-winning ritual." Hearing that, Kang Ah-hyun asked her uncle, "Uncle, honestly, I think all this stuff is complete nonsense." Kang Tae-han was startled to hear his niece say that. He quickly told her, "Ah-hyun, what are you saying? Don't talk like that, understood? Come on, Uncle, be serious. It's the 21st century. Why are we still believing in these shamans? Every month, it's rituals and spirit-invoking ceremonies. It's such a damn waste of money. I'd rather they gave that money to me as pocket money than spend it on pointless nonsense." Good grief, Ah-hyun. Seriously, just attending holiday rituals is already such a drag, and our family does ceremonies every single month. How is anyone supposed to put up with that? Shocked by Kang Ah-hyun's disrespectful words, Kang Tae-han pointed at her and spoke sternly. "Ah-hyun, listen to me. Our family rose from street thugs and nobodies to what we are today, thanks to the spirit medium in there. If she hears you talking rudely like that and gets angry, what if she puts a curse on you or something? And another thing, Ah-hyun, last year, when you were bullying that girl Lee Hyena, you even took the shaman's ritual bell and played around with it. Do you realize how reckless that was? Fooling around with sacred tools invites divine punishment onto yourself. Stop bringing bad luck on yourself. Oh, come on, uncle, that's ancient history. Why even bring it up? I've already been pissed off enough today because of that bitch Lee Hyena. What did you say? What happened now? Did something get exposed online again? How should I know? After saying that, Kong Ah-hyun angrily thought, that bitch Hyena, she's dead and still won't stop haunting me. Why does everyone keep dragging up old stuff and making a fuss over it? My uncle and my father are unbelievable too, as if ghosts even exist these days, and yet they're freaking out over nothing. Thinking that, Kong Ah-hyun's sour mood turned into a grin as she looked up at the sky. And even if ghosts were real, so what? You think I'd be scared? That's hilarious. Back on Lee Myung-jun's side, Chief Beck began outlining the plan. Candidate Kim has already boarded the plane back to Busan. As for Project Divine Punishment, let's begin the briefing now. At that, Chief Beck's expression grew serious as he said, just from the bells hanging off the helmet Hyena wore when she was abused, we could tell they were bought from a ritual goods shop. Kong Ah-hyun's family has long been known as a lineage closely tied to shamans for generations. As for Kong Ah-hyun's father, Kong Moo-han, he places extraordinary trust in a sorcerer who specializes in curses and spirit spells. So much so that he once hired that very person to eliminate a boss from a rival gang. And on every full moon of the lunar month, members of the Saps gang hold expulsion rites to drive away the vengeful spirits of those who died by the organization's hands. Not only that, whenever it comes to major business matters, they even consult fortunes and make decisions based on the shaman's words. Hearing this information from Chief Beck, Garam smiled and asked, so that shaman must be really powerful, huh? Did the company grow this much just by following her advice? Seeing her ask, Chief Beck immediately replied, well, not exactly. A lot of business people go to fortune tellers just to gain a little peace of mind for their decisions. Besides, if that shaman were truly that effective, she wouldn't have been foolish enough to provoke the vice chairman. She surely would have prevented something by now. In any case, having grown up in that kind of environment, Kong Ah-hyun may not believe in shamans the way her parents do, but if she encounters something beyond her understanding, she's more likely than an ordinary person to interpret it in spiritual terms. And we'll use that very trait to take revenge on Kong Ah-hyun and lure her into our trap. Hearing Chief Beck's plan, Lee Myung-jun asked him, so you're going to use her familiarity with the world of shamans as a tool for revenge? Yes, sir. I'll create horrifying phenomena, so terrifying they'll make her wet herself. Ghostly tricks that leave her utterly horrified and afraid. Is that so, Chief? So you're planning to express Hyena's unending resentment through occult means? Sounds interesting. I don't particularly believe in shamans, but I do believe that for someone guilty of a crime, meeting the spirit of the person they killed would be a punishment more terrifying and agonizing than anything else. When Kong Ah-hyun faces Hyena's ghost and trembles in fear, I truly want to see that scene. Project Divine Punishment, begin it. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. At that moment, inside Kong Ah-hyun's classroom, she was staring in one direction with a puzzled look. It turned out she was looking at Garam's seat. She angrily voiced what was on her mind. She skips class whenever she wants. Does she think this school belongs to her? Everything she does pisses people off. Seeing his girlfriend fuming, Jin-sung tried to calm her down. Ah-hyun, try to think positively. If that brat Garam doesn't come to school, that's one less headache. Isn't that a good thing? Why get angry over it? Hearing that, Kong Ah-hyun immediately snapped. God, just looking at her annoys me. Who does she think she is, doing whatever she wants? In my life, I've never been humiliated this badly. Those bastards kept mocking me over my height, acting all superior and arrogant. So I wiped out every single one of them. That's how I've always lived. If you cross Kong Ah-hyun, you're finished. That's like a natural law that can't be changed. Even a chaebol daughter like Lee Hyena couldn't escape it. That's how cruel and absolute that law is. So why is a worthless thing like Garam some kind of exception? Is she really living however she pleases, skipping when she wants, showing up when she feels like it? Why does she get a pass? Damn that bitch. Just wait. Once my uncle's election is over, I'll make that Garam know exactly who she's dealing with. Kong Ah-hyun was seething in class when, right at that moment, the classroom door suddenly opened. It was one of her underlings. The moment she saw him, she asked what was going on. He immediately answered, "Boss, Garam came to school." Really? Then is she coming into class? No, ma'am. They're doing something weird with the kids in the classroom next door. What do you mean? What kind of weird stunt is this? At the same time, in the classroom next door, Garam was staring at the grains of rice on the desk. A moment later, Kong Ah-hyun also came over to see what Garam was up to. Seeing this scene, Kang Ah-hyun's underlings asked in confusion, "What the hell is going on here?" As for Kang Ah-hyun, not understanding anything either, she casually said, "Could that be fortune-telling with rice grains?" Meanwhile, Garam said thoughtfully, "Look, Chai Gon, at your reading. These odd grains of rice have formed a circle. That means things are about to progress between you and the boy at the academy you secretly like." "What, really, Garam?" As soon as Garam finished speaking, a girl nearby immediately said, "Hey Garam, do mine this time. Check whether I'll be in a relationship this year, okay?" Before Garam could answer, Kang Ah-hyun walked over and sneered, "Are you guys kidding me, you stupid pigs? So you didn't show up in class all through lunch because you came to the classroom next door to put on this crazy show? Eun Garam, why don't you bring out a mat too and sit on it while you're at it?" "I'd love to, but I don't have a suitable mat at home." "Don't answer me with that sarcastic tone, bitch." As Kang Ah-hyun spoke, she kicked the desk in front of Garam, sending the rice grains scattering everywhere. Seeing Kang Ah-hyun do that, Garam stood up at once and said, "Hey, what do you think you're doing? I need to teach these fake shamans and quacks some manners." "Hey, Kang Ah-hyun, you're exactly what you'd expect from a loan shark family, aren't you? That look of yours, bullying some old street vendor, really suits you perfectly. Didn't I already settle things successfully with your uncle? So why are you picking a fight with me now?" "Because I feel like it, bitch. You dared spread that memo just over something this tiny? Then your life is over too, got it? Don't get delusional, bitch. This isn't over between us. Just wait until the time is right, and I'll definitely get revenge with this injured thumb of mine. You'd better prepare yourself. Eun Garam, you bitch." After hearing those words from Kang Ah-hyun, Garam smiled and replied, "Really? I can let a lot of things slide. But there is exactly one thing I can't let slide." "What? What is it that you can't let slide, you little brat?" "Being called a fake shaman. I may not look it, but back when I lived in North Korea, where I used to stay, I was famous as a young shaman with an inborn gift." "How famous, you ask?" "In North Korea, superstition is illegal, and even high-ranking party officials secretly came to me for fortunes. Yet you dared insult my divine power. Looks like you don't want to live in peace for the rest of your life, huh? Aren't you afraid of the god I serve, Kang Ah-hyun?" Hearing Garam's threat, Kang Ah-hyun only got angrier and snapped back. "What? You have mystical powers? You? Then let me prove it to you. Let's begin, Kang Ah-hyun." "Hey, Kang Ah-hyun, did you kill someone last year?" "I've felt bothered ever since the first day I came here, but I've been holding back from telling you. Now let me tell you something. Behind your shoulder, right now, there's the vengeful spirit of a schoolgirl, and she's been cursing you nonstop." When Kang Ah-hyun heard that, she was immediately startled. She instinctively turned to look behind herself, but there was nothing there. That made Kang Ah-hyun angry, even as she grew uneasy. Still, she regained her composure, turned back to Garam, and said, "You're seriously insane. Don't think people will believe anything just because you spit it out." A second later, she shouted at Garam, "If you really have mystical powers, then tell me what that ghost behind my shoulder looks like, bitch. What does it look like? Why did it die? You know all of that too, don't you? You bitch. Go on, try and guess, you fake. I'm really pissed off at you now. Hurry up and guess, you mutt." Seeing Kang Ah-hyun challenge her, Garam slowly said, "Red tie, white shirt, brown skirt without a wrinkle, a tear mole at the corner of the eye opposite me, almost 1 meter 70 tall, slender build, long braided hair hanging down her back. For some reason, she isn't wearing shoes, only white socks. And one more thing, it looks like she died from falling from a high place. Blood is running from her head." Kang Ah-hyun. Continuing from the previous episode, the Kang family is deeply superstitious about shamans because they believe their family rose to prosperity thanks to one. Knowing that weakness, Chief Beck planned to make Kang Ah-hyun fall into terror over the things she had done in the past. The very next day, Garam went to class and pretended to be someone who had seen spirits back in North Korea. As a result, she gave Kang Ah-hyun a reading. Garam said there was the ghost of a schoolgirl, 1 meter 70 tall, wearing white socks, probably having fallen from a high place, with blood still pouring from her head. Well, Kang Ah-hyun, was I wrong? Is that enough to prove I have divine sight? Hearing Garam's words, Kang Ah-hyun suddenly seemed to fall into a silent void. Her whole body was trembling in fear. Seeing Kang Ah-hyun shaking, Jin Sung hurriedly asked, "Ah-hyun, are you okay?" His words brought Kang Ah-hyun back to reality, and she began to get angry. A second later, she rushed straight at Garam, grabbed her by the collar, and demanded, Eun Garam, you watched my live stream, didn't you? Live stream? I don't know what you're talking about. Hyun, are you a member of the school's broadcasting club? Stop pretending, bitch. You watched my live, didn't you? Do you think I wouldn't know you were one of the people posting insults about me in the chat? You pieced together rumors from the internet and made up this story to mess with me, didn't you, bitch? Seeing Kang Ah-hyun say that, Garam glanced away and replied, I don't have time to chat in some community, but there's something I haven't told you yet. Want to hear it? It's about the ghost clinging to your shoulder. There's something very strange about it. Around its head, there are these floating shaman bells. You know, the kind used by shamans. Hearing this from Garam, Kang Ah-hyun froze on the spot. Seeing that, Garam brushed Kang Ah-hyun's hand off her and continued, I've never seen anything like this in my life. I've never seen a spirit twisted into such a shape before, so even I can't tell exactly what it means. But one thing I can tell you is this. Whenever that schoolgirl spirit says something to you, those bells ring. They go clang, clang like that, Ah-hyun. Every clang-clang sound coming from Garam's mouth frightened the whole class, and it even made Jin Sung's group instinctively shudder too. As for Kang Ah-hyun, she was imagining Lee Hyena's face pressing close to her own. A few seconds later, Kang Ah-hyun's body finally reacted. She suddenly ran out of the classroom, screaming in fear as she fled. Seeing his beloved like that, Jin Sung was about to chase after her to calm her down. But before he could run off, a hand grabbed his arm. Jin Sung turned back with a puzzled expression to see who it was. It was none other than Garam. She opened her mouth and said to him, Jin Sung, could you talk with me for a moment? Jin Sung immediately followed Garam outside. A little later, the two of them were standing near the school restroom. Jin Sung spoke first. He asked Garam what she wanted and told her to get to the point. If Ah-hyun sees me alone with you like this, she'll probably make a scene again. So if you got something to say it quickly. Hearing that, Garam smiled and replied, You're really timid. Then she softened her voice and said to him, Tell me, do you believe in ghosts? Faced with Garam's question, Jin Sung answered, Well, I kinda do. You're really naive. Didn't you see Kang Ah-hyun's reaction? Ghosts aren't a matter of whether you believe in them or not. They are 100% real. That ghost attached to Ah-hyun isn't some ordinary wandering spirit. Ever since I came to Korea, I've never seen a vengeful spirit that strong. If things keep going like this, that girl Kang Ah-hyun, your beloved, right, will die within the next month. When Jin Sung heard that, shock spread plainly across his face. Stammering, he asked Garam, Die? For real? That's right. And not just die, but die horribly. Judging from the aura around Kang Ah-hyun, it seems she's already performed some kind of exorcism ritual before, hasn't she? But that vengeful spirit isn't something that can be driven away with such cheap tricks. On the contrary, it only made it more violent. Hearing that, Jin Sung started to worry and think, Damn it, how does this girl know about the Saps gang's exorcism ritual? Everyone knows the Saps gang is involved with sorcerers, but that exorcism ritual for vengeful spirits is something only official members know about. I only know because Ah-hyun is my girlfriend, so I heard bits and pieces. But this transfer student standing in front of me figured it out just by sensing the aura, then there's no doubt about it. That girl Eun Garam is a real shaman. Seeing Jin Sung's expression, Garam knew she had achieved her goal. She immediately turned away and said, Anyway, I'm only warning you so you can prepare yourself. Your girlfriend is about to be swallowed by a vengeful spirit. If you want to avoid disaster, you should keep your distance from Ah-hyun. Understand? Jin Sung? Seeing Garam finish speaking and turn to leave, Jin Sung hurried over, grabbed her hand, and pleaded desperately, Garam, please, isn't there any other way? Ah-hyun is very important to me. She's not just my girlfriend. If she dies, I'm finished too. I know you hate Ah-hyun, but please, tell me how to save her. Can you do that? Hearing Jin Sung's plea, Garam held her head as if weary and said, Honestly, I want that girl to just die already. But because you're my ideal type, I'm telling you this. Really? Thanks so much, Garam. But Jin Sung, even though I say that, the truth is I don't have the strength to subdue that vengeful spirit myself. What? What do you mean? I don't have enough power, but I know a very skilled shaman in Busan. A skilled shaman? That's right. When I fled to South Korea, a shaman master performed a warding ritual for me, so I could live peacefully like a normal person. And that master's disciple is currently in Busan. I'll give you her name and address. If I ask for your sake, you can see her tomorrow right away, no appointment needed. Really? That's right, but there's one thing. Don't tell Ah-hyun that I was the one who told you about the place. Why can't I say that, Garam? Oh my god, why are you so slow? If that girl finds out I told you about it, she'll get suspicious and refuse to go, got it? It'd be useless even if she tried finding other shamans. That vengeful spirit can only be exorcised by the chosen person, you get what I mean? If she doesn't go to a real shaman, then Ah-hyun is done for. By the way, what's your Instagram ID? At that point, Jin-sung understood very quickly and immediately gave Garam his information. After getting it, Garam continued, "All right, I'll send you the address and appointment time by direct message. As for now, convincing Ah-hyun is your job." After getting what he wanted, Jin-sung smiled. A few seconds later, he ran off, saying with a smile to Garam, "Thanks so much, Garam. I'll do my best to persuade her. I'm going right now. Bye." After Jin-sung left, Garam stood there blankly for a long while. Then, not long after, she started clutching her stomach and laughing silently. She concluded that Jin-sung really was an idiot. In this day and age, how can someone trust people so easily? You always have to stay on guard. After saying that, she smiled again and thought, "This is the first time I played a prank like this. My heart is pounding so fast. I'm really looking forward to this weekend. Kang Ah-hyun." At the same time, elsewhere, Kang Ah-hyun was cowering fearfully in some corner. A while later, Jin-sung came running over and called out the moment he arrived, "Ah-hyun, I finally found you." When Kang Ah-hyun saw Jin-sung, she said cheerfully, "Oh, babe, that Garam girl was talking crap, right? She must have copied school violence rumors and made up the rest, right? I mean, how could there be ghosts in this world? Damn it, who was she trying to scare at 9 in the morning?" After Kang Ah-hyun finished speaking, Jin-sung slowly gave his own opinion. "Ah-hyun, I think what Eun Garam said is true. Think carefully. In all those rumors spreading online, was there anything about bells? I don't even understand what that bell thing is, and you've never told me about it, right? But judging from your reaction today, this is definitely real, isn't it?" Hearing Jin-sung say that, Kang Ah-hyun held back tears and thought, "Damn it, how does she know? I won't even talk about the bullying stuff, but that bell incident. Even Lee Hyena's family couldn't possibly know about it. Just as I thought, Eun Garam, that girl really can see ghosts." Thinking that, Kang Ah-hyun began to grow angry. A few seconds later, she grabbed her head and screamed, "My dad spends so much money every month on exorcism rituals, and that fake shaman still couldn't get rid of Lee Hyena's ghost. Damn it, no wonder I've had nothing but bad luck lately. Why is that bitch Hina haunting me instead of haunting Cha Se-hyun? Damn it, seriously, why is this happening to me?" At that moment, Jin-sung's voice rang out as he said to Kang Ah-hyun, "Ah-hyun, you know Senior Ji-young from the Saps gang, right? He's selling used cars in Donggu, Busan now. I just called him, and he said he knows an extremely powerful exorcist. What, is that true? Yeah, I heard this person can even get rid of ghosts that other shamans can't handle. Senior Ji-young is pretty close with that shaman, so we can get priority and meet them tomorrow. We won't have to wait months. Come with me tomorrow, okay?" Hearing that, Kang Ah-hyun agreed immediately. After saying that, she cursed again, "Just wait, you bitch Lee Hyena. I'm going to exorcise you until your soul is completely destroyed." In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. At that moment, Jin-sung and Kang Ah-hyun had already gone out to the outskirts of Busan. Both of them looked astonished at the scene before them. Kang Ah-hyun spoke first. "Was this Appa? Why is the shrine so empty? If they're really good, shouldn't there be crowds of people? I don't even see a single ant here. Hey, Jin-sung, are you sure this is the right place?" "Yeah, I'm sure. I heard from Senior that on Saturdays, they only receive VIP clients. Maybe today, they're focusing only on you." "Really?" Hearing that, Kang Ah-hyun thought it made sense, so she decided, "All right, let's go in and see what it's like." After saying that, the two of them went inside and opened the door. The moment it opened, Kang Ah-hyun's voice rang out, "Hello, is anyone inside?" "Hello, sir. May we come in?" At that moment, inside the house, there was someone holding a fan up to cover his face. Hearing Kang Ah-hyun's words, that person lowered the fan and replied, "Come here at once. I am the one who handles exorcisms and also a sorcerer. My name is Baek Zoran. Chief Beck." Continuing from the previous episode, Garam frightened Kang Ah-hyun with a ghost story right in the classroom. To carry out the next step of her plan, she introduced a spiritual master to Jin-sung. This person could remove the spirit haunting Kang Ah-hyun. Because she was so terrified, Kang Ah-hyun believed it immediately without suspicion. The very next day, Kang Ah-hyun and Jin-sung went to the outskirts to meet that spiritual master. As soon as she arrived, Kang Ah-hyun opened the door and asked, "Excuse me, is anyone here?" "Hello, sir. May we come inside?" Hearing Kang Ah-hyun's voice from inside the house, the person immediately replied, "Come here at once. I am the exorcist Baek Zoran, a northern sorcerer." Hearing Chief Beck's words, Kang Ah-hyun was startled and thought, so it turned out to be a male sorcerer. Whatever. It doesn't matter whether it's a man or a woman. What matters is whether he's the real deal. For now, I'll sit down and tell him what happened. As soon as Kong Ah-hyun finished thinking that, she locked the door and sat down. Chief Beck's eyes were fixed on Kong Ah-hyun, studying her. Only then did Kong Ah-hyun set down the handbag in her hand, and her voice rang out, sounding very serious. But a second later, she put on a cheerful expression and said, "Hello, Master Beckzorin. Everyone out there says you're incredibly skilled, so I came to find you. It's not anything huge, really. I went to a haunted house attraction, and some stupid ghost latched onto me, so I came here to ask you to take a look." "Master, is my condition very serious right now?" Hearing that, Chief Beck snapped angrily. "A stupid ghost? Did you just call it a stupid ghost?" "Why, yes, sir." The moment Kong Ah-hyun answered, Chief Beck hurled a fistful of salt into her mouth, and Chief Beck kept scooping up salt and throwing it in her face in fury. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Kong Ah-hyun could only raise her hands to shield her face. A few seconds later, she cried out, "Oh my god, that's salty as hell. This is salt. Master, wait a second. At least you should warn me before you throw salt at me." Who just suddenly, the moment those words left Kong Ah-hyun's mouth, Chief Beck immediately threw an exorcism rod at her face. After that came toilet paper, a toy chicken, a ritual knife. Everything was thrown at Kong Ah-hyun's face. This made her furious. She immediately stood up and demanded, "Master, have you lost your mind? I could tolerate the salt, but why are you throwing random junk at my face too? You're seriously insane. Just because you're some master, do you think you're such a big deal?" While Kong Ah-hyun was cursing at Chief Beck, his voice suddenly turned stern and told her to shut up at once. "Do you even know where you are, daring to talk back to me like that? You truly are rude beyond belief." Hearing those words, Kong Ah-hyun stopped and no longer dared to act disrespectfully. Chief Beck continued scolding her. "You've gone way too far. So what? You explored a haunted house and got a ghost attached to you? Do you even know what's clinging to your shoulder while you speak like that? It's the resentful spirit of someone who took her own life and she died hating you. Right now she's chewing on your hair, just waiting for the day you die. TSK, TSK, TSK. The grudge that Ghost carried in life was so deep that ordinarily, a suicide spirit should become a wandering ghost bound to the place where it died. But judging by the demonic energy I smell, it isn't even a ghost from this area, because its hatred for you runs so deep, it followed you all the way here from far away." Hearing Chief Beck's words, Kong Ah-hyun was stunned and thought, "This is crazy. Did this guy just figure out that I came from Seoul?" Chief Beck's voice continued, "That's not all. Just now the gods also told me that you used a sacred object for something wicked. Isn't that right? You truly have no shame and no fear either. Even shamans like us tread carefully around sacred objects. Not only did you choose the wrong vengeful spirit, you've also brought the wrath of the gods upon yourself. Get out of my sight. I might get dragged into your disaster if I involve myself with the likes of you. But as someone who walks the path of ritual, I will still give you one piece of advice, and it will be my last. Go say your goodbyes to your family. In about half a month, you will no longer belong to this world. And you over there, why yes, master, you called? Take this girl and get out of here. I won't charge a fee, and don't ever come back here again. Understood?" Hearing those heartless words from Chief Beck, Jin Sung anxiously replied, "Master Zorin, please don't do this. Please save us just this once. Hey, I told you to take that girl and get her out of my sight. But Master Zorin, please, I'm begging you. I told you to hurry up and leave." Meanwhile, Kong Ah-hyun trembled inwardly and thought, he's right. This shaman is the real thing. He guessed my name, and even the thing about the sacred object, as if he were possessed by God. And unlike those fake shamans who only know how to extort money, he's trying to drive me away without taking a single one. That means he's a genuine shaman, not someone ruled by greed. If I'm really going to die in half a month, I might not be able to find another real one in that short time. No matter what, I have to cling to this shaman. After thinking for a while, Kong Ah-hyun hurriedly dropped to her knees on the floor. Then she clasped her hands and pleaded, "Master Zorin, I'm sorry for being rude earlier. Please save me. Don't worry, my family is very rich. No one in all of Dosu is richer than us. No matter how much the ritual costs, I can pay you." Hearing her plea, Chief Beck replied coldly, "Stop that at once. I'm not the kind of person who does this for money. If I say I won't help, then I won't help. Get out right now." Hearing that, Kong Ah-hyun was out of options. She immediately threw herself onto the floor and cried, "I don't care. If you won't save me, then I'll just lie here forever." Hey, old man, I bet you can't get rid of me. I'll call all my uncles and people from the organization over here right now. When they get here, we'll set up camp right outside and occupy this whole place. Hearing that, Chief Beck angrily told her, that's enough. He was so exhausted that the bowl of salt in his hand slipped and fell to the floor. Kang Ah-hyun also stopped crying and stared at Chief Beck. Chief Beck covered his face and answered, fine. I understand. I'll help you, so just shut your mouth. If you make any more noise and disrespect the gods who reside here, angering them, then even I won't be able to save you. At once, Kang Ah-hyun fell completely silent. Chief Beck continued, fine, I will tell you how to resolve this. And this is also the only way for you to survive. A little later, Chief Beck returned to his seat and sternly told Kang Ah-hyun, now listen carefully. The spirit that needs to be sent on is the resentful ghost of someone who committed suicide. Depending on how she died, there can sometimes be exceptions, but usually such spirits remain wandering around the place where they died. In other words, there's a very high chance that the place where you live has already been deeply rooted in her Een energy, so any exorcism rite or cleansing ritual must be performed at the very place where you live. At this point, Kang Ah-hyun raised a hand and interrupted Chief Beck, but Master Zoran. After I entered high school, I begged my parents to let me live on my own. So does my residence mean my rented room or my parents' house? Hearing that, Chief Beck immediately cursed her for being an idiot. Don't you understand what residence means? The place where you live every day, of course. That means your room. Anyway, now that the ritual site is decided, the rite to send the spirit on will be carried out in your room. However, before the ritual, there's one very important thing you need to do first. As he said this, Chief Beck took out one cup, then a second and a third. Then Chief Beck continued, fill these cups with seawater and place them in front of the bed in your room. You must be wondering why, so I'll explain. The clinging nature of a suicide spirit, according to the 5 elements, belongs to Earth. That means your room is currently dense with the Earth energy emitted by the resentful spirit to maintain its hold. But in the 5 elements, water overcomes Earth, so using water energy against it will suppress that Earth energy. And seawater carries the strongest water energy of all. It is the boundless water realm ruled by the Dragon King. Once you place the cups of seawater in your room, and then go to the sea in Busan to offer prayers to the Dragon King. He will use the seawater in your room as a medium and employ water energy to suppress the power of the resentful spirit. Ideally, you should stay by the sea for 3 days and keep offering prayers. But this weekend, 1 night and 2 days will do as long as you pray sincerely. However, for it to work, there must absolutely be nothing in your room that causes interference. That means during the 1 night and 2 days you are away making offerings, no one may enter your room. Do you understand now? Yes, Master Zoran. That's right, and one more thing. Change the passcode on your room's door to the exact numbers I tell you. Huh, why do I have to change the passcode? Because everything has a reason. When the seawater in your room holds the Dragon King's energy, other filthy things with water properties may be drawn there. Changing the passcode is to block them. You mean using the passcode to make a barrier? Wouldn't a talisman be enough for that, Master? What? Of course I will still have you put up talismans. In your situation, anything extra is worth doing. Are you doubting my sorcery? But I understand what you're worried about. How could I know the address of your room? Everything carries deep meaning, according to Yin and Yang, the 5 elements, and fate calculation. Starting today, your room's passcode will be 2859. The number 2 symbolizes symmetry and the harmony of Yin and Yang. 8 represents the 8 trigrams that suppress evil. 5 is the center balancing the 5 elements. And 9 is the strongest Yang number in numerology, capable of scattering all ghostly Yin energy. Hearing Chief Beck's explanation, Kang Ah-hyun happily thought, so numbers can have meanings like that. 2,859? Now that I know what those numbers mean, it sounds so sacred. Chief Beck continued, most shamans out there use 2,859 for their house doors. If you don't like it, you can change it after the ritual is over. Understood? Hearing that, Kang Ah-hyun smiled brightly and replied, I understand. That concludes the explanation of what you must do. But remember this very carefully. Before I perform the ritual in your room, you must never spill the seawater from those cups. This only temporarily suppresses the energy of the resentful spirit until the ritual begins. If the seawater spills out, the spirit's restrained energy will erupt once more. If that happens, you will certainly die within a very short time. Hearing that, Kang Ah-hyun's face turned grave with fear. Chief Beck then told her, the ritual fee is 800,000 won. Even after hearing that, Kang Ah-hyun still looked miserable. As she left, the gloom had not lifted from her face. At that moment, Garam also stepped outside. She started laughing and said, that idiot Kang Ah-hyun is unbelievably dumb. I was hiding behind the screen, trying so hard not to laugh that my lungs almost burst. Anyway, forget that for now. A high school kid tossing around 800,000 won like she's throwing scraps to a dog? That girl gets more allowance than I do. Hey, Chief Beck, while you're at it, raise my allowance a little too. Right then, Chief Beck's furious voice rang out as he said to Garam, a worthless ghost? She called her a worthless ghost? How dare she call Miss Hyena a worthless ghost? That little brat has some nerve. I can't forgive her for that. Hearing Chief Beck's angry words, Garam immediately stood up and replied, she needs to be taught a lesson. Let's scare Kang Ah-hyun and that guy half to death. I'll give him a proper beating. Just leave it to me, Chief Beck. A little later, Garam and Chief Beck arrived at Kang Ah-hyun's room. As soon as they got there, she entered the passcode. The door immediately opened. As soon as it did, Garam laughed and said, this house belongs to us now. With that, the door swung open and Kang Ah-hyun's room appeared before them. When she saw the cups of water, Garam laughed again and said, that idiot did exactly as she was told and left right away. She's probably at the sea right now, doing all the nonsense we told her to do. At the very least, no one will be back here until tomorrow afternoon. And during that time, we're going to turn this place into a haunted house. Continuing from the previous episode, after Kang Ah-hyun went to ask Chief Beck how to get rid of the spirit haunting her, at first Chief Beck exaggerated the severity of the problem because he didn't want to help her. But Kang Ah-hyun pulled a tantrum and refused to leave, so he finally offered her a method to resolve it. After hearing the method, Kang Ah-hyun left, and once she was gone, Garam and Chief Beck headed to her room. The two of them, along with their team, were going to turn Kang Ah-hyun's rented room into a haunted house while she was away at the sea. The scene shifts to a beach somewhere. At that moment, Kang Ah-hyun and Jin Sung were walking around the shore together. Their hands clasped, eyes closed, looking utterly sincere. The one suffering most was her boyfriend, who still had to tag along and wait on Kang Ah-hyun. After a while, Kang Ah-hyun smiled and said, I can feel it now, the sacred spiritual power of the Dragon King. Meanwhile, Jin Sung hugged himself and thought angrily, the sea wind is freezing. Damn it, it's so cold. Kang Ah-hyun noticed and turned around angrily to ask, Appa, what are you doing? Aren't you being sincere in your prayers? And no, I am. Appa, do you know something? After being followed by Hyena's ghost this time, I realized something. Hearing that, Jin Sung immediately asked, what did you realize? I realized that gods really do exist. Until now, I thought all those rituals at my house were nonsense. But it turns out the gods really exist. That's why my father, who used to be nothing more than a local thug, became the chairman of a company worth over 100 billion won after meeting a gifted shaman. Thinking back on it, the reason the shaman at my house couldn't drive away Hyena, even after performing a banishing ritual, was probably because I carried disrespect in my heart toward the shaman, so the ritual had no effect. My family holds a possession ritual for me every half month, and this time I'll definitely make my offering with true sincerity. Hearing Kang Ah-hyun say that, Jin Sung paused for a moment and asked, but listen, if ghosts are real, doesn't that mean the underworld exists too? Then heaven and hell must exist as well. Does that mean we have to live good, kind lives from now on? Hearing her boyfriend talk about morality like that, Kang Ah-hyun turned and laughed. Appa, are you seriously talking nonsense? Even if heaven and hell do exist, what's the big deal? At my house, there are 3 shamans we follow, you know? Every day, that old woman casts fortunes, curses the CEOs of my dad's rival companies, and breaks or casts spells and stuff. By normal standards, all of that should send her straight to hell. She clearly knows the underworld exists, so why does that shaman still deliberately do those things? And besides, that hypocritical woman, when she was alive, she acted like she was so kind and virtuous, but now she can't even get into heaven. Instead, she's wandering around and clinging to me, causing trouble like this. Why do you think that is? In the end, this world and the underworld are no different at all. Right? If you have powerful backing, there's nothing to fear. Got it? In the end, all you need to do is please the God that backs you. Once you have a God supporting you, then there's no need to fear hell or anything else. That's why the shaman at my house can do those things so calmly. That's basically how it works, right? So you also need to pray sincerely to the Dragon King properly. If you do that, everything will go smoothly, and you'll go to heaven too, won't you? right? Do you even understand what I've been saying all this time? I do. I'll pray diligently, so don't worry. As soon as Jin Sung finished saying that, the two of them started walking around the beach and praying again. Doing all this made Kang Ah-hyun's mood brighten even more, and she was no longer as gloomy as she had been in the past few days. At the same time, back in her room, Chief Beck's people and Garam were remodeling Kang Ah-hyun's place. At that moment, Chief Beck was holding a set of ringing devices in his hand. To test them, he pressed the remote control, and a second later, a shrill, ringing sound went off in his hand. Hearing the sound, he immediately stuffed the device into the section of wall they had just broken open. He didn't install just one, but many of them inside the wall. Elsewhere, Kang Ah-hyun and Jin Sung were still enjoying the comfort of the silly little ritual they were performing, while Kang Ah-hyun wore an utterly devout expression as she prayed to the Dragon King. Back to her room, at that moment, Garam was fastening strings beneath the cups of seawater that Chief Beck had told Kang Ah-hyun to bring back to her room. As time passed, Kang Ah-hyun and Jin Sung's prayer ritual was being laughed at by passersby. Sensing this, Jin Sung couldn't bear the embarrassment and his face turned red. Meanwhile, back at Kang Ah-hyun's room, the repair team had turned their attention to the TV. The two of them were installing a device inside the TV, making it appear as if the television was suffering from interference and unable to receive a signal. Then the signal would gradually disappear completely, as if there were no antenna reception at all. Meanwhile, Kang Ah-hyun still had no idea what was happening. The two of them were still raising their hands to the sky, facing the sea and letting the cold ocean breeze wash over their faces. It made them feel a little better. Back at the room, the workers were now holding metal rods and moving on to the next steps. They drove them straight into the wall. Over on the beach, Kang Ah-hyun and Jin Sung had reached the stage of kneeling toward the sea, bowing to the Dragon King. At the room, Chief Beck now walked toward Kang Ah-hyun's vanity. A second later, he ordered his men to immediately carry out what they had discussed beforehand. The workers got to work at once. A plan to completely overhaul this room was quietly being carried out, and Kang Ah-hyun knew nothing about any of it. She was still praying with her beloved boyfriend, hoping all good things would come to her in the future. In the blink of an eye, the sun, as if moved by their sincerity, slowly began to set, signaling the tragedy about to descend. By this time, the traps at the room had all been completed. After everything was finished, Chief Beck stood there and said, "Now this room looks exactly as if nothing ever happened. That way, when she comes back from the sea, she won't notice anything strange or unusual." That's right. Garam, too, was looking forward to tonight immensely. The blue and green operation would be carried out tonight in Kang Ah-hyun's haunted room. Just wait. The curtain is about to rise on a supernatural phenomenon. Before long, the sky had turned dark. Only then did Kang Ah-hyun and Jin Sung leave the beach together and head back to her room. As they walked, Kang Ah-hyun sighed and said, "Camping in a tent on the beach for 2 days and 1 night left me feeling sticky and gross. I swear I'm dying here. It would have been so nice if we could stop by a bathhouse and wash up on the way back. But according to Shaman Beck Zoran, after finishing all the rites of the sea, I have to go back into the room by myself, finish the ritual with a cup of seawater, and spend 1 night sleeping there." That's what he said. "I'm scared to death, so how am I supposed to sleep there alone?" Seeing that his girlfriend was scared, Jin Sung suggested, "Why don't you watch one of those American shows you've been binging and just drift off to sleep before you realize it? That might make you less scared. Give it a try. Maybe it'll help you fall asleep more easily." I guess that's the only option. After walking a little farther, they arrived at Kang Ah-hyun's apartment building. As soon as they got there, she said, "I'm here." Then she turned back to her boyfriend and said, "You worked hard this whole weekend. Get home safely. You be careful too." After saying goodbye to her boyfriend, Kang Ah-hyun headed up to her rented room. She slowly made her way toward it, exhausted and heavy-footed. At that moment, there were 2 talismans on Kang Ah-hyun's door, the ones Chief Beck had given her. Meanwhile, Kang Ah-hyun was entering the passcode to open her door. After she keyed it in, the door immediately opened. Kang Ah-hyun poked her head in to look around. At that moment, her expression showed far more fear than fatigue. Her eyes swept over everything in the room before stopping on the 3 cups placed in the middle of the floor. Seeing that they were still sitting there unmoved, Kang Ah-hyun muttered, "The seawater cups, you're still okay, right?" Shaman Big Zori said it himself. "If I touch those cups, I'm dead. So I just have to step as carefully as possible." Kang Ah-hyun went into the bathroom and turned on the water. Outside, the cups of seawater remained where they were, and Kang Ah-hyun failed to notice the nearly invisible string attached beneath one of the cups. A little later, her TV lit up. In her mind, Kang Ah-hyun was still anxiously thinking, I have to move as carefully as possible. It turned out Kang Ah-hyun was watching something on Netflix. The sound from the show spilled out into the room. Jessie, following that line, someone suddenly leaped up. She thought it was some kind of monster, but it turned out to be a fried chicken robot, like something out of a legend. Who would have guessed this was the kind of show Kang Ah-hyun liked? As Kang Ah-hyun watched, her face showed complete shock at what she was seeing. In disgust, she said, "What the heck? Why is the plot in this drama like this? I seriously can't take it. Alright, that American show I wanted to rewatch. I've already finished all the seasons that are out. It's already past 3 in the morning. I should go to sleep, but I'm too scared to sleep. What am I supposed to do?" Kang Ah-hyun bit her sore finger and sat there thinking for a long while. A few seconds later, she made up her mind. Lying down on the couch, she said with a laugh, Whatever. I already did the ritual with complete sincerity, so what else could possibly happen?" But the moment Kang Ah-hyun closed her eyes, they suddenly flew open in fear. Her body jerked upright in terror. The TV had suddenly turned to static and lost its signal. Kang Ah-hyun stammered in confusion. What is that? I didn't touch anything. Why is the TV making that static noise? Could this really be some kind of supernatural phenomenon? What is this feeling? This is so unsettling. Whether it's supernatural or not, first I need to get up and turn off the TV. The moment Kang Ah-hyun stood up, one of the cups of seawater suddenly tipped over, spilling seawater all across the floor. Seeing it happen right in front of her eyes, Kang Ah-hyun's face twisted in terror, but she was too stunned to speak. She couldn't understand why the cup had fallen when she hadn't touched it. Elsewhere, Garam and Chief Beck were watching Kang Ah-hyun's terrified expression inside the room. Over there, Kang Ah-hyun still had no idea what was going on. How was the cup moving by itself? Seeing this, Garam smiled with delight. A day earlier, the secret interior setup had already begun. That day, after Garam drilled a tiny hole into the raised paper bottom of the paper cup, she wrapped several loops of ultra-thin fluorocarbon thread around it, the kind used in magic performances. And the thing that had just yanked that thread was hidden under the mattress, where they had cut open the bottom layer to conceal it. It was a fishing reel, a remote-controlled line spool modified, so it wouldn't make any noise. That's right, inside Kang Ah-hyun's seemingly ordinary room, all sorts of devices used for stage magic have been installed everywhere. At that moment, Chief Beck said, "At last, the show is about to begin. The climax, and also the finale of the Divine Punishment Project. The haunted house is now open for business. Please look forward to the next episode, and don't forget to like my video. Have a pleasant evening." A quick recap of the previous episode. Kang Ah-hyun followed Chief Beck's instructions. She went out to the sea with her boyfriend Jin Sung to calm her mind. Once there, Kang Ah-hyun acted like a complete lunatic, praying up and down for the ghost to stop clinging to her, and hoping the Dragon King would protect her. But what she didn't know was that back at her room, Chief Beck and Garam were setting up traps. And after Kang Ah-hyun returned to the room, ghostly incidents began to appear. First, her TV changed channels by itself. Next, the cup containing seawater tipped over on its own. This left Kang Ah-hyun absolutely terrified. Her face had gone so pale that it looked drained of blood. She kept asking herself, the cup, how did it suddenly move by itself? What the hell is going on? There's no way a cup can just spill on its own. It's so absurd, I can't even describe it. What do I do now? If the cup spills completely, I'm dead for sure. Damn it, I really am doomed. How am I supposed to deal with this right now? I have to call Shaman Zori immediately and ask him. Maybe I can still be saved. Cut to Chief Beck and Garam. Just then, a phone began ringing, and Garam's gaze turned toward it. At the same time, Chief Beck picked up his phone, but instead of answering, he immediately hung up. As soon as he did, Kang Ah-hyun heard the automated message on her end. The person you are calling is unavailable. Your call will be forwarded to voicemail. Hearing that, Kang Ah-hyun snapped angrily. If you're not going to answer, fine, but why hang up on me? It's only a little past 3 in the morning, and you dare not answer my call? You sold someone this broken, useless junk, so at the very least you should provide proper after-sales service. Damn it. No, I need to calm down. Right, I need to call my uncle and have him come get me out of this hellhole. When Chief Beck heard Kang Ah-hyun say that, he coldly ordered, "Signal team, block Kang Ah-hyun's phone immediately." "Yes, sir. Understood." The moment the order was given, the technical team instantly cut off the signal at Kang Ah-hyun's place. Over here, the signal receiver and interference device operated by Chief Beck's men immediately kicked in. A second later, the phone in Kang Ah-hyun's hand started crackling with signal interference. Seeing this, Kang Ah-hyun stared at her phone and muttered, "What now? Why did my phone suddenly lose signal?" In that situation, Kang Ah-hyun started thinking, how can this be? These days you can get signal even on a mountaintop. So how am I suddenly out of coverage right in the middle of the city? After thinking that, her eyes shifted to the cup and she continued, and that's not even counting this. It all happened right after those creepy incidents. At that point, Kang Ah-hyun began connecting the dots, but she still stammered in fear. I know what's happening now. It's all that ghost, Lee Hyena. It has to be her. That bitch, she finally found her way to me. Damn it. Then the room suddenly fell into a frightening silence. A moment later, Kang Ah-hyun's laughter rang through the room. She tried to reassure herself. Oh God, I must really be losing my mind. There's no such thing as ghosts in this world. All of this is just a coincidence. It all just happened to line up at the same time, that's all. The cup probably fell because the room was too dark and I accidentally kicked it. And electronics malfunctioning is normal too. Right, that's Murphy's Law. No, wait. I never believed in ghosts in the first place. It's only because that rotten Eon Garum freaked me out and made me panic for a while. There's no such thing as ghosts in this world. Suddenly, the curtain in Kang Ah-hyun's room began to flutter. This made Kang Ah-hyun stare at it intently. The curtain kept swaying inside the room, even though there was clearly no wind. Then the curtain suddenly stopped, and in the next instant it shot straight toward Kang Ah-hyun's face. The sight made her eyes widen. A second later, Kang Ah-hyun fell backward to the floor in fright, screaming at the top of her lungs. Stammering, she couldn't make sense of it at all. What now? The window's still shut tight, so why is the curtain fluttering like someone's pulling it? Before Kang Ah-hyun could recover from her shock, she noticed something else. Her gaze turned toward the bathroom. Suddenly, the bathroom light went out completely, plunging it into darkness. But just a second later, it flickered back on unnaturally, only to go out again right after. The light kept turning on and off like that for a long time. Then in one instant, when the light went out, a shadow suddenly appeared on the wall. The moment Kang Ah-hyun saw it, her face turned even more terrified. Unable to hold it in, she let out a loud scream because she simply could not endure the sight any longer. Kang Ah-hyun sprang up and ran toward the door, shouting, "Mom, save me." But when her hand grabbed the doorknob, she couldn't open it. That only confused Kang Ah-hyun even more. A second or two later, she screamed in panic. Why won't the door open? Why is even the door acting up and refusing to open now? What she didn't know was that two bodyguards, following Chief Beck's orders, were holding the door shut from outside, so she couldn't open it from within. Since it wouldn't open, Kang Ah-hyun pounded on the door and shouted, "Is anyone out there? Where are all the neighbors? Can't anyone hear me? Someone's trapped in here. Please save me. Is anyone there?" Ignoring her screams, one of the bodyguards outside tore the talisman off the door. As soon as he took it down, he immediately handed it to a magician waiting behind him. After taking the talisman, the man stared at it. A second later, his hand twitched slightly. The magician crouched down and tossed the talisman away. A few seconds later, the talisman flew straight back into Kang Ah-hyun's room through the gap under the door. Seeing the talisman, Kang Ah-hyun stopped screaming and stared blankly. What now? How did the talisman stuck to the door fly back inside? Did I pound on the door so hard that it fell and slipped through the gap? Or is someone outside? While Kang Ah-hyun was thinking, the talisman suddenly burst into flames. This only made her even more bewildered. But only a few seconds later, her face crumpled and she screamed in fear and panic. Damn it, the talisman caught fire by itself. The ghost has appeared. Terrified out of her mind, she ran off again. But before she could get very far, Kang Ah-hyun suddenly tripped and fell to the floor. That fall made her, already frightened, even more panicked. In pain and fear, Kang Ah-hyun squinted her eyes open because something bright was glaring at them. What came into view was a blurry image. It turned out to be a commercial playing on the TV. But that only made Kang Ah-hyun tremble. The ad was cutting in and out, saying things like cardiovascular health, iHealth omega-3 extract, super cheap, today only, improve circulation. Then a second later, the commercial resumed, strangely. Omega-3 also helps reduce the risk of memory decline. It's the perfect gift for your parents. Our product is almost sold out, dear customers, so everyone hurry and contact us now. But when it got to the contact number, the signal broke up again. The static distorted the salesperson's face on the screen. screen. The TV kept repeating the word die over and over, leaving Kong Ah-hyun frozen in place. Right then, she also noticed something beside her. Her eyes turned toward the teddy bear. Suddenly, fresh blood began to run from the teddy bear's eyes. More and more blood poured out, and its face even seemed to be smiling at Kong Ah-hyun. At that point, Kong Ah-hyun was too terrified to say a word. Meanwhile, the teddy bear remained sitting there. But in the very next second, its whole body began to tremble violently. Its body was slowly being ripped apart. At the same time, streams of bright red blood began gushing out. The tear grew wider and wider. Then, at a certain point, the entire bear suddenly exploded, spraying blood everywhere. Blood from the teddy bear splattered all over Kong Ah-hyun's face. She sat there frozen for a long moment. Then she slowly raised her hand to feel her face. The instant she touched it, her whole body began to shake. A scream of terror burst out immediately afterward. On Chief Baek's side, they were watching Kong Ah-hyun's fear and listening to her screams. Garam's face was fixed in concentration. Everyone was watching Kong Ah-hyun's terror and sobbing. But still wasn't over. Chief Baek's expression was deadly serious. He pressed the remote control to trigger the next step. At the same time, over in Kong Ah-hyun's room, bells began ringing nonstop. The ringing made her head spin, and along with it came wave after wave of terror. Her gaze fixed on the picture hanging in front of her. At first, only the bell could be heard, but within a second or two, the picture frame shifted crookedly while blood started dripping down from the ceiling. The picture on the wall slowly rotated 180 degrees, and the blood flowed more and more heavily. After it rotated 180 degrees, the bell began ringing again, and the blood started flowing once more. Kong Ah-hyun's face was twisted in utter terror, her teeth clenched tight. Her screams rang out again in time with the bell. Just like a year ago, the bells began tolling once more. There were 49 bells installed in Kong Ah-hyun's room. Just like the girl from last year had once endured, Kong Ah-hyun was now trapped in a sea of sound. At that moment, Kong Ah-hyun clutched her head and screamed, "Hyena, I was wrong. Please spare me. I'm begging you." Right after Kong Ah-hyun said that, her vanity table suddenly flipped over. All the cosmetics on top of it were sent flying onto the floor. Seeing this made Kong Ah-hyun panic even more. The vanity mirror shattered, and as she looked into it, she saw her own face reflected in broken fragments. Elsewhere, over by Chief Baek, he said, "Garam, at the final stage of Project Divine Punishment, your role is the most important because you'll be playing the late Miss Hyena as the perfect body double." Kong Ah-hyun is panicking and mentally collapsing. In the dark, she won't be able to tell you apart from the real young lady. Also, with a 7-centimeter heel lifts. Adjust your eye makeup and the tear mole to match. Put on the wig styled exactly like hers when she was alive. And one more thing. As he said that, Chief Baek poured a bottle of blood over Garam's head and continued, "You need your face covered in blood like this too." A little later, the two bodyguards outside Kong Ah-hyun's room also sprang into action. Each of them was holding a machine. Then they cracked the door open and blew white fog into the room. A huge amount of mist immediately rushed inside. Over here, Kong Ah-hyun noticed it too. Her eyes were fixed on that direction. Just seeing that white mist was enough to terrify Kong Ah-hyun. At that exact moment, a dark shadow slowly began to appear from within the fog. That left Kong Ah-hyun too frightened to move. The shadow slowly approached her. When Kong Ah-hyun finally made out the figure, the blood drained from her eyes. In front of her, a smile began to spread. Standing in front of her was Hyena, disguised by Garam. As expected from the previous round, Garam and Chief Baek's divine punishment plan was now in motion. That night, Kong Ah-hyun had suddenly started seeing strange phenomena inside her home. First, the cup spilled. Then the curtain moved on its own. After that came Hyena's silhouette on the bathroom wall. Those strange events kept happening one after another until Kong Ah-hyun was terrified beyond words. She couldn't run outside, and she couldn't call for help. At that moment, Kong Ah-hyun saw Hyena standing right in front of her. The sight filled her with terror. Her arms and legs trembled, and her voice caught in her throat. She kept stammering in fear. "Elena." Meanwhile, Garam, pretending to be Hyena, gave her a vacant smile. Elsewhere, Chief Baek was also watching the scene. He ordered his men to proceed to the next step. As soon as they saw his signal, his subordinates made the adjustment. A recording of Lee Hyena's voice was immediately played. Garam then began moving her lips in sync with the audio. "Kong Ah-hyun, why? Why did you do that to me? What did I ever do wrong to you, Kong Ah-hyun?" I really suffered so much. Do you even know, even just a little, how painful it was for me? As soon as Lee Hyena's words ended, Kong Ah-hyun's entire room immediately began to shake. That only made Kong Ah-hyun even more afraid. She screamed when she saw the objects in her room moving on their own. After a while, she finally sobbed and stammered, "Hyena, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Please, just forgive me this once. Please let me go." Hearing Kong Ah-hyun's plea, Garam then opened her mouth and asked Kong Ah-hyun, "Do you really regret what you did to me?" That question from Garam made Kong Ah-hyun freeze on the spot. But after a moment, she regained a little composure and answered, "Hyena, it's true. I'm really sorry." Kong Ah-hyun just sat there muttering and begging Hyena for forgiveness. But all she got in return was Garam's reply, "I understand. I know. Then now, you can die." As soon as Garam said that, she lunged straight at Kong Ah-hyun and grabbed her by the throat. As Garam squeezed her neck, she laughed and said, "Don't worry, Kong Ah-hyun. I'll make sure you never have to feel sorry toward me again. If I do something even worse to you, then you won't need to feel sorry anymore, right? You know, after I died, I really found a wonderful place. Kong Ah-hyun, have you ever heard of hell? We'll play together there forever. Of course, down there you'll be my toy." Hearing those words from Garam, Kong Ah-hyun began struggling and screaming even harder. But Garam still didn't let up and kept laughing as she said, "Don't resist. The moment that cup tipped over, your fate was already sealed. Soon, I'll kill you and drag you down to hell, a place that is heaven to me. But hell to you. That place is perfect for the two of us to play together, Kong Ah-hyun." As soon as Garam finished speaking, Kong Ah-hyun felt death approaching, so she struggled even more desperately to break free. But how could she possibly escape from Garam no matter how hard she tried? Her breathing started to fail, and her eyes began to bulge. A little later, Kong Ah-hyun stopped resisting, her arms going limp. Unable to breathe and overwhelmed by fear, she passed out, and the room returned to silence. Garam's hand still hadn't left Kong Ah-hyun's throat. After a moment, Garam's eyes returned to normal. Then the lights in the room switched on. Garam immediately grabbed her hair and pulled it down. Right after that, she stood there laughing and said, "Garam has given Kong Ah-hyun a deep sleep. Today's sleep has been perfectly complete. Kong Ah-hyun, how pitiful. What a disgraceful way to faint. Just look at her lying there, foaming at the mouth. She looks exactly like my pet crab did when it was alive. This won't do. I can't just let this pass. I need to take lots of commemorative photos." While Garam was taking pictures as souvenirs, Chief Beck's group was coming in as well. The moment he entered, Chief Beck said, "Medical team, check Kong Ah-hyun's condition immediately." Upon hearing the order, the two members of the medical team hurried over to where Kong Ah-hyun was lying. They began examining her current condition. After checking her for a while, they turned back and signaled to the chief, but he replied, "Say it out loud." Hearing that, they answered, "Kong Ah-hyun's life is not in danger." "Good. Keep her sedated with the anesthetic you brought. Meanwhile, we'll clean up this mess until it looks brand new." As he spoke, Chief Beck ordered his men to clean up and erase every trace from Kong Ah-hyun's room. Then Garam asked Chief Beck, "But Appa, this is going to take forever. Besides, wouldn't it be even scarier for Ah-hyun if we just left everything exactly as it is?" "Not necessarily. You see, the more people are exposed to something frightening, the more they gradually get used to it. No matter how pathetic Kong Ah-hyun may be, if she sees this mess in broad daylight, she'll start noticing strange details. Even if that doesn't happen, as long as there are any obvious physical traces left behind, her sponsor will naturally assume an outsider broke in rather than believe it was a ghost. Especially with Ah-hyun's execution day drawing near, it's best not to create any more unnecessary complications." "But Appa, we put so much effort into all this. What if Ah-hyun ends up thinking the whole thing was just a dream? Out of everyone here, you're the one who knows best that will never happen. Did you forget? This entire plan was designed to account for every possible scenario." "I know. I'm just complaining. It feels like we're dismantling a work of art. Anyway, I'm glad the plan has gone smoothly so far. Honestly, I've been tense the whole time, thinking this entire project might fall apart. With Garam's perfect plan, that could never happen. No, Garam, listen. The only reason everything went smoothly is because Kong Ah-hyun was frozen with fear. If she had snapped out of it and fought back for real, everything would have turned into chaos. If that happened, I still would have subdued her in the end. But in the middle of the struggle, she might have realized you weren't a real ghost. You talk like someone like Kong Ah-hyun would stand a chance against me. I knocked her out before she could even suspect I wasn't a ghost. That's just what you think. However she looks, she used to be called a boxing prodigy. You watch the videos of her old matches too. If we're talking strictly about boxing, Kang Ah-hyun is several levels above you. Chief Beck's words visibly irritated Garam. A few seconds later, she shouted at him, "What would you know? Am I a martial arts coach or something, you idiot? Just wait. If I ever get to face Ah-hyun in a proper fair match, I'll show you Garam can totally beat her to a pulp even in boxing." What? Beat her to a pulp? Where did you even learn to talk like that? Whatever the case, don't even think about it. The two of you are never going to actually fight. If things ever got that far, it would mean something had gone seriously wrong with our plan. Don't go around thinking stupid thoughts like that, understood? If you admit I'm better at boxing, I'll consider it. Fine. Let's just say you are. Chief Beck stopped arguing with Garam and turned toward Kang Ah-hyun as he said, "Anyway, now we wait. Then we'll see how Ah-hyun reacts when the sun rises tomorrow." In the blink of an eye, morning came, and sunlight streamed into Kang Ah-hyun's room. At that moment, Kang Ah-hyun was still sleeping like the dead on the floor, but the blood on her face had already been wiped clean. Her eyes slowly cracked open. A few seconds later, her senses returned, and her eyes flew wide open. She jolted upright and grabbed her throat in terror. The moment she woke up, Kang Ah-hyun's whole body trembled and tears streamed down her face. Panting, Kang Ah-hyun asked herself, "I'm still alive?" As soon as she thought that, she looked around the room. Her gaze landed on the teddy bear, and it looked normal. Then she looked toward the picture hanging on the wall. Seeing that those things were normal, she thought, the walls in my room look normal, and the teddy bear Jin Sung Appa gave me is still here. Was everything that happened last night just a dream? But it felt too real to be a dream. Then Kang Ah-hyun's eyes fell on a cup lying overturned on the floor. The sight of it made her start to feel uneasy. She forced a smile and said, "It must have just been a dream." She began rationalizing to herself. That's right, the part where I knocked over the cup of seawater last night was real, but everything after that was probably just a nightmare caused by stress. Otherwise, there's no way the room could be this clean. All that stuff about Lee Hyena strangling me last night, none of that actually happened, and it never should have happened. Damn it, this is what I get for going to see a shaman. What a horrible nightmare. What a terrible family. If I'd grown up in a Christian family like Mun i.e. Jin, I definitely wouldn't have fallen this far. You can really see how important the family environment is. As Kang Ah-hyun said that, she went and switched on the bathroom light, then laughed to herself and continued, "I should calm my head down and wash my face with cold water." But the moment the light came on, Kang Ah-hyun froze in terror at the sight before her. There were two handprints clearly marked around her neck. Kang Ah-hyun fearfully raised her trembling hand to touch it. Her face turned pale, and she stammered, "What is this? If it was a dream, then why are there bruises on my neck like this?" Her confusion turned into dread. It was just a dream. It was just a dream. It was just a dream, right? It was just a dream. Just a dream, damn it. Just a dream. Just a dream. Just a dream, damn it. Just a dream. Just a dream. If it was only a dream, then why had she heard that voice calling her name? Kang Ah-hyun, soon I'll kill you and drag you down to hell forever. As soon as those words from last night came back to her, Kang Ah-hyun burst into tears. She stood there covering her face, sobbing and screaming in the bathroom. A few seconds later, she collapsed onto the floor, crying and panicking. She was in such a state of panic that she even wet herself. At the same time, elsewhere, Lee Myung-jun's voice sounded out. "Chief Beck, have you ever heard this saying? The cruelest punishment for a condemned prisoner is not the execution itself, but the terror of waiting for the appointed death that crushes the soul." The vice chairman is absolutely right. What Garam gave Kang Ah-hyun yesterday while disguised as Miss Lee Hyena was a supernatural death sentence. A being from beyond the grave told her that she would be dragged to hell, and now she has no choice but to wait for death to come. That must surely be the worst kind of terror a human being can feel. Elsewhere, Kang Tae-han angrily demanded of Jin Sung, What the hell is happening to Ah-hyun right now? She didn't come to class, so you went to her apartment and she had bruises on her neck and looked like a total wreck? Chief Beck, water cup, what the hell are you talking about, you idiot? Where did you drag Ah-hyun off to this weekend? Jin Sung, you bastard. Do you think I entrusted Ah-hyun to your care just to get this kind of mess back? You'd better watch yourself. If our Ah-hyun stays like this, I'll personally show you what hell is, got it? After saying that, Kang Tae-han immediately hung up. Even after the call ended, he was still furious. At that moment, he was speaking to someone else. "You're saying you found something? About this person named Garam?" "Yes, Chairman Kang. Over the weekend, we dug deep and investigated everything about Garam. The high school she attended in Seoul, her social relationships, whether she ever dated anyone. The personal information of her family members, everything. After reading the information on Garam, Kong Tae-han angrily said, "Take a look at this." At the same time, elsewhere, a ship was preparing to dock. It was a harbor packed with cargo, constantly moving in and out. The cargo vessel transporting Ah Hyun's execution equipment had arrived at Dosu Port. To briefly recap the previous episode, Chief Beck and Garam had worked together to make Kong Ah Hyun believe Hyena's spirit had come for her life. Garam disguised herself as Hyena, accused her, and even strangled her. After scaring Kong Ah Hyun into fainting, Chief Beck had his people thoroughly clean her room so that not a single trace was left behind. The next day, Kong Ah Hyun woke up and thought everything from the night before had been a dream. So she went into the bathroom to wash her face and clear her head. But when she looked in the mirror, she saw strangulation marks on her neck. That terrified Kong Ah Hyun so badly that she immediately wet herself. In the end, she no longer dared to leave the house or go to school because she believed she was about to die. This also reached the ears of her uncle, Kong Tae-han. He was furious, but there was nothing he could do, and Kong Tae-han was not going to sit still. He had also obtained information on Garam. That very day, the sky over Dosu had darkened as a storm approached. The scene shifted to a traditional medicine clinic in Dosu. Inside the clinic, voices could be heard saying, "No way, have I seriously been getting scammed this whole time? Just trust me for once." The acupuncture here is seriously top tier. Last time I sparred with Jong Tae-ham from the physical education department and took one bad fall that hurt like hell, but I came in here, got acupuncture, and after just one day, I was completely fine. This place is insanely famous. It's always on TV, and every weekend Dosagu is packed with out-of-town patients coming for treatment and healthcare. Seriously, just believe me. From acupuncture to physical therapy, the people here are the real deal. Seriously? Yeah, for real. I mean, for a hospital in a backwater district like Dosagu, this place is unbelievably impressive. But doesn't acupuncture hurt? I've never had it done in my life. Man, you're such a coward. You should go to your military service all over again. See those nurses over there? Around here, the nurses' faces are the painkillers. Just hearing their sweet voices makes you forget all about the pain. So don't worry. That's crazy. Do they hire nurses based on looks or what? No wonder this place is thriving. But do you know who the prettiest one here is? I don't. Who is it? The director here. She's insanely gorgeous. Director my ass. You really are into mature women, huh? I've suspected it ever since that time you were flirting with the yogurt lady. Shut up. I was just acting cute to get a discount on some yogurt drinks that were about to expire. How is that flirty? That's because you haven't seen the director's face yet. See that promotional poster over there? That's her. What the hell? I thought that was a model or an actress. See? I told you. It's not for nothing that I said the director is the prettiest one here. I heard she only does acupuncture personally for VIP clients. Man, if only I were rich. I'm so jealous. Hearing the cheerful conversation of the two men beside him, a middle-aged man sitting nearby couldn't help thinking, jealous my ass. They've been talking nonsense this whole time. What? He's jealous of the VIPs here? He wants the director to do his acupuncture personally? Damn it, does he even know what it means to be a VIP here for a businessman in Dosagu? As he sat there thinking, a nurse suddenly approached him and called out, "Mr. Kim, Ion-ho." The call made him flinch. The nurse continued coldly, "You came to see the director today for treatment for your online gambling addiction, correct?" The question terrified Kim Ion-ho, but he still answered yes. A little while later, he was led to the clinic that had been ranked Busan's #1 traditional medicine clinic for 3 consecutive years. Kim Ion-ho followed the two nurses down the hallways. In no time, they arrived at the director's consultation room. As soon as they got there, one of the nurses smiled and said, "Why are you still standing there? Please go inside." Though the words sounded inviting, they only made Kim Ion-ho even more anxious and afraid. Still, he slowly opened the door to the director's office. The moment he opened it, the fear on his face had not faded in the slightest. As soon as he stepped inside, Kim Ion-ho saw a woman with her back turned to him, holding a smoking pipe in her hand. Kim Yoon-ji Loli wolkt farterin. In front of him stood 2 tall, dark-skinned men who looked almost African. They were standing behind the director, and both looked highly professional. Seeing this, Kim Ion-ho grew even more frightened and froze, not daring to make sound. When he said nothing, the director spoke to break the silence. "Take a seat. Don't get strange ideas in your head. Just sit down properly." before my men have to help you sit. Seeing the two large, powerfully built men preparing to approach him, Kim Ion-ho grew even more terrified. He lowered his head and didn't dare look at them for even another second. A second or two later, Kim Ion-ho obediently sat down in the examination chair in the director's room. Seeing him sit, the director exhaled a stream of smoke. Then she leaned forward and turned her chair to face Kim Ion-ho directly. After doing that, she slowly smiled and said, "So, Mr. Kim, how have your gambling addiction symptoms been lately? Better now, right? Have you improved at all?" Hearing the question, Kim Ion-ho could only make a miserable face and didn't dare reply. Seeing that he said nothing, the director continued. "But you know, Mr. Kim, this may be called a gambling addiction clinic, but it'd be quite troublesome if people were actually cured. And by the way, Mr. Kim, why has the amount of money you've been throwing into our website decreased lately? What's going on there? I know very well that your business has been doing well lately, hasn't it? Or have you suddenly become stingy? Or is it because you don't want to keep paying us interest through gambling losses that you've started getting other ideas?" At her questioning, Kim Ion-ho trembled in fear. A moment later, he stammered, "Oh, other ideas? I haven't been thinking anything like that. Really? We didn't call you here just because the interest payments dropped. You know exactly what this is about, so answer me. Have you gone crazy lately? Do you want to go to prison that badly? How does someone as timid as you suddenly do something you've never done before? I don't understand what you're talking about. what exactly is this about? Are you stupid, or are you pretending not to understand? I'm talking about those fake expenses, Mr. Kim. Why did you instruct the accounting department to enter that much in fabricated costs? Aren't you afraid of being investigated for tax evasion, our dear Mr. Kim? That's not. Before Kim Ion-ho could answer, the director stood up and continued. Why would you do something like that? Or did you think going to prison for tax evasion would be easier than having us cling to you? Or were you pretending it was just an accounting mistake so your company would be investigated and drag us, those bloodsuckers feeding on you, into it too? So that the tax authorities outside Dosegu would suddenly start investigating how we're pulling illegal profits through fake employees? You don't dare go to the police? So this is the clever little trick you came up with. I'm really starting to get angry. I understand that you want to get back at us, but is it really worth destroying the company you spent your whole life building? That company makes $6 billion a year in revenue, and it only survived because we lent you money. If that's the case, shouldn't you appreciate it and run it properly? Why are you trying to cut open the goose that lays the golden eggs? At her words, Kim Ion-ho stammered back. The goose? The golden eggs? Who the hell is it laying golden eggs for? For who, damn it? At that, Kim Ion-ho shouted in pent-up resentment. Crying as he spoke, he yelled, "You bastards forced all of the salary and dividends that I, the company director, earn into that gambling site you set up. 20% of the company's labor costs are going straight into the salaries of your thugs who've been planted there. These days, I can't even sit down and eat a proper meal with my family. I'm the owner of a company making a net profit of $200 million a year, and yet at night my children are eating nothing but triangle kimbap. This isn't usury anymore. Damn it. All you people do is turn others into living corpses and suck them dry. You might as well just steal my company outright. But no, you're afraid it'd be too much trouble to manage it yourselves. So instead you suck the company's blood like vampires. Fine, do whatever you want. Cut me open. I'd rather drag all of you to prison with me than keep living like this as a slave. Cut me open, you bastards. You filthy bastards, just do it." He cried and cursed loudly in the director's office. Seeing him like that, the sinister director said, well, has our boss finally reached his rebellious age? You should have come to us sooner. You were too docile, so your symptoms showed up late." The moment the director finished speaking, Kim Ion-ho turned pale in fear as the two men lunged toward him. He stammered and asked her, What is that doctor holding?" The director replied coldly, "That? It's medicine for rebelliousness." At her words, one of the doctors approached Kim Ion-ho's toenail with a pair of pliers in hand. Seeing this, Kim Ion-ho screamed in terror, begging them to wait and not do this. As he shouted, another doctor suddenly came up behind him and stuffed a cloth tightly over his mouth so he couldn't scream. Meanwhile, the doctor with the pliers slowly moved toward his toenail. A moment later, the pliers ripped one of Kim Ion-ho's toenails out. Immediately after, fresh blood sprayed from his toe. The toenail hadn't come off completely, so the doctor gave it one hard yank and tore it free. Instantly, Kim Ion-ho's toenail flew off to the side. Having his toenail pulled out without anesthesia caused Kim Iong-ho unbearable pain, yet he couldn't utter a single scream. On the other side, the director was slowly pulling something out from inside her smoking pipe. It turned out to be a pair of forceps hidden inside the pipe. As soon as she took them out, she spun them skillfully in her hand. Then she suddenly hurled the forceps straight at him. The forceps flew through the air and embedded themselves in Kim Iong-ho's body. The sharp pain shot through him, but he still couldn't cry out. The director then slowly sat down, grabbed the forceps, twisted them in his toe, and said, "Even after the nail's been pulled out, it still hurts clear to the bone, doesn't it? Looks like my skills haven't dulled much since my military days." After saying that, she pulled the forceps back out of Kim Iong-ho's foot. By then, Kim Iong-ho was enduring such agony that his eyes had rolled back and foam was forming at his mouth. Even so, the director still had no intention of sparing him. She placed the forceps against his neck and said, "Mr. Kim, don't casually say things like 'cut me open,' because that's the trade we actually live by. If you dare resist us even one more time, your son at home preparing to retake his third-year entrance exams will be dragged down to the unofficial operating room in this clinic's basement. And one more thing, we won't use anesthesia. We'll just slice open his abdomen and take out the protein gifts inside his body, all right? To fulfill the wishes of organ transplant patients all over the world. Doesn't that sound nice, Mr. Kim? And as for your daughter, we'll drag her off to some remote island and make her live a life so horrible that even a brother with all his organs harvested would envy her. So, to make sure none of those dreadful things happen, you'll cooperate with us properly, won't you?" After hearing that, Kim Iong-ho didn't answer. He simply closed his eyes, silently indicating that he agreed. Once he submitted, the two doctors in training dragged him out of the consultation room. As soon as he left, she took off her coat and said, "Oh, right. Nurse Young, cancel all my appointments for today. But director, do you have something today?" "Yes, I have some personal business. Now I need to fulfill the role of mother that I've neglected for far too long." The scene shifted to Garam's school. At that moment, the homeroom teacher was saying to Garam, "Hey, Yin Garam, you transferred here just 2 days ago, and you were already secretly taking pictures of your classmates. And the next day you snuck into school during lunch without turning in your phone, didn't you? You can't live like that. People need to know how to follow rules. Fine. So if I hand it over, that settles it, right? Huh? Why are you being so obedient this time? Wait a second. Isn't this the backup phone you used to secretly take pictures before? You think I'm an idiot?" Garam thought, "I really am unlucky." "What? Did you just say something? I don't know what you were like in Seoul, but at Dosan Busan School, turning in your phone is the rule. Even the Student Human Rights Committee has said confiscating phones doesn't violate human rights. Students have always turned in their phones here, and there's never been a problem, so stop worrying about nonsense. Just hand over your phone quietly, understood?" As the homeroom teacher kept rambling about rights, Garam's head began to ache, and she thought for a moment. A little later, she pulled out another phone and handed it to him, saying, "Yes, sir. Here's my phone. That's better. You did the right thing. And one more thing, Yin Garam, from now on, you are under special observation. I'll be keeping both eyes wide open to see whether you cause trouble. There's still more I need to say, so stay right there and wait." While the homeroom teacher kept talking, Garam smiled to herself and thought, just as I planned. They're completely convinced that's my real phone. Homeroom teacher, I already know you are one of the Wax faction's lackeys hidden inside Dosan School. You're probably Kong, Ah-hyun's uncle. So that's why you took my phone, huh? But that phone is my trap. It's full of fake information designed to throw the Wax faction into confusion and divide them. The identities and backing of our side are all fake too. You bastards will just grope around in vain, then stand there helplessly and watch Kong, Ah-hyun's execution. And a real phone you're all so desperately looking for? I've hidden it safely inside the pocket of my uniform vest. Go ahead and let that fake phone lead you around by the nose. Garam stood there smiling as she thought about her plan, but then she suddenly flinched when she heard a voice. Well, look at her. The moment Garam heard that voice, she sensed a dangerous pressure behind her. Garam's eyes instantly shifted behind her. At the same time, she sprang away from where she had been standing. Garam leaped back several meters from the person behind her. After retreating, she quickly raised her head to look at who it was. Standing before her was Kong, Ah-hyun's mother, smiling as she held the phone from Garam's vest pocket. "Hey, just how many phones do you bring to school with you?"